Deep within a shadowy forest, the air hangs heavy with an almost palpable sense of mystery. Moonlight filters weakly through the dense canopy, illuminating the gnarled branches and ancient trees. Surrounded, he senses the chilling presence of multiple figures closing in. Their movements are swift, almost blurring, as they advance through the dark forest. He leaps, a blur of motion across the branches, escaping the tightening net of his pursuers. He hurtles through the night, a streak of motion against the inky canvas of the forest. Escape is his only thought, a desperate flight from unseen pursuers. He bursts through the trees, a streak of motion leaving a shimmering trail in his wake. The forest seems to sigh around him as he disappears into the deepening shadows. He vanishes into the deepening shadows, leaving only a shimmering trail in his wake. The forest itself seems to hold its breath, silent witness to his desperate flight. He clings to a branch, high above the forest floor, his pursuers hot on his heels. The shadows conceal them, but their presence is palpable. He finds a momentary respite, clinging precariously to a high branch. Below, the forest floor offers no cover, above, the canopy offers little solace. His pursuers remain unseen, yet their presence is a suffocating weight in the still night air. He finds a small clearing, a meager fire casting long shadows in the night. A rolled-up sleeping bag lies near the flames, a silent invitation to rest. But even in this brief respite, caution remains. He emerges from the shadows, a grim determination etched onto his face. Two figures, cloaked and silent, trail close behind. The hunt continues. He draws a dagger, the glint of steel a stark contrast to the deepening shadows. The pursuers are closing in. He spins, a blur of motion, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. The glint of his blade reflects the moonlight as he prepares to meet his pursuers head-on. He moves with a blur of speed, a whirlwind of motion through the trees. His pursuers are left behind, swallowed by the deepening shadows. He vanishes in a flurry of motion, a whirlwind of steel and shadow. His pursuers are left grasping at empty air. He collapses, his form swallowed by the concealing folds of a large, rough cloak. Hidden within the folds of his cloak, he lies still, his breath barely a whisper. His pursuers are long gone, but he remains on high alert. A question mark hangs in the air, mirroring the uncertainty etched on his strained face. Over here, a voice whispers, barely audible above the wind. A new hope flickers, a fragile ember against the encroaching darkness. He grits his teeth, eyes blazing with fierce determination. The escape, though successful, leaves him far from safe. He pushes deeper into the shadowy woods, the darkness a cloak of both concealment and unease. Each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig, sends a fresh wave of tension through him. He surveys his surroundings, perched precariously on a branch, the deep twilight of the forest offering little comfort. The tension remains palpable, a silent hum beneath the rustling leaves. He falls, silently, into the inky blackness below. He lands hard, but rises swiftly, his gaze unwavering. Since you're armed and tried to, the words hang in the air, a promise of retribution. Since you're armed and tried to ambush me, I can kill all of you, right? He stands, a figure of dark determination amidst the shadowy forest, bow drawn, ready for whatever comes next. The threat hangs heavy in the air. So? A thoughtful pause follows his threat, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. This is self-defense? His brow furrows, a hint of doubt clouding his previously steely resolve. The bow remains drawn, but his stance softens slightly, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He nocks an arrow, the bowstring taut. His gaze is unwavering, focused on some unseen target beyond the shadow trees. The earlier uncertainty is gone, replaced by grim resolve. What? A tree branch? The archer's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before hardening into suspicion. A low, sinister chuckle echoes from the shadows, cuckoo cuckoo. The tension ratchets up another notch. Are you kidding? The archer's incredulous whisper hangs in the air, disbelief etched onto his face. His eyes, wide with astonishment, betray his utter shock at the unexpected target. Me, right? The archer's voice trails off, disbelief etched onto his face as he stares at the dark, almost ethereal arrow piercing the air before him. The target isn't what he expected. A chilling realization dawns. He's struck. A blinding flash erupts as the arrow finds its mark, sending the figure sprawling. The impact is brutal, a stark contrast to the eerie silence that follows. He plummets, a dark silhouette against the shadowy chasm. Two figures, silhouetted above, watch his descent. The impact, though unseen, is implied by the stillness that follows. A muffled cough echoes from the depths, the only sound amidst the lingering silence. Rage contorts his features. From the chasm's depths, eyes blazing with fury, he glares upward. His defiance, though wounded, remains unbroken. Above, two figures watch him, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The fury in his eyes, even from the chasm's depths, is palpable. A strained gasp escapes him, a testament to his resilience. From the chasm's depths, his struggle continues. His eyes, wide with a desperate, burning fury, lock onto something above. The intensity is raw, a silent scream of defiance against impossible odds. A guttural roar erupts from him, a raw, visceral scream of defiance. Vis. The word explodes from his lips, mirroring the furious energy radiating from his very being. A purple energy arrow, unleashed with furious precision, streaks across the sky. 1. The word hangs in the air, a single, defiant syllable as he unleashes a wave of purple energy, hurtling forward with ferocious speed. 2. The second purple energy arrow follows the first, a blur of motion, each shot imbued with the same furious intensity. 2. The second arrow explodes from him, a purple streak of raw power. He coughs, a harsh sound that punctuates the intensity of the attack, as his opponent stumbles, clearly impacted by the force. Pain contorts his face, a grimace of pure agony. Sweat beads on his brow, testament to the brutal power of the attack. 3. He breathes, the word barely audible above the wind whistling through the trees. His opponent, struck by the final blast of purple energy, plummets from the branches, disappearing into the shadowy depths below. 4. He whispers, the final arrow unleashed. His opponent, caught completely off guard, plummets from the trees, a dark silhouette against the twilight sky. Exhausted but victorious, he breaks the final arrow, the remnants crumbling to dust in his hand. The fight is over. Wait a minute, the defeated man cries, his plea echoing through the twilight woods. He begs for mercy, but the archer stands firm, her gaze unwavering. If you harbor the intention to kill another, you ought to be prepared to die as well, she states, her voice cold and resolute. The archer knocks another arrow, purple energy crackling around it. A final, decisive shot. The purple energy explodes, engulfing him in a blinding flash. Silence follows. A purple afterimage fades, leaving only the lingering silence of the twilight woods. Wide eyes, a look of pure, agonizing pain contorts his features as the final impact hits. The Korean text below screams of his suffering. Crimson streaks stain the panel, a silent scream echoing the archer's agony. The impact's ferocity is palpable, even in the aftermath. Only darkness remains. The silence is heavy, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind through the trees. The moon hangs low, casting long shadows across the silent forest. A chilling stillness settles, the only sound the wind whispering through the leaves. With a final, weary sigh, he buries the body. With this, there should be no traces left, he mutters, the words a low prayer against the vast, silent forest. A heavy weight settles on his shoulders, the weight of his actions. His gaze, downcast, reflects the burden he now carries. Derry N. The name hangs heavy in the night air, a whisper against the backdrop of the silent forest. He walks on, the weight of his actions still clinging to him. He continues his solitary walk, the weight of his actions still heavy. A quiet realization dawns, things are different from what you told me. The words hang in the night air, a stark contrast to the forest's silence, hinting at a deception yet to be unveiled. He stamps his foot, the ground trembling beneath the force. A silent affirmation, a decisive step forward. He walks on, deeper into the human world. The path ahead is shrouded in twilight, the air heavy with unspoken truths. Darien sighs, his voice barely a whisper against the twilight. This is so boring, he mutters, his boredom palpable even across the distance. The journey through the human world, it seems, is proving far less exciting than he anticipated. A smirk plays on Darien's lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with a newfound intensity. The boredom is gone, replaced by a sharp focus, a predatory glint reflecting the unspoken challenge ahead. Then, a title card appears, a single word blazing across the page, Chapter 1. The story is about to begin. Chapter 1 begins. The title card, stark and simple, promises a story yet untold. A lot of time has passed. The weight of that statement hangs heavy in the air, a silent testament to the journey's length and the untold events that shaped Darien. A significant amount of time has passed. The question hangs heavy. Have the Demon King's traces remained undisturbed? If we're talking about the Forest of Roots, the implication is clear: this is where the story begins. Any living organism with demonic energy won't be able to get past the barrier, so it's alright, a voice assures, the words a calm counterpoint to the ominous setting. He sits, hands resting on a table, a subtle air of confidence surrounding him. The barrier is secure. But it's unsettling that the forest itself is covered in demonic energy, one advisor remarks, his concern palpable. The fact that we can't use such a huge piece of land is also a problem. Another agrees, a simple, that's true, hanging heavy in the air. The gravity of the situation is clear, the barrier may hold, but the land remains unusable, a constant reminder of the lingering demonic presence. Oh! A gasp escapes the advisor, his eyes widening. If this is a forest of demonic energy that no one can survive, the implications are chilling. Can't we send people who must die into that place? The question hangs in the air, a chilling proposal echoing the advisor's growing unease. There are always troublesome individuals, and the demonic forest offers a grim solution. A grim, yet efficient, solution. Oh, we could do that. The advisor's exclamation breaks the tense silence. That's a good idea. Another agrees, a chilling plan forming. In that case, we'll proceed with that. The decision is made, the implications heavy with unspoken consequences. No! The anguished cry echoes, a desperate protest against the chilling decision. A shadow of dread falls over the scene, mirroring the advisor's callous plan. Please, just take me instead. A desperate plea cuts through the chilling silence. The words, a parent's sacrifice, hang heavy in the night air. Not my pitiful child. The resolve in their voice is a stark contrast to the advisor's cold decision. The demonic forest looms, its gnarled trees twisting like skeletal fingers against a bruised twilight sky. A chilling silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the rustling of unseen things. This is where they're sending him. Please, let go. The desperate plea echoes through the demonic forest, a chilling landscape of gnarled trees and bruised twilight. The seed of darkness, it seems, has already taken root within the child. The child is seized, a desperate struggle captured in the desperate grasp of powerful hands. Their pleas are silenced, swallowed by the encroaching darkness of the forest. Start it, a voice commands, the words stark against the desperate plea echoing from the swaddled infant. No! No! The child's silent scream is a heartbreaking counterpoint to the cold order. A blinding golden light erupts, emanating from the small, swaddled form at the center. 3 robed figures and a helmeted warrior stand vigil, their faces obscured, as the ritual begins. The golden light intensifies, bathing the 3 robed figures in its radiance. Their faces remain obscured, yet a palpable weight of solemn concentration hangs in the air. The ritual, it seems, is reaching its climax. The golden light intensifies, almost blinding. From within its radiant heart, a figure emerges, clad in shining armor, a silent sentinel guarding the sacred ritual. Tears stream down her face, a silent scream escaping her masked mouth. Desperation etched in every line of her body, she reaches out, a wordless plea escaping her lips. Helmet. This is Root. A place of exile, so desolate that not even the most brilliant scholars, brave commanders, or powerful mages have ever survived. This is Root. A skeletal hand, clutching a broken sword, lies amidst the gnarled roots of a desolate forest. The criminals, it seems, are not long for this world. Divine magic erupts, a blinding golden light consuming the desolate landscape. If they did make it out of that place alive. The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the divine light that consumed Root moments before. Survival itself seems a miracle. Amidst the fading golden light, a swaddled infant sleeps soundly. A miracle, perhaps, born from the ashes of Root. Their sins would be forgiven. A declaration hangs in the air, a promise whispered on the wind after the divine light fades. And one day, the promise echoes, a quiet hope blooming amidst the aftermath of destruction. A baby was born, carrying within them the seed of darkness. The infant, nestled in its swaddling clothes, sleeps peacefully. A faint golden light dusts the scene, a lingering echo of the divine intervention. Its existence is sin in itself. The stark declaration hangs heavy in the twilight air, a chilling counterpoint to the infant's peaceful slumber. It was dropped into the demonic realm, a place from which no one has ever returned alive. Abandoned. The infant, a bundle of potential darkness, lies alone in the demonic realm's unforgiving wilderness. The purple twilight casts long shadows, a stark contrast to the innocence of its slumber. The forest pulsed with demonic energy, a palpable presence surrounding the abandoned infant. Coldness and hunger treated the child harshly. A desolate pool, ringed by shadowy trees, reflects the purple twilight. In its center, utterly alone, lies the abandoned infant. Yet, within its tiny body, a spark of resilience ignited. Something like a seed, a promise of hope, took root in its heart. But even in that desolate place, a power stirred within the child. A dark, pulsing energy, crackling with demonic might, emanated from its heart. Energy surged from within, enveloping the child in a dark, pulsating aura. A power both terrifying and strangely beautiful. 10 days passed. And the child, abandoned and alone, survived with tenacity. And then, a transformation. A surge of power, a shimmering light, courses through the child's body, reshaping it. Glowing teal markings spread across its form, revealing the emergence of a powerful, feline creature. Eyes of brilliant turquoise pierce the gloom. A snow leopard, its turquoise eyes glowing faintly, lowers its massive head. It regards the swaddled infant with an unnerving stillness, a silent promise of protection in its gaze. A magnificent snow leopard, its turquoise eyes blazing, rises, a silent guardian against the twilight sky. Its powerful form, a testament to the child's transformation, stands ready. The snow leopard, a silent sentinel, stands guard. Its powerful form, bathed in the fading light, promises protection. A watchful presence against the encroaching twilight. That day, a new chapter began. That child's fate was decided. 10 years later, a new chapter unfolds. A voice cuts through the quiet forest. Stop right there. The command echoes, sharp and urgent, through the tranquil woods. A small figure scrambles through the undergrowth, pursued by a flurry of small explosions. A rabbit, seemingly oblivious, hops calmly ahead. Frustration etched on his face, the boy grits his teeth, muttering, "Darn rabbit." He continues his frantic pursuit, the small explosions still trailing behind him. He sprints, a blur of motion against the darkening woods, the small explosions still trailing behind. "Just die quietly," he snarls, his frustration boiling over. The boy's face is a mask of furious determination as he prepares to strike. He leaps, a desperate lunge fueled by barely contained rage. "Ha!" he cries, the sound a raw burst of frustrated energy. He finally corners the rabbit, pinning it to the ground. A desperate squeak, "keek," escapes the creature's lips as the boy's grip tightens. "Ilaga! I got it," he shouts, a triumphant cry echoing through the woods. Relief washes over him as he finally secures his prey. He holds the snow leopard close, its piercing blue eyes fixed on him. A moment of quiet contemplation hangs in the air, the boy's triumph tinged with a newfound respect for his powerful prey. The snow leopard, now subdued, allows the boy to approach. He gently cradles the small rabbit, a stark contrast to the powerful predator beside him. "So, Helmut, have you gotten used to hunting?" a voice asks, the question hanging in the air as the boy, cradling the small, lifeless rabbit, replies, "Yeah, I can only hunt rabbits so far, though. A hint of uncertainty colors his otherwise triumphant expression. A crimson jewel, pulsing faintly, is plucked from the snow leopard's mouth. Dark blood drips from its fangs, a stark contrast to the gem's vibrant glow. Look carefully, a voice instructs, this is known as a core. All demonic beasts possess this. The crimson jewel, still faintly pulsing, is held aloft, its dark, almost sinister glow a stark reminder of the power it holds. If you eat a demonic beast, you'll become stronger, the voice explains, it'll also recharge your core energy and increase your lifespan. Helmut, thoughtfully touching his chin, murmurs, ho. He adds, it's a small core because this rabbit is small, though. Since this came from the prey I hunted. Helmut holds up the small, crimson core, a quiet pride in his voice and a determined glint in his eye. Not so fast, the snow leopard snarls, its powerful paw connecting with Helmut, sending him sprawling. A pained cough escapes him as he hits the ground. Give me that bead, the snow leopard demands, its words echoing Helmut's desperate struggle as he lies sprawled on the ground, a pained arg escaping his lips. What? No way, the leopard sneers, its refusal clear. You're a human, not a demonic beast, the snow leopard hisses, its words cutting through Helmut's struggle. The rejection is final, the core's power seemingly out of reach. If you eat this, you'll become a demonic beast, the snow leopard explains, its words a chilling warning as it eyes the crimson core in Helmut's possession. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Helmut's earlier triumph. And if that happens, you'll have to live in this forest forever, the snow leopard warns, its gaze fixed on something beyond Helmut, a chilling finality in its tone. The threat hangs heavy, a life sentence pronounced in the heart of the wilderness. TCH. That's so ridiculous, Helmut scoffs, his disbelief palpable. The snow leopard's warnings clearly haven't swayed him. He puffs out his cheeks, a stubborn pout replacing his earlier defiance. The snow leopard's warnings, though dismissed verbally, clearly haven't entirely escaped him. Even if I don't eat that, I'd be stuck here anyways, Helmut mutters, a glint of defiance in his eyes. He then adds, a new resolve hardening his expression, wouldn't it be better if I just eat it and get stronger? I'm still too weak to go anywhere but your territory, Ilaga, Helmut admits, a hint of resignation in his voice as he trudges onward. The snow leopard's warning finally sinks in, a stark reality he can no longer ignore. Helmut continues his journey, the snow leopard's silhouette fading behind him. A quiet determination settles upon his face, replacing the earlier uncertainty. He presses onward, accepting the harsh reality of his weakness and the need to grow stronger. Ilaga's icy gaze pierces Helmut. You can get out, the snow leopard states, the words a stark contrast to the unforgiving landscape. A path forward, however difficult, is finally revealed. What? Helmut breathes, a mixture of confusion and dawning realization in his eyes. The unexpected offer from Ilaga leaves him speechless, his earlier resolve momentarily shaken. I said, you can get out, Ilaga repeats, her words firm amidst the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. A path to freedom, however uncertain, now lies before Helmut. Ilaga, the snow leopard, offers a final, clarifying statement of this forest. The path to freedom, though still uncertain, is now definitively linked to escaping this very place. Helmut's gaze shifts, hope flickering in his eyes as he considers his next move. How do you know that? Helmut asks, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. His question hangs in the air, a direct challenge to Ilaga's previous statement. Didn't you say that we can't get out? Since I've never seen anyone getting out before, I thought no one could get out, Ilaga explains, her words tinged with a hint of surprise. But then, a glimmer of hope appears, but someone told me that's possible. The snow leopard's revelation leaves Helmut with a renewed sense of possibility, a path to freedom suddenly within reach. Who told you? Helmut's question hangs in the air, a silent plea for answers as he looks to Ilaga for clarification. The weight of his captivity, and the sudden possibility of escape, is palpable. That? Helmut's question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning hope etched on his face. He clutches a small, worn stick, his gaze fixed on Ilaga, awaiting an answer that could change everything. The human that I met previously, Ilaga reveals, her gaze intense, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. The weight of this simple statement hangs heavy in the air, a potential key to their escape. A wave of realization washes over Helmut. The implications of Ilaga's words, a human, a potential ally, sink in, igniting a spark of renewed determination. A human? Helmut's voice is barely a whisper, a mix of disbelief and dawning hope coloring his expression. The possibility, once remote, now feels tangible. What? Are you thinking of looking for that person? Don't even dream about it. Ilaga's sharp words cut through the air, a warning laced with a chilling intensity. Her expression, though unseen, is palpable in the starkness of her rebuke. The forest path stretches before them, a somber scene painted in muted purples and greens. Ilaga's declaration hangs in the air, that person has definitely died somewhere within this forest. Hope, briefly ignited, flickers and dims under the weight of her certainty. Doubt flickers in Helmut's eyes. Did you see that person die with your own eyes? He asks, a sliver of defiance cutting through Ilaga's certainty. The possibility of survival, however faint, takes root. Maybe that person survived, he whispers, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his gaze. A chilling gaze pierces the gloom. Ice blue eyes, sharp and unwavering, lock onto something unseen, promising a confrontation. The tension ratchets up, a palpable threat emanating from the unseen beast. A figure, shrouded in shadow and crimson light, stands silhouetted against the darkening sky. Doubt warred with grim determination in his posture, the weight of Ilaga's words, and the unseen threat, pressing heavily upon him. A snow leopard, its icy blue eyes blazing, emerges from the shadows. That human has grown old, it growls, the words a chilling testament to the passage of time and the fading strength of their quarry. He was really strong in the past. The beast adds, a hint of grudging respect coloring its tone. But no matter how strong a human is, they'll grow weaker because they can't endure the demonic energy in this forest, the snow leopard explains, its icy gaze unwavering. You just couldn't feel it because you have the seed of darkness. The beast's words paint a grim picture of Helmut's dwindling strength, a consequence of the forest's corrupting influence. It's been a long time since I last saw him, the snow leopard muses, its gaze drifting towards the unseen distance. He's probably around 90 years old now. The beast's words paint a picture of a man aged, his strength possibly diminished by the passage of time and the forest's corrupting influence. Didn't you say that humans can live up to 100 years old and beyond? The snow leopard asks, its question a subtle challenge to the previously stated assumptions about Helmut's age and strength. Where did you meet that person? It presses, its curiosity piqued, the hunt for answers now underway. I fed and raised you, but now you're determined to leave, huh? Disgusting. The snow leopard's words are sharp, a mixture of betrayal and disgust as it watches the young human, attempt to flee. Didn't you ask me to take care of myself? Mrs. retort snaps back, a defiant echo of the snow leopard's earlier words. Her escape attempt, though risky, is a clear statement of independence. He might not even be there, the snow leopard admits, a hint of doubt creeping into its voice. I can just come back if he's not there. It declares, a newfound resolve hardening its expression, its initial uncertainty replaced by a pragmatic plan. Rage contorts the snow leopard's features, its icy blue eyes blazing. A snarl twists its lips, revealing sharp teeth as it prepares to confront Mississippi. Whatever. Go on then. Do as you please, the snow leopard snarls, its words a grudging concession. Miss, however, presses for more information, a quiet determination in her voice as she asks, so, where's the place? It's east of this place, the snow leopard declares, finally giving Miss the information she needs. The path forward is clear. Miss sets off at a rapid pace, her destination clear. Eastward she runs, determined to reach her goal. Following the snow leopard's directions, Miss sprints eastward, her pace relentless. The forest path stretches before her, sunlight dappling through the leaves. Miss bursts forward, a determined glint in her eyes, the snow leopard watching from behind. Eastward she sprints, her pace relentless, leaving only dust and the echo of her determination in her wake. What? The snow leopard's gasp echoes the sudden shock. A new, unseen threat has appeared. Miss continues her relentless sprint, but the snow leopard's worried gaze follows her. I don't care if you die along the way, it hisses, a desperate plea echoing through the trees. To think. Miss's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening her features as she continues her desperate flight. A sinister grin spreads across the snow leopard's face. There's a human in this forest. It hisses, the words laced with a chilling threat. The snow leopard's chilling words hang in the air, and he's a very strong human, who doesn't have the seed of darkness. A new element enters the chase, a powerful human, seemingly untouched by the darkness that plagues the land. The stakes just got higher. Another human. The snow leopard's revelation hangs heavy in the air, a new and unpredictable variable thrown into the already desperate chase. But there's another presence in the forest. A young man, seemingly untouched by the darkness, sprints into view, a determined grin splitting his face. He's fast, his movements a blur. Who's just like me? The young man's declaration echoes, a defiant shout against the encroaching darkness. His speed is relentless, a blur of motion across the dusty ground. Read at for the fastest releases. He bursts through the trees, a breath of fresh air in the suffocating darkness. Hope, embodied in his determined stride. Reaching the clearing, he stops, his breath catching in his throat. The weight of the encroaching darkness is palpable, yet his resolve remains unbroken. Helmet, the Forsaken Child. The title card appears, a stark contrast to the young man's determined journey, promising a story of hardship and resilience. Deep within the forest, a path unfolds before him, shrouded in twilight's embrace. The air hangs heavy with an ancient mystery, yet his journey continues. Suddenly, figures emerge from the shadows, their movements swift and silent. They surround him, cloaked in darkness, their eyes gleaming with a menacing intent. He leaps, a blur of motion across the shadowed branches, escaping the encirclement. He moves in a blur, a streak of motion against the twilight sky. The pursuers are left behind, swallowed by the deepening shadows. He vanishes, a streak of light against the deepening twilight. The forest path lies empty, the pursuers left far behind. He bursts through the trees, a streak of light against the deepening blue. Freedom, for now. He moves through the trees, a shadow among shadows. But even in the deepening twilight, the pursuers are still visible, their silhouettes dark against the darkening sky. He's not safe yet. He slows, his breath ragged, the forest floor a blur beneath his feet. The pursuers are gone, swallowed by the deepening twilight. For now, he is safe. He finds a small fire, a meager warmth against the night's chill. Beside it, a simple sleeping roll, a sign of someone else's presence. A silent question hangs in the air. He finds them, then. Two figures, cloaked and silent, watching from the shadows. A predatory gleam shines in his eyes, the hunt is far from over. He lunges, a blur of motion, dagger flashing. The hunt is on. His eyes blaze, a crimson fury burning within. He moves with a terrifying speed, a deadly strike aimed true. A blur of motion, he strikes with terrifying speed, his crimson fury a tangible thing in the night. A whirlwind of motion, a crimson blur against the snowy night. He strikes with terrifying speed, the impact echoing through the silent forest. He collapses, a crumpled heap beneath the cloak of night. The hunt, for now, is over. Silence descends. Only the fallen figure remains, a crumpled form beneath the starlit sky. The hunt is over. His eyes, blazing with a furious intensity, narrow. A single question mark hangs in the air, mirroring the uncertainty that grips him. A voice, strained but determined, cuts through the silence. Over here. The hunt continues. Rage contorts his features. Eyes blazing, he snarls, a silent scream of defiance echoing the intensity of his glare. He pushes through the dense undergrowth, the moon barely piercing the canopy above. The forest floor, a carpet of shadows, offers little respite from the relentless pursuit. He perches on a branch, high above the forest floor. The moon's pale light barely penetrates the dense canopy, casting long, ominous shadows. His grip tightens on his sword, the hunt is far from over. From his precarious perch, he plunges downwards, a blur against the inky blackness of the night. He lands silently, a predator in the shadows. His gaze, intense and unwavering, speaks volumes. Since you're armed and try to ambush me, he thinks, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Since you tried to ambush me, I can kill all of you, right? The hunter's voice is a low growl, barely audible above the rustling leaves, yet the threat is palpable. His arrow is nocked, his gaze unwavering, a predator poised to strike. So? The hunter's assessment is brief, almost casual, yet the unspoken weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. The next move will be decisive. This is self-defense? The hunter questions himself, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes as he grips his makeshift weapon. The weight of his earlier threat hangs heavy in the air, now tempered by a sliver of uncertainty. He draws his bow, the string taut, his aim steady. Under the shadowy canopy of the forest, he prepares to unleash his arrow, the hunter's resolve hardening. What? A tree branch? The hunter's question hangs in the air, disbelief etched on his face. A low chuckle, cuckoo cuckoo, echoes from the shadows, revealing his ambushers. Are you kidding? The hunter's disbelief is palpable, his voice a raw whisper of incredulity as he stares at the seemingly innocuous object that thwarted his attack. Me, right? The hunter's voice trails off, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror replacing his earlier anger. A dark, almost glowing splinter of wood, impossibly sharp, is shown to have deflected his arrow. He's thrown back, a violent impact sending him sprawling. The force of the blow is evident in his pained expression, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. He plummets, a dark, shadowed figure looming above. The hunter falls, his stunned silence a testament to the unexpected power of his attackers. A muffled cough escapes him, the sound swallowed by the shadows as he lies defeated. His eyes blaze, a furious defiance burning in their depths despite his defeat. Rage, raw and untamed, contorts his features as he glares upward. His eyes, burning with a fierce defiance, lock onto something beyond the immediate threat. Fear flickers across the face of his companion, mirroring the growing dread in the darkening woods. A single, strained syllable escapes him, V-. His gaze, still defiant, searches the deepening shadows, a silent plea for help, or perhaps a desperate warning. Terror grips him. Wide, frantic eyes reflect the horror lurking in the shadows, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. This, he cries, a desperate, ragged sound born of sheer terror. His face, a mask of stark fear, is contorted in a silent scream. A purple energy arrow, propelled by unseen force, streaks across the panel, a lifeline of hope launched into the encroaching darkness. 1. The word hangs in the air, a stark counterpoint to the desperate plea just uttered. He launches himself forward, a blur of motion, purple energy trailing in his wake. He fires. A purple arrow, a streak of defiant energy, cuts through the darkness, a desperate gamble against the encroaching shadows. Cook, he coughs, a harsh sound cutting through the night. 2. The word hangs heavy in the air, a grim counter to the desperate struggle. He fires again, another purple arrow arcing through the darkness. 3. Exhaustion etched deep into his features, sweat beading on his brow, he grits his teeth, the strain evident in every line of his face. His eyes, though bloodshot, burn with a fierce determination. 3. The word hangs in the air, a testament to his exhaustion, but also his unwavering resolve. With a final, desperate lunge, he sends his foe plummeting from the branches. 4. The word hangs in the air, a final count. He sends his foe plummeting from the branches, a final, desperate arrow finding its mark. 5. With a final, desperate snap, he breaks the remaining arrows, the fragments scattering in the night. Wait a minute. The defeated man cries out, his plea echoing in the night. His opponent, however, remains unmoved, her gaze unwavering. If you harbor the intention to kill another, you ought to be prepared to die as well, she states, her voice cold and resolute. The archer knocks another arrow, purple energy crackling around it. A final, decisive shot. The final arrow, a bolt of purple energy, strikes its target. He plummets from the trees, the impact lost in a burst of light. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts, then fades, leaving only the aftermath of the archer's final, fatal shot. His eyes, wide with a desperate, final defiance, meet hers. The impact of the arrow is shown, a silent scream captured in the widening of his eyes and the stark lines of his contorted face. Silence. Only the crimson stain, spreading slowly across the pale ground, marks the archer's victory. A heavy silence descends. Only the slow spread of crimson on the pale earth remains, a stark testament to the archer's victory. The moon, a sliver in the inky sky, casts long shadows through the trees. A chilling stillness hangs in the air, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves. With this, there should be no traces left. The archer, silhouetted against the moonlit forest, speaks with quiet resolve, their words a stark contrast to the chilling stillness of the night. A single, shadowed eye opens, a flicker of something unreadable in its depths. The archer's gaze, sharp and intense, sweeps across the scene, assessing the aftermath. Derry N. The archer's breath hitches, a single word escaping their lips, a name whispered into the moonlit night. Things are different from what you told me. The archer's voice, low and grave, carries the weight of unspoken worry across the moonlit clearing. A sense of unease settles over the scene. A heavy footfall lands, sending a shockwave through the clearing. The ground trembles beneath the unseen weight. The human world. A figure, unseen, moves through the moon-drenched forest, their approach marked only by the faint tremor of the earth and the rustling of leaves. Tension hangs heavy in the air. This is so boring, a voice sighs, the words hanging heavy in the night air. The figure, still unseen, continues its approach, its presence felt only in the subtle tremors of the forest floor. Finally, the source of the tremors is revealed, a young figure with intense red eyes, a smirk playing on their lips. They move with a quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the growing unease of the previous moments. The title card explodes onto the page, the end, a stark declaration against the quiet unease that preceded it. The title card appears, the end, a stark and unexpected conclusion to the quiet tension that preceded it. Chapter 1. A lot of time has passed. The simple statement hangs in the air, a bridge between chapters, a silent testament to the passage of time and the events yet to unfold. A significant amount of time has passed. The question hangs heavy in the air, have the Demon King's traces been left undisturbed? If we're talking about the forest of roots, the implication is clear, something significant remains. Any living organism with demonic energy won't be able to get past the barrier, so it's alright. A voice, calm and assured, cuts through the lingering tension. The speaker's hands rest on a table, a subtle confidence in their posture. The barrier holds. For now. But it's unsettling that the forest itself is covered in demonic energy, one voice observes, a concern echoed by another. The fact that we can't use such a huge piece of land is also a problem. A quiet agreement follows, that's true. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the council chamber. Oh! A gasp escapes a council member, his eyes widening. The gravity of the situation sinks in, if this is a forest of demonic energy that no one can survive. The words hang in the air, a chilling realization. Can't we send people who must die into that place? The chilling suggestion hangs in the air, a grim solution to a desperate problem. The council members react with a mixture of shock and grim acceptance, the weight of unspoken consequences settles heavily upon them. There are always those who prove too difficult to manage, and the demonic forest offers a final, terrible solution. Oh, we could do that! A council member exclaims, a glimmer of grim determination in their voice. That's a good idea. Another agrees, the chilling implications of their plans settling upon them. In that case, we'll proceed with that. The decision is made, a terrible solution to a desperate problem. No! The anguished cry echoes, a desperate protest against the council's grim decision. The dark, stormy sky seems to mirror the despair. Please, just take me instead. Not my pitiful child. A desperate plea echoes through the night, a parent's sacrifice offered against the backdrop of a dark, foreboding forest. The child is led into the demonic forest, the gnarled trees looming like skeletal fingers against the twilight sky. A sense of dread hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the parent's silent grief. Please, let go. The desperate plea is cut short. The seed of darkness, it seems, has already taken root within the child. A chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air, as dark as the demonic forest itself. The darkness consumes the child, its grip tightening. Desperate hands reach out, but they're too late. A chilling silence descends. "Start it," a voice commands, the tone cold and resolute. Wrapped in golden light, the infant stirs, a silent protest forming on its tiny face. "No! No!" A desperate cry, barely a whisper, escapes its lips, a heartbreaking plea against the inevitable. A golden light erupts, bathing the scene in radiant energy. 3 robed figures and a knight kneel, their faces hidden, as the source of the light intensifies. A ritual, perhaps? Surrounded by radiant golden light, 3 figures in identical robes stand solemnly, their faces etched with a grim determination. Their solemn expressions hint at the weight of the ritual they are performing. The knight stands sentinel, bathed in the golden light of the ritual. His unwavering stance speaks volumes of his commitment, a silent guardian against whatever shadows may lurk beyond the radiance. Tears stream down her face, a silent scream escaping her masked mouth. "Helmet," she cries out, her desperate plea echoing into the encroaching darkness. Root. A place of exile, so perilous that not even the most brilliant scholars, bravest commanders, or powerful mages have ever survived. The criminals would be dropped into the forest. A skeletal figure lies amidst the gnarled trees, its glowing red eyes a chilling testament to Root's unforgiving nature. A blinding flash of golden light erupts, the raw power of divine magic unleashed. Its intensity momentarily obscures the landscape, leaving only the lingering warmth and the promise of something changed. If they did make it out of that place alive, a chilling question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous panel's explosive magic. The uncertainty of their fate, their survival, now weighs heavily. A babe, swaddled and seemingly asleep, rests amidst a swirling vortex of golden light and embers. The infant's peaceful expression contrasts sharply with the chaotic energy surrounding it, a testament to the power unleashed within Root. Their sins would be forgiven. A declaration hangs in the air, a promise whispered on the wind, following the chaos. And one day. The promise hangs heavy, a future yet unwritten, full of both hope and uncertainty. A baby was born with the seed of darkness. The weight of this revelation settles, a chilling prophecy echoing the uncertain future hinted at before. The infant, still swaddled, sleeps soundly. A faint glimmer of the golden light from the previous chaos lingers around them, a subtle reminder of the power that birthed this child, the seed of darkness. Its existence is sin in itself. The stark declaration hangs heavy, a chilling judgment cast upon the sleeping infant, abandoned in the shadowed forest. A chilling decree follows: the infant, deemed a vessel of sin, was cast into the demonic realm, a place from which no one has ever returned alive. Abandoned. Left alone in the shadowed depths of the demonic realm, the infant, a vessel of darkness, lies swaddled, utterly vulnerable. The purple hues of the twilight forest deepen, mirroring the grim fate awaiting the child. The forest pulsed with demonic energy, a palpable threat surrounding the vulnerable infant. Coldness and hunger relentlessly tormented the infant, a harsh reality of its forsaken existence. Alone, the infant drifts on a murky pool, the shadowy tendrils of the demonic forest closing in. A chilling isolation pervades this forsaken place. Yet, within its tiny body, a spark of resilience ignited. Something like a seed, a promise of hope, took root in its heart. From within the infant's seemingly frail heart, a surge of power erupts, a crimson inferno laced with violet energy. This is no ordinary life force, it pulses with raw, untamed might. Energy surged from within, a crimson and violet inferno enveloping the infant. It was a power unlike any other, raw and untamed, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. 10 days passed. And the child, against all odds, survived with tenacity. Now, 10 days later, a breathtaking transformation unfolds. The infant, once seemingly frail, now rests within the form of a magnificent snow leopard, its coat shimmering with an ethereal, cyan energy. The creature's eyes, twin pools of turquoise, hold an ancient wisdom that belies its tender age. The magnificent snow leopard, a creature of ethereal beauty, lowers its head, its turquoise eyes fixated on the infant. A silent promise, a protective gaze, passes between them. A chilling roar splits the twilight air. The snow leopard's protective gaze shifts, its turquoise eyes blazing with fierce intensity as it rises, a formidable guardian against unseen threats. Alert, the magnificent snow leopard stands guard, its powerful form silhouetted against the fading light. A low growl rumbles in its chest, a warning to any who dare approach. That day, a new chapter began. That child's fate was decided. 10 years later. A voice cuts through the quiet woods. Stop right there. The command echoes, sharp and urgent, a sudden halt to the peaceful atmosphere. A small figure, low to the ground, darts through the forest, small puffs of dust erupting with each frantic step. A rabbit, seemingly oblivious, hops calmly ahead. Darn rabbit. He grits his teeth, frustration evident in his every line. The boy's chase continues, his fury fueled by the rabbit's elusive escape. He bursts through the trees, a blur of motion, his frustration a tangible force driving him forward. Just die quietly, he snarls, his face contorted in a mask of furious determination. The boy's frustrated chase culminates in a final, desperate lunge. He lunges, a desperate cry, ha, escaping his lips as he throws himself forward. He finally corners the rabbit, pinning it to the ground. A high-pitched keek escapes the rabbit's lips, a desperate squeak of fear and surprise. Ilaga! I got it, he shouts, a triumphant yell echoing through the clearing. Victory is his. But his triumph is short-lived. A pair of piercing blue eyes, belonging to a magnificent snow leopard, appear from the shadows, fixing him with an intense gaze. A magnificent snow leopard emerges, its piercing blue gaze fixed on him. The hunter's triumph is instantly replaced by a dawning sense of unease. So, Helmut, have you gotten used to hunting? A voice asks, the question hanging in the air. Helmut, still slightly breathless from his recent struggle, manages a small, yeah, before adding with a hint of self-deprecation, I can only hunt rabbits so far, though. Dark blood drips from a gaping wound, a crimson stain against the shadowed background. The hunt, it seems, has taken a brutal turn. Look closely, a voice instructs. There, nestled within the crimson depths, is a core. All demonic beasts possess one. If you eat a demonic beast, you'll become stronger, a voice explains, it'll also recharge your core energy and increase your lifespan. Helmut, considering this new information, murmurs, ho. It's a small core because this rabbit is small, though. He holds up a tiny, crimson core. Since, this came out of the prey I hunted. Helmut's words trail off, a quiet confirmation of his successful hunt, however small. Not so fast, a voice snarls, as a snow leopard pounces, sending Helmut sprawling with a pained kook. Give me that bead, a voice demands, as Helmut, sprawled on the ground, cries out in pain. His attacker's words are met with disbelief. What? No way. You're a human, not a demonic beast, the attacker declares, his words a sharp rebuke to Helmut's earlier assumptions. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a sudden shift in the immediate danger. If you eat this, you'll become a demonic beast, the snow leopard hisses, a chilling warning as it eyes the crimson core still clutched in Helmut's hand. The threat hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the leopard's previous demands. And if that happens, the snow leopard adds, its gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate threat, you'll have to live in this forest forever. A chilling ultimatum, the weight of its words settling heavily on the scene. TCH. That's so ridiculous, Helmut scoffs, his disbelief palpable. The snow leopard's warning clearly hasn't swayed him. He puffs out his cheeks, a stubborn pout replacing his previous scoff. The crimson core remains in his hand, his defiance unwavering despite the snow leopard's dire warning. Even if I don't eat that, I'd be stuck here anyways, Helmut mutters, his gaze falling to a small, lifeless rabbit. A glint of determination sparks in his eyes as he adds, wouldn't it be better if I just eat it and get stronger? I'm still too weak to go anywhere but your territory, Ilaga, Helmut admits, a hint of resignation coloring his voice. The snow leopard's imposing presence looms beside him, its icy gaze unwavering. Ilaga, the snow leopard, silently walks away, leaving Helmut to his decision. The weight of his choice hangs heavy in the air. You can get out, Ilaga states, her icy gaze unwavering. A glimmer of unexpected leniency softens the harshness of her words, offering Helmut a path to freedom. Helmut's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and confusion etched on his face. "What?" he breathes, the single word hanging in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet moment before. "I said, you can get out," Ilaga repeats, her words carrying a newfound firmness. Sunlight filters through the leaves above, illuminating a path to freedom for Helmut. Helmut, still clutching his small companion, gazes upward, hope dawning in his eyes. Ilaga's unexpected offer of freedom, a chance to leave this forest, finally sinks in. "How do you know that?" Helmut asks, his brow furrowed in disbelief. "Didn't you say we can't get out?" His confusion is palpable, a stark contrast to the dawning hope he felt moments before. "Since I've never seen anyone getting out before, I thought no one could get out," Ilaga explains, her words a quiet admission. But a glimmer of hope shines through. Someone told her escape is possible. "Who told you?" Helmut's question hangs in the air, a silent plea for answers. The weight of his uncertainty is palpable, a stark contrast to the fragile hope he'd felt just moments before. "That?" Helmut's voice trails off, a mixture of disbelief and dawning curiosity etched on his face. He clutches his small companion more tightly, his gaze fixed on something beyond the panel's edge, a mystery yet to be revealed. "The human that I met previously," Ilaga reveals, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and newfound determination. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. A sharp intake of breath escapes Helmut. The revelation is shocking, the implications vast. A human? Helmut's disbelief is palpable, his eyes wide with shock. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a question mark etched onto his very being. "What? Are you thinking of looking for that person? Don't even dream about it." The sharp rebuke hangs in the air, a clear warning from Ilaga as she clutches her small companion protectively. Her eyes, though still wide, now reflect a steely determination. "That person," Ilaga states grimly, "has died somewhere within this forest." The somber setting reflects the gravity of her words. Doubt flickers in Helmut's eyes. "Did you see that person die with your own eyes?" he questions, a sliver of hope piercing the grim certainty. "Maybe that person survived," a counterpoint whispers in the speech bubble above, a fragile possibility emerging from the darkness. A single, piercing blue eye dominates the panel, belonging to a creature of immense size and power, partially obscured by shadow. The intensity of the gaze speaks volumes, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The creature's gaze, intense and unwavering, sweeps across the shadowed landscape. A silent promise of power hangs heavy in the crimson air. A massive snow leopard, its piercing blue eyes burning with ancient power, fills the panel. "He was really strong in the past." A voice narrates, the words hinting at a fallen hero, now aged and perhaps defeated. "That human has grown old," the creature adds, its gaze lingering on the memory, a silent testament to the passage of time and the fading strength of a once mighty foe. "But no matter how strong a human is, they'll grow weaker because they can't endure the demonic energy in this forest," the massive snow leopard explains, its gaze unwavering. "You just couldn't feel it because you have the seed of darkness." The ancient creature's words reveal a hidden truth about the forest's power, and the human's unique vulnerability. "It's been a long time since I last saw him," the snow leopard mused, its gaze drifting towards a distant copse of trees. "He's probably around 90 years old now." The weight of years, and the passage of time, hangs heavy in the air. "Didn't you say that humans can live up to 100 years old and beyond?" the young man asks, his brow furrowed in thought. "Where did you meet that person?" His question hints at a deeper mystery surrounding the aged human the snow leopard mentioned. "I fed and raised you, but now you're determined to leave, huh? Disgusting." The snow leopard's words, sharp and laced with a mix of disappointment and anger, reveal a deeper bond between the creature and the young man attempting to escape. His betrayal stings. "Didn't you ask me to take care of myself?" The young man's retort, sharp and defiant, echoes across the water. He's leaving, despite the snow leopard's earlier admonishments, his resolve hardening with each step. "He might not even be there," the snow leopard admits, a hint of uncertainty coloring its voice. "I can just come back if he's not there." The leopard's resolve, though slightly shaken by doubt, remains firm. It's ready to face whatever may come. Rage contorts the snow leopard's features. Its icy blue eyes blaze, mirroring the fury in its snarl. The young man's defiance has pushed it to the brink. Whatever. Go on then. Do as you please, the snow leopard snarls, its icy gaze fixed on the young man. A beat later, the youth's quiet question cuts through the tension, so, where's the place? It's east of this place. The snow leopard's directions, sharp and clipped, leave no room for argument. The young man's journey continues, guided by the creature's grudging assistance. He sprints eastward, following the snow leopard's directions. The urgency in his gait speaks volumes. The path winds through a sun-dappled forest, the air alive with the promise of discovery. Ahead, the snow leopard's form melts into the undergrowth, its progress swift and silent. He moves in a blur, a determined glint in his eyes. The young man pushes onward, his pace relentless, leaving only dust and the faint sound of his determined footfalls in his wake. What? The snow leopard's surprised exclamation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to its previous stoicism. A new element has entered the scene, unseen but clearly felt. I don't care if you die along the way. The snow leopard's callous words cut through the air, a stark contrast to its earlier concern. The young man, undeterred, continues his relentless pursuit, a determined figure disappearing further into the sun-dappled woods. To think. The young man's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his features. He's caught up in the chase, but a new wave of resolve washes over him. A sinister grin spreads across the snow leopard's face. There's a human in this forest. It hisses, the words laced with a chilling implication. The snow leopard's chilling revelation continues, and he's a very strong human, who doesn't have the seed of darkness. A new, unsettling detail emerges, adding another layer to the chase. Another human. The snow leopard's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling confirmation of a new threat, a second player in this deadly game. He sprints, a determined grin splitting his face. The chase continues, but his resolve is unshaken. Huffing, she catches her breath, a determined glint in her eyes. Was there? The question hangs in the air, a silent reflection of her uncertainty. Her eyes, wide and questioning, betray a lingering doubt. Such a place here? The thought echoes her unspoken surprise as she gazes upon an unexpected clearing, bathed in sunlight and surprisingly tranquil. She cautiously approaches a simple wooden fence, peering beyond it. A young boy, seemingly alone, stands in a small clearing bathed in sunlight. His expression is unreadable, yet a sense of quiet solitude hangs in the air. She kneels, a hand reaching out to touch the earth, a silent question in her gesture. The faintest tremor runs through the ground beneath her fingertips. I'm sure of it. The conviction in her voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that lingered moments before. A quiet certainty settles over her as she stands before the dilapidated cabin, the sun dappling through the trees. She crouches low, her gaze fixed on the ground, a silent communion with the earth. The faint tremor she felt earlier is confirmed. This place, this is it. Finally. Only a human can make something like this. The boy's words, a mixture of awe and wonder, confirm her suspicions. This is the place, the source of the tremor she felt. A powerful hand clamps down, silencing the boy's gasp. The earth trembles beneath them, a silent testament to the power unleashed. A guttural cry, "Karg," escapes the boy's lips as he's thrown violently to the ground. The earth shudders once more, the unseen power intensifying. He unleashes a devastating blow, sending the boy flying. The force of the strike reverberates through the earth, a raw display of power. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of power. The boy is flung across the clearing, a testament to the unseen force's might. Who are you? Who sent you? The powerful figure demands, his voice a low growl, eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the raw power he just unleashed. Groaning, "Ugh, no," the boy struggles, his words barely audible. "I'm alone," he whispers, a stark admission of vulnerability. "Ilaga told me." He mutters, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The powerful figure, still looming over the fallen boy, questions, Ilaga? A grim realization dawns, that a human lived here. I see. The powerful figure's gaze, intense and unwavering, holds a newfound understanding. A chilling realization settles upon him, a silent acknowledgement of the boy's words. He places a hand on the boy's head, a gesture both gentle and assessing. The boy, still gasping for breath, shows only exhaustion and fear in his eyes. Why did you come to see me? The powerful figure's question hangs in the air, a challenge directed at the exhausted boy, who remains silent, his back turned. The scene, bathed in the soft light of a forest clearing, underscores the stark contrast between their power. The boy finally speaks, his voice barely a whisper, I sought you out, for answers. His gaze, though still fearful, holds a spark of defiance. If you simply wanted to meet a human. The powerful figure's words hang heavy in the air, his gaze unwavering, you came to the wrong person. A subtle shift in his expression, a hint of something akin to disdain, underscores the weight of his statement. That's not it, the boy insists, his voice barely audible, a tremor of defiance in his quiet words. He looks up, meeting the powerful figure's gaze. He looks down, his gaze settling on the boy. A weight of expectation hangs in the air, the powerful figure's silence more potent than any words. I want. The boy's voice trails off, his back to the imposing figure, his fists clenched. A palpable tension fills the air, the unspoken request hanging heavy between them. To get out. The boy's whispered plea hangs in the air, a fragile hope against the imposing silence of the powerful figure before him. Defiance hardens his gaze. Scars mar his face, a testament to his resolve. He will not yield. His defiance unwavering, the boy finally states his demand, to escape this forest. Chapter 2 begins. The boy's plea hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge echoing in the vast emptiness of the forest. The forest path stretches before him, a ribbon of escape winding through the trees under a vast, hopeful sky. My name is Darian, he states, his gaze unwavering. What's yours? The question hangs in the air, a simple challenge amidst the trees. Darian lies on the grass, exhausted but resolute. Surrounding him, small, dark creatures stir, their movements slow and deliberate. The path to freedom, it seems, is not yet clear. Helmet, he whispers, the name barely audible, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his weary face. Helmet's eyes, though weary, hold a steely glint. A grim determination sets his jaw, a silent vow etched onto his face. The escape, it seems, will not be easy. So you want to escape, huh? The question hangs in the air, a low growl from the figure before Helmet, a chilling counterpoint to the young man's desperate hope. Ilaga's words hang heavy in the air. Helmet, his face etched with grim determination, knows the way out. He knows the escape route, a secret only he and Ilaga share. Why are you trying to leave this place? Ilaga's question cuts through the quiet forest, a challenge hanging in the air as he confronts Helmet. The outside world isn't as beautiful or peaceful as you think it is. Ilaga's words, a stark warning, hang heavy in the air, a chilling counterpoint to Helmet's yearning for freedom. Helmet hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. What's it like, he asks, his voice barely a whisper, a question hanging in the air between him and Ilaga. The weight of his longing for the outside world is palpable. The humans out there don't have sharp claws or fangs, and have weak bodies, Ilaga explains, his words painting a stark picture of the outside world's vulnerability. A predatory glint shines in his eyes as he emphasizes the weakness of humanity. However, Ilaga continues, a chilling smile playing on his lips as he gestures to a shadowy horde behind him. They are more cruel and cunning in exchange. They also tend to join forces or betray each other when needed. The implication hangs heavy, humanity's weakness is matched only by its treacherous nature. Were you born in this forest? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the chilling descriptions of the outside world. Helmet's response is a quiet revelation, no, I was apparently sent to this forest after I was born. A mystery unfolds, adding another layer to the already tense atmosphere. You must have had a seed of darkness, Ilaga states, his voice carrying a weight of revelation. Helmet, clutching his chest, simply replies, yeah. A grim understanding dawns, his past holds a hidden, sinister origin. Those born with the seed are usually killed as soon as they're born, Ilaga explains, his gaze unwavering. But considering you were spared, you're likely from a high lineage. You're probably at least a noble. Helmut's eyes widen slightly. The boy's question, "What's that?" hangs in the air, a simple query with vast implications. I guess something like a lineage means nothing since you were sent to this forest, Ilaga muses, his words carrying a hint of dismissal. The revelation hangs heavy. Helmut's noble birth, it seems, holds little weight in his current, isolated reality. And I have a debt to repay to that leopard. The weight of unspoken obligations hangs heavy in the air, a new layer added to Helmut's mysterious past. His lineage, his abandonment, and now this debt. The pieces of his story slowly begin to coalesce, painting a picture far more complex than he initially seemed. Ilaga's gaze sharpens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A subtle shift in his expression hints at a deeper, unspoken understanding of Helmut's past. The weight of his debt, and the mystery surrounding his origins, hangs heavy in the air. Listen carefully, kid, Ilaga instructs, his tone serious, signaling a shift towards a crucial revelation. The weight of the previous conversation hangs heavy, and the boy's attention is fully captured. The reason why you were left in this forest is because of that seed of darkness inside you. Ilaga's words hang heavy, the revelation striking Helmut with the full weight of his hidden past. A dark purple gem, pulsing faintly, is visible at the center of his chest, the source of his abandonment. As long as it's in your body. The words hang in the air, a chilling prophecy. Helmut screams, arrows piercing his flesh, his agony mirroring the dark secret now revealed. The seed of darkness, a pulsing gem within his chest, is the reason for his abandonment. You will always be chased, even if you get out of this forest, and may ultimately die while fighting against other humans. The chilling prophecy hangs in the air, a grim fate laid bare for Helmut. His past, shrouded in mystery, now casts a long, dark shadow over his future. Do you still? The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. The forest canopy, a blur of greens and shadows, reflects the uncertainty clouding Helmut's future. The weight of his past, the chilling prophecy, remains. Want to? The word hangs unfinished, a question posed by the imposing figure before the young Helmut. The weight of the previous revelations still hangs heavy in the air, a silent tension between the two figures in the heart of the forest. Want to leave this forest? The question hangs in the air, a stark choice presented to young Helmut. His fate, already shadowed by prophecy, now rests on this decision. I see. Helmut's response is quiet, a stark contrast to the weight of the question posed. His expression, though still young, holds a newfound understanding, a hint of grim acceptance settling in his eyes. The forest, once a sanctuary, now feels like a cage. Okay, the older man replies, his expression unwavering. A quiet acceptance settles over his features, a stark contrast to the weight of the previous conversation. The decision is made. Helmut's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. Ha? The suddenness of it all leaves him speechless, his surprise palpable. The older man scoops Helmut up, his grip surprisingly gentle despite his size. Wait, what are you? Helmut protests, his eyes wide with alarm as he's lifted into the air. A muffled arg escapes him as he's carried away. Fuck. Helmut's voice is barely a whisper, a raw expression of his disbelief and mounting dread as the older man's grim smile fills the panel. The weight of the situation crashes down on him. You have quite the temper, the older man observes, his tone calm despite the recent turmoil. The statement hangs in the air, a subtle but pointed commentary on Helmut's outburst. If you want to go to the world of humans, the older man states, his grip firm but not unkind as he carries Helmut through a sun-dappled forest, you first need to become one. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the gentle sway of the trees. Let's go, the older man declares, his grip unwavering as he continues carrying Helmut through the forest. A grim determination sets his jaw, his gaze fixed ahead. I'll make you into a human, the older man declares, his voice firm and unwavering. The promise hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that still clouds Helmut's face. Helmut's question hangs in the air, a silent plea amidst the sun-dappled trees. What do I have to do to get out of here? Uncertainty clouds his features, a stark contrast to the older man's unwavering resolve. You have to get through this forest's barrier, the older man explains, his voice steady as he continues his journey through the sun-dappled woods, helmet still cradled in his arms. But you can forget about it with your current state. A hint of a smile plays on his lips, a subtle promise of transformation. You have to get stronger first, the older man states, his voice carrying a quiet firmness. The words hang in the air, a clear challenge to the young helmet. After that, you have to go see someone who knows how to get through it, the older man explains, his gaze unwavering. A new determination hardens Helmut's features as he absorbs this next step. Whom? Helmut asks, his voice barely a whisper. The older man, however, remains silent for a moment, his gaze distant, before replying, I can't tell you that yet. A hint of mystery hangs in the air, leaving Helmut with a new question, and a renewed sense of purpose. Getting stronger. Helmut murmurs, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his young face. How can I do that? The question hangs in the air, a clear reflection of his immediate need and newfound resolve. The older man carries Helmut away from the small cabin, his words echoing the urgency of the situation, just do what I say. A sense of quiet determination settles over them both as they leave. Darien! Helmut cries out, his voice laced with a mixture of urgency and reluctant resolve. The question that follows reveals his inner turmoil, why do I have to do something like this? Humans usually live like this, the older man states, his voice a low murmur as he continues his work. Helmut, however, stands defiantly, a small, furious figure in the humble cabin. His expression speaks volumes, a stark contrast to the quiet, almost resigned acceptance of his mentor. Did you live like this too? Helmut asks, his voice sharp. It's way too dirty here. The words are a clear reflection of his discomfort, a stark contrast to the older man's quiet acceptance of their surroundings. So you want to keep living in this forest? The older man's question hangs in the air, a challenge to Helmut's growing discontent. His gaze, though partially obscured, seems to search for an answer in the young man's defiant stance. Helmut clenches his fists, a low kgh escaping his lips. Frustration boils beneath the surface, a stark visual testament to his simmering discontent. A long silence hangs between them, heavy with unspoken words and simmering tension. The older man's gaze remains on Helmut, a silent challenge in the still air of the cabin. What's this? Helmut asks, his gaze falling upon a simple bed of straw. The older man's reply is blunt, your bed. Bed? Helmut's question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and quiet resentment coloring his tone. The simple straw pallet before him hardly seems worthy of the name. He sprawls onto the straw pallet, a dramatic sigh escaping him. Whoa, he breathes, the word hanging in the air, a perfect reflection of his utter bewilderment. Phew. I can rest now, right? Helmut asks, a weary hope coloring his words as he lies on the meager straw pallet. His expression, a mixture of exhaustion and tentative optimism, speaks volumes. Tisk, you lazy brat. You still have much more to do, the older man scolds, his words a sharp contrast to Helmut's weary hope. The brief respite is over. Get up. Change into this. The command cuts through Helmut's brief respite, the older man's impatience evident. His hand gestures towards a set of clothes, the brief rest abruptly over. This is tight and uncomfortable. Helmut mutters, his displeasure evident as he adjusts the new clothes. Humans must wear clothes, he adds, a hint of resignation in his tone, I don't have many, so don't damage them. Helmut's brow furrows, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier resignation. The discomfort of the new clothes seems to have sparked a new train of thought. A weathered wooden plank dominates the panel, its grain a stark contrast to the soft, ethereal glow of the background. The focus is sharp, drawing attention to the texture of the wood, hinting at a possible tool or makeshift weapon. Why did we come back outside again? Helmut asks, his question hanging in the air as he and the older man continue their walk through the woods. There is one more thing you need to know, the older man replies, his tone serious. I'll teach you what you can and can't eat. As well as how to make the things you can't eat edible, the older man explains, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he gestures towards a basket of unfamiliar plants. Survival skills are clearly on the agenda. The root organisms, it turns out, all possess a core. Even removing it, however, doesn't eliminate the demonic energy within. But there's an exception, a single element unaffected by this pervasive force. And that's water, the older man explains, gesturing towards the calm stream. He demonstrates how the water can purify the demonic energy remaining in the root organisms, a crucial piece of survival knowledge. Helmut examines the strange root, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He touches his chin, clearly pondering the implications of what he's learned. Helmut takes a bite of the strange root, a thoughtful hum, escaping his lips. Even plants are edible, the older man observes, clearly impressed by the plant's resilience. If you're done, then let's head back for the day, he adds, signaling the end of their lesson. A simple okay from Helmut confirms his agreement, and the pair prepares to leave. Helmut's expression hardens, a grim determination settling on his face. I certainly need human knowledge. He mutters, the weight of his words underscoring the vastness of his task. 2 buckets of water in hand, Helmut stops, a perplexed expression on his face. But what does that have to do with me getting water, he questions, the unspoken frustration clear in his voice. He's been making me do weird chores for days now, Helmut grumbles, his frustration palpable. The unspoken question hangs in the air, what is the meaning behind these seemingly random tasks? A black panther stalks through the undergrowth nearby, unseen until now. Helmut's face is a mask of frustrated annoyance. Isn't he tormenting me a bit too much, he grumbles, his unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. Whoa! A bucket of water, flung with surprising force, sails past Helmut's head. The unexpected attack leaves him momentarily stunned. Ilaga? Helmut exclaims, startled as a snow leopard bursts from the bushes, a bucket of water splashing past his head. The unexpected attack leaves him speechless, his earlier annoyance replaced by genuine surprise. What are you doing? Trying to be funny? The snow leopard's words, sharp and skeptical, cut through Helmut's lingering surprise. His earlier annoyance is now replaced by a mixture of confusion and a hint of defensiveness. He told me to get some water, Ilaga mutters, holding the bucket. Why are you listening to that human? You never listen to what I say. Her frustration is palpable, a sharp contrast to Helmut's earlier annoyance. He said he'll make me stronger, Ilaga mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. Determination, tinged with a hint of doubt, flickers in her eyes. Ilaga continues to fill her buckets, but a question hangs in the air. What are you gonna do once you're stronger? The unspoken implication of leaving the forest, and perhaps Helmut, adds a layer of uncertainty to her determined gaze. Tears stream down Ilaga's face as a profound realization dawns. You told me I'm not a demonic beast, she whispers, the weight of the revelation heavy in her voice. Then I have to go to the human world. A new chapter, fraught with both fear and determination, begins. A single, resolute word escapes Ilaga's lips, Her gaze, unwavering, holds a quiet strength, a stark contrast to the tears that still trace paths down her face. The determination to leave the forest, to embrace the unknown human world, is etched into her expression. You think something good's gonna happen if you leave? The question hangs in the air, a stark counterpoint to Ilaga's newfound resolve. Her bright, unwavering gaze holds a hint of defiance, even as doubt flickers beneath the surface. I don't know, but... The words hang in the air, a whisper against the backdrop of a cascading waterfall. Uncertainty clouds her resolve, yet the sheer beauty of the forest, bathed in a soft, ethereal light, hints at the bittersweet nature of her impending departure. Nothing good will happen if I stay here, she decides, her gaze fixed on the cascading waterfall. The lush forest, once her sanctuary, now feels like a cage. Her journey to the human world begins. I'm off. See you later, Ilaga says, her journey beginning. A snow leopard stands beside her, a silent companion as she leaves the forest behind. A snow leopard, its gaze steady and unwavering, stands guard. It's a silent sentinel, a loyal companion accompanying Ilaga on her departure. The forest path ahead beckons, a journey into the unknown.
The snow leopard, a steadfast guardian, accompanies Ilaga.
Its gaze, unwavering, reflects a quiet strength, a silent promise of protection as she embarks on her uncertain journey.
Its gaze unwavering, the snow leopard strides silently beside Ilaga, a steadfast guardian on her journey into the unknown.
Well, I'm sure he'll have a good life, she reflects, a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves as she and her snow leopard companion continue their journey. A sense of peace settles over the scene, a hopeful quietude following their departure.
Following the river's gentle curve, Ilaga and her snow leopard companion continue their journey. A tranquil peace settles over them, a quiet hope coloring the path ahead. Water splashes from a bucket, the motion a blur, as Ilaga and her companion continue their peaceful journey. A soft huff escapes Ilaga's lips, a small sound against the backdrop of their peaceful journey. The exertion, though slight, hints at the cumulative effort of their travels. Sweat beads on Ilaga's brow, a stark contrast to the tranquil scenes of moments before. The exertion of their journey, once peaceful, now reveals its cumulative toll. Keep your back straight. The gruff command cuts through the air, a stark contrast to Ilaga's recent peaceful journey. A young man, sweat glistening on his brow, struggles through strenuous squats, his muscles straining under the exertion. An older man, his form powerful and relaxed, observes from a distance, a bucket in hand. Ugh, Darien, I'm tired. Darien's exhaustion is evident, his words a weary confession. The question hangs in the air, do you not want to leave the forest? His fatigue is palpable, a stark contrast to the earlier scenes of their journey. Damn it!
Darien cries out, his frustration evident in his strained posture and tear-streaked face. Exhaustion has pushed him to his limit. He's holding on pretty well, the older man observes, his gaze fixed on Darien, who continues his strenuous squats despite his exhaustion. A hint of surprise, perhaps even admiration, colors his words. I guess someone who survived in this forest is different. Darien pushes through another grueling repetition, sweat beading on his brow. He was born with many things apart from the seed of darkness, the older man observes, a quiet assessment. It's worth teaching him. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. Helmut's face, close up and etched with exhaustion, fills the lower panel. Helmut, a single word appears, a quiet acknowledgement of his arduous training. Darien collapses, gasping for air, his body trembling with exhaustion. Stop and come sit, a voice commands, a note of concern cutting through the silence.
Darien collapses, utterly spent.
The older man, concern etched on his face, gently guides him to rest.
The exertion of the training session is evident in Darien's trembling body and heavy breathing. I'm hungry.
Darien whispers, his exhaustion evident in his weary expression. All right, the older man replies, a hint of understanding in his tone. The training grounds are quiet now, the sun setting behind a simple wooden fence. An older man, his face etched with concern, sits beside Darien, who rests wearily on the grass. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the training grounds. A simple meal is prepared, a steaming pot of stew simmers over a small fire. Darien, his hunger finally acknowledged, eats quietly, the exhaustion slowly leaving his frame.
Food.
Darien murmurs, eyes fixed on the steaming stew. Use a spoon, his mentor advises gently, a smile playing on his lips as he watches the young man devour the meal with gusto. He scoops up another spoonful of stew, a small sigh escaping his lips.
The warmth of the food, and the quiet contentment of a full stomach, are a welcome change after his grueling training. Darien attacks the stew with gusto, 2 spoons flying as he devours the meal.
Yummy, and yum, he exclaims, his face a picture of pure, unadulterated delight.
What did you say this was?
Soup, the mentor asks, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he watches Darien's enthusiastic consumption.
Wow, it's so delicious.
Darien exclaims, his words a testament to the meal's success.
His bowl nearly empty, Darien pauses, a single question mark floating above his head.
The sheer deliciousness of the stew has left him speechless.
Darien? You're not gonna eat?
His mentor's voice cuts through Darien's post-meal daze. Listen to me while eating, the mentor adds, a gentle firmness in his tone. Helmet, the mentor begins, his voice calm yet firm, you came to me to leave this forest, and right now, you're trying to get stronger. He gestures towards a sturdy wooden crate, his actions implying a connection between the journey ahead and the contents within. However, you're not a demonic beast of the forest. You're just a human who wants to get stronger. The mentor's words, firm yet gentle, offer a new perspective on Darian's journey. His training, it seems, is about more than just surviving the forest. A weak human with neither hard claws nor sharp teeth. No matter how hard you work, there are limits to a human body. The mentor's words, a sobering assessment, hang in the air, a stark contrast to the previous encouragement. His statement underscores the inherent challenges Darian faces on his journey. He grips the staff, muscles straining with the effort. This is why. The mentor's voice trails off, leaving the reason for this intense training unspoken, yet powerfully implied by Darian's exertion. I'm thinking of teaching you the way of the sword starting tomorrow. The mentor's words hold a promise of a new path, a different kind of strength for Helmet. His training is about to take a significant turn. Tomorrow, a new path begins. The mentor stands tall, staff in hand, his gaze unwavering, a quiet confidence radiating from him as he prepares Helmet for the next stage of his training. A weathered figure emerges, his grip tightening on a sturdy staff. His face, etched with the lines of countless battles, reflects a grim determination. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and brown, hinting at a struggle yet to come. He grips his staff, the weathered wood a familiar comfort in his calloused hand. Readiness emanates from him, a silent promise of unwavering resolve. He swings his staff, a powerful arc cleaving the air. The seasoned warrior's movements are precise, economical, each motion imbued with years of experience. Watch closely, he instructs, his gaze intense, unwavering. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. With a fluid motion, he spins his staff, the tip tracing a luminous arc. Energy crackles around it, a silent testament to his power. A low chuckle escapes him, a sound that belies the immense power radiating from his form. The energy crackles, intensifying, a silent storm gathering within. He unleashes the attack, a wave of golden energy arcing across the sky. Its power is breathtaking. He moves in a blur, the golden energy a blazing trail behind him as he cuts through the air. The force of the attack is palpable, leaving a scorched path in its wake. The attack connects, a blinding flash of golden light engulfing everything. Eyes wide, a young man stares, speechless. I just saw lightning coming from that piece of wood. He gasps, disbelief etched onto his face. The afterimage of the attack fades, leaving only the figure of the warrior, his expression unreadable behind his mask. A powerful aura emanates from him, the very air crackling with residual energy. A golden arc of energy explodes outward, a breathtaking display of power. The warrior's weapon, a simple staff, seems to hum with impossible energy as he unleashes this devastating attack. Oh, a voice cries out in awe and fear. The golden energy explodes outwards, cleaving a massive rock in two with terrifying ease. Its raw power is breathtaking. The aftermath. A purple shockwave, the lingering echo of unimaginable power, fades across the panel. The earth cracks, splitting violently before the warrior. A wave of raw power, a testament to his devastating attack, radiates outwards. The warrior stands amidst the devastation, his simple staff held loosely. Chunks of earth and rock litter the ground around him, testament to the raw power he just unleashed. The forest behind him seems to tremble, the air still thick with the residual energy of his attack. Silence. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the warrior's power. Shards of rock litter the ravaged earth, a testament to the force he unleashed. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief washing over him as the dust settles. The full extent of his power, unleashed in that single strike, is finally clear. The dust settles, revealing a deep fissure in the earth, a testament to the warrior's incredible power. He stares at the devastation, a mixture of awe and disbelief etched on his face. A young boy, watching from a distance, mirrors his astonishment. This, the warrior states, his gaze unwavering, is how humans survive. A grim determination hardens his features, reflecting the brutal reality of his strength.
Jay just now, that was.
The boy's eyes are wide, his mouth agape in stunned silence, reflecting the sheer power of the warrior's attack.
A palpable sense of awe and disbelief hangs heavy in the air. This.
The warrior's word, sharp and forceful, cuts through the lingering awe. His back is to us, but the power radiating from his glowing blade speaks volumes.
The afterglow of his devastating attack still flickers in the air.
Just as demonic beasts have demonic energy, the warrior explains, his voice carrying the weight of a profound revelation, imagine an invisible source of power humans can use. The words hang in the air, a seed of hope planted amidst the devastation.
The boy's hands rest on his chest, a faint glow emanating from within.
Although that seed of darkness inside your body possesses different properties, the warrior explains, it is similarly a source of power.
So this is the strength I felt when I met Ilaga or Darien.
The boy's eyes widen, a dawning realization washing over him.
That's incredible, he exclaims, a fist clenched in awe and determination. I want to learn it too. A burst of energy erupts, a visual echo of the boy's newfound understanding.
His excitement is palpable, a vibrant testament to the power he now senses within.
Gah!
The boy cries out, collapsing to the ground as the warrior cautions, don't be so impatient.
Your body isn't prepared to receive this yet.
His words are a gentle reprimand, a reminder of the delicate process unfolding within the boy. What's more important for you right now, the warrior states, his voice calm amidst the boy's previous excitement.
He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. Control, not immediate power, is the lesson.
Ugh! He collapses, the exertion evident on his strained face. The warrior's calm voice then clarifies, understanding the sword is what matters most.
The warrior's gaze lingers on the boy, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. His expression, a mixture of wisdom and patience, speaks volumes.
The journey to mastery is long, he seems to say. It will be difficult and distressing, and at times, it will also be painful, the warrior explains, his voice a low murmur against the backdrop of a desolate, rocky landscape.
The path ahead is arduous, a stark visual mirroring the words themselves.
But you must follow well, and do not fall, the warrior instructs, his hand gripping the training weapon firmly.
The words are a gentle yet firm reminder, a testament to the arduous path ahead.
If you pour your heart out, the warrior advises, his words a gentle encouragement amidst the harsh landscape.
The path to mastery demands complete dedication. He demonstrates, his grip tightening on the training weapon.
The weight of his words, the gravity of his instruction, is palpable in the very set of his jaw.
This is not a game.
The sword will reward you for it, the warrior states, his back to us, a figure silhouetted against the warm light. The promise hangs in the air, a quiet assurance amidst the harshness of his training. The student's hands grip the wooden bar, their knuckles white with effort.
A testament to the warrior's rigorous training, the scene speaks volumes about dedication and perseverance.
A quiet confidence settles on the student's face as he grips the training weapon.
His gaze is steady, reflecting the warrior's lessons. He is ready. Yeah, he confirms, a quiet confidence in his voice mirroring the steady gaze he held moments before. The warrior's training has borne fruit.
The title card appears, a weathered, golden, Jiamu, sword dance, promising a display of skill honed through rigorous training.
And now, the moment of truth. Jiamu, sword dance, the title card proclaims, promising a breathtaking display of skill. Chapter 3 begins. The student prepares, his resolve solidified.
The Jiamu, the sword dance, is about to unfold.
Focus properly.
The instructor's sharp command rings out, but the student cries out, "Gah!" His concentration falters. The training grounds stretch before us, a tranquil expanse of green broken only by weathered wooden structures nestled amongst the trees. A sense of quiet anticipation hangs in the air.
How many days has it been now?
My form was fine, the student protests, his stance defiant.
The instructor, unimpressed, replies, "Oh my, have you resolved to rebel against me?
And I believe I told you to address me respectfully." Tension crackles between them and the quiet training grounds. "I did it properly, sir," the student insists, a desperate plea in his voice. But the instructor's curt reply cuts him short, "No, not at all. Frustration creases the student's face, his shoulders slumping slightly under the weight of his continued failure.
Ugh. Just what was the problem, then, sir?
The student's question hangs heavy in the air, a mixture of frustration and a desperate need for understanding. His shoulders remain slumped, his posture reflecting his continued struggle.
Phew.
The instructor exhales, a visible release of tension after the student's persistent questioning.
His expression, though still serious, softens slightly, hinting at a possible breakthrough in the lesson.
You brat, the instructor scolds, having proper form isn't everything.
Think for a moment, then?
His gaze is intense, a challenge hanging in the air as he waits for the student's response.
Must I explain everything for you to understand?
The instructor's voice carries a hint of exasperation, his question hanging in the air as he turns away, leaving the student to ponder his words. Of course, the student snaps, his frustration boiling over.
Why don't you explain things properly at the start, then? His glare is intense, a clear challenge directed at his instructor. I won't understand anything if you speak like that anyway. The student's retort is sharp, his frustration evident.
A sigh escapes the instructor. Geez, he seems to mutter, the weight of the student's stubbornness settling heavily upon him. The instructor's observation hangs in the air. The longer I watch over him, the more I realize how strange he is. He has no appreciation for learning, yet he grows faster than expected. A thoughtful frown creases the student's face as he grips his training bat, the words clearly resonating with him. The seed of darkness, it's explained, influences humans, making them more prone to violence.
And on top of that, he grew up surrounded by demonic beasts.
The revelation hangs heavy, a chilling explanation for the student's volatile nature.
The instructor's assessment is delivered with a thoughtful tone. However, unlike how he seems, this child is incredibly rational.
He isn't docile, but he's tenacious and doesn't quit easily.
There's something different about him.
A pensive expression crosses the student's face, his gaze fixed on his training weapon, the weight of the instructor's words settling upon him.
Then I will teach you.
The instructor's decision is firm, his gaze unwavering as he walks away, leaving the student to ponder the implications of his unusual assessment. He swings, a blur of motion leaving only the echo of the wind and the faintest trace of his bat.
A blur of motion, a powerful swing. The student's bat leaves a trail of blue energy in its wake, a testament to the raw force behind his strike. He swings with surprising force, a blue energy trail blazing behind his bat. The instructor cries out, "HH," as the blow connects.
You've grown weaker, the instructor states, a smirk playing on his lips as he assesses his student. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the student's previous powerful swing.
Why'd you hit me twice?
The student cries out, his face a mask of disbelief and pain.
The instructor's earlier words about his weakening skills now ring true, a bitter pill to swallow. How is it? The instructor asks, his gaze unwavering.
The student, eyes wide with confusion and a slight grimace, struggles to articulate his experience. Do you understand the difference? The instructor presses, the question hanging heavy with unspoken implications. No, the student manages, a single word that speaks volumes of his confusion and dawning understanding. He stands there, small and slightly hunched, the instructor's earlier words echoing in the quiet of the forest clearing. The difference, it seems, is far more profound than he initially realized. Judging by your answer, it seems like you don't want any dinner, the instructor observes, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. The student's silence speaks volumes, his expression a mixture of shame and dawning understanding. Wait, he cries, a desperate plea escaping his lips.
His eyes, wide with a dawning realization, reflect a sudden understanding. I feel like I'm starting to get it.
A breakthrough, perhaps? The tension in his posture eases slightly as he grasps at this newfound comprehension. The amount of pain was different, the student explains, a thoughtful frown furrowing his brow, and the speed and the places you hit were different too, sir.
He trails off, a hesitant "Ah."
Escaping his lips, a mixture of uncertainty and dawning comprehension in his gaze. Why is that? The student wonders aloud, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow as she replays the instructor's lesson in her mind.
The movements were almost identical, yet the impact was vastly different. That's odd.
She murmurs, a puzzle forming in her eyes.
Do you understand now? The instructor asks, his gaze unwavering. The student, still thoughtful, replies, simply imitating the outer appearance isn't enough. A quiet affirmation, a clear sign of his growing mastery.
The instructor's words hang in the air, the minuscule differences in your muscles, the tremors at your fingertips. A powerful image flashes, a close-up of the student's form, overlaid with a ghostly image of perfect execution, highlighting the subtle yet crucial discrepancies. The weight of this revelation settles upon him. The speed, the flow, the movement that follows, it's all connected. A powerful image of precise, controlled motion fills the panel, the students form a blur of energy as he wields his weapon. The subtle nuances, previously unseen, now take center stage. A blinding flash of light erupts, the student standing firm, a sword held aloft, bisecting the radiant energy. The image pulses with power, a stark contrast to the subtle nuances previously discussed.
This is mastery.
Your understanding of mind and sword, the text proclaims, as the student stands bathed in radiant energy, his form a testament to his newfound mastery.
A powerful image, this, showcasing the culmination of his training.
All of that must come under your control, the instructor states, his gaze unwavering as he observes the student. The scene shifts to a simple, rustic setting. A young man stands before a weathered wooden structure, the instructor beside him, a tool in hand. The weight of the instructor's words hangs heavy in the air, a challenge and a promise.
Only then will you be able to say you've truly learned anything, the instructor declares, his gaze unwavering.
Devoting your heart and soul to each movement, that's the final lesson.
At that moment, will you truly understand?
The instructor's question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing across the serene landscape.
The student's journey, a testament to dedication, now faces its ultimate test.
He tilts his head back, gazing upward, a look of serene contemplation washing over his face. The leaves drift gently around him, mirroring the calm that has settled within.
Right now, you are doing nothing more than meaninglessly swinging your arms.
You are not a swordsman, but instead a woodcutter, the instructor's voice cuts through the student's serene contemplation.
The harsh words, a stark contrast to the peaceful surroundings, serve as a pointed critique.
A hand rests on his head, a gentle touch that belies the instructor's previous harsh words. Ugh, the student groans, the sound a mixture of frustration and dawning understanding. Now, again, the instructor commands, his voice firm yet encouraging. The student, spurred on, readies himself for another attempt. He swings again, this time with newfound purpose, his movements sharper, more precise. The instructor watches intently, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The instructor observes, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the student's improved form speaks volumes.
By the tranquil stream, the student reflects.
Darien said that resting is also a part of your training, he muses, a hint of boredom in his voice.
But now that I'm not swinging a sword, it's kind of boring. Oh, Ilaga.
Long time no see, he greets the snow leopard, a smile gracing his lips as a familiar friend appears.
Ilaga, the snow leopard, tilts her head, a questioning him, escaping her lips.
Her gaze holds a hint of curiosity, assessing the situation.
Have you grown bigger in such a short amount of time?
Ilaga asks, her question hanging in the air, a mixture of surprise and curiosity evident in her tone.
Is that so? He replies, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considers Ilaga's words. The student's quiet contemplation gives way to a new line of inquiry.
Well, it's merely as though an acorn had turned into a chestnut, he explains, a reassuring smile softening his features as he addresses Ilaga's surprise. I'll grow bigger, so don't worry.
Ah, now that I think about it, the student muses, a thoughtful expression softening their features. Darien said he was indebted to you. The revelation prompts a surprised reaction. Darien? Ah. That human's name. He said he wanted to live here, so I gave him.
The sentence trails off, leaving the reason for Darien's presence and debt unresolved.
Ha!
You don't like living with anyone, Ilaga, the student observes, a hint of amusement in their tone.
Did you not want to fight him?
The question hangs in the air, a direct challenge to the snow leopard's earlier aloofness.
Ilaga's response is immediate, huh? Looks like living with a human has turned you stupid.
I am the owner of the Forest of Roots Central Areas, Ilaga, the snow leopard roars, a fierce glint in its eyes.
No matter who it is that disturbs me, I will fight any end.
The declaration hangs unfinished, a clear warning to any who dare trespass. Maybe not all, Ilaga mutters, a hint of uncertainty softening the ferocity of their previous declaration. The snow leopard's unwavering stance softens slightly, a subtle shift suggesting a crack in their absolute resolve. I was practicing caution, lest I be attacked by that disgusting snake while fighting, Ilaga explains, a slight softening of their earlier aggression evident in their tone.
The student, however, remains unconvinced, a question hanging in the air: disgusting snake? Ah, in the southern region of the forest, was his name Naho?
The student muses, a thoughtful expression on their face, the image of a monstrous two-headed snake flashing in their mind.
Yes, that two-headed one.
They confirm, the mystery of the disgusting snake beginning to unravel. He was aiming for that human, you see, Ilaga explains, their tone revealing a calculated strategy. If they'd exhausted themselves fighting each other, a far greater opportunity would have been missed.
Then, if you were to fight Darien, is your victory certain?
The student's question hangs in the air, a thoughtful expression on their face, their gaze intense as they consider the implications of such a battle. A piercing, cerulean gaze locks onto the student, a silent challenge hanging heavy in the air. The intensity is palpable, a stark contrast to the previous discussion.
This is no ordinary opponent. The student sits beside a magnificent snow leopard, its piercing gaze unwavering.
A quiet contemplation hangs in the air, summarized simply, who knows?
The uncertainty about the upcoming battle with Darien is palpable.
Because demonic beasts like myself expose their demonic energy, you can instinctively tell, Ilaga explains, the words accompanied by a snarling demonic beast on one side of the panel and a serene, almost ethereal human on the other.
The contrast highlights the key difference: humans lack this telltale energy signature.
What I mean is they can hide their strength, Ilaga clarifies, the implication hanging heavy in the air.
This new detail adds a layer of complexity to the upcoming battle. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple.
His eyes, wide and focused, betray a nervous energy.
The weight of the upcoming battle with Darien is clearly pressing upon him. Then, you wouldn't be able to win, Ilaga?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the serene landscape. Doubt clouds his features, the weight of the impending battle with Darien pressing heavily on his shoulders. I'm simply saying that I'm not certain, Ilaga admits, his uncertainty palpable.
Even though Naho dislikes the human, that doesn't guarantee victory. The weight of this unknown factor hangs heavy in the air. Wait. Why does Naho hate him?
The question hangs in the air, a sudden shift in focus from the impending battle. A new mystery emerges, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding conflict.
Because, Naho begins, the simple word hanging heavy with unspoken resentment.
The reason for her dislike of the human remains shrouded in mystery, a new thread woven into the already complex tapestry of the upcoming battle. That human destroyed the disgusting area Naho had built up. The revelation bursts forth, a sudden explanation for Naho's simmering resentment. The reason for her dislike is clear: a personal grievance fuels her animosity towards the human.
Disgusting area? Naho's question hangs in the air, a silent accusation echoing the devastation.
The memory stings, fueling her simmering anger. A snow leopard, its gaze fixed on something unseen, sits by a rushing stream.
The scene is peaceful, a stark contrast to the recent accusations. A quiet tension hangs in the air, a sense of foreboding amidst the tranquil landscape. Are you curious?
The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge from the boy as he stands before the magnificent snow leopard.
Intrigue fills the scene, hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. Of course, he declares, unable to contain his curiosity. I can't stand my own curiosity. So, what is it? The boy's eagerness is palpable, his impatience evident as he presses for an answer. The snow leopard's head tilts, a low growl rumbling in its chest.
All right, it states, its sharp teeth bared in a subtle, almost imperceptible threat. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Triumphantly, the boy raises his arms, a victorious silhouette against the fading light. His victory, however, feels strangely incomplete.
A subtle unease lingers. The snow leopard turns, its tail swishing, disappearing into the twilight.
A sense of mystery lingers, the boy left alone with his unanswered questions.
"I'll show you," the snow leopard declares, its form a fleeting silhouette against the misty mountains as it leaps away.
The boy is left alone, the promise hanging in the air, a mystery yet to unfold. A flash of light erupts, a brilliant burst cutting through the forest's twilight.
The boy's journey continues, deeper into the mystery.
A brilliant streak of light cuts through the trees, leaving the boy bathed in an ethereal glow.
The forest itself seems to hold its breath.
The snow leopard, a fleeting shadow against the bright sky, leaps gracefully away. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips.
"This is..." he whispers, a dawning realization etched on his face.
"That's right," the snow leopard growls, its icy blue eyes fixed on something unseen.
"This is that disgusting area." A palpable sense of disgust emanates from the creature, its very posture conveying disdain.
"I spoke of," the leopard finishes, its disdain palpable.
The boy, still awestruck, waits for further explanation.
His shoulders slump, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. A heavy sigh escapes, a mixture of awe and dread coloring his expression.
A blur of motion, a crimson flash erupts. The figure is sent sprawling, the impact echoing the weight of the revelation.
A vast, serene sky unfolds above, a stark contrast to the violence below. The words, "a human farm," hang heavy in the air, a chilling revelation that leaves the viewer breathless.
A breathtaking vista unfolds.
Rolling green hills stretch to the horizon, nestled beneath a sky of brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds and bathed in the warm glow of the sun.
He rides towards a village, a sprawling settlement of conical huts surrounded by a simple wooden palisade.
The air hums with activity, villagers scurry about, their movements suggesting a scene of both industry and, perhaps, unease.
Sweat beads on their brows, two villagers strain under heavy burdens.
A palpable tension hangs in the air, their grim expressions mirroring the unease felt in the village itself.
A farm, of humans.
The words hang in the air, a dawning realization etched on his face. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding. A heavy log crashes down, sending him sprawling.
Dust billows around him as he lies stunned on the ground.
"Ugh!" he groans, the impact still echoing in his bones.
Above him, a muscular figure looms, whip in hand, sneering, "You bastard! Do your work properly."
The man's fury is palpable, his words a sharp crack against the backdrop of the village's unsettling quiet.
"Stop pretending that you're hurt and get up."
The overseer's voice rings out, sharp and cruel, as he raises his club, ready to strike again. The man on the ground flinches, but defiance flickers in his eyes. "Seems like he's hurt," a voice observes, the tone lacking any real concern. The brutality of the situation is underscored by this casual assessment of the injured man's condition. "Why is he hitting him?" a young man asks, his brow furrowed with concern. The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as another voice replies, "Because he's not doing his work properly." The casual cruelty of the response underscores the harshness of the situation.
"What are you looking at? Hurry up and go inside." The gruff order cuts through the scene, silencing the onlookers' concern as a muscular man barks at the two bound women.
His impatience is evident, his frustration a stark contrast to the quiet apprehension on the women's faces. From a shadowed vantage point, a young man observes the scene unfolding before him, a brutal display of power, where a group of people are forced to carry heavy burdens under the watchful eye of armed overseers. The weight of the situation settles heavily on him, his gaze fixed on the harsh reality of their oppression. A young woman watches, her face etched with worry, as the scene unfolds before her. The weight of the oppression she witnesses is palpable, her silent observation a testament to the harsh reality of their world.
"What's that?" The question hangs in the air, a silent observer's curiosity piqued.
A nearby voice responds, "They're similar to me, but different." Intrigued, a small, cartoonish tiger interjects, "Are you talking about the female humans?"
Even in the daytime, the women are led into the hut. A chilling revelation follows, those females are food.
The casual cruelty of the statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the women's quiet fear. Although they're still humans, they have a different gender from you, a voice explains, the words hanging heavy in the air. You differentiate it by male and female. The stark revelation underscores the casual cruelty of their world. Naho's preference is revealed, female humans, their tender meat lacking muscle. Tears stream down the young woman's face, a silent testament to the horrifying truth. But if they are too small, then there's nothing to eat, the tiger explains, its icy gaze unwavering. It's a chillingly pragmatic assessment, a cold justification for the horrifying reality. So it's waiting for them to grow before eating them. The chilling decree is delivered, females will become food for Naho. The image of the monstrous creature, a two-headed dragon, devouring its victims underscores the horrifying reality. And so, the horrifying decree is finalized, the males will become slaves for life, their labor dedicated to maintaining this desolate space. The weight of this sentence hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the previous focus on the female's fate. That's why this is a farm, huh? The question hangs in the air, a dawning realization. The snow leopard's response confirms it, yes. Although Naho is said to protect this farm, the ones who maintain it are humans. And among them, they have a leader, there he is. A new figure emerges into view, the human leader of this horrifying operation. What's the ruckus about? Sir Arugo's arrival cuts through the tension, his question a stark contrast to the grim reality just revealed. Sir Arugo, you're here, a relieved voice responds, the words carrying a weight of unspoken anxieties. One of the slaves made a mistake. The overseer's words hang heavy, a grim prelude. Forget that, he continues, addressing the gaunt figure before him, have you gathered all the sacrifices already? The reply is curt, chillingly efficient, yes, they're all there. Is that so? Sir Arugo muses, a thoughtful pause following the overseer's chilling report. The weight of the situation clearly rests on him now. The overseer's face, etched with worry, speaks volumes. His gaze drifts towards a crude hut, where three young women stand, their backs to him, resigned figures awaiting their fate. Hey, you! The words cut through the heavy silence, a sharp contrast to the grim scene unfolding just moments before. A young woman, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension, is singled out. The tension ratchets up, who is calling to her, and what will happen next? Terror grips her. A hand clamps down on her cheek, the young woman's wide, fearful eyes reflecting the stark reality of her situation. I'll make an exception, and let you live longer, a voice promises, a chilling contrast to the terror moments before. A cruel smile plays on the lips of the shadowy figure, his words offering a twisted reprieve. A scream pierces the air, kayak. The question hangs heavy, that human is the leader? Doubt, uncertainty, and perhaps a dawning realization of the gravity of the situation cloud the observer's expression. Yes. I don't know how that human knows, but he is very good at finding humans that have been dropped into the forest, the creature explains, a hint of grudging respect in its tone. If you had been unlucky, you probably would have become one of them. The implication hangs heavy, the human skill is both remarkable and terrifying. Panic grips the young woman as a large, dark figure forcefully subdues her. The onlookers watch, their fear palpable, as she's held captive before them. I see, she murmurs, a quiet acknowledgement of the unsettling truth. You didn't treat me like that. A subtle shift in her expression hints at a dawning understanding, a quiet defiance replacing the earlier terror. Why is that so, she questions, a thoughtful frown furrowing her brow. The snow leopard beside her tilts its head, a silent echo of her confusion. Well. She stammers, a hesitant reply to her own question. Uncertainty clouds her expression, a stark contrast to the quiet defiance she'd shown moments before. I don't like the idea of Naho's livestock increasing in number, the snow leopard declares, a subtle frown etching itself onto its furry face. A hint of unease underlies its words, a quiet apprehension about the implications of Naho's growing herd. She muses, a thoughtful expression softening her features. The uncertainty from before lingers, but now a hint of curiosity replaces some of the apprehension. That does sound like what you'd do, she observes, a thoughtful expression on her face. The snow leopard clears its throat,
a subtle acknowledgement of the accuracy of her assessment. Come to think of it, gathering humans? The snow leopard's quiet observation hangs in the air, a new element of intrigue introduced into the conversation. A subtle shift in the narrative's focus hints at a larger plan unfolding. Enough, Helmut. Let's go back now, the snow leopard declares, its voice firm.
The decision is made, the conversation concluded, and their journey back begins. Helmut's gaze, sharp and intense, fixes on something unseen. A palpable tension fills the air, the unspoken question hanging heavy between him and his companion.
Whom?
The snow leopard's query hangs in the air, a subtle shift in its demeanor. Intrigue deepens as it seems to sense something unseen, the unspoken question adding a layer of mystery to their journey.
Well. Look who we have here.
A voice, smooth and chilling, cuts through the sudden silence. The air crackles with unspoken threat, a new presence making itself known. A colossal, purple serpentine form emerges from the shadows, its scales shimmering ominously.
The air itself seems to crackle with dark energy.
Two colossal, purple serpents, their scales shimmering with dark energy, rise before them, fangs bared in a terrifying display. The snow leopard roars, a defiant challenge echoing in the face of this overwhelming threat. Surrounded by a shimmering, turquoise energy, the boy clings precariously to the snow leopard's back as it surges forward, a desperate attempt to escape the twin serpents.
That's a face I've missed seeing, Ilaga.
The serpentine creature's voice, a low hiss, carries a chilling familiarity. The boy, clinging to the snow leopard, tenses, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning recognition.
Naho.
The boy's whispered response, barely audible above the wind, carries a hint of defiance, a refusal to yield to fear.
The snow leopard, a blur of white and fury, continues its desperate flight, carrying the boy to safety. Ahead, a glimmer of hope, a break in the icy peaks. Helmut, the forsaken child.
The title card appears, a stark reminder of his plight, even as the snow leopard carries him towards a sliver of hope amidst the treacherous peaks.
Chapter 5.
The chase continues, the boy clinging desperately to his snow leopard companion as they race across the unforgiving landscape.
The snow leopard, its breath misting in the frigid air, halts.
A low growl rumbles in its chest, a question posed not in words, but in the intensity of its gaze.
You weren't sleeping?
The unspoken accusation hangs heavy in the silence of the mountain peaks.
A grimace twists Helmut's face.
Ugh! He groans, the sound barely audible above the wind.
Strain is etched onto his features, a testament to the perilous journey. It simply stood up. The colossal, two-headed serpent rises, its immense form filling the panel, a terrifying testament to the power it wields.
The sheer scale of the beast dwarfs the surrounding landscape.
But the pressure is immense. Helmut clings to his snow leopard, the beast's magical aura barely holding back the encroaching darkness.
Is that the kid you were raising? One head of the monstrous serpent hisses, its gaze fixed on Helmut and the snow leopard. Males are most delicious when they are eaten young, though, the other head adds, a chilling chuckle, cuckoo, echoing across the desolate landscape.
How about giving me one bite of him? One serpentine head demands, its gaze unwavering. The snow leopard, however, remains defiant. You don't eat human males anyway, do you? His taste won't be to your liking, it retorts, a clear challenge in its stance. Coo.
That's right, one head of the serpent chuckles, its words confirming the snow leopard's bold defiance.
The beast's confidence, a stark contrast to the looming threat, hangs heavy in the air.
The monstrous serpent's gaze lingers, its words dripping with chilling intent. The humans that Erugo prepares for me are especially delicious. A palpable threat hangs in the air, the serpent's hunger a stark contrast to the snow leopard's defiant protection of Helmut. However, a new scent reaches Helmut's nostrils. His eyes widen, a stark expression of alarm and recognition replacing his previous fear.
This smell, it's unmistakable. A colossal shadow falls over them, blotting out the sun. The air crackles with dark energy as something immense approaches. You. How are you related to Darien?
The monstrous voice booms, its question a chilling demand.
Helmut's face is etched with terror, his hands clasped tightly as he struggles to answer. Terror floods Helmut's face.
Tears stream down his cheeks as the weight of the monstrous presence bears down on him, leaving him utterly speechless. A blinding flash of energy erupts, a wave of raw power emanating from the monstrous figure. Helmut recoils, his eyes wide with terror as the attack hurtles toward him. "You bastard! How dare you stick your filthy face here?" The monstrous creature roars, its words laced with fury. Its monstrous form, a blend of feline and something far more primal, fills the panel, a terrifying visage of rage and power. A chilling chuckle, cuckoo, escapes the monstrous creature. Its serpentine form, a horrifying double-headed hydra, coils tighter, the dark energy crackling around it intensifying the already palpable dread. "Don't get so angsty. I'm a peace lover, you know?" The monstrous creature speaks, a strange calmness in its voice contrasting sharply with its terrifying form. Its massive, spotted body, a blend of feline and something far more ancient, seems to radiate a chilling aura. "I'm just checking him out since I smell that bastard smell from his clothes," the creature explains, its voice oddly calm despite the menacing double-headed serpent form. The threat, however, remains palpable. Standing amidst the smoldering ruins of his farm, a lone figure surveys the devastation. His gaze is hardened, a grim determination etched onto his face. "It has only been a few years since he destroyed my farm," he reflects, the memory clearly a painful one. "It'd be strange for me not to be wary of him." "He's not related to Darien," the creature clarifies, its gaze unwavering. "He simply stole clothes to wear." The revelation, though unexpected, offers a small measure of relief. "That's a relief then," the creature says, a palpable tension easing from its voice. "If you weren't here, I'd have punished him. If you touch even a single hair of his," the unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark warning to the farmer. "I'll rip you into shreds," the creature snarls, its maw a terrifying display of fangs and barely contained fury. The threat is immediate, the tension ratcheting up a notch. "Oh my, how scary. Cuckoo." A chilling chuckle escapes the creature, its words laced with a chilling amusement that belies the farmer's fear. The threat, though unspoken, hangs heavy in the air. Two monstrous heads, purple and fanged, loom closer, their eyes burning with malevolent purple light. The creature's chilling laughter echoes, a stark contrast to the palpable fear radiating from the scene. "I'm just joking. I don't wish to fight with you. We've known each other for quite some time, after all," the creature says, the menacing atmosphere shifting subtly as a surprising calmness settles over the scene. A sense of unexpected camaraderie replaces the previous tension. "More importantly, if you're done here, can you leave already?" the creature asks, its tone surprisingly polite despite its imposing form. A final, pointed statement follows, "I hope you never come back here again." The farmer, small and seemingly insignificant beside the enormous snow leopard-like creature, can only nod, relieved to be dismissed. Having dismissed the farmer, the creature lets out a low growl, its words a final, irritated statement, "Having fur all over my territory." The creature's frustration is palpable, a stark contrast to its earlier, surprisingly polite demeanor. A low growl rumbles from the creature, its frustration palpable. The lingering irritation is clear, a stark contrast to its earlier unexpected politeness. It's clearly annoyed by something. "I don't like the idea of that," the creature mutters, its irritation lingering. A clear sense of displeasure hangs in the air. The creature unleashes a blast of energy, sending the farmer sprawling. He collapses to the ground, the force of the attack evident in his pained posture. "Goodbye then." The creature's words, though seemingly polite, carry the weight of its lingering irritation. The dismissal is final. The snow leopard creature turns, its gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the panel. A massive, serpentine tail, tipped with wicked spines, coils into view, suggesting a powerful, lurking presence. "A strangled cook," escapes the farmer's lips, the sound barely audible above the wind. His fate, sealed by the snow leopard's attack, hangs heavy in the air. A strangled cough, barely a sound, escapes the farmer. His body, slumped and defeated, speaks volumes. The snow leopard's attack has left its mark. The snow leopard, its task complete, departs. A final, lingering glance is cast back at the fallen farmer before it melts into the fading light, leaving only the quiet stillness of the evening.
A warm sunset paints the sky as a quiet question hangs in the air. He fainted, huh?
The unspoken weight of the farmer's fate settles with the fading light.
Gosh, my head.
Helmut groans, a hand instinctively going to his temples.
The snow leopard's tail disappears into the trees, leaving him alone with a throbbing headache and a new companion.
He murmurs, his gaze following the animal's retreat. Since Naho saw you, you mustn't travel alone from now on.
The unspoken directive hangs in the air, a clear warning. The snow leopard, a majestic presence, strides away. But before disappearing into the trees, it delivers a final instruction: you must stick to that human.
A clear command, leaving Helmut with a new companion and a lingering sense of unease.
The snow leopard's explanation follows: since Naho is wary of me, he won't come here. A strategic plan, born from an understanding of the human's anxieties. But you never know for sure, the snow leopard adds, a finality in its tone that leaves Helmut with a lingering uncertainty.
The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air, a subtle reminder of the dangers that still lurk.
Helmut's expression softens, a hint of resignation in his eyes.
All right, he mutters, accepting the snow leopard's unusual request.
Why do you look so sullen?
The question hangs in the air, a gentle prod directed at Helmut, breaking the silence following the snow leopard's departure.
It's a subtle shift, a moment of unexpected concern.
You need to be careful of such things, a voice cautions, the words a gentle yet firm reminder. The unspoken weight of the snow leopard's warning lingers, a subtle undercurrent to the quiet scene.
There's no helping it. You're still young.
The snow leopard sighs, a gentle hey accompanying the statement. A hint of weary understanding softens the words, a subtle acknowledgement of Helmut's youth and the challenges ahead.
Helmut replies, a hesitant question hanging in the air.
His uncertainty reflects the lingering weight of the snow leopard's earlier words.
Do you think I can become as strong as? Helmut's question hangs in the air, a quiet determination underlying his words.
The unspoken part of his query, the target of his ambition, adds a layer of intrigue.
You and Darien? Helmut asks, his hands outstretched, a thoughtful expression on his face. The question hangs heavy with unspoken ambition. The snow leopard's gaze sharpens, a single word hanging in the air: you? Doubt flickers in its icy blue eyes, a challenge implicit in the question. Is that going to be hard?
Helmut wonders aloud, his gaze fixed on the snow leopard. The beast, in turn, observes him, a low rumble echoing the thought that human is strong.
A quiet tension hangs in the air, the unspoken challenge clear.
I don't know how strong he is, the snow leopard admits, a sunset painting the sky behind them.
Uncertainty, rather than doubt, colors its words now. The question remains, can Helmut truly reach their level?
But he's at a level most normal humans couldn't reach, even striving a lifetime. The snow leopard's assessment of Helmut hangs in the air, a quiet acknowledgement of the young man's exceptional strength.
Helmut's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air.
The sheer scale of the snow leopard's power, previously only hinted at, now feels truly immense. He's facing something far beyond his comprehension.
For all their lives?
The weight of that statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark realization dawning on Helmut. The snow leopard's power, the strength it commands, is not something born overnight, it's the culmination of a lifetime's dedication. It won't be easy, the snow leopard states, its words a low growl. But things could be different, depending on what you do. A glimmer of hope, however faint, flickers in its gaze. He clenches his fist, the ground beneath him a testament to his resolve.
The challenge ahead is immense, but Helmut's determination remains unshaken. If you really wish to become stronger.
The snow leopard's words hang in the air, a challenge, a promise, a path yet untrodden. The journey ahead will be arduous, but the potential for growth is undeniable.
If you want to truly grow stronger. The snow leopard's words, a challenge echoing in the crisp mountain air, leave Helmut with a profound choice. The path ahead is unclear, yet the potential for growth burns brightly within him.
If you want to get out of this forest, the snow leopard begins, its gaze unwavering, then do your very best to become stronger. The words hang in the air, a clear challenge, a path laid before Helmut.
Its piercing gaze holds Helmut captive, a silent challenge echoing the snow leopard's words. The intensity of its stare speaks volumes. This is no mere test, but a trial of his very will. Helmut's eyes, wide and filled with a newfound resolve, reflect the weight of the snow leopard's challenge. The path to strength is clear, the journey begins now. The snow leopard exhales, a silent puff of white against the golden light. Its gaze, unwavering, holds Helmut's fate in its steady stare. A low growl rumbles from the snow leopard. That human is approaching, it observes, the words carrying a subtle undercurrent of warning. Helmut approaches, his figure a small silhouette against the golden light filtering through the trees. The snow leopard watches, its low growl a silent warning, the tension palpable. "See ya," Helmut mutters, turning away from the snow leopard. He begins to walk away, his resolve solidified, the challenge accepted. He walks away, the leopard's gaze following him, a silent promise hanging in the air. The challenge has been accepted, the path ahead, uncertain. "I guess," Helmut says, a hint of weariness in his voice, "you've been hanging out with that leopard again." The implication hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken bond between man and beast. "Ah. Darien." Helmut's voice, though barely a whisper, cuts through the quiet. A young boy, Darien, stands before him, small and seemingly lost in the vastness of the landscape. The weight of the unspoken conversation with the snow leopard lingers, now replaced by a new, uncertain encounter. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the snow-covered landscape. A quiet, almost melancholic beauty settles over the scene, a stark contrast to the weight of Helmut's recent encounter. The sun is setting, casting a warm, golden light through the trees. Helmut, carrying a bundle of hay, turns towards home. "Let's go back today," he decides, his voice firm, a sense of quiet resolve settling over him as he begins his journey back. Darien stands before Helmut, his gaze downcast, a quiet sadness etched onto his young features. The warmth of the setting sun seems unable to reach the boy's somber heart. A beat of silence hangs between them, heavy with unspoken words. The boy's quiet sadness remains, a stark contrast to the setting sun's warmth. The boy, Darien, finally speaks, his voice barely a whisper. A fragile hope flickers in his eyes as he asks, "Will you take me with you?" Helmut continues his journey home, the boy, Darien, now nestled securely within the bundle of hay on his back. The setting sun paints the scene in warm hues, yet a quiet tension remains. The setting sun casts long shadows as Helmut continues his journey, Darien secure and silent on his back. A sense of peace settles over the scene, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. The journey continues, the last rays of sun painting the forest in warm golds and oranges. Helmut presses onward, Darien's quiet presence a comforting weight on his back. Night falls. The forest grows quiet, the only sound the steady rhythm of Helmut's footsteps. Darien sleeps soundly. A pair of piercing blue eyes, framed by snow-white fur, cut through the darkness. The creature watches, silent and watchful, its gaze fixed on something unseen. "I'll watch over you." The words, soft yet firm, hang in the night air, a silent promise whispered from the darkness. Helmut's eyes, wide and alert, scan the darkness. A quiet intensity fills his gaze, reflecting the unspoken anxieties of the night. A gentle smile graces Helmut's lips as dawn breaks. Peace settles over his features, a stark contrast to the previous night's anxieties. Helmut and his grandfather walk away, their figures small against the vastness of the sun-dappled forest path. A sense of peace settles over the scene, a quiet contentment in their shared journey. A snow leopard, its coat a stark contrast to the earthy tones of the path, pads silently forward. Its gaze is fixed, a quiet intensity in its amber eyes hinting at a purpose yet unknown. Coup. A single word, barely a whisper, hangs in the air. It's a sound of uncertainty, perhaps even fear, leaving the reader to wonder what unseen threat looms. Rage contorts his features, teeth bared in a snarl. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the rising fury within. Keek. A strangled gasp escapes him, a sound of pain and barely contained fury. His rage, barely held in check, threatens to boil over. Damn it. My stomach, it hurts so much. He curls up on the bed, clutching his abdomen, the pain etched on his face. I think I might really die.
The words, a whispered confession, escape him as he clutches his stomach, his face a mask of agonizing pain. Despair settles over him, a stark contrast to the fiery rage that consumed him moments before. Helmut, a strong, older man, offers a sprig of herbs to the younger boy. "Eat this before bed starting today," he instructs, his tone firm yet caring. A question mark floats above the boy's head, a silent query about the unexpected remedy. "What is this?" The boy's question hangs in the air, his gaze fixed on the sprig of herbs. Helmut's reply is blunt: poisonous herb. "Eh? Are you telling me to eat poison?" The boy recoils, his question echoing disbelief. A violent cough erupts, quack. He stumbles backward, the herb sprig flying from his hand. "Just eat it without complaining," Helmut commands, his expression unwavering. "It'll help you suppress the power of the seed of darkness." A single, guttural sound escapes the boy's lips: "Yuk." His hesitation speaks volumes, a silent battle raging between obedience and revulsion. "It may be poison." The boy's whispered words reflect his apprehension as he clutches his stomach, a clear sign of his internal struggle and the potential consequences of his disobedience. "But you didn't say it'd hurt this bad." The boy cries out, his face contorted in pain, a stark contrast to his earlier apprehension. His protest reveals the unexpected intensity of the herb's effect. A wave of nausea overcomes him. "Quack," he retches, the sound echoing his agony. The herb's effects are far more intense than he anticipated. "Just what are you feeding me?" he grits out, his face a mask of pain, confusion, and suspicion. The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea for understanding amidst the agonizing effects of the unknown herb. "Dairy-een." The boy's desperate cry cuts through the night, a desperate plea echoing under a vast, moonlit sky. His agony is palpable, a stark testament to the herb's unexpected potency. He stands alone on a precipice, the wind whipping through his hair. A vast, moonlit landscape stretches before him, the mountains shrouded in a deep, ethereal blue. The boy's earlier cries seem distant now, replaced by a quiet contemplation. 5 years, no. The words hang in the air, a whispered denial, a quiet rejection of the past. He stands on the precipice, the vast landscape a silent witness to his internal struggle. "About 4 years, is it?" The question hangs in the air, a quiet murmur against the backdrop of the vast landscape. A subtle shift in his posture suggests a weighing of memories, a silent reckoning with the passage of time. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, a soft whisper against the backdrop of his quiet reflection. The past, it seems, is a landscape as vast and unknowable as the one before him. He begins his journey down a forest path, the trees forming a verdant tunnel around him. The air hangs heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the windswept heights he left behind. He swings his makeshift weapon, a blur of motion cleaving through the air. The force of the blow sends him spinning, a dizzying descent towards the forest floor. He swings his makeshift club with surprising power, a blur of motion cleaving the air. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The makeshift club connects with the tree trunk, splintering wood flying in a furious spray. A shockwave ripples outwards, testament to the raw power behind the blow. He unleashes a ferocious blow, the makeshift club a blur of motion. Wood splinters showering the forest floor as a shockwave ripples outwards, a testament to his growing strength. The force of the blow sends splinters flying, a shockwave rippling through the forest. He stands, momentarily breathless, but his eyes burn with newfound resolve. He stumbles back, the impact jarring him to his core. A colossal foot descends, looming large over him, the threat palpable. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, bore into the approaching giant. A moment of tense anticipation hangs heavy in the air. "You've come to enjoy using the sword," the older man observes, his gaze steady on Darien. "Ah, Darien." A subtle shift in the atmosphere hints at a new phase in their training. Darien grips his training weapon, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "My body feels light lately," he observes, a newfound lightness in his movements echoing the words. "And my vision seems clearer," Darien reflects, a quiet confidence settling over him. His newfound clarity promises a shift in the training's intensity. Could it be because of the poisonous herb? Darien wonders aloud, his gaze drifting towards the ground.
His mentor, observing him intently, offers a possibility. It could be the demonic soil's effect. Has it not hurt recently?
A thoughtful pause hangs in the air, the question leaving the answer hanging between them. No, Darien replies, his expression resolute. It's more like a refreshing feeling the morning after, he clarifies, a quiet strength evident in his stance as he holds his training sword.
I see, the mentor replies, his gaze unwavering. It's been a few months since you started consuming the demonic soil.
His words hang in the air, a subtle acknowledgement of the potential impact of Darien's training regimen. I guess it's about time, the mentor declares, his tone suggesting a long-awaited moment has arrived. The air crackles with anticipation.
Helmet. Do you remember what I said about this?
The mentor's question hangs in the air, his gaze intense as he looks down at Darien, a hint of anticipation in his posture. You cannot see the power, the mentor explains, his voice calm yet firm.
But that is why you can endlessly pile it on.
Darien, sweat beading on his brow, stands in the dappled sunlight of the forest, his expression one of quiet determination. But if the body and procedure aren't up to the basic level, the mentor explains, his voice firm, there's no point in this training. His words carry the weight of experience, a clear indication that Darien's journey is far from over. The reason I didn't teach you this, the mentor explains, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience, is because, until now, you were not at that level. His words hang in the air, a clear statement of Darien's progress and the challenges that still lie ahead.
But your body now seems ready to take in this.
The mentor's assessment hangs in the air, a quiet declaration in the sun-dappled forest. Darien stands before him, small but resolute, ready for the next stage of his training.
So, starting now.
The words hang in the air, a simple declaration marking a significant turning point. Darien, his youthful face a mask of quiet resolve, stands ready. His physique, lean and toned, speaks volumes of the rigorous training he's already endured.
I'll teach you.
The mentor's words are a promise, his gaze unwavering, a quiet strength in his weathered features. The weight of his decision, and the training to come, hangs heavy in the air.
The VIS training begins. A unique method. The mentor's words, simple yet profound, hint at a training unlike any Darien has experienced before. The anticipation is palpable.
And so, the story of Helmet, the forsaken child, begins.
The narrative shifts. Helmet's story unfolds. Pale green wisps, like fleeting memories, drift across the page.
A sense of mystery hangs in the air, hinting at the untold story of Helmet's past. Helmet's past remains shrouded in mystery, yet his physical presence speaks volumes. Broad shoulders and powerful musculature hint at a life of hardship and resilience, forged in the crucible of an unknown struggle. Helmet grips a long, slender blade, its presence a silent promise of strength and resilience. His powerful build, honed by unseen trials, speaks of a past etched in hardship. Helmet's boots strike the earth, a sound muffled yet firm. The impact sends a tremor through the ground, a subtle testament to his strength. He continues his journey, the long blade held loosely in his hand, a silent testament to his readiness.
The path ahead remains unclear, but his determined stride suggests he's prepared for whatever may come.
A plume of smoke curls from his lips as Helmet exhales, the faintest hint of a weary sigh escaping.
His gaze remains fixed, unwavering, on the path ahead.
He bursts forward, a whirlwind of motion, his power leaving a fiery trail in its wake. He grips his weapon, a fiery aura engulfing him as he prepares to unleash his full power.
The intensity in his eyes speaks volumes. This is no mere attack, it's a decisive blow.
He attacks with a ferocious lunge, the very air crackling with energy.
A strained cook escapes his lips, a testament to the effort.
Melt the energy in the atmosphere into your body, control it freely. Helmet's instructions echo as he channels the ambient power, his grip tightening around the glowing staff. He unleashes the attack, a blinding flash of golden energy erupting from his staff. And through your sword, the final instruction rings out as he channels the energy, his grip firm on the glowing staff. A golden light intensifies, promising a devastating blow. Incarnate, the final instruction rings out as he focuses the golden energy, his grip tightening on the staff.
The light intensifies, a tangible power building within.
That's how you control this, and what you have to do from now on, Helmut's voice instructs, the words hanging heavy in the air. His student's face, though illuminated by the residual golden light, reflects a deep concentration, a quiet determination settling in their eyes. Here, take up your sword, Helmut instructs, his voice calm yet firm. The student, muscles taut, obeys, gripping the weapon with newfound resolve. Keep breathing deeply while dueling against me, Helmut instructs, his voice a calm counterpoint to the student's focused intensity.
The golden energy still glows faintly around them, a testament to the power they've just harnessed.
You're to absorb nature's energy into you, Helmut instructs, his hand guiding the glowing staff towards the student. The young man, sword held ready, focuses intently, drawing the golden energy into himself.
Think simply, Helmut instructs, his gaze intense, a fierce determination etched onto his weathered face.
The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the serene background. And move with composure, Helmut instructs, his voice a low rumble. The student, eyes narrowed in concentration, swings the glowing staff, the golden energy arcing around him in a graceful, powerful motion. If you lose the flow, Helmut's warning cuts through the air as the student's eyes widen, a stark expression of struggle etched across his face. The golden energy around him flickers, threatening to dissipate. Forget about this, Helmut commands, his voice cutting through the student's struggle. The young man grits his teeth, pushing past the wavering energy, his focus hardening. A surge of raw power erupts from him, a blinding white light. Ignoring the searing pain, he pushes onward. Your body will break first, Helmut's voice rings out, a stark warning against the student's reckless abandon. A guttural cry, quack, escapes the student's lips, a sound of exertion and pain pushing past the limits of his body. His face contorts, eyes wide with the strain, as he struggles to maintain control. He pushes through the pain, a guttural cry escaping him as he strains to maintain control. His face is a mask of exertion, eyes wide with the effort. Helmut's hand lashes out, a blur of motion aimed directly at the student. The young man, despite the agony, deflects the blow with his sword, a desperate act of defiance.
A blinding flash erupts as Helmut unleashes a powerful attack. The student parries, but Helmut's attack is relentless. His staff slams into the earth, sending a shockwave through the forest floor.
Wait!
Are you actually trying to kill me?
The student cries out, his voice laced with disbelief and dawning horror as Helmut's attack continues relentlessly.
How could you lose composure so quick?
Helmut scolds, his words sharp as the staff he wields.
I didn't teach you to be like this. The student's desperate struggle, his earlier cries of disbelief, are now met with his instructor's clear disappointment.
Gasping for air, the student mutters, "Damn it! Breathe! Breathe!" His earlier panic is now replaced by a grim determination, a silent vow to regain control.
He grits his teeth, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration.
The panic is gone, replaced by a steely resolve.
Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the brutal training.
He grips the staff, muscles taut, a stark contrast to his earlier breathless panic. Resolve hardens his gaze, the fight is far from over. He clenches his jaw, eyes blazing with newfound fury. The panic is gone, replaced by a fierce, determined grit. This is no longer a student faltering, this is a warrior rising. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, his staff a deadly extension of his newfound resolve.
The earth trembles beneath his feet as he unleashes his fury. He swings his staff, a blur of motion, shattering the incoming attack.
The force of the blow sends splinters flying. Utilize your sense and take in more energy, so you can feel all the power, the elder instructs, his weathered face a mask of grim determination. His words are a battle cry, urging his student to tap into a deeper wellspring of strength.
He grits his teeth, a low coo escaping his lips.
Strain and exertion etch themselves onto his face, yet his eyes burn with a fierce determination, fueled by the elder's words. There's no way one can be perfect, the elder states, his words a quiet counterpoint to the student's strained exertion.
The young man, muscles taut, stands defiant, his staff held aloft, ready for whatever comes next. From the start, the elder's voice echoes, a quiet yet profound statement that hangs heavy in the air.
His words carry the weight of years of experience, a testament to the long road ahead for his student. "We'll continue to train like this from now on," the elder states, his voice firm despite the student's obvious exhaustion.
Sweat beads on the young man's brow, but his resolve remains unbroken.
"It's fine if it takes time," he adds, a quiet reassurance in the face of the grueling training. He pushes onward, a blur of motion against the purple streaks of exertion. The training continues, relentless and unforgiving.
A blur of motion, a clash of wood against wood. The elder's staff meets the student's, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards.
Their staffs collide, a shockwave of energy erupting from the point of contact.
The student, despite his exhaustion, holds his ground.
"Just show me," the elder instructs, his voice a low rumble that belies the intensity of his gaze.
The student, breathless but resolute, prepares to demonstrate everything he's learned. The elder's eyes, sharp and unwavering, bore into the student.
He waits, a silent assessment hanging heavy in the air. A confident smirk spreads across the student's face.
He holds his ground, unwavering, against the elder's powerful attack.
With a fierce glint in his eyes, the student pushes back, gritting his teeth. "Your will," he growls, the words a testament to his unwavering resolve. He counters with a furious burst of energy, a whirlwind of motion leaving only a blur in its wake. Their blades clash in a flurry of motion, a whirlwind of steel and energy erupting between them. The clash reverberates, a shockwave of energy blasting outward. Leaves, scattered by the force, drift through the air. He keeps moving, a blur of motion, his muscles straining as he pushes himself to the limit. "Keep moving without resting.
Don't lose your flow," he urges himself, a fierce determination etched on his face.
"Quicker," he urges himself, pushing past his limits. A surge of energy courses through him, a fiery intensity replacing the previous strain.
"Melt all the energy into your body."
A determined gaze meets the viewer. His face, though strained, shows no sign of giving up. The intensity of his previous exertion lingers, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. He pushes onward, a determined glint in his eye. The purple energy trails behind him, a testament to the immense power he's channeling.
His resolve is unwavering. A brilliant purple light erupts, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of energy. Particles of light dance around it, swirling in a mesmerizing vortex.
The purple energy explodes outward, a breathtaking spectacle of raw power. He stands within its heart, a silhouette against the blinding light, his form now almost ethereal. The blinding light fades, leaving behind a trail of shimmering purple energy.
Silence.
Then, a low hum resonates, growing steadily stronger, promising power yet to be unleashed. 4 years. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the passage of time, the weight of events yet to unfold. A brooding, overcast sky mirrors the unspoken tension. Later. A surge of icy energy erupts in a snowy forest, the raw power shattering the frozen landscape. She expertly navigates the icy torrent, her staff a blur as she expertly maneuvers the treacherous log. A testament to her skill, honed over years of rigorous training.
Phew.
"All right," she breathes, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as she rests, the icy torrent now behind her. "Shall I stop training for today?" she wonders, her gaze falling upon her staff, a quiet contemplation in the snowy stillness.
Has it been 4 years, she muses, turning to find Darien watching her. "Ah, Darien.
Were you watching me?" she asks, a hint of surprise in her voice.
He simply replies, "You're a bit better now."
"Better," she repeats, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face.
"I think I'm still lacking,"
she admits, her gaze falling to her staff. "Anyway," she declares, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes, "how about a duel today?" "Before that, show me your vis first," Darien commands, his gaze unwavering, a serious expression etched onto his weathered face. The request hangs in the air, a challenge before the duel.
"Nah, I don't want to," she protests, but Darien's unwavering gaze leaves little room for argument.
He reminds her, "I did that last time, and you refused to duel me after saying you were still lacking."
"Just do it."
His words carry the weight of his experience, a challenge she can't easily ignore.
TCH.
She finally relents, a sigh escaping her lips as she reluctantly prepares to show Darien her vis.
The sound is a mix of annoyance and resignation, a subtle shift in her demeanor.
Darien waits, his gaze unwavering, a silent intensity radiating from him as she hesitates.
The weight of his expectation hangs heavy in the air.
That's what I'd said before, but... She murmurs, a hint of uncertainty coloring her voice as purple energy crackles around her, a prelude to revealing her vis.
The hesitation is palpable, a stark contrast to Darien's unwavering expectation.
Purple energy crackles around her as she finally manifests her vis. A voiceover observes, to be able to manifest vis at such a young age, he's shown incredible growth.
He has the seed of darkness, but he's also talented.
The comment hints at a hidden potential, a duality within her power. Huffing slightly, she finally completes the vis manifestation. The effort is evident, a testament to the power she's just unleashed. A voiceover booms, this child will surely flip the world on its head, whether it's for good or evil. The panel splits, showing two contrasting images, a young knight, bathed in celebratory light, and a figure cloaked in shadow, rising amidst fiery destruction.
The stark contrast underscores the immense, unpredictable power this child wields.
His eyes, narrowed in intense scrutiny, follow her every move.
The weight of her potential, the prophecy's shadow, hangs heavy in the air. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, locks onto her. A single thought, heavy with implication, escapes him: is it time now? The question hangs in the air, a prelude to action.
He observes her, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. The question, to let, hangs unfinished, yet heavy with the weight of a momentous decision. His gaze, intense and unwavering, speaks volumes.
The question hangs heavy: to let him go? A decision of immense consequence, poised on the edge of a knife. A faint smile touches his lips, a subtle shift in his expression.
The decision weighs heavily, but his grip on the glowing sword tightens.
He's ready.
A bleak winter landscape stretches before us, bare branches clawing at a gray sky. It seems the moment has arrived. An older man, cloaked in furs, stands amidst a snowy clearing. He gestures expansively, a grim determination etched onto his face. Before him, a younger figure watches, their expression unreadable.
The weight of the moment hangs heavy in the frigid air. Helmet. The name hangs in the frigid air, a simple word carrying the weight of unspoken history and impending action. What do you mean?
The young figure's voice is sharp, laced with disbelief. A flicker of doubt, perhaps even fear, crosses their face as they grapple with the implications.
Could it be?
Yes, I'm saying it's time to leave this forest, the older man declares, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hand. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the frigid air, a stark contrast to the quiet resignation settling over the younger figure.
But I don't think I'd become that strong yet.
The younger figure's voice is laced with doubt, a stark contrast to the older man's unwavering gaze. His words reveal a deep-seated uncertainty, a fear of the unknown that lies beyond the forest's edge. The weight of the impending journey presses heavily upon them. Now's the only time. Listen carefully. I'll explain. The older man's words, though firm, hold a hint of urgency, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to reveal something crucial. The weight of his decision, and the young figure's uncertain future, hangs heavy in the air. He stands resolute, a determined glint in his eyes. Beyond him, a distant castle peeks through the clouds, a beacon of hope against the pale blue sky. The journey ahead is uncertain, yet his resolve remains unshaken. The human world lies beyond the south of the forest of roots. A distant, snow-capped castle, a symbol of hope and a new beginning, is visible in the distance. You have to pass through the divine barrier to get there, and I heard there is a certain area where it's weak. The older man's instructions, delivered with quiet confidence, offer a glimmer of hope amidst the daunting journey ahead. The path to the human world, though perilous, now seems slightly less insurmountable. In theory, you can pass through there to get to the human world, the elder explains, his gaze intense, hinting at the perilous journey ahead. The path is fraught with danger, yet the possibility of reaching the human world offers a sliver of hope. Even with the seed of darkness within him, a human who can withstand the weakened barrier should theoretically be able to pass. He grips his staff, his gaze resolute, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Where is it? A furrow appears on the traveler's brow, their gaze searching the snowy landscape. The urgency in their silent question hangs heavy in the air. I don't know. I never tried to find it either. The traveler's admission hangs in the frigid air, a stark contrast to the urgency of their previous search. Doubt, for the first time, clouds their resolve. But there is someone who did. The elder's words, though seemingly simple, carry a weight of revelation. A glimmer of hope, however faint, rekindles in the traveler's eyes. The search continues. There is a human village in the two-headed snake's territory, the elder explains, a new lead emerging from their conversation. The village chief, Arawago, should know. That leopard knows where the human village is. A renewed sense of purpose settles over the traveler. The path forward, though still uncertain, is no longer completely shrouded in doubt. By two-headed snake, he means Naho, the elder clarifies, his words painting a clearer picture of the perilous path ahead. The traveler now understands their next step. So it's him. The traveler's voice is barely a whisper, a dawning realization settling upon them. The elder's previous words click into place, painting a grim picture. Arawago, the village chief, is the one who harmed the humans. A thoughtful hum escapes the elder's lips, the weight of this revelation heavy in the air. Lastly, the elder says, a sweeping vista of a human village unfolds before them. Countless things await the traveler in this new world. The traveler arrives at the village, a bustling scene unfolding before them. You, who has only lived in the forest, may find the outside world exciting and entertaining, a voiceover muses, setting the stage for a new chapter in their journey. The village unfolds before them, a bustling scene of human life. A sense of wonder fills the traveler, a stark contrast to their quiet forest home. This new world, vibrant and unknown, holds countless possibilities. But tragedy, the elder states, always strikes without a sound. His words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the vibrant village the traveler had just witnessed. A shadow falls across the traveler's face, their eyes wide with a dawning apprehension. The vibrant bustle of the village, once so captivating, now feels distant, replaced by a growing unease. A grim warning hangs in the air, spoken not by a character, but by the very atmosphere itself. It's not something you can stop, just by having your guard up, and it can't be avoided either, the unseen narrator intones, as arrows rain down around the traveler, a stark visual representation of impending doom. When that time comes, the narrator continues, you will feel powerlessness and much pain. Arrows pierce the traveler's body, a crimson pool forming around them. Despair etches itself onto their face, a stark reflection of the grim warning. They might even, the narration whispers, reach out to the darkness. But, under any circumstances, a hand reaches out, a desperate plea against the inevitable, a final defiance in the face of overwhelming despair. Do not lose yourself, a voice commands, a hand resting gently on the traveler's shoulder, offering solace amidst the lingering despair. A quiet strength emanates from this unexpected touch, a beacon in the fading light. A beat of silence follows, heavy with unspoken emotions. The weight of the traveler's ordeal hangs in the air, a question mark lingering in the space where words should be. That's all I ask of you, the older man states, his words carrying a weight of unspoken understanding. He then turns, a quiet question hanging in the air, do you have any questions? You said you had no intention of coming with me, right? The question hangs in the air, a clenched fist the only visible response. Doubt, perhaps, or a quiet defiance. He hesitates, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his weathered face. The weight of the question, and perhaps the unspoken answer, settles upon him. Yes, the elder replies, his gaze unwavering, a steely resolve etched into his lined face. The answer, though simple, carries the weight of a difficult decision. His gaze drops, a quiet intensity settling in his eyes. The weight of the elder's decision, and the path ahead, is clear. If you have nothing more to say, then I'm going to take a nap, the elder states, his tone firm. A beat of silence, then, a softer counterpoint, I have something to give you, so come back in the morning. I'd like. He begins, the unspoken request hanging heavy in the air. A simple phrase, yet it carries the weight of his unspoken intentions. He simply wants to spend some time alone, after so long. The quiet request speaks volumes, a poignant desire for solitude after a period of intense activity. He stands at a crossroads, the snow-covered path before him a stark contrast to the warmth of the elders' chambers. A quiet solitude settles over him, a much-needed respite. He walks away, the snow crunching softly underfoot. A quiet peace settles over him, a stark contrast to the weight of his earlier request. And so, the story of Helmut, the forsaken child, begins. The forsaken child, Helmut, walks alone. His journey begins. Above, a vast, star-studded sky stretches endlessly. Underneath, Helmut continues his journey. A frozen river winds through a snow-covered forest, the vast, star-dusted sky a silent witness to Helmut's solitary journey. He walks on, the night's stillness amplifying the quiet strength in his steps. He sits alone, a small figure dwarfed by the immense, frozen landscape. The weight of his journey, and perhaps something more profound, settles heavily on his young shoulders. A chilling wind whispers through the desolate scene. A steely glint appears in Helmut's eyes, a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. Determination hardens his gaze, a silent promise echoing the vastness of the night. A grim determination sets in. His jaw tightens, the steely glint in his eyes intensifying. He will press on. Helmut finds solace, a powerful snow leopard now beside him, its gaze as unwavering as his own. A silent understanding passes between them, a shared strength against the unforgiving wilderness. You don't look excited. Isn't it tomorrow? The snow leopard's words hang in the frigid air, a gentle challenge to Helmut's quiet contemplation. A soft sigh escapes him as he murmurs, "Ah, Ilaga." A simple, almost resigned, "yeah," escapes Helmut's lips. His expression, though still serious, hints at a quiet acceptance, a subtle shift from the earlier tension. The weight of tomorrow's challenge remains, but a quiet resolve settles upon him. I can finally leave this place, but I feel. Helmut's voice trails off, the vast, snow-covered forest a stark backdrop to his unspoken emotions. A sense of bittersweet longing hangs in the air, a mixture of relief and something more complicated. I don't know why. Why am I feeling like this? Helmut's question hangs heavy in the air, a reflection of his inner turmoil. The impending departure, once a source of relief, now feels muddled. A beat of silence follows, broken only by the snow leopard's soft sigh. Unspoken emotions linger between them, a shared understanding of Helmut's complex feelings. The snow leopard's gaze, unwavering, reflects Helmut's unspoken turmoil. A quiet understanding passes between them, a silent acknowledgement of the bittersweet complexity of his impending departure. The snow leopard's gaze holds Helmut's, a silent understanding passing between them. A shared weight of unspoken emotion lingers in the quiet of the snowy forest. It's proof. The words hang in the night air, a stark contrast to the quiet beauty of the snowy landscape. Helmut and the snow leopard share a silent moment, the unspoken weight of this revelation settling between them. That you're slowly becoming human. The snow leopard's words hang heavy in the frigid air, a stark revelation echoing the unspoken tension between them. A profound shift settles over the scene, the quiet beauty of the snowy landscape now tinged with the weight of this momentous truth. He reaches for the door, a quiet resolve settling over him. The weight of the snow leopard's words, the revelation of his changing nature, fuels his next step. He steps out into the snow, the cold air biting at his skin. The cabin's wooden walls, dusted with snow, disappear behind him as he walks away, leaving the weight of the revelation behind. Helmut leaves the cabin, the snow leopard's words echoing in his mind. The cold air bites, a stark contrast to the warmth of the revelation he carries within. He walks away, leaving the past behind. Go. The snow leopard's command is sharp, a final push urging Helmut onward. Its icy gaze, unwavering, leaves no room for hesitation. A shadow of doubt crosses his face. The weight of the snow leopard's words lingers, a quiet uncertainty clouding his newfound resolve. Helmut hesitates in the doorway, the biting wind a stark contrast to the cabin's warmth. A large, shadowy figure stands behind him, their presence a silent, watchful weight.
A flicker of uncertainty crosses Helmut's face.
The cabin's simple interior fades behind him, replaced by the vast, cold expanse of the world beyond. Inside, Helmut sits, his fists clenched, a heavy silence settling around him. His sword lies discarded beside a dark sack, the weight of his decision palpable in the stillness of the cabin. He steps out into the biting wind, the cabin's warmth a fading memory. A vast, snow-covered landscape stretches before him, the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders. His gaze, unwavering, holds a grim determination. The weight of his decision settles upon his face, etched in the deep lines around his eyes.
Darien? The name escapes Helmut's lips, a whisper lost in the desolate landscape. Uncertainty clouds his features, a stark contrast to the grim determination he carried moments before. Doubt etches itself onto Helmut's face, his eyes shadowed with uncertainty. The harsh landscape mirrors the turmoil within him. A single tear tracks a path down Helmut's weathered cheek. The harshness of the landscape seems to mirror the turmoil within him, his doubt palpable. Helmut's internal struggle continues, his unspoken thoughts hanging heavy in the air, a silent question mark echoing the ellipses in the speech bubble. Darien.
The name, barely a breath, hangs heavy in the air.
Helmut's face, etched with sorrow, reflects the weight of unspoken grief and a dawning realization. I had a vague feeling.
The words, a quiet admission, hang in the air, a testament to Helmut's growing unease.
His intuition, previously dismissed, now whispers a warning. But I guess.
The unspoken words trail off, leaving a lingering sense of resignation in their wake. Helmut's growing certainty hangs heavy, a silent confirmation of his suspicions. A heavy silence falls. Helmut turns away, his back to us, shoulders slumped, the weight of his realization settling upon him like a shroud. It's really time for me to leave, Helmut states, his voice firm despite the sorrow still etched on his face. He stands resolute, ready to depart, the weight of his decision palpable. He grips the hilt of his weapon, a silent farewell echoing in the stark simplicity of the gesture.
Departure is imminent.
Helmut stands silhouetted in the doorway, his sword sheathed, a bag slung over his shoulder.
He's ready to leave, his resolve unwavering despite the silent grief still clinging to him.
The other figure, seated and shrouded in shadow, watches him go.
Left alone, a pensive Helmut remains.
His expression, a subtle blend of sadness and quiet resolve, speaks volumes. The weight of his departure hangs heavy in the air.
A heavy sadness settles over Helmut's face, his gaze downcast.
The weight of his departure is etched into every line of his weary expression. A profound sadness lingers in Helmut's eyes, a silent testament to the weight of his farewell.
The unspoken grief is palpable.
His shoulders slump, the weight of his sorrow finally breaking through his quiet resolve. A single tear traces a path down his cheek, a silent testament to the pain he carries.
A profound sadness fills Helmut's eyes, his gaze unwavering.
The unspoken grief is a heavy burden, yet a flicker of steely determination sparks within their depths. I'll remember you, he vows, a quiet promise hanging in the air, a final echo of their shared journey. He walks away, a solitary figure against the vast expanse, the weight of his promise heavy in his hand. A simple wooden staff, yet it carries the weight of a farewell, a testament to a bond severed but not forgotten. The landscape stretches before him, a desolate expanse of snow-dusted branches against a muted sky. A cold, lonely beauty underscores the profound sadness of his farewell. A snow leopard, massive and imposing, stands silently beside him. The cold beauty of the creature mirrors the desolate landscape, a stark contrast to the warmth of the memory he carries. I guess his lifespan came to an end, he observes, his gaze falling upon the snow leopard.
A quiet understanding passes between them.
You knew, he asks, the question hanging in the frigid air, a silent acknowledgement of their shared loss. He told me about it a while ago, the man replies, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Don't make that face, a voice says, a gentle rebuke cutting through the lingering melancholy. The man's expression softens, a subtle shift from the quiet sadness that had held him captive. Whenever there is a meeting, a parting is sure to follow, he reflects, a quiet sadness etched on his face.
He then adds, he lived and died as his lifespan dictated.
The words hang in the air, a simple statement that carries the weight of finality. So you don't have to feel guilty about it, he says, a gentle reassurance offered. A warm light seems to emanate from the words themselves, a stark contrast to the cold landscape. Looks like I can finally give you this, he adds, a hint of relief in his voice.
What's this?
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of curiosity and slight bewilderment coloring the young man's voice as he stares at the snow leopard's tail, now seemingly detached and glowing faintly.
You were wearing it when you were left here.
The words, a simple statement, hang in the air, yet they carry the weight of a forgotten memory, a piece of the past suddenly rediscovered in the young man's hands. A faint glow emanates from the object, a subtle hint of its significance.
Take a look, the snow leopard offers, its gaze intense. You might need it when you get out of here. A sense of urgency underlies its words, a silent warning woven into the faint glow emanating from the tail. He carefully holds up a golden locket, its faint glow catching the eye. A relic from a forgotten past, a key perhaps, to his escape. It's made of pure gold. It's a rare metal, the snow leopard explains, its gaze unwavering.
The young man examines the locket more closely, a newfound understanding dawning in his eyes. He secures the golden locket, its faint glow a promise of hope amidst the chilling surroundings. A tangible link to his past, and perhaps, his future. Let there be light on your path, the snow leopard whispers, a final blessing before the young man embarks on his journey.
The locket's interior gleams, revealing an inscription, es word licht auf deinem Weg, Margaret Irene.
A blessing, a wish for light upon his path. Margaret Irene, the inscription reads, a name whispered on the wind, a legacy carried within the locket's golden heart.
He examines the inscription once more, a question forming on his lips. Is it the leader's name? Family. It's probably my mother's name.
A quiet realization dawns, a connection to a past he barely remembers.
I see.
Find her once you get out of here, the creature advises, its gaze intense.
Whatever happened, she might be able to help you.
A glimmer of hope, a new lead in his quest.
You were going to the human farm, right?
The question hangs in the air, a stark reminder of his mission. That son of a bitch Naho is in hibernation, the creature explains, so he won't come out unless there's a huge commotion. A new challenge emerges, a hurdle to overcome before he can reach his goal.
But even so, a new worry creases his brow. If he enters Naho's territory, the hibernating beast will sense his presence.
A significant obstacle emerges on his path to the human farm.
Don't worry.
I can handle it myself, he declares, a steely resolve hardening his features.
A quiet confidence replaces the previous apprehension, his gaze unwavering.
Okay, he replies, his resolve unwavering.
Hurry.
Now's your only chance, the creature urges, its words a final push. The snow-covered landscape stretches before him, a path leading towards the human farm, and the looming threat of Naho. He sets off, a determined stride carrying him forward. The snow crunches underfoot as he heads towards the human farm, the creature's warning echoing in his mind.
The path ahead is fraught with peril, but his resolve remains unshaken. Ilaga.
A single word escapes him, a barely audible whisper against the biting wind. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the danger ahead. Live long, he whispers, the words a silent prayer against the harsh winter landscape. A quiet farewell, perhaps, or a wish for a future he may never see. A knowing smirk plays on the creature's lips as he continues his journey. The silent farewell, a wish for survival, hangs heavy in the frigid air.
Okay, helmet.
The word hangs in the frigid air, a quiet acceptance as he walks on, his back to us, a lone figure against the stark winter landscape. The journey continues. You take care as well, he mutters, the words barely audible above the crunch of snow under his boots. He walks on, a solitary figure disappearing into the winter landscape. He walks on, the snow crunching softly beneath his boots, a lone figure swallowed by the vast, white expanse. The silence is profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind. The landscape stretches before him, a desolate expanse of snow and skeletal trees. A chilling wind whispers through the branches, a stark reminder of the journey's harshness. A small, snow-covered village nestles within a natural crater, its crude wooden palisades offering little protection against the harsh winter.
A sense of isolation hangs heavy in the air.
A hooded figure, cloaked and alone, stands before a weathered wooden fence. The village, nestled within a crater, is barely visible in the gathering dusk, its isolation palpable. A chilling wind whips through the skeletal trees, underscoring the harshness of the winter. The hooded figure remains motionless, a stark silhouette against the darkening sky. A chilling stillness hangs in the air, broken only by the distant howl of the wind. Inside, a lone figure removes his hood. His face, etched with worry, is a stark contrast to the desolate landscape outside. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the unspoken weight of his concerns. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his worried face as a spark of dark energy jumps from his fingertip to ignite the candle. A single candle flickers to life, casting dancing shadows on his face. His breath hitches, a silent gasp betraying the fear that grips him.
Black magic. An evil power.
The ominous words hang heavy in the air, a chilling introduction to the terrifying visage that slowly emerges from the shadows, a skull of immense size, crowned with twisted horns, its empty sockets burning with infernal light. This dark magic, it's said to empower even the weakest mage. The hooded figure, surrounded by a macabre altar of skulls, seems to embody this terrifying power. Among numerous mages, this one stands out.
There are people who'd cross boundaries that they aren't meant to.
The words hang in the air, a chilling warning as the mage, his face illuminated by an eerie glow, sits amidst a horrifying pile of bodies. His unsettling grin speaks volumes.
In order to gain immense magical power, Erugo, a mage consumed by envy and jealousy, pursued forbidden paths. His desperate ambition is laid bare. He dreamed of becoming the strongest, but lacking the talent, Erugo chose the path of black magic. For his dark purposes, the negative emotions of humans were necessary, and through human trafficking and kidnapping, he readily obtained the materials he needed. The suffering and fear emanating from his victims fueled Erugo's descent. Their agony, their terror, it twisted him further into the darkness. However, because of a certain mage's pursuit, his atrocities were. Erugo's face, contorted in a chilling grin, is framed against a wall of skulls, a stark testament to his horrifying actions. Beyond him, a group of figures watches, their expressions grim. His atrocities were exposed to the world. He was captured and sentenced. 3 figures, stern and resolute, stand before a radiant, almost holy light. Justice has been served. The judgment is delivered. To death, or exile. Erugo stands, his back to us, awaiting his fate. To escape immediate execution, he chose exile. The Forest of Roots, a place of shadows and ancient secrets, becomes his sanctuary, or perhaps, his prison. Exiled to the Forest of Roots, he eventually encountered its guardian, a 2-headed serpent. Prostrating himself before the immense creature, he sought refuge within its territory, a sanctuary purchased with unwavering submission and sacrifice. Erugo, using his magic, gathered all the exiled humans. They then submitted to the demonic beast, a desperate act to avoid immediate death. A sweeping vista of the Forest of Roots unfolds before us, a landscape both desolate and strangely beautiful. A sprawling human settlement, enclosed by a crude wooden fence, comes into view. Thatched huts dot the landscape, a testament to their desperate situation. The text above explains it all, how the human farm was made. And below, a chilling revelation, Erugo, the exiled, has become its king. Erugo surveys his domain from a clifftop, a stark contrast to the huddled masses below. While other humans are treated as livestock, his power is undeniable. The text reveals a chilling truth: Naho, the true master of this territory, remains unseen, his authority absolute. Naho's unseen hand shaped Erugo's reign. The text reveals a chilling pact: as long as sacrifices were offered, Naho never interfered. But even in servitude, ambition flickered within Erugo, a dangerous spark threatening to ignite. Every winter, a nervous tension grips Erugo. He knows that when Naho hibernates, a period of vulnerability descends upon his makeshift kingdom. Demonic beasts relentlessly attack the human farm. Even these daily assaults, however, are but minor inconveniences in the grand scheme of Erugo's precarious reign. Despite the constant threat, a strange contentment settles over Erugo's face.
He finds a measure of satisfaction in his new, albeit brutal, life. Damn it, Arugo snarls, his frustration palpable.
Winter is always the problem. A chilling question follows, cutting through his anger. What do you want? I heard you know the method.
Tell me, Arugo demands, his gaze unwavering. The older man scoffs, you sure are nasty for such a young brat. The way out of the forest of roots remains elusive, a crucial piece of information for Arugo's survival.
I heard that Darien took in a disciple. Is that you?
The old man's words hang heavy in the air, a sinister grin twisting his lips. His gaze, sharp and knowing, leaves no room for doubt.
The question is less an inquiry and more an accusation.
Tell me the way to get out of the forest, Arugo demands, his voice sharp and urgent. Escape from this treacherous place is his only priority now.
The old man, a flickering candle in his hand, leads Arugo down a dimly lit corridor.
His every step is measured, his silence heavy with unspoken knowledge. The air itself seems to hum with anticipation.
Why should I? Arugo's defiance is clear, his gaze unwavering.
The tension ratchets up, escape from the forest is at stake, yet he refuses to simply comply. Because you'll die if you don't, the old man rasps, his words a chilling ultimatum.
The weight of his statement hangs heavy in the air, leaving Arugo with a stark choice.
If I die, Lord Naho will wake from his hibernation and come, the old man explains, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity.
The threat is clear, a desperate gamble hanging in the balance.
You'll die too if that happens, the old man adds, his voice a low, grim warning. The gravity of the situation settles upon Arugo, the threat to his own life a chilling counterpoint to the earlier warnings.
Do you think you can take on Lord Naho? You're but a mere human.
The old man scoffs, his voice laced with disdain. Arugo remains defiant, his response a quiet, unwavering, it doesn't matter.
Can Naho revive the dead?
Arugo questions, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. The old man's chilling words echo in his mind, the weight of the impending doom heavy on his shoulders. You'll definitely die, so I have nothing to worry about, he mutters, a grim acceptance settling in. Don't try any tricks, the old man warns, his gaze unwavering, a chilling intensity in his eyes.
Arugo remains silent, his expression unreadable.
I'm the only person who knows how to get out of this forest, Arugo states, his voice carrying a quiet defiance.
If you kill me now, you'll never find out how to escape. The old man's scoff follows, a single word echoing the sentiment, how absurd.
I've heard that mages are crazy about recording stuff, Arugo muses, his gaze sweeping the cluttered mage's workshop. I'll find that out eventually if I keep searching your house, he continues, a determined glint in his eyes.
I just want to simplify that process.
The old man's gaze falls upon the sword, a thoughtful expression crossing his face.
His assessment of Arugo's plan seems to be underway.
You're a tough one, aren't you? The old man observes, his gaze intense. All right, he concedes, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. The old mage, holding a single flickering candle, submits. A sword rests across his shoulders, held by Arugo, a silent testament to the young man's unwavering resolve. I'll tell you how to get out of the forest, the old mage offers, his voice a low murmur. A simple promise, yet it holds the key to Arugo's escape. And so, the title card appears, Helmut, the Forsaken Child. The story of a young man's journey begins. Thus begins the tale of Helmut, the Forsaken Child.
Helmut descends the steps, leaving the old mage behind.
His journey out of the forest begins. Helmut and the old mage continue their descent, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows on the stone steps. A journey of escape, guided by a simple promise.
What's your name?
The old mage's question hangs in the air, a simple query carrying the weight of untold stories. His gaze, though weary, holds a flicker of something akin to hope. None of your business, Helmut replies, his expression hardening. The young boy's quiet defiance speaks volumes. All right. But I'll tell you something. The old mage's voice, though soft, carries a weight of unspoken knowledge as he continues their descent. A hint of mystery hangs in the air, promising a revelation to come.
The method I found is just theoretical, the old mage explains, his voice low.
No one has tried it, nor has the ability to try it. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the dimly lit library, a stark contrast to the hope flickering in his eyes. What you're doing right now is pretty much for nothing, the mage states, his voice carrying a quiet finality. A glimmer of hope, however, flickers in his eyes as he adds, it could be possible for Darien though. Seeing as how you're here, it means he's got no intention of leaving this place, the young man observes, a hint of grim determination in his gaze. His words carry the weight of a difficult decision, a commitment made.
What happened to him? The young man's question hangs in the air, a silent plea for answers.
His gaze, sharp and concerned, rests on the old mage, who remains silent, his expression unreadable. The weight of unspoken events presses down, heavy with implication.
Ho! No answers?
The young man's question hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation in the face of the old mage's enigmatic smirk.
His silence speaks volumes, a stark contrast to the young man's desperate hope for clarity. He must be dead. The young man's declaration cuts through the silence, a stark conclusion drawn from the mage's cryptic silence. Despair, sharp and sudden, replaces his previous hope.
A low chuckle escapes the old mage. He picks up a thick, ancient tome, its spine cracked and worn, its pages filled with arcane symbols. The sound, a stark contrast to the young man's despair, hints at a secret, a truth yet to be revealed. Hand that over, the old mage demands, his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. The young man hesitates, but the mage's sharp words, hold up, halt his movement.
A tense standoff ensues, the ancient tome held aloft, a silent promise of secrets yet to be revealed.
Hey, the young man calls out, a hesitant plea cutting through the tension. His voice, though soft, carries a desperate hope, a silent question hanging in the air.
What do you think about becoming my successor and living in this place?
The mage's question hangs heavy in the air, a profound offer framed by the young man's pensive expression. A weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders, the silence echoing the gravity of the choice before him. Nonsense, the young man mutters, his eyes narrowed, a clear rejection etched on his face. The weight of the mage's offer, the responsibility it entails, proves too much.
You're definitely worthy since you're Darien's disciple. Everyone else here is so weak. The mage's words, a sneering declaration, punctuate his dismissive gesture.
His contempt for the others is palpable, a stark contrast to his earlier offer.
I'll give you everything I have in this place. The mage's voice booms, a dramatic offer that contrasts sharply with his previous disdain. A new path, laden with untold potential, is suddenly laid before the young man.
He rejects the mage's extravagant offer, his hand gripping his sword hilt with newfound resolve.
The young man's decision is final, his gaze unwavering.
I don't need what you have, he states, his voice firm, his resolve unwavering.
The young man's rejection is absolute, a finality that echoes his steadfast gaze.
I will survive and make it out of here, he vows, his grip tightening on his sword. Determination hardens his features, a stark contrast to the scorn he just refused.
Escape is his only goal now. Shut up and just hand it over, the mage demands, his impatience evident.
A sharp edge of anger cuts through his words, a stark contrast to his previous offers.
All right.
If you insist, then there's no helping it, the mage concedes, a hint of weariness in his posture. He seems resigned to the young man's defiance. He pores over the book, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. This text, found in a mage's hideout, details a plan for stealth magic, a plan that ultimately failed. The mage, it seems, never escaped. A huge waterfall, the book reveals, lies at the forest's southern edge. Its waters, infused with demonic energy, weaken divine power. This discovery sparks a new plan.
A massive waterfall dominates the scene, its icy spray misting the rugged, snow-dusted rocks. The book's revelation unfolds before them. This place, the text claims, might weaken divine power, offering a path past the barrier. Despite its weakened state, the mage explains, the barrier remains formidable. Even a trace of demonic energy would result in instant annihilation. His grim expression underscores the danger. That's all I know, he states, a weariness settling over his features. The weight of the mage's failed attempt hangs heavy in the air. The journey ahead remains perilous. All right.
I'll spare your life, the warrior declares, sheathing his sword.
A decision made, the path forward remains uncertain, but a life is spared.
I don't really like him, but. The warrior's inner conflict is evident, a quiet reservation coloring her resolve as she continues onward. Don't think lightly of life, the older man scolds, his words sharp. You've only survived because of that leopard's mercy. The younger man's gaze drops, a quiet acceptance in his response, that's what Darien taught me. A crimson burst erupts, the mage vanishing in a flash of red energy. The warrior watches, her expression unreadable, as the dust settles. The warrior strikes, a swift blow sending the mage sprawling. His pained gasp echoes the force of the impact. A guttural karg escapes the mage's lips, a sound of pain and defeat as he crumples. The warrior stands over him, her victory silent but undeniable. Bound and defeated, the mage groans, a single, pained ugh escaping his lips. His body, slumped and still, speaks volumes of the warrior's victory.
The warrior tightens the bonds, a sharp crack echoing as the mage struggles in vain. His desperate cough, a guttural cook, is his final defiance. Don't do bad things from now on, the warrior states, her voice firm but not unkind. You'll be released after some time. She sheathes her sword, the tension easing slightly. Damn it! I can't use magic. The mage's frustrated cry underscores his helplessness, his bound form a testament to the warrior's victory. You arrogant bastard! Do you think you can make it out of this forest alive?
The warrior's voice rings out, sharp and unwavering, as she stands over her defeated foe. Her words, a chilling promise, hang heavy in the air. She turns, her back to us, leaving the defeated mage bound and alone. The warrior walks away, the weight of her victory, and perhaps a hint of weariness, settling upon her shoulders. A hint of a smile plays on the warrior's lips as she walks away, leaving the defeated mage behind. The quiet confidence in her stride speaks volumes. Of course, she murmurs, a quiet confidence in her tone belying the intensity of the recent battle. The warrior's self-assuredness is palpable, leaving no doubt of her victory. Left alone, bound and defeated, the mage sits slumped against a cold stone pillar in a dimly lit hall. His stillness speaks of utter defeat. A guttural ugh escapes the defeated mage's lips, a sound of pure exhaustion and defeat echoing in the silent hall. His eyes blaze with furious rage. How dare that brat do this? The defeated mage roars, his voice a guttural growl of disbelief and fury. Bound and defeated, he seethes. The mage's furious glare speaks volumes, a silent scream of defiance against his humiliating capture. That confidence, it cracks. A cruel smile spreads across the mage's face, a chilling contrast to his previous rage. His eyes, burning with a cold fury, hold a new, unsettling glint. That confidence of yours? He sneers, the words dripping with bitter mockery. I'll crush it into tiny bits. The mage's voice, a venomous hiss, carries the weight of his simmering rage. His cruel smile widens, a chilling promise of vengeance. Lord Naho, please wake up. His desperate cry echoes the mage's fading hope, a stark contrast to his previous venomous rage. The intensity of his plea underscores the gravity of the situation. Dust motes dance in the crimson light as the mage collapses, his desperate plea echoing in the vast, ruined hall. Lord Naho lies still. A violent tremor rips through the ground, the very stone beneath them shattering into 1,000 pieces. Crimson cracks spiderweb across the floor, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Purple energy surges, crackling around Lord Naho as he awakens. The tremors cease, the shattered stone momentarily still. Lord Naho rises, a surge of purple energy erupting around him like a coiled serpent. The tremors cease, replaced by the crackling power that now radiates from his form. From the depths of the shattered earth, a monstrous form erupts. Purple energy crackles around it, a terrifying display of raw power. This is no mere awakening, it's a transformation. Debris explodes outward, a chaotic spray of purple and teal fragments against the white backdrop. The force of the transformation is palpable, a visual echo of the raw power unleashed. Two colossal, purple-tinged forms hurtle through the air, remnants of the cataclysmic transformation. The sheer power is breathtaking, a testament to the force unleashed.
Erugo.
The name is barely a whisper, yet it carries the weight of ages. From the depths of the newly formed chasm, a second monstrous form rises, its scales shimmering with purple energy.
You haven't woken me up for nothing, have you? The challenge hangs heavy in the air, a promise of the conflict to come. And not at all. It's a grave matter.
The words, though stammered, carry a weight of urgency, a stark contrast to Erugo's earlier nonchalance. The stakes, it seems, are far higher than he initially let on. I'm sure you'll understand after listening to what I have to say. The bound man's voice, though strained, holds a desperate plea. His gaze, wide with a mixture of fear and fervent hope, is fixed on the colossal, purple-scaled beast before him. The urgency in his tone suggests the stakes are incredibly high. Darien has died. And his disciple is here right now. The words explode from the bound man, a desperate plea echoing across the chasm as Erugo, the colossal beast, reacts with a mixture of surprise and something akin to grim anticipation. Erugo's gaze, sharp and intense, fixes on the bound man. A slow, predatory grin spreads across his massive, purple-scaled face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The beast's anticipation is palpable, a chilling prelude to whatever comes next. A burst of purple energy erupts from the bound man's forehead, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light.
Ka! Ha! Ha!
A maniacal laugh rings out, echoing the raw power unleashed.
I see.
Erugo's response is a low, chilling murmur, barely audible above the rising cacophony of dark energy swirling around the bound man. Two monstrous, serpentine shadows writhe into existence behind him, their eyes glowing with malevolent purple light. This is the perfect opportunity for me to get rid of traces that I've hated. Erugo's words are a chilling declaration, his massive claw resting heavily on the ground, a stark visual representation of his unwavering resolve. With a surge of power, Erugo smashes through the ground, his serpentine shadows now fully formed, their purple eyes burning with intensity. I'll find him, he vows, his determination unwavering. A guttural chuckle escapes the bound man's lips.
He. Damn brat.
He spits, the words laced with venom. Chunks of rock and debris rain down around him, a testament to the power he still wields.
Do you think you can escape unscathed after treating me like this?
The bound man's voice rings out, a chilling question echoing through the snow-covered woods. His words are laced with a potent blend of anger and barely contained power, a stark contrast to his current, restrained state. The snow-covered woods stretch before him, the silence broken only by the crunch of Erugo's boots.
His pursuit continues, relentless. Nothing's free in this world. The bound man's chilling words hang in the air, a bitter truth echoing his malevolent grin.
His eyes, blazing with purple energy, fix on Erugo, a stark warning. Through the skeletal branches of a dark, wintry wood, a figure plummets.
The impact is imminent.
A burst of white explodes as the figure impacts the snow-covered branches, shattering them with the force of the fall. They land with a muffled thud, the snow cushioning the impact.
A moment of stunned silence follows. Gripping their sword, they land hard, a frustrated "damn it" escaping their lips.
The impact, though cushioned by the snow, clearly stings.
Should I have killed it?
The question hangs in the air, a reflection of their own uncertainty as they watch the creature flee into the deepening shadows of the winter wood.
Two monstrous wolves, eyes blazing, charge, a blur of fangs and fury.
Their snarls echo the hunter's lingering doubt.
Demonic beasts fled without a second glance.
They're all afraid. A realization dawns, etched on the hunter's face, this means something significant is about to happen.
Driven by a newfound urgency, they sprint forward, the hunter's face grim, determined. The fleeing beast's fear confirms a looming threat, something far greater than wolves is near.
A sigh of relief escapes them, a quiet, few, barely audible above the wind whistling through the trees.
The tension visibly eases from their shoulders.
I'll need to run like crazy, the hunter mutters, the words a stark contrast to the recent relief. A looming, unseen threat hangs heavy in the frigid night air.
A blur of motion.
They sprint through the snow-laden woods, the hunter's pace relentless.
The chilling wind howls, a stark counterpoint to the pounding of their feet. A blinding flash erupts behind them, a shockwave throwing snow into the air.
The hunter doesn't break stride, their pace relentless, the unseen threat now a tangible terror.
Helmet, the Forsaken Child. The title card appears, a stark declaration against the backdrop of the hunter's desperate flight. Helmet, the Forsaken Child. The name echoes the hunter's desperate flight, a stark title card against the relentless pursuit.
Helmet, the Forsaken Child, continues his desperate flight, the ground a blur beneath his boots. He pushes onward, the icy spray from his powerful strides a testament to his relentless pace.
He glances back, a grim realization dawning. I still haven't made it out of the territory yet.
The words hang heavy in the air, a testament to the relentless pursuit. Still trapped within the territory, a chilling realization grips him.
His escape remains incomplete. TCH. The whole place is engulfed by demonic energy. Helmet's breath hitches, the oppressive atmosphere is palpable, a stark contrast to his desperate hope for escape. A gasp escapes Helmet.
The demonic energy, thick and suffocating, closes in, a tangible wave of oppressive power. His escape, it seems, is far from over. Helmet pushes onward, his sword held high, a grim determination etched on his face.
He fights through the oppressive demonic energy, each step a testament to his unwavering resolve to escape.
Two monstrous figures rise from the demonic energy, their forms solidifying before him. Their menacing presence is a chilling testament to the inescapable nature of his predicament. Helmet turns, his back to us, sword drawn. Before him, a colossal, shadowy form rides, its immense power palpable in the oppressive purple aura that fills the panel.
Escape seems impossible.
From the swirling shadows, a voice booms, "Greetings, child." The sheer power in the utterance sends a fresh wave of dread through Helmet, solidifying the inescapable nature of his predicament. Before him, a colossal, three-headed hydra rises, its serpentine bodies pulsing with dark energy.
Its very presence screams of overwhelming power, leaving Helmet utterly dwarfed. I knew you'd come back to my territory, a voice echoes, confirming Helmet's worst fears.
The vast, desolate landscape stretches before him, a stark reminder of his perilous situation. You're a long-awaited guest, a voice declares, cutting through the oppressive silence.
He can't leave.
Then, Helmet states, his voice firm despite the ominous shadows flanking him.
I guess I'll leave after I finish slaying you.
The sheer defiance in his words is palpable, a stark contrast to the overwhelming power surrounding him. Yes, you're much braver than I expected, the hydra booms, its voice a chilling echo across the desolate landscape. A sinister chuckle follows, underscoring the danger Helmet faces.
Fragile human, the hydra sneers, its multiple heads looming. What can you do with such a tiny body? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark challenge to Helmet's defiance.
Resistance is futile, the hydra proclaims, its many heads a terrifying spectacle of power. The words hang in the air, a chilling declaration of the inevitable. Just hurry and enter my stomach, the hydra bellows, its many heads a terrifying mask of impatience.
The threat hangs heavy, a stark contrast to Helmet's unwavering defiance. Helmet swings his weapon, a blur of motion against the hydra's massive heads.
The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy erupting from the point of contact. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts as Helmet's attack connects. The sheer force of the blow is breathtaking. The force of the blow sends a shockwave of purple energy outwards, a breathtaking display of power. A geyser of ice erupts from the point of impact, the frigid spray a stark contrast to the purple energy that preceded it. The hydra's many heads are momentarily obscured by the blast. He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of motion leaving a trail of ice and snow in his wake. The hydra's heads are thrown back, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack. Damn, all this dust, he mutters, the aftermath of his powerful attack obscuring the battlefield. He readjusts his grip on his sword, the dust still swirling around him.
I have to get my sights on it.
He mutters, his gaze searching the obscured battlefield. A voice then booms out, "You've done well dodging, child." The hydra, its multiple heads snapping, coils around him. A wave of purple energy crackles, threatening to engulf him. Kukuku try to keep struggling, the hydra sneers, its multiple heads tightening their grip. A grim determination sets in on the young warrior's face as he braces himself against the monstrous coils. Two crimson eyes, burning with malevolent intensity, pierce through the swirling dust. They belong to something far larger, far more dangerous than anything faced before. He takes a deep breath, his back to the unseen threat. "Let's calm down," he whispers, a stark contrast to the chaos swirling around him. A moment of quiet defiance before the next onslaught. His eyes, narrowed in grim concentration, reflect the immense pressure. The warrior's resolve is unwavering, even as he silently acknowledges the Hydra's strength. The opponent is strong, he thinks, but an opportunity will come. His eyes, narrowed slits of grim determination, bore into the unseen threat. A silent calculation, a plan forming in the face of overwhelming odds. The warrior waits, his resolve a stark contrast to the chaos that surrounds him. "I won't just roll over," he declares, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. The warrior's defiance echoes in the very air, a silent promise to fight back against the overwhelming odds. "Naho," he shouts, a defiant roar cutting through the tension. His counterattack begins. The Hydra unleashes a blast of dark energy, a swirling vortex of purple and crimson. Its power is terrifying, a maelstrom threatening to consume everything. He meets the blast head-on, a shield of pure energy forming before him. The impact is immense, a blinding flash of light and power. The energy shield holds, but barely. A wave of searing heat washes over him, the force of the blast pushing him back. He stumbles, but his grip on his shield remains firm. "Now!" He counters, a fierce surge of energy propelling him forward. He surges forward, his counterattack a furious wave of energy that meets the Hydra's blast. A blinding explosion erupts, the force of the clash shaking the very ground. The explosion's aftermath reveals the Hydra, its form momentarily obscured by the lingering energy, but its furious roar echoes through the shattered landscape. Sent flying by the sheer force of the blast, he tumbles through the air, a whirlwind of motion and energy. He lands hard, the impact jarring, but he rolls with the force, instantly springing back to his feet. The force of the blast throws him back, a blur of motion against the white-hot explosion. He counters with a swift kick, a blur of motion that sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Regardless of how strong its demonic energy is, he presses on. He draws his weapon, a surge of purple energy crackling around the hilt as he grips it tightly. The fight continues, relentless. "There'll be a spot where my vis can penetrate." He focuses, his eyes narrowed, searching for a weakness in the monstrous, purple-scaled beast before him. The creature's gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, is a terrifying sight. "Right," he cries out, his blade a purple streak slicing through the air. The attack finds its mark, a clean cut across the beast's massive flank. A purple blur, his blade a streak of violet fury, he cleaves through the beast's defenses. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy rippling outwards. "In the eye," he cries, his blade a violet flash as it strikes true. The impact sends a shockwave of purple energy outwards. A violet flash. His blade finds its mark, piercing the Hydra's eye. Blood sprays, the beast recoils in agony. He catches his breath, a grim determination etched on his face. "I managed to stall for time," he thinks, "it'd be great if I can defeat it, but this is the best I can do at my current skill level." He pants, a grim realization dawning. "I used up too much vis for that attack," he mutters, the weight of his actions heavy. "I'll die if I keep fighting." The Hydra, wounded but far from defeated, looms before him. "You little insect! Get your shit together!" The Hydra roars, its voice a venomous hiss as it lunges, its massive form a terrifying shadow. "Shut up," he shouts, defiance ringing in his voice as he throws himself back into the fray. The Hydra's attack is a blur, a whirlwind of scales and fury. "I have to escape," he thinks, eyes wide with a desperate realization. His breath hitches, the weight of his near defeat pressing down. The Hydra's attack is a maelstrom of purple energy, a venomous strike aimed right at him. "You damned!" It hisses, the words lost in the chaotic energy as it engulfs him. "You couldn't even deal with that," the Hydra sneers, its voice dripping with contempt as it watches him struggle. A wave of shame washes over him. Crimson splatters erupt across the panel, a brutal testament to the Hydra's attack.
The impact echoes the protagonist's earlier shame, leaving him battered and defeated.
The Hydra, its purple energy still crackling, looms over him.
Its victory is absolute. Phew!
A breath escapes him, a shaky exhale that speaks volumes after the brutal onslaught. The Hydra's victory, however, remains absolute.
I've gotten rid of the useless part.
The Hydra hisses, its purple energy crackling.
Now I'll get rid of you too.
Its gaze locks onto its defeated opponent, promising a swift end. A purple energy blast erupts from the Hydra, a furious wave of power aimed directly at the fallen warrior.
There's no escape.
Despite the imminent threat, defiance flickers in his eyes. He grits his teeth, refusing to yield even as the Hydra's attack bears down. Even as the Hydra's attack hurtles towards him, a fierce glint ignites in the warrior's eyes.
He prepares to meet his end, not with resignation, but with defiant resolve. Impact! A deafening crash echoes as the warrior is engulfed by the Hydra's attack. A blinding flash.
The force of the Hydra's attack obliterates the warrior, leaving only a silent aftermath in the desolate forest. The Hydra's attack consumes him, a violent purple explosion ripping through the forest.
Silence falls.
Only dust and debris remain where the warrior once stood.
The Hydra, its multi-headed form coiled triumphantly, surveys the scene of its devastating victory.
You've managed to hide after getting hit by that attack, the Hydra observes, its many eyes gleaming in the dim forest.
A chilling assessment of the warrior's survival. The Hydra, its many eyes gleaming, speaks. Since I've lost a head, it'll be harder to see for now.
A chilling admission, hinting at a vulnerability despite its recent victory.
Where are you?
The Hydra's voice, a low growl echoing through the ravaged forest, betrays a hint of uncertainty. Its victory, it seems, is not yet complete.
You damn child!
The Hydra's roar, a furious outburst, echoes through the ravaged forest. Its previous uncertainty is replaced by a burning rage. Huffing, the warrior struggles to their feet, their body battered and bruised, but their eyes hold a defiant spark. I knew it was strong, the warrior mutters, a grim acceptance coloring their words as they survey the damage.
The Hydra's power, even diminished, is undeniable. But I can barely even fight it. The warrior breathes, a weary acceptance in their voice.
Leaning heavily on their sword, they contemplate their grim situation.
Is all I can do at this point just slashing its eye?
Coo! The warrior groans, a pained sound escaping their lips. Despite their battered state, a grim determination sets in. But I still manage to at least stall for time, they mutter, their gaze fixed on their only remaining option.
This is my only chance. I have to hurry and escape.
A pained "you" escapes the warrior's lips as they stagger back, the Hydra's attack sending a shockwave through the shadowed forest.
Demonic energy?
The warrior gasps, eyes widening in dawning horror as they register the unnatural purple glow emanating from the Hydra's attack. The implications are chilling. A pained groan, escapes the warrior's lips as the Hydra's attack reverberates through the shadowed forest. The creature's unnatural purple glow intensifies, a chilling confirmation of their worst fears. Finally found you, disgusting child, the monstrous Hydra hisses, its words dripping with venom. The purple glow intensifies, a chilling prelude to its next attack.
Did you think you could hide from me in this forest?
The Hydra's roar echoes, its words a venomous promise as it closes in on its prey. The warrior's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, meet the creature's gaze. He stands defiant, two swords held ready, amidst a swirling vortex of demonic purple energy. The warrior's resolve is palpable, a stark contrast to the chaotic power surrounding him. The Hydra's attack explodes, a maelstrom of purple energy engulfing the warrior.
TCH.
He spits, a sound of defiance barely audible above the fading roar of the Hydra's attack.
The warrior's face, though bruised and battered, holds a grim determination.
The Hydra lunges, a blur of purple fury.
Its attack, a torrent of demonic energy, slams into him.
The Hydra's jaws snap shut, a terrifying display of demonic power.
Its attack, a furious torrent of purple energy, threatens to overwhelm him.
The Hydra's jaws clamp down, a brutal impact shaking the very ground.
A wave of purple energy explodes outward, a terrifying display of raw power. Damn it, he grits out, a fierce glare hardening his features despite the brutal beating he's taken. His grip on his sword tightens, defiance burning in his eyes. He can't hold on. Overwhelmed, he can only manage a strained, "I can't," before the Hydra's assault overpowers him. "I can't die like this." He snarls, defiance etched onto his battered face, even as the Hydra's power threatens to consume him. A desperate surge of adrenaline fuels his final stand. He unleashes a final, desperate surge of power, a crimson wave erupting from his hands. His eyes, wide with a desperate resolve, reflect the crimson surge of power he unleashed. This is his last stand. The crimson wave explodes outwards, a blinding flash of light engulfing him and the Hydra. The blinding light fades, revealing a star-strewn sky. Below, amidst the skeletal branches of a wintry forest, a faint, ethereal glow emerges. He meets the Hydra's attack head-on, his blade a blur of motion against the monstrous creature's icy breath. A fierce clash of power erupts. Silence. A stark white expanse stretches across the page, a stark contrast to the fiery battle that preceded it. Only the faint echo of the clash remains, a testament to the power unleashed. "Long time no see." The words hang in the air, a stark declaration against the white expanse of the page, hinting at a familiar presence returning to the fray. Ilaga. The name, barely whispered, hangs heavy in the air, a chilling presence emerging from the swirling, ethereal energy below. From the ethereal energy, a majestic snow leopard emerges, its form shimmering with icy power. Its gaze is fixed, unwavering, a predator assessing its prey. Its icy breath chills the air, a palpable threat emanating from those piercing blue eyes. The snow leopard, Ilaga, stands poised, a silent predator ready to strike. A chilling wind sweeps through a desolate, snow-dusted forest. The air crackles with unseen energy, a magical storm brewing in the heart of the night. He deflects the dragon's attack with a flash of cyan energy, his sword a blur against the beast's scales. The magical storm rages around them, a breathtaking spectacle of power. A powerful slash cuts through the air, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The force of the blow reverberates through the storm-racked forest. Exhaustion etched on their face, they gasp, a single word escaping their lips, "E." The storm rages on, mirroring the inner turmoil of the battered warrior. With a final, desperate cry of Ilaga, a snow leopard, eyes blazing with ethereal blue energy, lunges. The snow leopard's attack is a blur of motion, ethereal blue energy crackling around its paws as it strikes with ferocious speed. Cook. They stagger, the impact of Ilaga's demonic energy a searing wave that washes over them. "I'm glad you've survived." "Great job," Ilaga purrs, a low rumble vibrating through the air. Relief washes over the battered warrior, a stark contrast to the storm that still rages around them. "Hold on, I can still help." The warrior's voice is weak, but determined. Above, Ilaga, the snow leopard, commands, "Leave the rest to me." The scene is a whirlwind of blue energy, but the leopard's resolve is clear. "You should leave," Ilaga commands, her words sharp as ice crystals in the frigid air. The warrior, battered but defiant, clenches his jaw, his gaze unwavering despite the visible wounds marring his face. "You have something more important to you, don't you?" Ilaga's question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the swirling blue energy. The warrior's gaze flickers, a hint of internal conflict crossing his face before he steels himself once more. "Go and find it, quickly," Ilaga urges, her voice a sharp command cutting through the storm. The warrior hesitates only a moment before turning to obey. Heeding Ilaga's urgent command, the warrior sets off, his battered form silhouetted against the fading blue energy. A grim determination settles on his face, his gaze fixed on some unseen, distant goal. The weight of his greatsword seems almost insignificant compared to the burden he carries within. "Your freedom," the words echo in his mind, a promise whispered on the wind. His eyes, wide with a dawning understanding, reflect the vastness of the path ahead. "Don't waste my effort," Ilaga's voice rings out, a firm command echoing his resolve. The weight of her words spurs him onward. A colossal, glowing eye, filled with an eerie, cyan light, watches him go. The vastness of the creature's gaze hints at a power far beyond human comprehension. But
a single word escapes his lips, a testament to the immense challenge ahead.
his face, streaked with grime and sweat, reflects both his exhaustion and unwavering resolve. Go now!
The command rings out, a snow leopard, wreathed in cyan flames, erupting into motion behind him. Its power, raw and untamed, propels him forward. Propelled by the snow leopard's fiery energy, he bursts forward, a blur of motion against the vibrant blue energy trails.
His breath hitches, a silent testament to the brutal journey. The grime caked on his face speaks volumes of the relentless battles fought.
Determination, however, still burns bright in his eyes, a fierce ember against the encroaching darkness. A single, heartfelt word escapes him: thank you. The weariness etched onto his face is undeniable, yet a quiet gratitude shines through the grime and exhaustion. Behind him, the snow leopard, its cyan flames now fading, seems to echo his sentiment. He hurtles forward, a desperate lunge, narrowly avoiding the monstrous creature's grasping claws. The cyan flames of the snow leopard's energy surge behind him, a fading echo of its power. He presses on, the darkness ahead swallowing the last vestiges of light. A grim determination sets his jaw, a silent vow to overcome.
The snow leopard's cyan flames finally extinguish, leaving only embers in their wake.
A final, powerful surge of energy dissipates into the encroaching darkness. The snow leopard's cyan flames finally sputter out, leaving only a faint glow as it faces its monstrous foe.
A tense standoff ensues, the air thick with anticipation. A guttural cook escapes the monstrous beast as it reels from the impact.
Its purple hide shimmers, the faint glow of its eyes betraying a hint of surprise. A guttural gah erupts from the beast, its purple flames flaring in a final, desperate surge.
Pain, raw and undeniable, contorts its monstrous features. Filthy cat! How dare you stop me in my own territory? The monstrous beast roars, its fury palpable. Its purple flames still flicker, a testament to its enduring power, even in defeat.
I'm just doing what I need to do, the snow leopard growls, its icy gaze unwavering.
The beast's fury is met with steely resolve.
A chilling laugh echoes through the trees as the beast recoils, its purple flames sputtering.
What a tear-jerking friendship you have!
A voice sneers, the words laced with bitter amusement. Disgusting species, the voice hisses, venom dripping from each syllable. The beast's purple flames flare one last time, a final, desperate burst of power before fading into nothingness.
I really have you to thank for coming to me by yourself, the monstrous serpent hisses, its forked tongue flicking. I'll kill you right away and devour that brat. Its eyes gleam with malicious intent, promising swift and brutal retribution.
Do you think you can achieve that with only one head when you couldn't with two? The monstrous serpent taunts, its voice dripping with cruel amusement. The snow leopard, defiant despite its injuries, snarls, let's see you try it.
Its icy gaze burns with a fierce determination, promising a desperate, final stand. The serpent's maw opens, a terrifying display of fangs and malice. Its final attack is unleashed, a surge of purple energy crackling around it. But the snow leopard meets the assault head-on, its own icy power flaring in a defiant counterattack. The leopard's icy power collides with the serpent's purple energy in a blinding flash of light. A shockwave rips through the air, the force of the impact echoing in the silence. The impact throws the serpent back, its purple energy momentarily extinguished. A stunned silence follows the blinding flash. A blinding flash of light engulfs the battlefield, the clash of opposing energies leaving only streaks of purple and ice in its wake. Silence. Silence.
Then, slowly, the dust begins to settle, revealing the aftermath of the clash.
The dust settles, revealing the title card, Helmet, the Forsaken Child. And so, the dust settles, revealing the name of our protagonist, Helmet, the Forsaken Child.
Helmet stands amidst the swirling dust, a lone figure silhouetted against the bright white expanse. His form is small, almost lost in the vastness of the cleared space, yet his posture speaks volumes.
He stands defiant. The dust settles, revealing Helmet, the Forsaken Child, a single, breathless, who escaping his lips. He stands, small but unwavering, amidst the chaos he's left behind.
He sheathes his sword, a grim determination etched onto his young face. The dust motes dance in the light, a silent testament to the battle just fought.
Is it finally over?
The question hangs in the air, a silent prayer escaping Helmut's lips as he gazes upon his fallen foe. A weary exhaustion settles over the scene, the dust slowly settling around the defeated beast.
After passing Ilaga's territory, he's been running for days.
The weight of his journey is evident in his weary stance, as he surveys the fallen beast before him. A long, hard-fought escape. But as long as they're not at Naho's level, I can cut them down without any problems, Helmut states, his voice low but firm. He stands amidst the carnage, his sword sheathed, a quiet confidence radiating from him despite the blood-soaked ground.
If.
The word hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. Helmut's gaze, a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination, betrays the toll of his journey. A single, lingering thought, a question mark etched onto his weary face.
I hadn't met Ilaga and Darien.
The realization dawns on Helmut, a quiet weight settling upon his shoulders. His victory feels incomplete, a shadow of doubt darkening the hard-won triumph.
A profound realization dawns on Helmut.
His gaze, etched with weariness, falls upon the snow leopard's silhouette behind him. I wouldn't have been able to survive in this place, he murmurs, the weight of his near-death experience settling upon him. I only have one chance, Helmut acknowledges, his gaze resolute.
For Ilaga and Darien, who sacrificed to give him this opportunity, he must persevere. The weight of their trust fuels his determination.
He stands before a cascading waterfall, the icy spray misting his face. A single, unwavering resolve hardens his features. Get out of this forest, he commands himself, his voice a low murmur against the roar of the water. Escape is his only path forward. Helmut pauses, a thoughtful expression settling on his face as he surveys the landscape before him. The weight of his journey, and the sacrifices made for him, is palpable.
This place, he realizes, is markedly different from Ilaga's territory.
He can barely sense any demonic energy, even the seed of darkness is reacting strangely.
Could it be responding to the divine barrier? A faint purple glow emanates from Helmut's palm, a subtle energy barely visible.
Relief washes over him as he murmurs, I'm glad I covered it in this, otherwise I'd have been in deep trouble. The tension visibly eases from his shoulders. Helmut holds a long, white strand, his brow furrowed in thought. A single question mark floats above his hand, mirroring his uncertainty.
What is it?
He examines the long, white strand closely, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his features.
This feather is, he wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air.
A sense of mystery surrounds this unexpected find.
Helmut looks up, startled.
Above him, a colossal, feathered silhouette eclipses the sky, its presence both majestic and slightly terrifying.
A wave of awe, mixed with apprehension, washes over him.
Ugh! Helmut groans, bracing himself as a powerful force impacts him. The ground trembles beneath him. A colossal creature looms, its voice echoing, a human child, huh? The sheer scale of the beast dwarfs Helmut, its presence both awe-inspiring and menacing.
What business do you have in my territory? The colossal creature demands, its voice echoing across the land.
Helmut, dwarfed by its immense size, finds himself facing a challenge far greater than he anticipated. Damn it, I knew that black mage told me about this too easily, Helmut mutters, frustration etched on his face. His eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his expression. To think there's a demonic beast this near to the divine barrier. Helmut's voice is barely a whisper, his face etched with disbelief and dawning horror. The sheer proximity of the creature to the barrier is a chilling revelation. My name is Igrel, the creature announces, its voice carrying a hint of ancient power.
What's your name?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst the swirling magical energy. I've heard of that name before, Helmut replies, a flicker of recognition in his eyes.
I'm Helmut. The weight of his title, the ruler of the, hangs unspoken, yet heavy in the air.
The creature's full form is revealed, a magnificent, phoenix-like beast, its plumage a vibrant swirl of pink and orange.
Igrel, the text proclaims, confirming its identity as the demonic beast from the north.
Ilaga's words paint a picture. Igrel, the demonic beast, is intensely curious. Helmut, however, remains unaware of this trait as he faces the magnificent creature.
I smell something familiar from you, Igrel declares, its voice resonating with ancient power. It's faint because of the blood scent, but I could never forget that scent. A chilling certainty underpins its words, a mystery woven into the air between them. Yes, the scent of Naho is stuck on you. Igrel's words hang in the air, a chilling confirmation.
The demonic beast's keen senses have detected a trace of Naho clinging to Helmut, a clue that deepens the mystery surrounding their encounter.
And an even fainter scent that's been on you for a long time. Igrel muses, its gaze intense. That's Ilaga? Interesting, very interesting.
A new layer of intrigue is added to the encounter, the beast's keen senses picking up a scent far older than the blood.
Kid, are you Ilaga's kid or Naho's kid? Igrel demands, its question hanging heavy in the air. Helmut's response is immediate, a quiet declaration, I'm Ilaga's family. Is that so? Igrel questions, its tone a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The beast's response to Helmut's claim hangs heavy in the air, a silent pause before the next development. In that case, Igrel begins, its tone hinting at a significant shift in the conversation. The beast's gaze remains intense, its next words anticipated with bated breath. That means Ilaga's family has intruded into my territory, huh?
Igrel's voice booms, the massive bird spreading its magnificent wings, a breathtaking display of power. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a confrontation is unavoidable. I'm not here on Ilaga's orders, Helmut states, his defiance clear in his gaze. The tension ratchets up another notch, his words are a direct challenge to Igrel's assumptions.
I have my own reasons, Helmut counters, his resolve unwavering.
The tension remains palpable, his explanation leaves Igrel's reaction uncertain.
Reasons? Igrel questions, the massive bird's gaze unwavering. Is there a reason for me to spare you?
The challenge hangs in the air, a demand for Helmut to justify his defiance.
Helmut hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face.
The weight of Igrel's challenge is clearly felt, his silence speaks volumes. I need to calm down, Helmut mutters, the words a stark contrast to the escalating tension. A brief moment of self-reflection, a necessary pause before facing Igrel's judgment. The reason is, what I'm trying to do might be meaningful to you, Helmut explains, his gaze unwavering despite the immense bird before him.
A plea, perhaps, a desperate attempt at justification. Meaningful to me? Igrel questions, the massive bird's gaze unwavering. Doubt hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to Helmut's justification.
Yes, Helmut affirms, his gaze resolute.
This is a perfect opportunity for you to satisfy your curiosity. Because I'm going to become. The sentence hangs unfinished, leaving Igrel and the reader breathless with anticipation. To cross the barrier and make it out of the forest of roots, Helmut declares, his resolve unwavering.
This, he explains, is the perfect opportunity for Igrel to satisfy her curiosity. A god, Helmut finishes, his voice barely a whisper, yet carrying the weight of a momentous revelation. Igrel's intense gaze remains fixed on him, a silent question hanging in the air. Igrel bursts into laughter, a sound that cuts through the tension. Her amusement is palpable, a stark contrast to Helmut's serious declaration.
Weak human child, do you think that's possible? A majestic, bird-like creature's voice booms, its words echoing Igrel's disbelief.
The seed of darkness within her, it seems, has other plans.
The majestic creature's words hang in the air, a stark accusation, tell me that you're the same as a demonic beast.
Let me try it then, the young man declares, a steely resolve hardening his features.
His reason? He'll be the only human foolish enough, or brave enough, to venture here. He squares his shoulders, gaze fixed on the magnificent, radiant bird before him. The young man's determination is unwavering as he vows to overcome the divine barrier. You want me to let a human prey that I haven't seen in a while get burned by the barrier? That'd be such a waste.
The magnificent creature's words carry a hint of amusement, a surprising lack of malice considering its previous pronouncements.
Its tone suggests a different game is afoot. There'll always be humans dropping into this forest.
The creature's words, though seemingly dismissive, hint at a deeper, unspoken truth about the forest's nature and the unending stream of those who dare to enter.
But the only person that can make it past that barrier.
A lingering question hangs in the air, the young man's resolve tested by the implication of a unique challenge ahead.
Will be me, he declares, a steely glint in his eyes.
His hand rests on his sword hilt, a silent promise of the challenge to come.
The young man stands firm on the shore, the waves lapping at his feet, his resolve unwavering. Its gaze, intense and unwavering, holds a curious mixture of amusement and assessment.
The creature seems to be sizing up the young man's declaration, silently weighing his chances.
The creature muses, its gaze lingering on the young man. A thoughtful consideration hangs in the air, the creature's response leaving the outcome uncertain. All right, you're a smart one, the creature concedes, its gaze softening slightly. I do want to see you try it as you've said. A challenge accepted, the young man's path forward is now clear.
It's true that you'll be only person who's stupid enough, the creature states, a hint of amusement in its tone.
The challenge is laid bare, only the foolish would dare attempt it. To escape this perilous forest, he'll risk his life.
The young man stands resolute, facing a magnificent, iridescent bird, its presence both awe-inspiring and ominous.
The challenge is clear, a desperate gamble for freedom.
While it's none of my business if you die or survive, the creature says, its tone nonchalant yet somehow weighty.
If you succeed, you'll be the first human to escape this forest.
The young man stands before it, the iridescent bird a silent promise of both peril and unprecedented triumph.
Yeah, he confirms, a steely glint in his eyes.
Determination hardens his features as he prepares to face whatever lies ahead.
And you'll become the first demonic beast to see that happen.
The creature's words hang in the air, a chilling prophecy for the young man's audacious attempt.
Coo.
You're making me interested, the iridescent bird chuckles, a hint of amusement in its tone.
All right. Since I want to see if you can leave this place, it adds, the challenge clearly stated.
I'll protect you until you get to the barrier, the creature promises, its words a shield against the unknown dangers ahead. In case anything does happen, tell me your last words, if you have any, it adds, a hint of grim determination in its tone.
I'll pass it on to Ilaga if I see it, the creature concludes, its gaze fixed on the young man, a silent pact formed between them. In that case, tell Ilaga that I survived and made it out of the forest, the young man requests, his voice firm despite the perilous journey ahead. A quiet resolve settles over him as he stands before the magnificent creature, ready for whatever comes next. He sets his gaze forward, a grim determination etched on his face. The young man's resolve is unwavering as he prepares for the perilous journey ahead. That means. The creature's words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications as it turns its gaze toward the young man, the weight of their pact settling upon them both. No matter what the result is. The young man's voice is barely a whisper, yet his resolve is unwavering, a steely glint in his eyes as he faces whatever lies ahead. You want me to say that, right? The creature's question hangs in the air, a challenge in its very tone. Its gaze remains fixed on the young man, unwavering and intense. All right. The creature's single word hangs in the air, a finality settling over the scene as dust motes drift down, the unspoken agreement between them sealed. I'll tell Ilaga exactly that, the young man declares, a quiet determination etched onto his face. Below him, the swirling energy confirms his identity, Ilaga's special child. Rising from below, bubbles drift upwards, a silent testament to the power just unleashed. A faint tremor runs through him, a subtle ripple of exhaustion beneath the surface of his resolve. The young man's face, though set with purpose moments before, now bears the weight of the immense power he's just wielded. Phew! A single breath escapes him, a sound barely audible above the lingering silence. The young man's eyes, though still open, reflect the profound exhaustion that has settled over him. Bubbles rise, a gentle counterpoint to the storm of energy he just unleashed. The quiet aftermath speaks volumes, his resolve remains, but exhaustion clings to him like a second skin. Slowly, bubbles rise to the surface, each a silent testament to the immense power he just unleashed. A quiet settles, broken only by their gentle ascent. There's only one chance. He runs, arms outstretched, towards a cascading waterfall, a desperate hope fueling his exhausted stride. The water's glow reflects in his determined eyes, a final gamble against overwhelming odds. He plunges beneath the surface, bubbles trailing his descent. The waterfall's turquoise glow surrounds him, a shimmering curtain concealing whatever lies below. He disappears beneath the churning water, a spray of white exploding around him as he vanishes into the turquoise depths. Beneath the surface, a trail of bubbles marks his descent into the turquoise depths. He breaks the surface, gasping for air, his eyes wide with a mixture of relief and determination. The turquoise glow of the underwater world still clings to him, a testament to his daring plunge. Surging forward, he bursts from the water, propelled by a shimmering, turquoise energy. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, the turquoise glow of the water still clinging to his skin. He's emerged victorious. I must. The words hang in the air, a silent vow echoing the powerful surge of turquoise energy he unleashes. A wave of force erupts, shattering the water around him. I must get out, he grits out, a desperate resolve hardening his features as he fights his way upward, the turquoise energy still clinging to him like a second skin. Breaking the surface, he gasps for air, the turquoise energy fading as he struggles to his feet. Relief floods his features, a stark contrast to the desperate fight moments before. His resolve hardened, a new purpose takes hold. To go beyond the forest of roots. Divinity. The power of purification. A radiant burst of light, crystalline shards erupting outwards, promises a cleansing force. A celestial energy surges, a breathtaking wave of power that protects humanity. This radiant power, a divine force of purification, rejects negativity. It surges, a breathtaking wave of celestial energy, shielding humanity. Surging through a celestial torrent, a figure hurtles forward, propelled by the divine energy. The power of purification, a breathtaking wave of light, carries them onward. That power, it's flowing through them. That power is penetrating through me, a voice resonates, filled with a mix of awe and apprehension. Eyes blazing with fierce determination, they grit their teeth, the celestial energy coursing through their veins. A surge of power, raw and untamed, fills them completely. Eyes blazing, a fierce determination etched onto their face, they brace themselves. The celestial energy, a torrent of pure power, surges within. Eyes wide, a look of pained concentration etched on their face, they push onward, the celestial energy a blinding column of light behind them. The torrent of power is immense, yet they persevere. A pain unlike any they've ever known consumes them, a searing intensity that pushes them to their limits. A pain that I've never felt before, they gasp, the words a testament to the sheer power coursing through their being. I can't maintain my consciousness, they whisper, their voice barely audible above the fading roar of celestial energy. Light flickers and dims, mirroring their failing strength. Demons that became human, and a human that became something else entirely. The transformation is complete, the narrative unfolds. The transformation complete, a single, desperate question hangs in the void: where do I go? The answer, lost in the swirling darkness, is as elusive as the path ahead. Dissipating into shimmering particles of light, they fade from this plane of existence, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their recent transformation. All that remains is a golden locket, gently swaying on its chain, a faint glow emanating from within. It drifts, a silent testament to a transformation concluded, a lingering echo in the fading light. A solitary figure stands, head bowed, their silhouette etched against the white void. A faint purple glow emanates from within, a lingering ember of the transformation just past. The figure remains, a solitary presence in the vast emptiness, the faint purple glow now a mere whisper against the stark white. A new chapter begins. A weathered shield, its surface etched with the passage of time, rests before them. A symbol, ancient and powerful, adorns its center, a silent promise of strength and resilience, a legacy carried forward. A deep breath is taken, a moment of quiet reflection before the next challenge. The word ACE is visible, etched into a weathered surface, a silent promise of the skills to come. A heavy sigh escapes them as they gaze upon a sturdy, old wooden cart, its wheels worn smooth by time and travel. Shit, they mutter, the word hanging heavy in the air, a testament to the unexpected challenge ahead. Tanya, they're told, is nearing the forest of roots.
A caravan winds along a path strewn with autumn leaves, the setting sun casting long shadows. The journey continues, the destination shrouded in mystery.
A thoughtful pause. Amidst a carpet of fallen leaves, a question hangs in the air: why are we resting in a place like this? Uncertainty clouds the traveler's expression, a hint of unease coloring their quiet contemplation.
Hey, Pin, a voice calls out, a suggestion offered amidst the rustling leaves.
You know we'll be able to travel further if we rest, right?
A thoughtful pause follows, the words hanging in the air, a practical consideration in the face of the journey ahead.
Ugh.
Pin groans, a clear expression of worry etched on his face.
The thought of encountering a demonic beast while exhausted is a chilling prospect, a very real danger given their current state.
Even a rank 4 mercenary like himself wouldn't stand a chance.
Ah, fuck, it's getting dark too.
Pin mutters, a clear note of anxiety in his voice.
His companion, seemingly unfazed, simply replies, fuck?
The growing darkness casts a palpable tension over their late-day rest stop.
Arg!
Pin cries out as he's sent sprawling by a swift kick. The force of the blow sends him tumbling through the air.
He slams into the earth, the impact echoing the rising panic in his heart. Seriously, the way you talk. Hurry up and go.
Before it gets darker. A gruff voice cuts through the twilight, urging Pin and the others onward. A dismissive TCH escapes Pin's lips as he trudges along, carrying his buckets.
The deepening shadows of the forest add to the growing sense of urgency.
Pin groans, the sound swallowed by the deepening twilight.
The forest closes in, the urgency of their hurried retreat palpable in the fading light. Something feels strange.
Pin mutters, a sense of unease settling over him as he continues his trek through the darkening forest. The autumnal hues of the setting sun cast long shadows, amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. Let's just quickly get some water and head back, Pin decides, a hint of weariness in his tone as he glances around the darkening forest.
The suggestion carries a quiet urgency, reflecting his unease.
Pin murmurs, a questioning tone replacing his earlier weariness. A subtle shift in the atmosphere hints at something unexpected.
What's this?
Pin questions, his brow furrowed in confusion as he examines a strange, dark seaweed clinging to a rock in the ravine. Why is there seaweed in a ravine? He wonders aloud, a growing sense of mystery replacing his earlier unease. Pin collapses, his body hitting the ground with a thud.
Sweat beads on his forehead, a testament to his exertion.
The scene ends on his unconscious form, leaving the reader to wonder what befell him. He groans, eyes wide with a dawning horror. A wave of nausea washes over him, the sudden realization of his predicament etched on his face. A guttural cry escapes him, arrrrrrgh. Pain racks his body, the vibrant colors of the autumnal landscape a stark contrast to the agony he endures.
Silence. Then, a low moan.
Pin stirs, his eyes fluttering open, pain etched onto his face.
The agony lingers, a stark reminder of what transpired. Disoriented, Pin sits up, his question echoing the reader's own, what? What happened?
The autumnal forest path, strewn with fallen leaves, offers no immediate answers.
Did you see a ghost? One asks, his voice laced with uncertainty. The reply is immediate, a stammered confession, there's a dead body. In the ravine, there's a dead body. The chilling revelation hangs heavy in the crisp autumn air. There's a dead body.
The words burst from him, a raw, terrified whisper barely audible above the rustling leaves. His wide eyes, filled with stark horror, leave no room for doubt.
The chilling discovery hangs heavy in the air.
There's no way there's a dead body in a place like this, one of the group states, disbelief coloring their tone. Another scoffs, that guy's such a coward.
He probably mistook it for a branch.
The casual dismissal of the horrifying discovery hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the terror still etched on Pin's face.
Where did you see it?
I'll go have a look, someone says, their voice firm despite the unsettling situation.
Pin, still visibly shaken, points frantically, over there. The tension ratchets up, a simple investigation is about to begin. Don't just point. Lead the way. You need to retrieve the water bucket.
The impatient command cuts through Pin's lingering terror. He's urged forward, the urgency of the task momentarily eclipsing the horrifying discovery. Urged onward, Pin stumbles, a pained ugh, escaping his lips as he nearly falls. The water bucket, still clutched in his hand, swings wildly. Pin stumbles, a pained arg, escaping his lips as he nearly falls.
I am certain it was around here.
He insists, his voice strained.
The other person, clearly impatient, threatens, if you mistook it for something else, I'm going to kill you. Pin, desperate, pleads, no. I swear.
A sharp ah escapes Pin's lips, a sound of pain and exertion as he continues his frantic search.
Oh, over there.
Pin points, his breath catching in his throat as he finally spots the water bucket. Relief floods his features, a stark contrast to the fear that had gripped him moments before. Pin lies sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The others watch, concern etched on their faces as they take in the scene.
Silence.
A heavy, suffocating silence hangs in the air, the only sound the ragged breaths of those watching Pin. The weight of his unconsciousness settles upon them, a stark reminder of the danger they all face.
It really is a dead body.
A grim realization dawns on the observer, their gaze fixed on Pin's still form. The silence is heavy, broken only by the unspoken fear.
Told you. I was being serious. Ugh, hurry up and head back.
I don't want to look at it anymore. The speaker's frustration is palpable, their words cutting through the lingering silence.
A hesitant wait follows, a single tear tracing a path down their cheek.
A single tear escapes, tracing a path down their cheek.
The weight of the situation, the stark reality of Pin's condition, finally breaks through their bravado.
A silent scream, unspoken but powerfully felt, hangs in the air.
Pin! Come here quickly!
The urgent call cuts through the lingering tension, a stark contrast to the previous silence. A startled yes follows, the speaker's voice trembling slightly.
It's not a dead body.
The sharp declaration cuts through the fear, a wave of relief washing over the kneeling figure as they look up at the taller woman.
He's still alive.
The words burst forth, a declaration of relief that cuts through the tension. Hope, vibrant and unexpected, replaces the fear that moments before had held them captive. A moment of stunned silence follows, the weight of the revelation settling upon them. Then, a slow, hesitant movement, a hand reaches out, trembling slightly as it touches Pin's arm. He's awake, the woman exclaims, a grin spreading across her face.
Excuse me, she adds, turning to the younger boy, have you come to your senses?
Disoriented, Pin shields their eyes, murmuring, where am I? Did I escape the forest of roots? A question hangs in the air, a mixture of relief and uncertainty clouding their features. Don't be afraid, a calming voice assures Pin, the words a gentle balm on their still fragile state. You're safe here, the reassuring words offer Pin comfort, a stark contrast to the fear that still lingers in their wide eyes. A wave of relief washes over them, the tension visibly easing in their shoulders. This guy who went to get water saw you disheveled, the woman explains, her expression softening. He screamed, so I thought you were dead, she adds, a wave of relief washing over her features as she continues, but it's a relief you're all right. Your name, the question hangs in the air, a simple inquiry yet heavy with unspoken concern.
The woman's gaze, though curious, holds a gentleness that reassures Pin. Helmet. The name, a simple utterance, hangs in the air, a small piece of the puzzle finally revealed. Anything else, the question follows, gentle yet probing, leaving Pin's story still unfolding. The scene unfolds in a forest clearing, autumn leaves carpeting the ground. Helmet, wrapped in a cloak, sits amidst a small group of soldiers, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. A cart, laden with supplies, sits nearby, adding to the sense of a temporary encampment. I don't remember, Helmet replies, his voice laced with uncertainty. The woman's brow furrows slightly. Really? That's a little concerning, she observes, her concern palpable. You don't seem to have any external injuries, did you perhaps hit your head instead? The woman's question hangs in the air, a hint of concern coloring her tone as she assesses Helmet's condition. Her gaze is searching, her worry palpable.
Anyway, my name is Tanya, she announces, a confident smirk playing on her lips. A rank 3 silver medal mercenary from the Face Mercenary Corps, she introduces herself with a casual air, her words implying a certain level of authority. Tanya extends a hand, a gesture both professional and friendly. Helmut, still slightly dazed, takes it, their hands clasped in a brief but meaningful handshake. Another human other than me, Tanya murmurs, a hint of surprise coloring her voice. Her eyes, wide and thoughtful, betray a flicker of curiosity. A thoughtful frown creases Tanya's brow. The discovery of another human, besides herself, clearly gives her pause. You know where this is, right? Tanya asks, her gaze sharp. Helmut hesitates, then shakes his head. No. I don't. The uncertainty in his reply hangs heavy in the crisp autumn air. It's the decay forest, Tanya states, her voice firm. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Seems like you don't remember where you fainted. It must be severe. Her gaze, though assessing, holds a hint of concern for Helmut's condition. Do you perhaps remember anything? Tanya asks, her expression a mixture of concern and cautious hope. Helmut remains silent, his amnesia a heavy cloud hanging over them both. The decay forest, a place of ill omen, looms in the background. Helmut sits slumped against a tree, the setting sun casting long shadows through the autumnal forest. A profound silence hangs in the air, broken only by the rustle of leaves. His amnesia, a heavy weight, remains. My name ain't that I know how to wield a sword, Helmut manages, his voice barely a whisper. The words, though few, offer a fragile glimmer of hope amidst the lingering amnesia. Tanya and the other figure exchange a look, a silent conversation passing between them in the fading light of the decay forest. You know how to wield a sword? That is such a relief, Tanya says, a visible weight lifting from her shoulders. Her expression, though still serious, softens slightly, a glimmer of hope replacing some of her earlier worry. Tanya assesses Helmut, a thoughtful expression on her face. It seems like your physical condition is okay, you just need to have a doctor look at your head, she observes, offering a glimmer of pragmatic hope amidst his amnesia. We'll help you until you're able to walk on your own, so trust me, Tanya offers, her voice firm yet reassuring. A promise of support hangs in the air, a lifeline for Helmut in his uncertain state. For now, you're my responsibility, Tanya declares, her gaze firm as she looks down at Helmut. A quiet strength emanates from her, a promise of care and protection in the heart of the decay forest. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the decay forest. Tanya stands tall, a figure of quiet strength, Helmut beside her, seemingly recovering. In the background, several soldiers stand guard, their silhouettes stark against the fiery sunset. A sense of cautious optimism settles over the scene, a fragile peace in the heart of danger. A soft, grateful whisper escapes Helmut's lips, thank you. The words hang in the tranquil air of the fading light, a testament to Tanya's unwavering care. Helmut rests on a rock, his sword leaning against the stone beside him. A sigh of relief, a quiet few, escapes his lips, the tension visibly easing from his shoulders. The autumnal forest around him is peaceful, a stark contrast to the dangers he recently faced. Helmut's voice, though soft, carries a weight of exhaustion. I just barely survived, he admits, a quiet acknowledgement of the near-death experience. But it's going to take some time to fully recover. His words paint a picture of lingering vulnerability, even amidst the relative safety of Tanya's protection. Right now, I'm in a worse state than when I first started training, Helmut admits, his voice laced with exhaustion. The stark admission underscores the severity of his injuries, a sobering reality even in the relative calm of the forest's twilight. Tanya channels her magic, a soft purple glow emanating from her hands as she works to heal Helmut's grievous wounds. The effort is clearly taxing, yet her expression remains resolute, a testament to her unwavering dedication. I thought the seed of darkness would disappear, but it's still here. Helmut's voice, though barely a whisper, carries a heavy weight of grim realization as he stares at the lingering darkness. The purple glow surrounding the seed intensifies, a stark contrast to the forest's fading light. Helmut clutches his chest, a look of grim determination etched on his face. The seed of darkness persists. Well, if it weren't for this, I would already have died, Helmut reflects, a grim acceptance coloring his words as he sits, sword at his side, amidst the fading light of the forest. Anyways, this is the world of humans, Helmut observes, a hint of weary acceptance in his gaze. The lingering darkness within him, a stark reminder of the battles fought and the struggles yet to come. He resolves, a quiet determination settling over him, I can't let them find out I have the seed of darkness, so for now, I'll need to pretend that I've lost my memories. A plan forms, born of necessity and a grim acceptance of the situation. And so, he decides to conceal his true nature, embracing a facade of amnesia. A necessary deception in this new world. He holds a tarnished locket, a new element in his plan. I need to find the owner of this, he resolves, his gaze fixed on the antique piece. A crucial step in his new life. Let's not rush and take it slow, he murmurs, a thoughtful expression on his face as he clutches the locket. A measured approach to his new life, a calculated step forward. I've only taken the first step, he reflects, the vast, tranquil sky mirroring the calm resolve in his eyes. A new beginning, carefully planned, yet uncertain. Atop a windswept rock, he sits, sword resting beside him, gazing at the serene sunset. The vastness of the sky mirrors the uncertainty of his new path, yet a quiet determination settles over him. Woa, one of them breathes, eyes wide. He's that scraggly guy from yesterday? A new encounter, a familiar face reappearing unexpectedly. He followed Pin and washed himself off, but he's a completely different person now, one observes, his skepticism evident. Another chimes in, there's no way a person can change that much just by taking a bath. A third, a woman with fiery orange hair, adds incredulously, impossible. Is he a noble? The transformation is so striking, it sparks immediate speculation about his true identity. Pink petals drift down, a gentle breeze carrying them past, a serene image contrasting sharply with the recent uncertainty. A sense of peace settles over the scene, reflecting his newfound calm. He stands amidst a shower of pink petals, a stark contrast to his previous disheveled state. A newfound composure settles upon him, his hands resting gently on his shoulders, a subtle yet significant shift in demeanor. The onlookers, partially visible in the background, watch with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Pink petals fall like gentle rain around him, a serene contrast to the earlier disbelief. His posture, now relaxed, speaks volumes, a transformation complete. How interesting. A voice muses, a hint of intrigue in the tone. The observation, delivered with a thoughtful expression, focuses on the transformation witnessed earlier. When I found you in the water, you resembled a. The speaker trails off, leaving the audience to ponder the mystery of his altered appearance. Excuse me, are you a noble? Or a child from a wealthy family? The question hangs in the crisp autumn air, a stark contrast to the serene scene moments before. Uncertainty, once again, clouds the atmosphere. I don't know. I told you I lost my memories, he replies, the simple statement hanging heavy in the crisp autumn air. His words, spoken with quiet resignation, confirm the lingering uncertainty surrounding his identity. The onlookers, a mix of curious townsfolk and perhaps even those who witnessed his earlier transformation, wait for further explanation. Who cares about who he is? Right now, he's the newbie of our mercenary squad. The words, blunt and dismissive, cut through the lingering uncertainty. A hand rests reassuringly on his shoulder, a gesture of acceptance amidst the ongoing questions about his identity. Did you sleep well, Tanya? One of the mercenaries asks, concern evident in their tone. Yes. How are you feeling? You look so much better after freshening up, another replies, a hint of genuine warmth in their voice, contrasting with the earlier uncertainty surrounding Tanya's identity. Gosh, you've become so nice after seeing that he's handsome. The comment, lighthearted yet revealing, underscores a shift in the mercenaries' attitude. Their newfound kindness towards Tanya seems directly linked to his appearance. Seriously, ugh, he groans, a hand flying up to his face as a swift punch connects. The impact is clear, a sharp arg, escaping his lips as he reels from the blow. Shut up and go help with the preparations for departure, a voice commands, silencing the earlier banter. The order is sharp, leaving no room for argument. Departure is imminent. We'll arrive at a village in 4 days, so follow and bear with us till then, a mercenary announces, the group continuing their journey along the autumnal path. A blond man, clearly exhausted, scrambles to his feet, his earlier defiance seemingly forgotten.
Yes, Tanya.
The mercenary's response, though brief, holds a quiet assurance. A subtle shift in his expression, a hint of concern, perhaps suggests a genuine care for her well-being, a stark contrast to his earlier gruffness. You're replying well, Tanya's trainer comments, a pleased smile on her face as she ruffles Tanya's hair.
Nice. All right. Get your things, everyone.
The command rings out, sharp and clear, signaling the group's imminent departure. The journey's next phase begins. Tanya, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, surveys the autumnal landscape. A determined glint shines in her eyes, reflecting the crisp air and the vibrant colors of the changing leaves. The journey continues.
We're leaving soon. The announcement hangs in the air, a simple statement carrying the weight of anticipation. Tanya's companion remains silent, a thoughtful pause before their journey resumes.
Aren't you pushing yourself after just waking up? One of them asks, concern etched on their face.
Will you really be all right?
The other replies, this carriage is pretty fast, so it'll be difficult to catch up. A sense of urgency hangs in the crisp autumn air. I gotta walk to loosen up my body, she mutters, a slight frown tugging at her lips as she dismounts. One of the guards watching from the cart replies, you're so weird. The crisp autumn air carries the sound of their horses' hooves, dag-dak, as they move along the path. She walks away from the carriage, the crisp autumn air swirling fallen leaves around her feet. Two guards watch from a distance as she stretches, her slight frown softening into a determined expression. She gently strokes the horse's cheek, a soft smile replacing her earlier frown. The animal seems to respond to her touch, its expression equally gentle. You must like horses, one of the guards observes, his words a gentle nudge. The other guard, slightly startled, replies, "HM? Oh. I think so." A hint of a smile plays on the first guard's lips as the scene unfolds under the autumn sky. Considering his fondness for pack horses, he doesn't seem like a nobleman.
Yet, there's nothing ordinary about his appearance.
You're a very docile organism, a young man observes, his words directed at the horse as the woman continues to gently stroke its mane.
A hint of amusement, perhaps even a touch of wonder, colors his expression.
The young man continues to observe, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The way he speaks is weird too, he muses, his gaze drifting away. What could it be? He's definitely around my age, he adds, a hint of intrigue replacing his initial confusion. But he seems a bit restrained. The young man's observation hangs in the air, a subtle shift in his assessment of the situation.
His earlier curiosity now tinged with a thoughtful uncertainty. Helmet.
The young man's voice trails off, a mixture of surprise and dawning recognition coloring his tone.
His earlier curiosity intensifies, replaced by a more focused, almost urgent, interest. A wave of uncertainty washes over him.
His earlier certainty falters, replaced by a pensive frown. He seems troubled by something he's just realized. Oh. I'm a bit out of breath, he admits, the words a quiet admission of exertion. A slight pause follows, his breath catching in his chest before he continues his observation.
Just get on the carriage.
We'll only fall behind if you walk that slow, she says, a hint of impatience in her tone. Her words snap him out of his reverie, urging him forward.
I won't fall behind, he declares, a quiet resolve firming his voice.
A resigned sigh escapes the girl beside him as she replies, sigh, do as you like then. His determination, though quiet, is unwavering. Weird. Why am I so tired? She wonders aloud, a puzzled frown etching itself onto her face. Beside her, the boy observes, geez, he doesn't think of the people that worry about him at all.
He's a bona fide young master.
His words hint at a contrasting perspective on the situation. Even in the forest of roots, the journey continues. A sense of mystery hangs heavy in the air, the dense woods a stark contrast to their previous surroundings. He sits alone, a stark figure amidst the towering trees of the forest of roots. I never took more than a day to recover, he murmurs, a quiet admission hinting at a resilience that belies his weary posture. Well, she trails off, a thoughtful frown deepening on her face. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the boy's prolonged exhaustion. Emerging from the forest, a small group makes their way down a path, autumn leaves crunching underfoot. He speaks, a quiet determination in his voice, I'm sure I'll get better as I keep walking. In the distance, a town beckons, a promise of rest and perhaps, recovery. Reaching the edge of the forest, a small convoy comes into view. A cart, laden with supplies, is surrounded by several figures, their forms silhouetted against the autumnal backdrop. The promise of rest and respite in the nearby town feels closer now. The title card appears, The Return of the Heavenly Emperor, promising a new chapter in his journey. Chapter 11 begins. The journey of the Heavenly Emperor continues. He pauses, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. The Emperor's journey continues, but a moment of quiet contemplation precedes the next leg. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly wrong with you, a voice observes, the words offering a sense of reassurance within the simple interior setting. The Emperor's journey continues, but a new phase begins, a medical examination, perhaps? He has a sturdy constitution. People like him recover quickly, the doctor declares, his assessment offering a reassuring conclusion to the Emperor's examination. The others around him, his companions, perhaps, listen intently, a sense of relief settling over them. What? Are you sure you looked at him properly? Doubt clouds the young woman's words, a sharp contrast to the doctor's earlier reassurance. Her skepticism hangs heavy in the air. How dare you? I'll prescribe you some medicine, so take them as you see fit, the doctor snaps, his words a sharp rebuke to the young woman's earlier doubt. His authority is undeniable. I told you he was unconscious until a while ago, she exclaims, her fiery orange hair practically ablaze with indignation. At least do a proper diagnosis or something. You're just a quack, aren't you? Her frustration is palpable, her disbelief in the doctor's earlier assessment clear. What? A quack, she scoffs, her disbelief evident. The doctor's earlier pronouncements are clearly not sitting well. He just has a constitution that recovers quickly. There aren't any problems with him, no matter how you look at him, he insists, his tone firm despite her skepticism. Then when do you think his amnesia will disappear? The young woman's question hangs in the air, a lingering uncertainty about the patient's condition despite the doctor's earlier pronouncements. A subtle shift in her demeanor suggests a cautious hope, tempered by the gravity of the situation. His memories will probably return sooner or later. There's nothing wrong with his head, the doctor assures her, a reassuring gesture accompanying his words as he gently touches her hair. A hint of relief softens the young woman's features. Just take the medicine and screw off, the doctor snaps, tossing a small vial onto the table. His irritation is palpable, a clear reaction to the young woman's earlier accusations. Damn brats, still wet behind the ears, he mutters, shaking his head. This crazy old geezer, she fumes, her face a mask of frustrated anger. The young woman's simmering resentment toward the doctor boils over. Someone stop Tanya, a voice cries out, a desperate plea echoing across the quaint town square. A guttural karg follows, a sound of exertion or pain, as Tanya's furious outburst continues unchecked. Are you sure you're all right, Helmut? Concern laces the woman's voice as she addresses him. Finn told me you were having trouble just walking. Her words hint at a recent struggle, a worry etched onto her face. Helmut and the woman walk through the town square, the setting sun casting a warm glow on the scene. Oh, yes, Helmut says, his voice calm. I took the medicine from earlier and was able to rest some at the inn. I'm feeling fine now. A sense of relief settles over them, a stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. I guess. I heard your body and grip is very sturdy, a voice observes, a hint of surprise coloring the words. The comment seems to refer to a recent physical interaction, leaving the exact context slightly ambiguous. You said you know how to use a sword, right? You probably trained with a master, the voice observes, a hint of intrigue in the tone. A knowing smirk plays on the speaker's lips, their confidence unwavering.
She's right on the mark, Helmut confirms, a quiet certainty in his voice. Yes.
The sword felt familiar to me as soon as I held it. His words confirmed the earlier speculation, adding a layer of mystery to his past. In that case, the woman says, her voice carrying a hint of thoughtful consideration. The implication hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the conversation's direction.
You want to have a duel with me?
The challenge hangs in the air, a direct and unexpected proposition following the earlier conversation about Helmut's swordsmanship. The stakes are suddenly raised. She accepts the challenge, a confident smirk playing on her lips as she casually rests a hand on the hilt of her sword.
The duel is on. A duel.
The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with anticipation. The scene shifts to a quiet, sun-drenched street, the very air seeming to hum with the unspoken challenge. The sun beats down on a quiet cobblestone street. They stand poised, swords at the ready, the unspoken tension palpable between the two duelists.
The duel begins.
You don't need to feel pressured, she says, a subtle smirk playing on her lips.
Just think of it as a way to loosen up your body. Who knows? Your memories might come back. A glimmer of hope, perhaps, amidst the tension of the impending duel. We don't have anything to do until tomorrow, so how about it?
The proposal hangs in the warm, golden air, a casual suggestion that belies the weight of the unspoken challenge. A hand is extended, an invitation to postpone the duel.
A thoughtful pause.
She considers the offer, the weight of the unspoken duel still present, but a flicker of something else, hesitation, perhaps, crosses her features.
Tanya. A rank 3 silver medal mercenary.
The words hang in the air, a stark introduction to a formidable opponent. Her reputation precedes her, a silent testament to her skill.
All right. The single word, a quiet acceptance, hangs in the air.
Tanya, the rank 3 silver medal mercenary, a figure apparently quite respected in the human world, makes her decision. The duel, for now, is postponed.
Okay, this will allow me to gauge how strong I am. The words, a quiet declaration of intent, reveal Tanya's true motivation for accepting the postponement.
It's not mere courtesy, she seeks to assess her own strength before facing a potentially formidable opponent.
A blur of motion.
She smashes her fist into a heavy wooden post, splintering the wood with a resounding crack.
Everyone trains diligently.
A wide shot reveals a bustling training yard, filled with warriors honing their skills. That's good to see, a voice observes, a quiet satisfaction in the tone. Oh, Tanya, a voice greets her.
Did you come to warm up too?
Tanya, however, notices something else.
HM? Behind you is.
Her words trail off, a hint of curiosity and perhaps apprehension in her tone.
What, Helmut? Did you come to have a duel with Tanya?
The question hangs in the air, a ripple of surprise and intrigue spreading among the onlookers. Whoa, that sounds interesting, someone murmurs, the unexpected challenge piquing everyone's curiosity.
Go easy on him, Tanya.
You'll hurt that pretty face, someone cautions. Another voice adds, oh, and I'm obviously talking about his face. A fiery retort erupts, you sons of bitches. The intensity of the moment is palpable, the unspoken challenge hanging heavy in the air. A swift blow lands, Helmut cries out arg, as Tanya's attack connects. He stumbles back, a pained ugh escaping his lips, the impact clearly felt. Tanya stands over her defeated opponent, a single, dismissive humph escaping her lips.
The dust settles, revealing Helmut's sprawled form on the ground. Her expression, though partially obscured, speaks volumes. She's unimpressed, the fight clearly beneath her.
Here, a wooden sword.
We'll have a duel with this.
There's only one rule, we'll go until one of us falls to the ground. Tanya declares, her confident stance and the glint in her eye leaving no room for doubt.
The challenge is issued, the rules simple and brutal.
Come at me with everything you have, Tanya challenges, her voice ringing with confidence.
The duel begins anew, the stakes higher than ever.
I may look like this, but I'm the vice captain, Tanya reveals, a smirk playing on her lips. Her opponent, clearly taken aback, stares at her in stunned silence. I'm still not at my best yet. I can't use this either, Tanya's opponent thinks, his grip tightening on the wooden sword. Instead of brute force, he plans a more strategic approach, focusing on deflecting her attacks. A smirk plays on Tanya's lips, she's clearly enjoying this. The fight is far from over, but she's already anticipating victory. Don't let your guard down, Tanya warns, her eyes sharp as she maintains her stance. The intensity of the duel remains palpable. Hey, look at that stance. The onlookers erupt in excited chatter, their anticipation palpable. This'll be fun to watch. Do your best, they urge, their voices a mixture of encouragement and amusement. Tanya moves in a blur, her sword a flash of light. The impact is immediate, a sharp crack echoing through the courtyard as her opponent stumbles back. With a swift, precise movement, Tanya strikes. Left waist, she calls out, her voice sharp and confident as her opponent is sent reeling from the blow. A triumphant grin spreads across Tanya's face as she delivers a final, decisive blow. The impact explodes in a burst of energy, leaving her opponent reeling. He barely registers her attack, Tanya's parry is effortless. She's above me in strength, he admits, his voice laced with grudging respect as he's forced onto the defensive. Oh ho! A smirk plays on Tanya's lips, her eyes narrowed in focused intensity as she anticipates her opponent's next move. The fight is far from over. He realizes the futility of a direct confrontation. I really can't fight her head on, he mutters, his eyes narrowed in grim determination as he prepares for a different strategy. With a powerful, earth-shattering strike, Tanya sends her opponent crashing to the ground. The force of the blow cracks the very earth beneath them. Dodge and dig inside. He grits his teeth, a plan forming in his eyes as he prepares to counter Tanya's overwhelming strength. A desperate gamble, but perhaps his only chance. He moves in a blur, a desperate counterattack launched. Tanya's blow is met not with brute force, but with calculated evasion and a swift, precise riposte. His counterattack lands. A perfectly timed strike sends Tanya sprawling, the impact echoing in a burst of motion and energy. Tanya stumbles, a pained kgh, escaping her lips. Shit, she cries, her body betraying her, unable to keep pace with her planned movements. Stunned, Tanya stumbles back, gasping, it feels as if I'm underwater. Her opponent's swift response cuts through her confusion, you think too much. A flurry of motion, a whirlwind of steel. His blade dances, a blur of light against Tanya's faltering defense. She's overwhelmed, his speed leaving her no room to react. Ugh! Tanya cries out, her attack deflected. A fierce expression contorts her face as she struggles against his relentless assault, her weapon barely holding its ground against the overwhelming pressure. She's thrown back, a powerful blow sending her sprawling. The impact leaves her breathless, her opponent's superior speed and strength undeniable. She's sent flying, a blur of motion against the stark background. The impact echoes, a sharp thwack punctuating the sudden silence that follows her fall. He delivers a final, crushing blow. Tanya is sent flying, a blur of motion against the fiery red and white streaks of impact. Defeated, Tanya grits her teeth, eyes blazing with defiance despite the crushing blow. Rage fuels her, a silent scream trapped behind clenched jaws. She slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around her as the force of the blow reverberates through the panel. The dust settles, revealing a hand gripping a heavy staff. The weapon is poised, ready for another strike. Wide-eyed, the onlookers watch, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and apprehension. The dust has settled, but the tension hangs heavy in the air. Defeated, Tanya drops to one knee, her weapon clattering to the ground. I lose, she admits, the words heavy with resignation, yet a flicker of defiance still burning in her eyes. Based on those eyes, you look frustrated, a voice observes, the words cutting through the lingering tension. Tanya's expression, a mixture of barely suppressed anger and simmering determination, speaks volumes. Defeat stings, but it doesn't break her. Of course, Tanya mutters, a grim set to her jaw. Defeat is clear, but her eyes burn with a refusal to be broken. Since I was beaten so one-sidedly. Tanya mutters, her voice barely a whisper. A wave of frustration washes over her as she reflects, shit, she had incomparably more openings compared to Darien. Her swordsmanship isn't very efficient either. The words reveal a self-critical assessment, a stark contrast to the defiant glint still present in her eyes.
But it was decent. You fight pretty well. The words, though complimentary, hang in the air, a subtle acknowledgement of Tanya's unexpected resilience. A nearby observer muses, is Tanya stronger than I expected?
The question underscores the surprise at her performance.
Yes, Tanya acknowledges, a quiet admission hanging in the air. The weight of defeat settles upon her, but a flicker of resolve remains in her gaze as she reflects, to think I'd be defeated not even by a rank 1 or 2, but a rank 3. Her words reveal a surprising self-assessment, a blend of disappointment and a quiet determination to learn from this unexpected setback. Tanya is a distinguished fighter, even in our mercenary squad, a comrade remarks, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. It's obvious that you'd lose. Don't let it get you down too much.
The words offer solace, acknowledging her defeat but also highlighting her unexpected strength. Yeah, Helmut, a comrade says, a hint of genuine surprise in his tone. I was actually surprised at how good you were. If you'd tried to penetrate her defenses earlier, you would have succeeded with a bit more strength.
He then adds, a thoughtful expression on his face, you sure are different from Finn.
The comparison highlights a key difference between Helmut's fighting style and that of his comrade, Finn. Helmut trails off, a mixture of surprise and something akin to grudging respect coloring his expression. The unfinished sentence speaks volumes, hinting at a newfound appreciation for Tanya's unexpected strength.
I'm Fien.
The newcomer's introduction, delivered with quiet confidence, cuts through the lingering tension. He stands against a backdrop of a sun-drenched city, his posture suggesting both strength and a hint of mystery.
Good work, Helmut.
You passed the entrance exam. The words hang in the warm, dusky air above the rooftops, a quiet announcement of success against a breathtaking sunset.
Helmut stands among his fellow recruits, a stark contrast to their muscular physiques.
From behind, a new figure observes the scene, his gaze fixed on Helmut. The word entrance hangs in the air, a stark white banner against the darkening sky, marking a new beginning for Helmut and his fellow recruits.
Exam?
The question hangs in the air, a whisper of doubt against the backdrop of a fiery sunset. Helmut's expression, partially obscured, hints at a lingering uncertainty about his success. We saved you, a voice explains, a hint of something akin to paternal concern in its tone.
So we don't want you wandering around without your memories. We thought, why not just take you with us, so we tried testing you. The speaker's expression is both knowing and slightly amused, a subtle confidence in his gaze. Of course, our mercenary squad isn't a course team just anyone can join. That's why everyone watched you from afar while coming to this town. The explanation hangs in the air, a subtle justification for the unseen observation. It reveals a level of selectivity within the group, hinting at Helmut's unique qualities. The recruits walk on, a mix of apprehension and curiosity etched on their faces.
Helmut, however, remains in the foreground, his gaze fixed on the blonde mercenary, a silent question hanging in the air.
The mercenary's expression is one of quiet assessment, his eyes studying Helmut with a thoughtful intensity. Is that why no one approached me besides Tanya and Finn?
The question hangs heavy, a silent query born of observation and a growing understanding of his unique position within the mercenary group. I see, Helmut murmurs, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow.
His gaze remains fixed, a dawning understanding coloring his expression. They could have left me.
These people, they've done something troublesome. The weight of his words hints at a hidden complexity, a mystery yet to unfold.
But well, you don't really have any issues, the blonde mercenary explains, a hint of amusement in his tone.
There were some youngsters who tried to hit on my sister Tanya, but you didn't. His words offer a subtle yet significant explanation for Helmut's unique treatment within the group. Everyone agreed to let you in, the blonde mercenary announces, a grin spreading across his face. The words, delivered with a casual air, finally resolve Helmut's lingering questions. A temporary mercenary ID is handed to Helmut.
Rank 4. His acceptance into the group is now official.
Now, since Helmut is our ally, everyone, greet him, the announcement rings out, a clear declaration of Helmut's acceptance.
The mercenaries, a group of hardened warriors, shift slightly, their gazes turning towards him in acknowledgement. A new chapter begins.
The mercenaries, a diverse band of hardened warriors, turn their gazes toward Helmut. A collective acknowledgement hangs in the air, a silent greeting marking his official acceptance into their ranks. His new chapter has begun.
My name is Byrne. I'm a rank 3 silver mercenary, one of the new recruits states, a friendly smile on his face. And I'm Uter.
Same, rank 3, his companion adds, mirroring the same welcoming expression.
Helmut's fellow mercenaries are introduced. Maros.
Rank 3 silver, the newcomer announces, a confident grin spreading across his face. His companion, already introduced, nods in agreement. The introductions continue, painting a picture of Helmut's new team.
Do we really need to say it? Everyone besides Finn is a rank 3 anyway, a voice remarks, a touch of weary amusement coloring the words. I'm Sean, the newcomer adds, his introduction brief and to the point.
A faint hump escapes Finn's lips, a subtle expression of disdain crossing his face as he adds, alright.
I'm a rank 4 bronze, Finn. His introduction, unlike the others, lacks any warmth. A pensive expression clouds her face.
Ally, she murmurs, the word barely audible. Darien said not to trust humans too much, she thinks aloud, a hint of worry in her tone.
Will it be okay?
The question hangs heavy in the air, her uncertainty palpable.
Fien,
the man begins, a thoughtful expression on his face, I want to make sure of something.
If I get in the mercenary squad, how long do I have to stay?
His question hangs in the air, a clear sign of his cautious nature. I might regain my memories and have to leave somewhere, Fien muses, a thoughtful uncertainty coloring his words.
The weight of potential departure hangs heavy in the air. Moonfin's lips barely move as he utters the single syllable, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face.
The sound speaks volumes, hinting at his quiet consideration of Fien's earlier concerns about his potential departure.
Leaving the squad is your freedom, but...
The man explains, his finger raised in a thoughtful gesture. If you start a commission, you must move with us until it's complete.
Fien listens intently, a quiet alright her only response. The weight of this commitment is clear in her expression.
Well, this might end up being a good thing, Fien reflects, a hint of quiet optimism in her expression. The uncertainty of her memory loss is still present, yet a glimmer of hope shines through. Instead of me wandering around aimlessly, Fien reflects, clutching a rolled-up document, this might help me find clues to my birth faster. A newfound determination steals her gaze.
And...
I also want to know, Finn adds, his gaze unwavering as he addresses the assembled squad.
A quiet determination underpins his words, a clear contrast to his earlier pensive silence. What allies are?
Finn's question hangs in the air, his gaze intense as he considers the implications of their new mission. The weight of their shared commitment settles upon the group. The title card blazes forth, the path of the sword. A sense of purpose, of impending action, fills the air.
Chapter 12 begins. The path ahead, uncertain yet promising, awaits. I said it's an important mission.
The words ring out, sharp and insistent, leaving no room for doubt. The squad's briefing continues, the gravity of their task undeniable.
A hand slams onto the table, the impact echoing the urgency of the mission.
The force of the blow is palpable, a visual testament to the seriousness of the situation.
It's not a commission rank 4 mercenaries can participate in.
The words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration that throws cold water on the squad's eagerness.
The mission's true scale is revealed, far beyond their capabilities.
We already accepted another errand boy from your request, the officer states, his tone firm but laced with a hint of weariness.
But you're going to act this way?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the mercenary squad's impulsive behavior.
Sir Miles, this boy will definitely be useful, the officer declares, his gaze unwavering.
We've been doing business for a long time, so you should know that we haven't brought him along for nothing. His words carry a quiet confidence, a subtle reassurance to the skeptical mercenary leader.
Who?
I hope you can take responsibility for those words, the officer sighs, a weary acceptance coloring his tone.
Since you are the face mercenary squad, I'll allow it just this once. His concession, however, is clearly not given lightly.
Thank you, Sir Miles, the officer says, a quiet gratitude in his tone.
It's nothing. However, since I wasn't aware a person was added, I will only give a third. His words hint at a potential complication, a subtle shift in the mission's dynamics. Also, are you aware that the Tariq mercenary squad will be together in this? The officer asks, a subtle tension underlying his words. Sir Miles, leaning back, calmly replies, yes, I am aware.
His response, though brief, confirms a significant shift in the mission's parameters.
Alright, since we go at 7 in the morning tomorrow. The officer's words set the final parameters, the mission's commencement time now clearly defined. The weight of the upcoming operation hangs heavy in the air.
See you then, Sir Miles says, his words a quiet dismissal, yet carrying the weight of the impending mission.
The brief exchange concludes, leaving the anticipation of the next day's operation palpable.
Sir Miles departs, the door closing quietly behind him. The weight of the upcoming mission, and the unexpected addition to his team, hangs heavy in the air.
Phew, at least it went well, Sir Miles exhales, a hint of relief in his voice.
His companion simply replies, yeah, a quiet confirmation of their shared sentiment.
The tension, though lessened, still lingers. Helmut, is your body feeling okay?
The question hangs in the air, a concern voiced amidst the lingering tension. Yep, no problems, Helmut replies, his assurance a balm to the lingering worry.
The tension visibly eases.
Alright, the commission we'll take on tomorrow is a large-scale convoy, he explains, a reassuring tone in his voice. Even if we get ambushed, rank 4s don't need to fight unless it's an urgent situation, so don't worry. A sense of calm settles over the scene, replacing the earlier tension. But rank 3s, make sure to prepare, the woman instructs, a confident smirk playing on her lips.
The implication is clear, even though rank 4s won't likely need to engage directly, the rank 3s must be ready for anything.
I'm not sure what exactly we're accompanying, so it's hard to predict the strength of the ambushers, she admits, a hint of caution coloring her words.
The earlier confidence is tempered by this uncertainty.
Make sure to get lots of sleep tonight, everyone, she instructs, her expression serious despite the earlier relaxed atmosphere. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, replacing the previous calm.
Ah, Helmut.
A sudden realization dawns on the character, a question mark floating above their head, reflecting their uncertainty.
If the Tariq squad tries to insult you, ignore them, the instructor advises, a knowing glint in his eye. We don't have the best relationship with them.
The warning hangs heavy, a clear indication of potential trouble ahead. They don't like that we have a good reputation, one of them explains, a smirk playing on his lips. The casual tone belies a deeper tension, foreshadowing potential conflict.
Now, since that's over with, see you tomorrow morning, everyone.
The instructor's words bring a temporary end to the tense briefing, but the lingering unease remains palpable. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air, as the group prepares for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring.
Dismissed.
The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the tension that preceded them. A sense of relief washes over the group, the weight of the instructor's warning momentarily lifted.
Night falls on the town.
A star-filled sky blankets the quaint buildings, a quiet contrast to the tension of the earlier briefing. The air, however, still hums with unspoken anticipation. Under the night sky, he stands alone, a solitary figure in the deserted training grounds. The quiet intensity of the scene speaks volumes, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. He seems lost in thought, perhaps contemplating the instructor's words, the weight of the coming challenges settling upon him. His gaze, fixed on some distant point, holds a quiet intensity. A furrow in his brow hints at the weight of unspoken anxieties, the instructor's words still echoing in the stillness of the night.
I'm angry. The single thought explodes from him, a raw, unfiltered emotion that cuts through the night's quiet. The intensity of his feeling is palpable, a stark contrast to the quiet contemplation of moments before. A fierce determination hardens his gaze. He sees the training, the brutal sparring matches flashing before his eyes, each blow a reminder of his anger, his frustration. This isn't just training, it's fuel. Saying that he's not fully recovered would be an excuse. He clenches his fist, a faint purple energy sparking within, a testament to his unwavering resolve.
There were definitely many openings, he reflects, his gaze cast downward.
I just wasn't able to stab faster than Tanya.
A quiet frustration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the fiery determination moments before.
The current me is definitely weak.
The admission hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier fiery resolve. Self-doubt, a rare vulnerability, surfaces, revealing the depth of his ambition and the long road ahead. A frustrated sigh escapes him, the weight of his self-assessment heavy on his shoulders.
The admission of weakness, a rare crack in his determined facade, underscores the vastness of his journey. Not being able to use this right now isn't the problem, he declares, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze.
The frustration fades, replaced by a steely determination. The issue isn't his lack of abilities, something else is holding him back. For now, let's start by getting back to basics, he mutters, his grip tightening on his sword. A new strategy forms, born from self-assessment and a quiet resolve. Start by getting back into shape, he resolves, a quiet determination hardening his features. His gaze is firm, his grip on his sword unwavering.
The path to strength begins anew, a return to fundamentals.
He swings his sword, a blur of motion against the twilight sky.
The clean cut of steel speaks volumes of his renewed focus, a testament to his commitment to mastering the basics. A flashback washes over him. When I first trained in the forest of roots.
He recalls, the words painting a picture of his rigorous past training.
He practices his swordsmanship, a fluid motion under the twilight sky.
Like back then, he murmurs, the words a testament to his unwavering dedication. The memory of his rigorous past training fuels his present efforts. He finishes his practice, petals falling like soft snow around him, a peaceful end to a rigorous session. Now, the commission has started, one of them declares, their words sharp against the backdrop of falling autumn leaves. It's an important one, so stay on your toes, he adds, a note of urgency in his voice. The other nods, a confident grin on his face. We got plenty of money from the commission, so let's end this safe and sound. They set off, a group of adventurers amidst a carpet of fallen autumn leaves. Yes, one confirms, his voice quiet but resolute. Another adds, all right, a hint of eagerness in his tone as they embark on their new commission. Of course. We gotta work our money's worth, one of the adventurers declares, his resolve firm as they continue their journey. One adventurer, adjusting his hat, surveys their surroundings with a confident air. The journey ahead is clearly important to him, his posture conveying a quiet determination. Did I have too much soup this morning? One adventurer groans, clutching his stomach. His companion, unimpressed, replies, Hey, weakling, are you okay? It's going to be really hard from today. A hint of grim determination underlies their words. He's looking down on me just because I fell once, one of the adventurers mutters, a simmering resentment evident in their expression. The journey's challenges clearly haven't started well for everyone. I can endure it, one adventurer declares, a steely glint in their eyes. Their resolve, though quiet, feels unshakable. Hey, don't be like that, one adventurer says, clapping a reassuring hand on the other's shoulder. I was just worried. Why are you being so serious? The lighter tone is a stark contrast to the earlier tension, as he adds, anyways, let's do well. It's our first commission. Ha ha. Alright, one adventurer declares, a newfound resolve settling over their features. Their expression, though still serious, now holds a quiet determination, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A beat of silence hangs in the air, the adventurers' earlier banter replaced by a quiet anticipation. The weight of their first commission settles upon them. A nervous chuckle escapes one adventurer, ha ha. They stand amidst a group, ready to depart, their first commission looming large, surrounded by supply carts and the autumnal hues of the forest. Sir Miles, we are here. The adventurer's message arrives, a quiet declaration marking their arrival at their destination. The weight of their first commission, previously felt as nervous anticipation, now shifts to a quiet sense of accomplishment. Welcome, Sir Miles greets them, his expression unreadable. A quiet tension hangs in the air,
the adventurer's earlier accomplishment now overshadowed by the unknown that awaits.
These are the items you will guard today, Sir Miles instructs, gesturing towards the cargo.
Face squad, take the back.
A simple order, yet the weight of responsibility settles heavily on the adventurers as one quietly replies, understood.
Now, face squad, line up at the back.
Sir Miles commands. A young adventurer, Helmut, looks apprehensive, a quiet hey, Helmut from a comrade adding to the palpable tension. Those guys look like the Tarek squad, a voice whispers, a note of apprehension coloring the words.
Ha! A second voice, questioning, reflects the uncertainty hanging in the air.
A figure stands apart, his gaze fixed on something beyond the group. He's muscular, his gray hair pulled back, a quiet intensity in his posture. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and brown. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air.
Hey, scrawny boy. What are you looking at? You look so skinny you can't even swing a sword.
The gruff voice cuts through the tense silence, the speaker's words laced with disdain.
His expression is one of open mockery, a stark contrast to the quiet apprehension that had previously hung in the air.
This. Helmut's eyes widen, a mix of shock and dawning horror etched onto his face. His whispered exclamation reflects the gravity of what he sees, a stark contrast to the earlier taunts. His breath hitched. A wave of icy dread washed over Helmut as he finally understood the true horror of the situation.
Who's behind you, a female? Poha, funny, the man sneers, his amusement laced with arrogance.
You two can hide in the back and follow, he commands, his words a clear instruction for Helmut and his companion. Helmut's gaze drops, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features.
The thought hangs heavy in the air, are they trying to size us up?
His apprehension deepens, the casual taunts now replaced by a chilling sense of foreboding. A sudden, blinding flash erupts, momentarily obscuring everything. A system message appears, clarifying the situation. Comparing strength to your opponent is the same for both humans and demonic beasts. This revelation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier taunts. Was the human who just spoke the leader of their group? The question hangs in the air, a silent assessment following the blinding flash. He didn't look very strong. Until the commission is over, the unspoken agreement hangs heavy in the air. A tense truce, born not of trust, but of a shared, uneasy objective. A long caravan winds its way through a valley bathed in the golden light of sunset. The narrator's voice, calm yet watchful, observes, I'll have to watch him. The unspoken tension remains, a silent promise hanging over the seemingly peaceful scene. A few days pass, a simple statement bridging the previous tension to a new chapter. Later, a stumble. Oof. He nearly falls, the unexpected misstep a small but telling detail in the otherwise uneventful journey. He recovers his balance, the near fall a silent question mark against the backdrop of the otherwise uneventful journey. A subtle shift in the air, a hint of something unseen, yet felt. Oops. Sorry, my mistake, he says, a sheepish tone coloring his words. I keep making the same mistake every day. A burst of laughter rings out, Poha, as a foot connects with his backside, sending him sprawling. These bastards, every break. His voice cracks, a raw frustration evident in his wide, strained eyes. The words are a testament to his mounting exasperation. How long are you planning to do this for? The sharp question cuts through the air, a sudden interruption to his frustrated muttering. It's a challenge, a demand for an explanation, laced with a hint of disbelief. PFT. I said it was an accident, he scoffs, a dismissive wave of his hand barely concealing the irritation simmering beneath the surface. His eyes, though, betray him, a flicker of something akin to panic briefly crosses them before he masks it again. If you're that upset, why don't you hit me? The challenge hangs in the air, a taunt laced with a hint of defiance. It's a direct response to his simmering frustration, a goading invitation to action. If you can, the taunt echoes, a sinister smile playing on the lips of the shadowy figures surrounding him. Their menacing presence intensifies the challenge, a clear threat hanging heavy in the air. He shrinks back, a look of dawning fear replacing his earlier bravado.
The challenge, once a defiant taunt, now feels like a genuine threat. Next to you, Helmet, was it?
The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the dynamic. You really do look like a girl, the observation follows, a blunt statement that cuts through the tension. I'll buy you some flowers the next time I see you on the street. The words, a surprising offer, hang in the air, a stark contrast to the previous tension.
A subtle shift in the atmosphere suggests a change in the dynamic between them. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air.
Helmet's expression, previously a mixture of fear and surprise, hardens into a resolute frown. The offer of flowers, so unexpected, seems to have been met with quiet contemplation, a silent assessment of the situation.
Let's go, Helmet declares, a newfound resolve hardening their features.
The earlier uncertainty is gone, replaced by a steely determination. Helmet strides forward, his group following close behind. A newfound resolve sets the tone, their earlier uncertainty replaced by a determined march. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and amber.
That bastard.
Helmet mutters, his face a mask of simmering anger.
A companion adds, I think he's been ignoring you since the start of the commission? The words fuel Helmet's already burning resentment. He's a bit unique. I'm nervous. Can we keep poking at him? Since people are watching too. Helmet's apprehension is palpable, a nervous sweat beading on his brow.
The weight of public scrutiny adds to his unease as he considers their next move.
Hey, what is he gonna do? A rank 4 is a rank 4, no matter what, someone observes, voicing the group's apprehension. Helmet, however, remains confident.
I'm a rank 3, but temporarily went down because I hurt my arm, he explains, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I'll only need one hand to take care of those guys.
His words, though boastful, carry an undercurrent of controlled aggression. Shut up.
If you say any more than that, I'll kill you, Helmet snarls, his hand clamping down on the subordinate's jaw.
The man recoils, stammering a hasty apology.
Fuck, this is all my brother's fault, Helmet spits, his frustration palpable. The demotion to rank 4, he reveals, is punishment for a few fights.
A simmering rage burns beneath his words, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado.
The threat of expulsion hangs heavy in the air. Okay, Helmet mutters, his gaze fixed on the other man. A dismissive wave of his hand follows, as he explains, he's just looking down on me because he's a rank 2.
The statement, though seemingly simple, reveals a simmering resentment beneath his controlled anger.
He annoyed me from the first day because he looked so mischievous, but today he's just straight up ignoring me, Helmet grumbles, his simmering resentment now a palpable frustration. The shift from controlled anger to open annoyance is evident in his narrowed eyes and clenched jaw. He makes me want to kill him, Helmet's voice is a low growl, the simmering resentment finally boiling over into a raw, murderous intent. The casual cruelty of the statement underscores the depth of his anger.
Helmet unleashes a swift kick, sending his two tormentors sprawling. Ha!
He breathes, a chilling amusement in his tone as he stands over them, his simmering rage finally finding an outlet. Guys, Helmet breathes, the word hanging heavy in the air, a chilling calm replacing his previous rage. The subtle shift in his demeanor hints at a plan forming.
Ha!
Helmet's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he stares at his defeated foes. The sudden question hangs in the air, a subtle shift from his previous controlled calm. All right, Helmet mutters, a quiet acceptance settling over him as he surveys the scene. The tension visibly eases from his shoulders. You'll have to help me with something later, Helmet says, a quiet determination replacing the earlier tension.
A new task awaits.
Ugh, he groans, a rock shattering under the force of his fury.
I'm gonna go crazy from anger.
It's only been 3 days, yet the harassment continues relentlessly. He sits, frustrated, amidst a scattering of fallen leaves, a broken rock lying near his feet, a testament to his simmering rage.
How can they keep this up without a single day's respite? Does that Caleb or whatever have no life? And why is a rank 3 bastard among us rank 4s? Isn't that cheating?
There's definitely something fishy going on, he fumes, his face a mask of frustrated disbelief.
The relentless harassment has pushed him to the edge. Ugh, everyone's getting nervous, he thinks, a frown etching itself onto his face. He can't even tattle like a kid in this situation. Those bastards really think being a mercenary is a joke. Ha!
I have to go get water, he mutters, a weary resignation in his tone. The frustration hasn't subsided, but a simple, immediate need takes precedence. He sets off to fetch water, but his weary resignation is quickly replaced by a simmering resolve. If they provoke me again, he grits, his jaw tight, I'm not gonna hold back. They're all dead to me. The bucket swings in his hand, a silent promise of retribution. He heads off, the sound of his retreating footsteps a counterpoint to the rustling leaves. A simmering anger still burns within him, but for now, he focuses on the task at hand. He continues on, the weight of his simmering anger a heavy presence as he walks. The promise of retribution hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. A flicker of cold fury crosses his face. The simmering anger, previously contained, now sharpens into a focused intensity. He continues his journey, but the peaceful task of fetching water feels far removed from the storm brewing within. That cold fury, a simmering rage now fully ignited, propels him forward. His pace quickens, the bucket swinging with newfound purpose. He's no longer just fetching water, he's hunting. Ugh! It's so much effort just to get water, he groans, the words a reflection of his simmering frustration. The simple task feels monumental under the weight of his anger. It's enough water for tonight. He'll gather more tomorrow. Exhausted, he plans to rest. He finishes filling the bucket, a quiet determination etched on his face. Since it'll be hard to sleep once we get to the area where demonic beasts appear. He mutters, the words a practical assessment, not a complaint. His focus remains sharp, his anger banked but not extinguished. He rests, the setting sun casting long shadows through the trees. A quiet question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy in his heart, when will I be able to fight as a rank 3? A nervous chuckle cuts through the evening stillness. Coo coo coo. The sound, unsettlingly close, hints at unseen eyes watching. A nervous chuckle, close and unsettling, breaks the silence. Coo coo coo. He tenses, his hand instinctively moving towards his weapon. He pauses, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. The water before him shimmers, a question mark hanging in the air, mirroring his own unspoken doubt. You were here. What a great location, a voice observes, the words chilling him to the bone. His eyes widen, a stark reflection of his sudden, dawning horror. Terror grips him. Wide-eyed, he's trapped, his arm in a sling, as a sinister grin spreads across his captor's face. The ambush is complete. His captor's laughter rings out, echoing the man's growing despair. He's completely at their mercy, the ambush a brutal success. It's a nice, quiet evening, the voice purrs, a chilling contrast to the man's terror. To have a conversation. His eyes, wide with stark fear, reflect the unspoken threat. A chilling smile spreads across his face, eyes wide with a terrifying glee. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Don't you think? The words hang in the air, a chilling question mark punctuating the captive's mounting dread. His captor's smugness is palpable. Helmet, the Forsaken Child. The title card appears, a stark declaration against the backdrop of his escalating peril. Helmet, the Forsaken Child. The title card appears, a stark declaration against the backdrop of his escalating peril. His ordeal begins. A hazy, golden light filters through the trees, the air thick with an unspoken tension. The scene shifts, offering a glimpse of the vast, shadowed forest surrounding Helmet. A chilling chuckle escapes him, cook. The unsettling sound punctuates the already tense atmosphere. Hey, hey. Your friend, a voice sneers, a cruel question following, have you ever taken a bath with him? He's thrown to the ground, a guttural you. Escaping his lips as he lands hard. Dirt stains his face, a testament to the brutal force of the attack. You? What? You bastard. Helmet's pained gasp and furious retort cut through the air, a defiant whisper against the cruelty he's endured. You seem to be thinking of some weird stuff, a voice observes, a smirk playing on Helmet's lips as he lies on the ground. He adds,
with a knowing grin, he's definitely a dude. Cuckoo. If you haven't seen it for sure, then just shut up, one of them scoffs, silencing Helmut's protests. We can check together.
I've called him over, another adds, a hint of menace in their voice as they gesture towards a figure approaching.
Helmut's pained gasp, I don't want a KNAGH, is cut short. Helmut groans, oh.
His expression, a mixture of pain and dawning realization, speaks volumes as he lies on the ground, the weight of the situation settling upon him.
You brought him.
Good, one of them states, a smug satisfaction in their tone as they escort Helmut, who looks apprehensive, through the woods.
So innocent of you to just come along, the other adds, their words laced with a chilling amusement. A grim realization dawns on Helmut. I knew something was up. He thinks, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, the weight of the situation settling upon him.
Even the demonic beasts of the forest of roots wouldn't dare touch him, the text proclaims, as a heavy boot comes down on Helmut's back, pinning him to the ground. His eyes widen in terror, a stark contrast to the casual cruelty of his captors.
He Helmut. A voice whispers, the unspoken dread hanging heavy in the air.
The chilling words that follow paint a grim picture, fight for a higher position in the hierarchy with power.
At this rate, there's no difference between humans and demonic beasts.
The stark reality of his situation sinks in, leaving Helmut with a bleak outlook.
Dust motes dance in the faint light, the only movement in the aftermath of a brutal attack.
Helmut's face, partially obscured by his hair, is etched with grim resignation. His lips are pressed into a thin, determined line, a stark contrast to the terror he displayed moments before.
Are these guys?
Helmut's unspoken question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror etched onto his face. The implication is clear, his captors are far more dangerous than he initially believed.
The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, the kind of people Darien said not to trust? Helmut's realization dawns, a chilling confirmation of his worst fears. Well then. A chillingly calm response hangs in the air, the speaker's expression a mask of unsettling composure.
The weight of his words, unspoken yet palpable, intensifies the already suffocating tension.
Shall we check?
The question hangs in the crisp autumn air, a chillingly casual suggestion from one of Helmut's captors. Surrounding him, their figures loom large, a stark contrast to the fallen leaves scattered across the ground.
The unspoken threat is palpable. I've continued the healing, but I still can't use this. Helmut's voice, though weak, carries a note of grim determination.
The effort is evident in his slight shift of weight, a subtle movement that speaks volumes about the ongoing struggle within.
I'm a bit nervous, but... Helmut's admission, a quiet tremor in the face of overwhelming odds, reveals a vulnerability beneath his grim determination.
The unspoken continuation hangs heavy, a silent testament to the courage he musters.
Helmut, despite his weakened state, snatches a small knife.
A flicker of defiance shines in his eyes, a stark contrast to the grim determination he'd shown moments before.
I've fought Naho in the forest. I just need to keep my guard up.
The words, a quiet affirmation of his readiness, betray none of the fear that must surely gnaw at him.
His resolve, though fragile, holds firm. If Finn is correct, these guys are rank 4. They should be weaker than Tanya, who's a rank 3.
I'll be on the defense, then attack the weakest one first.
Helmut's strategy, a carefully considered plan born of necessity, reflects a cool head amidst the danger.
His gaze, sharp and focused, betrays no hint of the fear he must surely feel.
If he can't hold out, Helmut resolves to utilize Darien's swordsmanship.
A grim determination sets in, his grip tightening on the small knife.
He moves in a blur, a desperate lunge fueled by adrenaline. The small knife flashes.
Get him and strip him, the cry rings out, a brutal command cutting through the air. Helmut, already lunging, barely registers the threat as he fights for survival.
A blur of motion, a whirlwind of desperate struggle. The impact echoes, a sharp crack punctuating the chaos. He collapses, a spray of blood marking the end of his desperate fight. The small knife lies discarded nearby. Dust and debris explode outward, a silent testament to the brutal end of the fight.
Terror etched on their faces, Helmut and his fellow soldiers stare wide-eyed at the aftermath. The fight is over, but the shock lingers. She kneels, sword still gripped tight, a stark contrast to the fallen figure nearby. Helmut, his hand resting gently on her shoulder, offers silent support, the shared weight of the battle's aftermath heavy between them.
What is happening here?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the still, dust-filled aftermath of the battle.
Helmut's voice, laced with disbelief, reflects the shock rippling through him and his comrade.
Helmut's eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect the impossible. A silent gasp escapes him, a testament to the shock that grips him and his comrade. A silent contemplation washes over her. The weight of the battle, the impossible victory, settles upon her features. She's exhausted, but a quiet strength remains.
Why is the Tariq mercenary squad here?
The question hangs heavy in the crisp autumn air, a stark contrast to the fallen mercenaries scattered before them. Their unexpected presence adds a new layer of mystery to the already unsettling aftermath.
Bothering the Face mercenary squad? The question hangs in the air, a silent accusation echoing the unspoken tension.
It's a puzzle piece, adding to the growing mystery surrounding the unexpected presence of the Tariq mercenaries.
A nonchalant wave dismisses the tension.
We were just trying to have a conversation, the Tariq mercenary explains, a smirk playing on his lips. His casual tone, however, clashes sharply with the unsettling scene surrounding them. I heard with my own ears you ordering them to strip him, the speaker states, a grim set to their jaw. Men nurture their friendships like that, they add, the words hanging heavy with unspoken accusation. You wouldn't understand since you're a woman, the mercenary sneers, a smug smirk twisting his lips. His dismissive words hang heavy in the air, adding another layer of unsettling tension to the already charged atmosphere. Hey, a voice cuts through the tension, sharp and unwavering. The speaker's shadowed face, partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, is a picture of controlled fury.
Why don't you speak using your brain a bit?
The words are a challenge, a demand for more thoughtful consideration.
Helmut. Bring Finn. The command cuts through the air, sharp and decisive.
The speaker's face, partially hidden by shadow and a wide-brimmed hat, remains impassive, yet the intensity in their eyes speaks volumes.
A new player enters the scene, their presence shifting the dynamics of the conflict. You rank 4s.
The words hang in the air, a stark assessment of the three men before him. Their slumped postures and expressions of defeat speak volumes. The central figure, his arm in a sling, stands tall, his gaze unwavering. One of the mercenaries lies defeated on the ground, the others standing over him, their postures reflecting their defeat. The scene speaks of a recent, decisive victory.
Leave me out. I'm originally a rank 3 mercenary.
The words, a quiet assertion of his higher status, come from one of the defeated mercenaries.
A subtle shift in the power dynamic is evident. But you're a rank 4 now. Am I wrong?
The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge in the speaker's tone. A hint of doubt, perhaps, flickers in their eyes, a contrast to their otherwise confident demeanor. His eyes, blazing with barely contained fury, lock onto them. The defeated mercenaries flinch under the intensity of his gaze. This isn't just victory, it's a demonstration of power. A low chuckle escapes him, a sound devoid of mirth. It's a chilling victory laugh, underscoring his dominance. There better not be another incident where you bother my mercenaries like this again. The words, sharp and cold, hang in the autumn air, a clear warning from the victor to the defeated mercenaries. His gaze, though partially obscured by his hat, remains intense, leaving no room for doubt. It won't end peacefully like this the next time. The warning hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous chilling laughter. His eyes, though partially obscured, burn with a cold intensity, leaving no room for misinterpretation.
This isn't just a threat, it's a promise.
Fuck off, he spits, the words of final, brutal dismissal. The raw anger in the command leaves no room for negotiation. He fixes his hair, a brief moment of self-composure before issuing a curt command. Let's go, guys, he says, his tone suggesting a brisk departure, leaving the defeated mercenaries behind. Turning his back on the defeated mercenaries, he leads his own group away, leaving the autumn woods behind them as the sun sets.
Tanya.
A soft sniffle breaks the silence, a stark contrast to the harshness of the recent confrontation.
The lingering autumn leaves seem to mirror the quiet aftermath.
"Stop crying," he says, his voice firm but not unkind.
"Things like this will happen frequently from now on." He gently strokes Tanya's hair, a small act of comfort amidst the harsh reality.
"Let's get some water and go back," he adds, his words a practical resolution to the emotional aftermath. A soft sniffle escapes Tanya, followed by a quiet, "Okay." "Phew," she exhales, a weary sigh escaping her lips. "Our mercenary squad members are so ignorant.
It's an unwritten rule to not interfere in fights between rank 4s, but..."
Her expression hints at a simmering frustration, a consequence of witnessing the unnecessary conflict. "They should at least help a bit, so they don't fall apart before then," Tanya reflects, her voice carrying a quiet frustration born from witnessing the unnecessary conflict.
A lingering sense of unease hangs in the air, a subtle shadow cast by the recent battle. The group moves on, a quiet understanding passing between them. Autumn leaves crunch underfoot as they walk, a somber soundtrack to their unspoken reflections on the recent events. Tanya's earlier frustration seems to have subsided, replaced by a weary acceptance. Night falls. Tanya walks on, her gaze lifted to the star-dusted sky, a quiet contemplation replacing her earlier frustration. The vastness above mirrors the unspoken weight of her experiences. Under a star-strewn sky, three figures clash in a moonlit clearing. Their blades flash, a whirlwind of steel under the silent gaze of the night. Tanya swings her sword, a blur of motion under the moonlit sky. The fierce concentration etched on her face speaks volumes of her dedication. The fight continues, a whirlwind of steel under the silent, watchful trees. Tanya presses her advantage, her movements a blur of motion. She sheathes her sword, a sigh escaping her lips. "Phew. Is this enough for today?" Tanya wonders, the question hanging in the twilight air of the forest. She stands now, sword sheathed, in the twilight of the forest clearing. A quiet satisfaction settles over her features as she surveys the scene, the remnants of her training scattered around her. The forest floor, littered with the splintered remains of training logs, speaks of a hard-fought practice session. A quiet sense of accomplishment hangs in the twilight air. "My body's fine now," Tanya murmurs, a quiet relief in her voice as she catches her breath. The exertion of her training is over, and a sense of accomplishment settles upon her. "I guess that's a given, considering I've only focused on healing for a week since the start of the quest," Tanya reflects, a hint of self-awareness in her voice. The statement reveals a dedication to recovery that has clearly paid off, her body visibly healed and strong. "The problem is..." Tanya trails off, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face as she sheathes her sword. The weight of her next challenge is clearly evident. She sheathes her sword, the twilight deepening around her. A thoughtful frown lingers, the weight of her next challenge palpable. Tanya grips her sword, a determined set to her jaw. The twilight deepens, mirroring the seriousness of her expression. She's ready. "I guess I'm not healed enough to use VIS," Tanya mutters, a slight frown tugging at her lips. The twilight forest deepens around her, a reflection of her current limitations. "VIS won't come out yet," Tanya acknowledges, a hint of frustration in her voice. The twilight forest remains her silent, watchful companion as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. "VIS is water, and your body is a dish to contain the water," her instructor explains, his words firm. Tanya nods, a quiet acceptance in her gaze. "There's no point in training VIS if your body isn't up to basic standards," he continues, his voice carrying a weight of experience. "I know that," she replies, her resolve unwavering despite the challenge ahead. But she can't train as she wants right now. The limitations are clear, a frustration etched in her expression as her hand gestures to the ground, a silent acknowledgement of her current physical state. "I guess I'll just have to grow my strength however much I can," Tanya resolves, her fist clenched tight, a quiet determination replacing her earlier frustration. The twilight forest seems to hold its breath, awaiting her next move. She begins her training, a quiet determination etched on her face as she prepares to push her limits. A warning rings out. "Here, attention everyone. From this region on, there are frequent demonic beast appearances. Everyone, refrain from individual activities. The announcement hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the twilight forest. A stark warning cuts through Tanya's quiet determination.
Don't even go to pee alone, and call a rank 3 mercenary when getting water, the announcement booms, underscoring the heightened danger in the twilight forest. A man with fiery hair addresses Tanya and her group, his expression a mix of weariness and concern. The increased demonic beast activity clearly weighs heavily on him, his gesture emphasizing the gravity of the situation.
Yes, I understand, the boy replies, his expression a mixture of apprehension and acceptance of the increased danger. Tanya remains silent, her gaze fixed on the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Tanya's face hardens, a grim determination etched in her features.
I can't even train alone now, she mutters, the weight of her words reflecting the increased danger.
I'll have to just hope my Vis returns before the Seed of Darkness goes into a rage. Hey, Helmet. Have you ever seen a demonic beast before? Tanya asks, her expression serious, a stark contrast to Helmet's wide-eyed uncertainty. The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the escalating threat. Ah, no.
It's just that Sean and Byrne said that they're really gross-looking, so I should be prepared.
Helmet admits, a hint of nervousness coloring his words. The uncertainty in his voice reflects the looming threat of the demonic beasts.
Helmet's companions describe demonic beasts, their hands gesturing to emphasize the creature's size and unsettling features. Their chins are this big, and their teeth, for eyes.
Undeterred, Helmet declares, I'm not scared or anything. I can win if I know the enemy and myself.
His confident assertion stands in stark contrast to the grim descriptions.
They say knowledge is power. Helmet declares, a nervous chuckle escaping him as Tanya watches with a subtle, unimpressed expression.
Tanya clarifies, her expression serious, there are a lot of demonic beasts like that, but there are ones that aren't like that too.
The image shows two very different demonic beasts, highlighting the variety of threats they face. Ah, really? Wow, that's such a relief, huh? Helmet breathes, a palpable wave of relief washing over him.
The initial fear, fueled by his friend's vivid descriptions, visibly lessens.
Tanya's question hangs in the air, you remember that despite your amnesia?
Helmet's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and dawning realization dawning on his face. The weight of unspoken memories seems to settle upon him.
Ah.
I'm just assuming, Helmet admits, a flicker of self-doubt crossing his features.
Damn it. The unspoken weight of his uncertainty hangs heavy in the air.
The scene shifts to a wide shot.
A heavily laden wagon, pulled by two sturdy horses, sits amidst an autumnal forest.
Several figures, clad in dark armor, stand guard around it, their expressions grim, suggesting a journey fraught with peril.
Ugh, for fuck's sake, Helmet groans, his frustration palpable. Why won't the water come out?
The simple act of drinking seems to be a monumental struggle.
Coo.
Buy a new water bottle, one of Helmet's companions advises, you save money in the most useless situations.
Helmet, struggling with his empty canteen, nods in agreement. Yeah. After this quest, I'm gonna get a real good one.
A glimmer of anticipation shines in his eyes, a small comfort amidst his current difficulties.
If only I had money.
Helmet's gaze drops, a wistful sigh implied in the slump of his shoulders and the weary expression on his face. The weight of his current predicament, his empty canteen, and the long journey ahead is evident. I wouldn't be doing these long-distance quests, Helmet mutters, the weariness in his voice mirroring the slump of his shoulders.
Ugh. The sentiment hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the hardships of their journey.
But there isn't really anything happening than expected, don't you think? One of Helmet's companions remarks, gesturing towards the autumnal landscape.
It's a lot of money if we just get there. Let's get it over with and go for a drink. A pragmatic suggestion, a welcome distraction from their thirst and the arduous journey. My town has great, dark beer, one of Helmet's companions declares, pointing emphatically. How about we go there this time? Helmet's face lights up, cook.
Dark beer sounds good, he exclaims, his thirst and the promise of a reward clearly outweighing the remaining distance of their quest. Fried chick, Helmet's words are cut short, a blur of motion obscuring his face as he anticipates the reward. A gleeful grin spreads across his features, his anticipation palpable.
Helmut's anticipation shatters.
A sudden, brutal attack leaves him reeling, his wide eyes reflecting the shock and pain of the unexpected blow.
Blood streaks his face, a stark contrast to the joyful expectation he'd held moments before.
His joyful anticipation is brutally shattered. A swift, unexpected blow sends him reeling, blood staining his face, a stark contrast to the grin he wore moments before. The attack leaves him stunned, his wide eyes reflecting the shock and pain. He staggers back, eyes wide with shock as blood streaks his face. The attack was swift, brutal, and completely unexpected. Helmut lies defeated, his attacker looming over him. The creature's face, a mask of brutal triumph, is marred by its own wounds, yet its eyes burn with a chilling, green intensity. Helmut lies defeated, blood staining the ground around him. A figure, shrouded in shadow, watches from above, their expression unreadable. The silence is heavy, broken only by the rustle of fallen leaves.
A monstrous figure, wounded but defiant, stands amidst a chaotic scene.
Soldiers scatter, their attack clearly failing against this powerful foe.
Carts and supplies litter the autumnal road, a testament to the battle's intensity.
The air itself seems heavy with the weight of impending doom. The beast roars, a sound that shakes the very ground beneath the soldiers' feet. They stumble back, their coordinated attack shattered.
The weight of its power is undeniable.
It unleashes a devastating blast of energy, a shockwave that rips through the battlefield. The very air crackles with raw power.
Despite the onslaught, the beast endures, its wounds bleeding profusely.
A grim determination hardens its features, even as blood stains its monstrous maw.
Ugh!
You! A soldier, battered and clearly overwhelmed, staggers back, his sword clattering to the ground as he struggles to comprehend the beast's might.
Fucking bastard!
The soldier's rage, raw and unfiltered, echoes across the battlefield, a testament to the beast's overwhelming power. Bastard, he roars, a furious counterattack launched with a desperate swing of his sword. The soldier's rage fuels his blow, a desperate attempt to overcome the beast's overwhelming power.
Wait up!
He cries out, a desperate plea echoing the exhaustion in his strained posture as he stumbles back, clearly overwhelmed.
If you rush in so recklessly.
The words hang in the air, a stark warning as the soldier is thrown back, a brutal testament to the beast's overwhelming power. Blood sprays across the panel, painting a grim picture of his desperate, failed attack. The beast's counterattack lands, a brutal blow that sends the soldier sprawling. Blood splatters across the panel, a grim testament to the ferocity of the attack.
KLOH.
A chilling chuckle escapes the beast, kikik, a sound that underscores its dominance as it looms over its fallen opponent. Blood stains the ground, a stark testament to the brutal battle. Blood drips from the beast's clawed hand, a grim testament to the brutal efficiency of its attack. The soldier lies defeated, his fate sealed.
WH. What the hell?
The soldier's voice, barely a whisper, betrays his disbelief as he stares at the beast, a mixture of fear and utter bewilderment etched onto his face. His companion, equally stunned, watches in silent horror. Where did such a horrible monster come from? The soldier's stunned cry echoes the disbelief of his companion, their eyes wide with terror as the beast's shadow looms over them.
Damn it, we were too complacent, one of the surviving mercenaries mutters, his face a mask of grim realization.
I never expected it to come at us when there were so many mercenaries around.
His words reveal their fatal error in underestimating the beast's audacity. The beast's gaze, cold and predatory, locks onto its next victim.
Its sheer size, even from this partial view, is terrifying.
The beast lunges, its massive form a blur of motion.
One soldier is thrown aside, his armor torn, the impact sending him sprawling into the undergrowth.
The beast's brutal attack continues. Another soldier is sent flying, a bloody arc tracing his trajectory as he crashes to the earth.
The carnage continues. A crimson word explodes across the panel, kill.
The sheer brutality of the beast's rampage is undeniable. A blinding flash erupts, the beast's furious assault leaving only scattered debris in its wake. Silence follows, heavy and ominous. It's not alone, a voice warns, a grim determination etched on the speaker's face. Everyone, get ready.
The command rings out, sharp and urgent, a stark contrast to the ominous silence that followed the beast's last attack. They brace themselves, swords raised, a grim determination etched on every face.
The warning still echoes, it's not alone. The battle resumes, a whirlwind of steel and desperate defense. Is this how it's going to be in the end? The question hangs heavy in the air, a whisper of doubt amidst the chaos.
A grim acceptance settles on her face, reflecting the brutal reality of the ongoing battle.
Finn. Helmet. Go into the horse carriage. Don't get involved.
The command rings out, sharp and urgent, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. A fierce determination, however, still burns in the speaker's eyes, reflecting the gravity of the situation.
Terror grips Finn as he gasps, H. Heek.
His wide eyes and open mouth speak volumes of his sudden, overwhelming fear. A young woman watches him, her expression unreadable, a silent observer to his distress.
Ugh. Helmet. Come quickly. To the back. Let's go all the way to the back. Panic laces the shout, a desperate plea for retreat amidst the ongoing battle. She grabs Finn, pulling him along as they flee.
Panic etched on his face, he's dragged away from the danger, his eyes wide with terror. Finn clenches his fist, the strain evident in his knuckles.
I can't use this yet, he mutters, the words a testament to his current limitations. They continue their desperate retreat, Finn's companion grimly adding, there are more demonic beasts hiding than what can be seen. If things go wrong, everyone here will.
The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the autumn air, the colorful leaves a stark contrast to the growing dread.
Helmet, what are you doing?
Finn's companion cries out, urgency lacing her voice as she pushes him forward.
Go in already. The command is sharp, a desperate attempt to force him into action despite his clear hesitation. Damn it!
Finn hisses, low and strained, as he and his companion scramble for cover beneath a broken wagon.
I think it'll be tough. He adds, his voice barely a whisper, reflecting the grim reality of their situation. That huge bastard.
Finn grits his teeth, the unspoken threat a testament to the sheer size and power of their enemy. The weight of their desperate situation presses down on him. It's not as strong as Ilaga or Naho, but it's still pretty strong, Finn mutters, a grim assessment of their current predicament. The weight of their desperate situation remains heavy.
Is that the...
Finn's eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror reflected in their depths as he stares at the colossal figure before him.
The sheer scale of the creature dwarfs even the ruined cityscape around them.
Is that the leader? One mercenary asks, his voice laced with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination.
Another adds, among the mercenaries, I think only the rank 2 mercenaries. The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air, this is a fight they might not survive.
Only the rank 2 mercenaries are able to use VIS, a grim realization dawns on Finn's face, his expression hardening with grim determination.
The stakes are higher than ever. There's nothing that the current me can do.
Finn whispers, his gaze heavy with despair. The weight of their impossible task settles upon him, a crushing burden reflected in his downcast eyes.
Grim determination hardens Finn's gaze.
He knows, with chilling certainty, that this fight is beyond his current capabilities. Finn and his companion exchange a grim look, their faces etched with the weight of their impossible task.
The unspoken understanding hangs heavy between them, this fight is far beyond their current capabilities.
A monstrous visage fills the panel, its glowing green eyes burning with malevolent power. The sheer scale of the creature dwarfs everything else, its presence a palpable threat.
Keek!
The beast lunges, a blur of green energy and savage intent. Its monstrous form, a terrifying spectacle of claws and teeth, is a stark reminder of the impossible odds they face. A blinding flash of green energy erupts, the sheer force of the beast's attack a terrifying spectacle. The title card appears, Helmet, the Forsaken Child.
Chapter 14 begins.
They run, a desperate flight down a leaf-strewn path. Each stride is fueled by fear, the weight of their escape a palpable tension in the air. Helmet leads the charge, his sword held ready. Helmut stumbles, the impact of the beast's attack sending him sprawling.
He hits the ground hard, the force of the blow echoing in the sudden silence that follows the chaos.
Despite the impact, Helmut rolls with the blow, his sword arcing upwards in a desperate counterattack. A fiery energy crackles around the blade as he rises to meet his attacker. He counters, a fiery arc of energy blazing from his sword as he meets the beast's attack. The clash is fierce, a whirlwind of motion and power.
The fiery arc connects.
A shockwave erupts from the point of impact, sending a tremor through the earth.
Helmut, momentarily stunned, braces for the beast's next move.
The shockwave from their clash sends Helmut sprawling, a blur of motion and fiery energy. He impacts the ground hard, the earth trembling beneath the force of the blow. The beast recoils, a searing green energy erupting from the point of impact.
Helmut's attack has found its mark, momentarily stunning his monstrous foe. Helmut is sent spinning, a fiery arc trailing behind him as he's flung across the battlefield. The beast roars, keek, a sound of pain and fury as the impact of Helmut's attack registers. Helmut, low to the ground, braces himself. Dust and debris swirl around him as he prepares for the beast's next attack. Wow, look at that vis! It's freaking amazing, one soldier exclaims, saluting.
As expected of the captain.
Another soldier shouts a warning, hey, don't get distracted. Stay focused. The small fries are coming. I'm rank 3, you know.
Helmut mutters, a smirk playing on his lips as he wipes dust from his brow. His confident tone speaks volumes, a stark contrast to the chaos of the battlefield.
This much is nothing for me.
Helmut declares, a confident smirk etched on his face amidst the swirling dust and debris.
He rises, ready for whatever comes next.
He moves in a blur, sword flashing. A swift, clean sweep sends several smaller creatures flying.
Whew. All right. Helmut breathes, a slight grimace on his face, but his eyes burn with determination.
The battle rages on.
Let's keep going like this. Helmut shouts, his voice echoing determination amidst the ongoing battle. The intensity in his eyes, even through the dust and chaos, shows he's far from finished.
Max, let's slash it right away once there's an opening, Helmut instructs, his gaze sharp and focused.
Max, his comrade, simply replies, all right. The battle continues, the two warriors poised to exploit any weakness in their enemy's defense. Two golden blurs streak across the panel, a double attack launched with precise timing.
Their coordinated attack lands.
Helmut and Max's blades connect, a brilliant flash of light erupting as they cleave through their monstrous foe. Helmut is sent sprawling, a shockwave erupting from the impact of the blow. Dust and debris fly, obscuring the immediate aftermath.
The beast roars, a guttural sound of pain and fury, as Helmut's attack sends it reeling. Its green energy flickers, momentarily disrupted by the coordinated assault.
Helmut is hurled backwards, a searing golden energy engulfing him as he's sent flying. The beast's furious gaze follows his trajectory.
The beast retaliates, a surge of green energy crackling as it prepares a counterattack. Its eyes burn with furious intensity, promising a devastating response. Helmut counters, a surge of teal energy propelling his blade forward in a blinding flash.
The beast is caught completely off guard.
A blur of motion, teal energy crackling around his blade, Helmut strikes with devastating speed. The impact echoes, a sharp kshhh as his attack connects. The beast is sent sprawling, a resounding thwack punctuating the impact as it crashes to the ground. Helmut, a blur of motion, lands gracefully, his teal energy fading. Green energy explodes from the beast's maw, a furious roar accompanying the blast.
Its counterattack begins.
A furious green energy erupts from the beast's mouth, a deafening roar shaking the very ground.
Its counterattack is swift and brutal. That was great.
Helmut exclaims, a triumphant grin splitting his face as he follows through on his attack, sending the beast reeling. From the sidelines, a young woman watches, her expression a mixture of thoughtful assessment and quiet amusement. A slight smirk plays on her lips as she considers the unfolding battle.
What's with these humans? The beast mutters, a grudging respect coloring its tone. They're stronger than I thought. The creature's surprise is palpable, its earlier confidence shaken by the human's unexpected resilience. The beast roars, its attacks deflected by two rank 2 mercenaries, a testament to their skill and the effectiveness of their vis. They're holding the boss monster at bay, buying time for the others. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of steel and magic. While the others continue to fight the beast using their own methods, the scene shifts to show the continued struggle. From a distance, a young woman observes the chaotic battle. Her gaze is intense, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face as she silently assesses the human's fighting style. "This is how humans fight," she murmurs, the statement carrying a weight of unexpected understanding. Like what Darien said, humans can't be underestimated. The young woman's observation echoes a growing sentiment, solidifying the unexpected strength displayed by the human fighters. A cough escapes her lips, a small sound amidst the ongoing chaos. Dust motes dance in the air, a testament to the ferocity of the battle still raging nearby. Her expression remains serious, her gaze unwavering. The beast lunges forward, a terrifying display of raw power. Green energy crackles around its claws as it charges. A monstrous beast charges, its green energy crackling menacingly. Before it, a lone warrior stands firm, sword raised, ready to meet the onslaught. The scene is a stark contrast to the quiet observation of the woman from afar. The beast's attack connects, a blur of green energy engulfing the warrior. A pained keek escapes the warrior as the beast's attack connects, a violent impact echoing in the sound effect. The green energy briefly obscures the scene, then dissipates, leaving the warrior crumpled and wounded. "Now that we've taken care of the small fries," one warrior says, turning to his comrade. "Fien, how's your vis?" he asks, concern etched on his face. Despite his wounds, a flicker of defiance shines in the warrior's eyes. "I think I can fight one more time," he grits out, a testament to his unwavering resolve. "That's not too bad. Let's end this quickly since we're tired," he declares, a grim smile playing on his lips despite his wounds. The warrior's resolve is clear, even as exhaustion weighs upon him. A blur of motion, the warrior meets the beast's attack head-on. Green energy explodes outward, a powerful impact shaking the very ground. "What?" The warrior cries out, his eyes wide with disbelief as a second, larger beast emerges from the initial impact, its form shimmering with green energy. He grips the massive, splintering log, green energy crackling around his hands as he braces for the impact. The impact throws him back, a blur of motion against the autumnal backdrop. He slams into the ground, the force of the blow echoing through the forest. "Damn it!" he mutters, his gaze fixed on his fallen sword. Was it able to escape any time? The question hangs heavy in the air, a grim assessment of the situation. Can we chase it down? The question hangs in the air, a desperate hope amidst the grim reality of his defeat. His gaze, though downcast, still holds a flicker of determination. "Forget it," one of them declares, "our mission is to transport, not to subjugate. Let's take a look at the injured first." The other nods in agreement, all right. A shift in focus, away from the lost sword and towards immediate priorities. The road winds through a valley ablaze with autumn colors, a long caravan slowly making its way through the fallen leaves. Scattered along the path, figures lie prone, casualties of a recent struggle. The scene speaks of a hasty retreat, the focus shifting from the lost sword to the urgent task at hand, tending to the wounded. "Yo, my little chicks!" A voice calls out, a casual, almost affectionate tone cutting through the somber aftermath of the battle. The words hint at a leader checking on their weary troops, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. "You guys are alive, huh? You can come out now." A voice, warm and teasing, breaks the somber silence. The leader's casual tone offers a moment of unexpected levity amidst the wounded and the aftermath of battle. A pained ugh escapes one of the wounded as he's tended to, a small detail highlighting the toll of their recent battle. The leader's earlier lightheartedness is now subtly contrasted by the very real suffering of her troops. A young man, his face etched with pain and fear, lies on the ground, eyes wide. He whispers, barely audible, "Helmet." The name, a plea perhaps, hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the leader's earlier lightheartedness. "Pull me out, please. I think I've got cramps in my legs. A young soldier groans, his plea a stark contrast to the earlier levity. His discomfort underscores the harsh reality of their recent battle, even as the leader's casual tone lingers in the air. All right. You all did great, the leader declares, her voice firm despite the grim scene before them. After checking on the horse carriage, let's take care of the demonic beast's corpses. Confirm if it's really dead. The command, though practical, underscores the harsh reality of their victory. The leader's orders ring out, sharp and clear above the groans of the wounded. Amidst the fallen demonic beasts, a grim task awaits, confirming their demise. The aftermath of battle, stark and unforgiving, reveals the true cost of victory. Take care of the corpses? A young woman asks, her brow slightly furrowed. The leader, a confident smirk playing on his lips, replies, yeah. Things like demonic beast skin and the seed of darkness can be sold for a high price. The stark pragmatism of his words hangs heavy in the air, a chilling contrast to the recent battle's brutality. Look. A hand, stained with dark ichor, reveals a gleaming purple gem nestled within the viscous substance. The discovery, amidst the grim aftermath, hints at a valuable reward amongst the spoils of war. That's a seed of darkness. The discovery, a dark purple gem amidst the gore, promises a valuable reward amongst the spoils of war. A sudden realization dawns on her. Her eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening her expression. The grim task ahead is no longer just about collecting spoils, something more significant is at stake. Blah, keep that away, Maros, she cries, recoiling from the gruesome prize. The leader, undeterred, chuckles, you guys should find a demonic beast and work on it too. That'll come in handy someday. A thoughtful pause follows, then a hushed whisper, I never thought I'd see the seed of darkness here. Based on what he's heard, the seed of darkness will dominate a human's mind, slowly transforming them into a demonic beast. A chilling revelation, given the grim scene before him. Well, but there's no way we'd see people like that. A young man's voice expresses disbelief, his gaze fixed on the horrific scene of demonic beast corpses scattered across the battlefield. The unsettling reality of the situation sinks in, a stark contrast to the earlier excitement over the seed of darkness. Normally, they either die before birth or are sent to the forest of roots if they survive. The young man's face reflects a dawning horror at this grim fate, the weight of this newly revealed truth settling heavily upon him. But you never know for sure, so be careful. Those people could become a demonic beast at any time. A chilling warning hangs in the air, the gravity of the situation settling upon the young man. A grim understanding settles on the young woman's face. The weight of the recent revelation, the horrifying possibility of those around them transforming into demonic beasts, leaves her speechless, a silent contemplation of the chilling truth. Is that how the outside people think? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent scream echoing the young man's inner turmoil as he clutches his chest, arrows piercing his body, a crimson glow emanating from within. The young woman's voice, barely a whisper, reveals a chilling truth. The reason why Darien taught me how to use this was so that I could suppress the seed within me. A somber reflection hangs in the air, the weight of her secret heavy upon her. Even if her vis returns, she must hide it amongst a crowd of humans. The young woman's resolve hardens, a grim determination etched on her face, the potential danger of discovery is clear. This power, she realizes, is intrinsically linked to the seed of darkness. A chilling revelation, solidifying the danger she faces. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows as they watch. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the rustle of autumn leaves. Uncertainty hangs heavy on their faces, the weight of the young woman's secret a palpable presence amongst them. A chuckle escapes him, a sound laced with a hint of weariness. When I see rank 4 mercenaries try to do something, he muses, his gaze drifting to the autumnal landscape, it reminds me of the past. Yeah, Fane has been growing since that incident back then, he observes, a pensive look settling on his face. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air, coloring his words with unspoken understanding. Of course, he still has much to grow, the speaker observes, his gaze drifting to the young man beside him, whose wide eyes reflect a mixture of surprise and perhaps a touch of hurt. The weight of unspoken expectations hangs heavy in the autumn air. He gestures dismissively towards the trio of mercenaries, a smirk playing on his lips. Their youthful inexperience is evident, a stark contrast to his own seasoned perspective. The weight of unspoken expectations hangs heavy in the air. Blah, he sounds, a grimace twisting his features.
It's really disgusting up close. The speaker's disgust is palpable, his words painting a vivid picture of the scene before him. A subtle shift in his expression, a barely perceptible furrow of his brow, betrays a new thought. Something strange about this one, though, he muses, a hint of suspicion coloring his voice. Fane, wait a minute, the woman calls out, her voice sharp with urgency.
The young man, startled, raises a hand, knife still clutched in his other, as if asking, What is it? A sense of unease settles over the scene.
Ah, are you scared? A teasing voice asks, the speaker's smirk barely concealed.
Right, it's your first time seeing a demonic beast up close, right?
The young mercenary, knife still in hand, remains unfazed, a subtle hint of amusement in his eyes. Too worried, he dismisses, a carefree grin spreading across his face.
Just think of it as one of the cooking ingredients.
When you're in charge of cooking, both beasts and demonic beasts are the same.
His words, though nonchalant, hint at a surprising level of experience. Wide-eyed terror consumes him as a demonic beast lunges, its claws inches from his face.
His carefree facade shatters. Terror, raw and undeniable, floods his features as the beast's claws graze his face. His eyes widen, a stark contrast to the beast's looming shadow. Fear, raw and undeniable, replaces his earlier bravado. He barely dodges the beast's final, furious swipe. The impact sends him sprawling, the ground trembling beneath him.
Terror grips the young boy as a monstrous beast lunges, its claws inches from his face.
His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer panic of the moment. Reacting instantly, he parries the beast's attack, his sword a blur of motion.
He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the beast's follow-up strike. Leaves scatter in his wake as he creates distance, buying himself precious time.
He gasps, eyes wide with exertion and a dawning fear. The beast's attack was brutal, and he's bought only a moment's respite.
He counters, a desperate riposte blurring across the panel. Determination hardens his gaze as he throws everything into this desperate defense.
He spins, a whirlwind of motion, his blade a blur as he counters the beast's attack.
The force of the clash sends a shockwave rippling outward.
A blur of motion, a desperate parry. He barely deflects the blow, the force of the impact sending him reeling.
Dust clouds billow, obscuring the immediate aftermath of their clash. The fight continues. He's sent sprawling, a tumbling arc against the pale sky, dust and debris swirling in his wake.
The dust settles, revealing a stark, empty expanse. Only a few stray particles drift on the wind, a silent testament to the fierce battle just fought.
A gasp escapes him, wide eyes reflecting the shock of what he's just witnessed. The dust settles, revealing the devastating truth.
He sprawls on the ground, eyes wide with shock, clutching a small knife. The attack came too swiftly.
That was close. That scared me.
Thanks, Helmut, he breathes, relief evident in his wide eyes.
Are you okay? Helmut asks, concern etched on his face.
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering unease. What was that feeling just now, he murmurs, still shaken by the near miss.
Ah, yeah, he manages, a shaky breath escaping his lips.
The lingering unease is palpable, his grip on the knife still tight.
That slashing feeling, different from his training.
It feels like something inside him has unclogged, a sudden, unexpected release.
Could it be? Has the vis returned?
A question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the character's own uncertainty and dawning hope. What, there was still one alive, a voice asks, concern laced with surprise.
Did you take care of it?
A breathless yes, is the immediate reply, confirming the successful conclusion of a tense encounter.
Phew.
Anyway, thanks, Helmut, Sean breathes, a relieved sigh escaping him. The warm sunset colors the scene as another voice chimes in, you're repaying him with soup? A final thought hangs heavy in the air, is that all your life is worth?
Did I see it wrong?
The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the relieved chatter of Sean and his companions. Their victory is palpable, yet a shadow of doubt falls upon the scene, cast by the uncertainty in his own mind. But even in the fading light, a lingering unease remains. A figure lies prone, purple energy sparking around them, a stark contrast to the celebratory mood. Doubt clouds the victory. His eyes widen, a stark contrast to the fading light. Panic flares, something's wrong. The purple energy still sparking around the fallen figure speaks of a lingering threat, a danger not yet fully extinguished. Sean's relief shatters. A renewed surge of purple energy erupts from the fallen figure, a stark warning against complacency. The threat, it seems, is far from over. His eyes, wide with dawning dread, betray the false sense of victory. Something isn't right. The lingering purple energy, it's a deception. A new figure emerges, a woman in a wide-brimmed hat, her expression unreadable. She stands amidst the fallen leaves, a stark contrast to the lingering purple energy, a silent question hanging in the air: is this truly the end? Helmet, the Forsaken Child. The title card appears, a stark reminder of the journey ahead. The number 15 appears, a stark chapter marker in Helmet's unfolding story. The weight of the title, The Forsaken Child, hangs heavy in the air, a promise of further trials to come. The purple energy dissipates, revealing a hand, still glowing faintly, amidst the darkening woods. A lingering sense of unease hangs in the air. Helmet sits cross-legged, a sword resting beside him, amidst the fading purple energy. The forest around him is hushed, the lingering magic a silent testament to the power he wields. A faint purple glow still lingers around Helmet's brow, a subtle afterglow of the potent magic he just commanded. His expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a quiet intensity settling over him. "I'm sure of it," Helmet murmurs, a quiet conviction in his voice. His eyes, still faintly glowing, hold a steely determination. The lingering magic seems to amplify his resolve. "The vis has returned," Helmet confirms, a quiet certainty in his voice as he cradles the glowing orb in his hands. His gaze is unwavering, reflecting the intensity of the moment. A thoughtful expression crosses Helmet's face. "To think the blade I swung instinctively would also bring out vis," he reflects, a quiet awe in his tone. "I should be thankful to Finn. In any case, I should be able to fill it up to the vis I had before in about 3 days," Helmet observes, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb in his palm. A slight frown creases his brow. "If I had a little more time to focus," he adds, a hint of frustration in his tone. "Where are you?" A voice calls out, laced with urgency, cutting through the twilight of the forest. The speaker's words are a sharp contrast to the quiet contemplation of moments past. "We're gonna be deciding the night watch order. So come back." Helmet, finally appearing, holds up 2 fingers. "We'll stand guard in groups of 2 with 3 shifts," he announces, his voice firm, a stark contrast to the earlier urgency. The forest twilight seems to hold its breath as he lays out the night's plan. Helmet efficiently divides the night watch, assigning pairs, himself with Tanya, Finn with Maros, and Sean with Byrne. Uter, unfortunately injured, is excused from duty. "Damn it, I should have got my arm scratched or something," one man grumbles, a hint of playful envy in his tone. His companion chuckles, offering, "You jealous? Just say the word. I'll scratch you up real good." Dismissing the offer with a wave of his hand, he adds, "Forget it. Just go rest. All of you, good night. As for the lookouts, do your best." The words, a quiet farewell, hang in the air, a calm counterpoint to the earlier bustle of assigning night watch. The forest seems to settle into a watchful stillness. Night falls. The group settles into their assigned watches, a quiet obedience replacing the earlier banter. "Yes, sir," a collective murmur confirms their readiness, the hushed response underscoring the seriousness of their task. Under the cloak of night, a lone figure is mentioned. "The one that ran away in the morning," a voice recalls, the words hanging heavy in the stillness. It's vague, but a presence is sensed. All senses are heightened, thanks to the vis. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the night, a palpable tension filling the air. "Aren't you tired, Helmet?" A concerned voice breaks the night's quiet watch. Helmet, ever stoic, replies simply, "I'm fine." But the other guard isn't convinced, adding, "Really? You're amazing.
but we'll need to go a long way tomorrow as well. Go wake the ones on the next shift up and then head to bed.
Okay, Tanya, a voice soothes, the gentle words a stark contrast to the night's lingering tension. A quiet understanding passes between them, a silent promise of shared vigilance. A chilling thought cuts through the quiet: the demonic beasts are waiting until everyone is asleep. Despite the others' concerns, Helmut decides to take a solo watch, stating, "I'll look out for them by myself, just in case. I'll take this time to recover my vis as well." His resolve is clear, even as a sense of foreboding still hangs heavy in the air. A blur of motion cuts through the night. Helmut, vigilant, moves with practiced ease, his senses sharp. Helmut rests by the fire, his eyes scanning the forest's edge. A quiet alertness surrounds him, a stark contrast to the flame's gentle dance. A flicker of movement catches Helmut's eye. His gaze sharpens, a silent alertness replacing the previous calm. He senses something, or someone, is near. A figure emerges from the shadows, his presence disturbing the night's quiet. Helmut's eyes narrow, a single thought escaping his lips: that guy. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. A chilling chuckle escapes the figure's lips. Kak. It's my chance, he whispers, a predatory gleam in his eyes. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous quiet. Helmut draws his sword, the steel gleaming under the dim light of the forest. A silent readiness fills the air, a stark contrast to the figure's earlier laughter. He's prepared. It's gotten a lot better, Helmut murmurs, a hint of relief in his voice. At this rate, I'll be fully recovered by tomorrow. A quiet confidence settles over him, a stark contrast to the tense moments that preceded this. A demonic beast? The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with apprehension as Helmut's gaze follows a single, ominous footprint. No, I don't feel demonic energy, Helmut states, his expression firm despite the lingering unease. A human. The revelation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier apprehension. He turns, a subtle shift in his posture betraying a newfound alertness. Leaves swirl around him, carried by a sudden gust of wind, as he scans the darkening forest. Yo! The casual greeting cuts through the quiet alertness, a jarring contrast to the tense atmosphere. A figure emerges from the shadows, his grin unsettling against the darkening forest backdrop. Little brat, the newcomer sneers, his words a stark contrast to the previous tension. The casual cruelty of the greeting, coupled with his shadowy emergence, hints at a confrontation to come. "What are you doing here alone?" the newcomer asks, a smirk playing on his lips. "You should travel with someone else. It's dangerous to be by yourself." His casual warning, delivered with a hint of condescending amusement, sets a tense stage for the encounter to come. "What's with that sword? You gonna sword fight? Let me join you." The newcomer's offer is met with immediate rejection. "I'm not interested in you." "Screw off," the lone figure replies, his tone sharp and dismissive. The tension ratchets up, a clash seemingly inevitable. "I don't think you understand the situation you're in," the newcomer sneers, his eyes narrowed. "You think that bitch is gonna help you like last time?" His words drip with contempt, the threat hanging heavy in the air. "Well, it looked like you had a habit of looking down on people from your first request," the newcomer observes, a hint of challenge in his tone. His words, delivered with a casual air, suggest a deeper conflict simmering beneath the surface. "Have you not had anyone around to fix your attitude?" The newcomer's words, sharp and accusatory, escalate the tension. His challenge hangs in the air, a clear provocation. "I guess I'll take this opportunity to teach you then. You don't mind if your arms and legs break in the process, do you?" The newcomer's hand crackles with energy, a menacing aura surrounding him as he prepares to strike. The threat is palpable, this isn't a sparring match. People are supposed to grow while getting a beating or two, you know. The newcomer's words, though harsh, hold a strange undercurrent of pragmatism. Even the threat of death seems almost incidental to him. "Even if you die, that'd just mean you're weak. So don't hate me for it." He turns, his back to us, leaving the full weight of his chilling declaration hanging in the air. His eyes widen, a stark contrast to the newcomer's casual posture. The weight of the threat finally sinks in, a dawning realization etching itself onto his face.
He's clearly unnerved. Is something like that?
The words hang in the air, a whispered confirmation of his worst fears. His eyes, wide with dawning horror, reflect the chilling reality of the newcomer's threat.
All you want to do after coming all this way? The newcomer's question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge echoing the unspoken tension.
His nonchalant tone belies the gravity of the situation, leaving the other speechless, the weight of the implied threat pressing down.
What?
The question hangs in the air, a raw, unspoken fear finally breaking through his stunned silence. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect the dawning horror of the situation.
A chilling revelation dawns. The mercenary squad, it seems, wasn't as united as they appeared.
This unexpected truth adds another layer of complexity to the already perilous situation.
Rather, what you're doing is close to treason. The newcomer's words hang heavy, a stark accusation in the darkening woods.
His calm demeanor only intensifies the gravity of his statement, leaving the other mercenary speechless, the weight of betrayal settling between them.
If you're a human, then live like one. The newcomer's words cut through the tension, a stark command echoing in the darkening woods.
His statement, simple yet profound, leaves the other mercenary reeling, the weight of his accusation hanging heavy in the air.
This is rank 4 mercenary of the Tariq mercenary squad.
The revelation hangs heavy, a new piece in the puzzle of betrayal.
A dismissive scoff escapes the mercenary's lips, PFFT.
His expression shifts, morphing into a cruel, mocking grin as a burst of laughter erupts, pwahahaha. The stark change in demeanor underscores his blatant disregard for the gravity of the situation, a chilling display of arrogance in the face of accusation.
That's not even funny, the mercenary spits, his scowl deepening. The question hangs in the air, heavy with disbelief. What? A demonic beast? Live like a human?
His incredulity is palpable, a stark contrast to his earlier laughter. I don't think you realize, but humans grow by trampling on those weaker than them. The mercenary's words are a cold declaration, a justification for his actions. His anger flares, a sharp retort following. Are you taking a rank 4 lightly because I have a cast on? It's already healed, you son of a bitch. The venom in his voice is unmistakable, his arrogance undeterred. He shatters a stone slab with a single blow, his smirk widening. I'll take this chance to teach you who's superior, he declares, the confidence in his voice unwavering. I'll make sure you can't look down on anyone else ever again. His fist connects, a blur of motion, the mercenary's words a promise delivered with brutal force. His attack lands with brutal force, the mercenary's threat made real, by ripping your eyes out and squashing them. The words are a chilling promise, a brutal end to his arrogant taunts. He grabs the mercenary's wrist, his grip like of ice. The mercenary's attack is stopped cold, his confident smirk replaced by a look of dawning disbelief. A sharp crack echoes as he crushes the mercenary's wrist, the sound of brutal punctuation to his victory. The mercenary's pained gasp, KGHHH, is a testament to the force behind the attack.
Wah, what the?
Such. The mercenary's stunned utterance trails off, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at his broken wrist. Rain lashes down, mirroring the storm of shock that has overtaken him.
Strength.
The mercenary's whispered awe is cut short, replaced by a stunned wah. As he stares, defeated, at his broken wrist.
The rain falls, a bleak backdrop to his utter disbelief. What sort of trick did you pull, you bastard?
His voice cracks with disbelief and fury, a raw scream of outrage against the impossible. The mercenary's face is a mask of shocked fury, eyes wide, mouth agape in a silent bellow of betrayal. I thought you were like a demonic beast, but... The mercenary's voice trails off, a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding coloring his words. His gaze, fixed on his broken wrist, reflects the shock that still grips him. It looks like your eyes are worse than the demonic beasts, the victor observes, a chilling assessment hanging in the air. His words carry the weight of a hard-won victory, a stark contrast to the mercenary's earlier boasts. If you want to establish a hierarchy, the victor states, his words dripping with cold authority, then you should have chosen your opponent carefully.
Know your place.
A chilling finality hangs in the air, the mercenaries' defeat underscored by the victor's unwavering confidence. With a sickening crack, the victor twists the mercenary's arm, the sound of bone breaking echoing the man's pained cry, "Gah!" His opponent's face is a mask of agony, the fight decisively over. KGHH. I refuse to admit it. The defeated mercenary grits his teeth, defiance flickering in his eyes despite his broken arm and obvious defeat. His refusal to yield, even in the face of overwhelming odds, speaks volumes about his stubborn pride. "Who'd beg to the likes of you?" The victor's scornful retort echoes, his voice dripping with contempt as he stands over his defeated opponent. The mercenary's defiance is met with utter disdain. He effortlessly deflects the mercenary's desperate blow, the impact a mere tremor against his superior strength. The victor's calm composure remains unbroken, his dominance absolute. A deafening aahh rips through the air as the mercenary is struck, his body a blur of motion against the victor's swift counterattack. The force of the blow is evident in the radiating energy, a stark contrast to the victor's unwavering composure. The victor delivers a final, crushing blow. A wave of raw power explodes outward, leaving the mercenary defeated and still. "Die!" The victor's cry rings out, his blade a blur as he delivers a final, decisive strike. The mercenary's defense shatters, the impact echoing in a powerful KHOOM. Wide-eyed, the mercenary gasps, "You, arrogant!" His voice trails off, defeated, as the victor's power surges around him. "Vi! Vis!" The mercenary's dying gasp hangs in the air, a question mark echoing his disbelief as the victor stands over him, bathed in the purple glow of their power. The victor turns, their back to the fallen mercenary, a purple aura still swirling around them. The lingering shock on the mercenary's face is palpable, even in death. The victor, a blur of motion, sends the mercenary sprawling. Blood sprays as he impacts the ground, the fight definitively over. A guttural gasp, "Gahhh," escapes the mercenary's lips, a final, pain sound swallowed by the dust and the victor's lingering purple aura. A guttural "Guh." "Gore." "Gh" escapes the mercenary, his body splayed across the ground, a grim testament to the victor's overwhelming power. Blood stains the rough stone beneath him. They stand over the fallen mercenary, the purple aura now fading, leaving only the grim reality of victory. A chilling stillness settles over the scene, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. Silence. Only the fallen mercenary's stillness and the whisper of wind through the leaves remain. The victor stands, their purple aura completely gone, a stark contrast to the recent violence. A single word, a breathy "damn," escapes the onlookers, a testament to the victor's overwhelming display of power. Turning away from the fallen mercenary, the victor lets out a self-deprecating chuckle. "I wasn't planning on using this," they admit, "I must have gotten too excited after it came back." A guttural gurg. And a pained kurg. Escape the mercenary as he collapses, his sword clattering to the ground. The victor, their back turned, shows only a slight frown, a hint of self-disgust in their posture. A chilling realization dawns on the victor. "If I leave him be, I'll be exposed." The weight of the secret hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the recent battle's intensity. A grim determination sets in. The victor's eyes narrow, a stark contrast to their earlier self-deprecating chuckle. The weight of their secret and the consequences of leaving the mercenary alive is clear. "Spare." The defeated mercenary's whispered plea hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the victor's grim silence. Doubt clouds their face, a battle raging within. The victor wrestles with a decision, a silent internal conflict mirrored by the conflicting thoughts above them: should I kill him? Then, a decisive, brutal counterpoint explodes across the panel: let's kill him. The internal struggle is over. If it's now. The victor's internal monologue, a chilling whisper against the backdrop of recent violence, reveals their grim resolve. The decision is made. A chilling transformation sweeps over the victor. Their eyes, once clouded by doubt, now burn with cold fury. A cruel smile twists their lips, the decision made, the mercy extinguished. "I can kill him." The victor's inner voice, a chilling whisper against the backdrop of the recent fight, confirms their grim resolve. The decision is final. A cruel smile spreads across the victor's face, their eyes blazing with a cold, unwavering fury.
The decision is final. Kill him.
The victor's chilling resolve echoes, a stark declaration against the backdrop of their own bloody wounds. The decision is made, the battle far from over. A violet energy surges, a wave of destructive power emanating from the victor. Their eyes, burning with cold fury, fix on their fallen foe.
The killing blow is imminent.
The violet energy explodes outward, a blinding flash engulfing the fallen foe. The violet energy explodes, a furious wave consuming the fallen foe.
A final, brutal act of vengeance.
A chilling grin spreads across their face, a stark contrast to the violet energy still faintly clinging to their form. The victor stands over their fallen foe, their triumph tinged with a chilling satisfaction. The chilling grin fades, replaced by a whisper carried on the wind, the seed of darkness.
A foreboding statement hangs heavy in the air, hinting at consequences yet to come. It is to become the
words trail off, leaving a chilling ambiguity hanging in the air. A wave of unsettling anticipation washes over the scene. A wave of pain washes over them, violet energy still pulsing. Is it because the VIS hasn't appeared recently, they gasp, a question hanging heavy in the air, hinting at a deeper, more unsettling mystery. A shudder racks their body, violet energy still faintly pulsing. It was just for a moment, they gasp, but it felt like I'd become a demonic beast. The lingering effects of the dark power leave them shaken, a chilling reminder of its potential. Get a hold of yourself, a voice urges, cutting through the lingering unease. The command, sharp and clear, offers a lifeline amidst the unsettling aftermath.
A deep breath steadies them, the violet energy finally fading. Control returns, pushing back the lingering shadow of the demonic transformation.
I'm not a demonic beast, they declare, a firm resolve replacing the previous terror. The violet energy is gone, replaced by a steely gaze.
I'm Helmut.
The declaration, sharp and clear, cuts through the lingering tension. A newfound resolve shines in their eyes, the violet energy completely gone. A shuddering breath escapes Helmut, the last vestiges of violet energy fading from their form.
The transformation is over.
A shuddering breath, Hugh, escapes Helmut, the final release of tension after the demonic transformation. They stand, sword held firm, a quiet strength replacing the violet energy's chaotic power.
Damn!
The word, a low growl, escapes Helmut, sweat beading on their brow. The exertion of suppressing the demonic transformation takes its toll. He ran away, Helmut states, their gaze fixed on the blood-stained ground, a quiet intensity replacing the earlier turmoil. The forest seems to hold its breath, the silence heavy with the aftermath of the struggle.
Helmut collapses, a ragged huff escaping their lips.
Blood stains the forest floor, a stark testament to the recent battle.
How can a guy like him use VIS?
The question hangs in the air, a testament to Helmut's disbelief and exhaustion. The sheer impossibility of it all weighs heavily on them, even in victory. Tears stream down Helmut's face as they lie defeated on the forest floor.
Impossible, a mere rank 4 brat.
The disbelief is palpable, the question of the opponent's strength echoing their utter shock. Despite the victory, Helmut's escape is far from over. Gasping for breath, they push themselves onward, muttering, "I have to run, just a little more." The urgency in their voice, the desperate scramble, paints a picture of a hard-fought battle that's not quite won.
And I can live dash.
A desperate gasp escapes Helmut's lips, a final surge of defiance against the odds. The will to survive, a flicker of hope amidst the exhaustion, fuels their last stand. Overwhelmed, Helmut is thrown back, tears streaming down their face as a monstrous, glowing wolf-like creature looms over them.
The sheer power of their opponent is undeniable.
Helmut, battered but alive, stumbles through the darkening woods. A single question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with the weight of their near-death experience. That sound, Helmut whispers, a furrow in their brow deepening their already strained expression. A lingering unease hangs in the air, a subtle shift from the previous desperate fight for survival. "It's that guy," Helmut breathes, their voice barely a whisper as a figure emerges from the shadows. A chilling recognition dawns, replacing the lingering unease with a fresh wave of apprehension. Helmut glances back,
their breath catching in their throat. A trail of dark, viscous blood stretches behind them, a grim testament to the brutal encounter just past. The forest floor, already dim, seems even darker now, the silence heavy with unspoken dread. A chilling silence descends. Helmet, wounded and weary, stops, their gaze fixed on the blood-soaked trail behind. The darkness of the forest seems to deepen, mirroring the growing dread in their heart. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerges, its form vaguely reptilian, wreathed in an eerie, phosphorescent green glow. A chilling presence fills the air. He turns, his back now to the monstrous figure, a chilling green light illuminating the scene. The air crackles with anticipation. He slowly turns, his gaze finally meeting the monstrous figure. A palpable tension hangs in the air, thick and heavy as the phosphorescent green glow intensifies. A hesitant, "Hey," escapes her lips, a stark contrast to the looming monstrosity behind her. The quiet word hangs in the heavy air, a fragile challenge to the palpable tension. "That one's mine," a voice declares, cutting through the tension. A bloody hand lies on the ground, a grim testament to a recent struggle. A low growl rumbles from the beast, a chilling sound that vibrates through the panel. Its monstrous form fills the frame, a terrifying close-up that underscores the immediate danger. He stands firm, sword drawn, facing the monstrous claw that descends from the shadows. The beast's presence fills the panel, a terrifying silhouette against the darkening forest. A newfound resolve hardens his gaze. "It's different from when I first saw it," he declares, a quiet confidence replacing the earlier tension. "I can defeat it right now." His blade hums with power, a violet energy swirling around it. Determination etched on his face, he prepares for the final confrontation. Violet energy crackles around his blade as he advances, a determined glint in his eyes. He's ready. "Bring it on already," he challenges, his voice a low growl. The beast lunges, a terrifying blur of motion, but he's ready. The beast charges, a terrifying blur of motion. But he stands firm, violet energy crackling around his blade, ready to meet the onslaught. The beast unleashes a ferocious roar, Kayawayak. Its maw opens wide, a terrifying display of teeth and raw power, as it charges. A beat of silence follows the beast's roar. He waits, his expression unreadable, a quiet intensity in his gaze. Is it able to determine how strong others are? He muses, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. It's definitely not your average demonic beast. The implication hangs heavy in the air. This opponent is far more dangerous than he initially anticipated. He meets the beast's charge head-on, violet energy blazing from his sword. "Take that guy you're stepping on and get lost," he declares, his voice firm, "or you'll die at my hands." The intensity in his eyes leaves no room for doubt, this fight is far from over. The beast lunges, a terrifying blur of claws and teeth. Its eyes, glowing green, fix on him with predatory intensity. The air crackles with anticipation. The beast is sent sprawling, a trail of blood marking its desperate retreat. Silence descends, broken only by the whisper of leaves. Wounded but unbowed, the beast snarls, a guttural grrr, escaping its jaws. Its eyes, burning with a fierce green light, promise a renewed assault. He breathes heavily, the fight taking its toll. But his eyes, though strained, hold a steely resolve. The beast is down, but the battle is far from over. He delivers a final, decisive blow, sending the beast flying through the autumn leaves. A wave of exhaustion washes over him as he leans heavily on his weapon. "What a pity," he muses, sheathing his sword. "Well, I'm sure it'll be back again." A weary sigh escapes him as he surveys the darkening forest. He needs to think. A group of figures, silhouetted against the fading light, approach. "Who's over there?" he calls out, his voice sharp in the twilight. That's a person, he realizes, a flicker of hope in his weary gaze. He sits amidst the fallen leaves, his sword sheathed. The weight of the recent battle is evident, but a new challenge presents itself. How to explain this situation first, he thinks, the words a silent question hanging in the darkening air. Night falls, cloaking the forest in shadow. He remains seated, the weight of his recent victory and the uncertainty of his next steps heavy upon him. Chapter 16 begins.
The title card, Helmut, the Forsaken Child, appears against a stark black background, promising a new phase in his journey.
In that case, Caleb is dead, huh? The question hangs heavy in the air, a grim realization dawning on Helmut's face.
The weight of this new information settles upon him, a stark contrast to the quiet of the autumn forest. Helmut stands before a campfire, a group of soldiers gathered around him. The single word, yes, hangs in the air, a confirmation of the grim news he received earlier. The weight of his recent loss and the uncertainty of his future are palpable in the flickering firelight. He recounts the events, a grim shadow falling over his face. He followed me around as I went about my business, in order to bully me, Helmut explains, his voice laced with a quiet resentment. The weight of this new revelation adds another layer to his already heavy burden. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. But got killed by the demonic beast, Helmut finishes, his expression hardening with a grim resolve. A silent grief settles over the scene, punctuated only by the crackling campfire. A heavy silence falls. Helmut's grim expression deepens, his gaze fixed on the ground. Beside him, another soldier covers his face, his shoulders slumped in grief. The unspoken weight of their shared loss hangs heavy in the air. That rascal. That's how he ended up after constantly bullying you guys, huh? Helmut's voice is laced with a weary resignation, a stark contrast to the grim determination he showed moments before. A simple "all right" is the only response from his men, a heavy silence settling once more. Helmut offers a formal apology, his words carrying the weight of shared responsibility. Since you got into danger as well, I'll apologize on behalf of the Tariq mercenary squad, he states, a quiet solemnity in his tone. The gesture, though simple, speaks volumes about the bond between these soldiers.
Wait a minute. A sharp interruption cuts through the somber silence. The question follows, pointed and accusatory, Max, is a verbal apology all you have to offer?
He almost died, a woman declares, her words sharp and accusatory as she strides purposefully towards Helmut and his men.
Thanks to someone on your mercenary squad.
The implication hangs heavy in the air, a clear challenge to Helmut's earlier apology.
You guys did nothing even though you knew what he was doing.
The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a grim expression hardening Helmut's features. His silence speaks volumes, a stark contrast to his earlier apology.
Helmut remains silent, his grim expression a stark contrast to his earlier apology.
The weight of the accusations hangs heavy in the air, unanswered.
Hey!
Watch your words.
A low growl accompanies the warning, a clear shift in the tense atmosphere. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. That someone is my younger brother.
Helmut's confession hangs in the air, a stark admission that shifts the weight of the accusations. His face, etched with a mixture of shame and defiance, reveals the depth of his internal conflict. While that's unfortunate, the words hang in the air, a dismissive yet measured response to Helmut's confession.
The implication of further action, or inaction, hangs heavy.
If you guys had supervised him properly, then such a thing wouldn't have happened in the first place. The accusation hangs sharp in the air, a pointed rebuke delivered with a steely gaze. So, the single word hangs heavy, a stark acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. His eyes, wide and intense, reflect the weight of the unspoken consequences. Are you trying to insult not just my brother? The accusation explodes, a furious retort laced with barely controlled rage.
His face, a mask of simmering anger, is a stark contrast to the other's more controlled demeanor. But our mercenary squad as well?
The question hangs in the air, a chilling implication that the consequences extend far beyond the immediate conflict. A shadow of doubt, and perhaps fear, creeps into the scene.
Enough!
The word explodes from him, a sharp rebuke cutting through the tension. The intensity in his eyes, previously simmering, now burns with a fierce resolve.
Enough! The command cuts through the air, silencing the accusations.
His eyes, blazing with fierce resolve, leave no room for doubt.
This will not stand. Silence.
A heavy, expectant silence follows his command, the tension palpable. The air crackles with unspoken threats and simmering anger, waiting to reignite. All of you need to get a grip, he commands, his voice cutting through the lingering tension. This is no time to push blame, We ought to be coming up with plans. The urgency in his words, mirroring the gravity of the situation, finally stills the simmering arguments. Despite the Tarek's clear culpability, the Face Mercenary Squad isn't exactly being careful with their words, either. A simmering tension hangs in the air between them. We can't do much about the dead, a voice states, a somber acceptance coloring the words. But we'll give the remainder of that mercenary's commission fee to that child. A gesture indicates a young boy, a silent testament to the losses suffered. All right, one of the mercenaries agrees, a quiet acceptance in his tone. He then directs a request to Miles. Miles, please do that for him. A sense of somber resolve settles over the group, a shared understanding of the task ahead. The atmosphere between the mercenary squads remains thick with tension. A silent observation hangs in the air, unspoken resentments lingering. He considers their next move, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. I'll think about how we can deal with the demonic beasts in a safer manner, he declares, his voice firm despite the gravity of the situation. Since 3 people have died already, let's be more careful from now on. The words hang in the twilight air, a stark reminder of their losses. A simple okay acknowledges the gravity of the statement, a shared understanding settling over the weary group huddled around the campfire. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. A hand clamps down on his head, forcing him to his knees. The impact is sudden, jarring. A grunt escapes him, the sound swallowed by the sudden impact. He's down, the force of the blow undeniable. It hurts, he whispers, clutching his head. The pain is evident, a stark contrast to the moments of intense action just past. It's meant to hurt, you brat. You almost died just now, she shouts, fists clenched, a fierce intensity in her eyes. The raw power behind her words underscores the danger he just barely escaped. If you had told me about it when we were standing guard, then I'd have covered your back or something, she exclaims, her words sharp with concern. He stands alone in the darkening woods, the weight of her rebuke hanging heavy in the air. How can you wander about alone in a place like this? That's why I was being careful, though. He explains, his eyes conveying a lingering shock. Do you know just how shocked I was when only you were missing? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the unexpected danger he faced alone. Who? I guess I should have paid more attention to what's happening after the fight with their side, he reflects, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. Who am I to blame you? The question hangs heavy, a quiet admission of his own oversight in the recent events. You mustn't travel alone from now on, get it? She emphasizes the point, her expression serious, a clear warning in her eyes. The weight of her concern is palpable. His eyes, wide and filled with a lingering unease, reflect the gravity of her warning. The unspoken fear remains, a shadow clinging to the memory of his solitary encounter. A lingering question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. The uncertainty of what transpired during his absence weighs upon him, a chilling reminder of the vulnerability he experienced alone. This feeling. A chilling uncertainty grips him, the unspoken weight of his recent experiences lingering. I'm sorry. The whispered apology hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering unease that still clings to him. Regret, palpable in her posture, colors her words. It feels cold. A single thought, a chilling observation that underscores the lingering unease. A large hand rests gently on his head. Comfort, perhaps? Or something else entirely? The weight of the past, the lingering chill, momentarily fades under this unexpected touch. But warm at the same time. The words, a stark contrast to the lingering chill, offer a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a hint of warmth in the faces before him, suggests a possible turning point. Okay. Please be more careful from now on. The words, a quiet instruction, carry a weight of concern. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a hint of warmth in the faces before him, suggests a possible turning point. A comforting hand rests on his head, a silent gesture of reassurance amidst the lingering chill. The warmth of the touch, a stark contrast to the recent cold, offers a moment of solace. It feels like Darien. A faint recognition flickers in his eyes, a glimmer of hope amidst the lingering chill. All right,
I'll do that.
A quiet resolve settles over him, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that had lingered.
The warmth from the previous moment seems to solidify into a newfound determination. The feeling of a human.
A profound realization dawns, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a newfound understanding. A vast, gray sky stretches overhead, heavy with clouds. Below, a lone branch, bearing the last vestiges of autumn leaves, reaches towards the unseen horizon. A sense of quiet contemplation hangs in the air. A mercenary's death is confirmed. They suspect the same demonic beast responsible for the initial ambush. The order is given: conserve strength, escape the forest immediately. They ride hard, a desperate flight through the darkening forest. We mustn't let there be any more casualties, the leader commands, his voice firm despite the urgency of their escape. His voice rings out, sharp and determined amidst the desperate flight: let there be no further losses. The command echoes the weight of their recent loss and the urgency of their escape. Understood. The leader's command cuts through the urgency of their escape, a sharp, determined affirmation echoing the weight of their recent loss. His grim expression, etched with the strain of their desperate flight, speaks volumes.
He moves in a blur, a desperate swing deflecting a demonic claw.
The escape continues, relentless and fueled by the memory of their fallen comrade.
He deflects another blow, a blur of motion as he continues their desperate flight. The leader's grim determination is unwavering. The desperate flight continues, a whirlwind of blades and claws. They fight with grim determination, each blow a testament to their unwavering resolve. They burst through the trees, the leader's grim face set in determination. A desperate flight for survival, each breath a testament to their resilience.
They burst into a clearing, a desperate struggle continuing amidst a flurry of blows. More demonic creatures descend from the sky, their numbers overwhelming. Wow, there's seriously no end to them, someone gasps, the sheer number of demonic creatures overwhelming. We might be able to last 1 or 2 days fighting like that, another voice adds, grim resignation coloring their words.
The desperate battle rages on. But even this relentless pace can't last. But we'll eventually grow tired, and that's when it'll become dangerous.
A voice warns, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air.
Damn it! Why are those demonic beasts targeting the rear? Panic etched itself onto his face, a stark contrast to the grim determination seen moments before. The question hangs heavy, a chilling realization dawning on him amidst the chaos. More importantly, a grim realization dawns on them.
The blonde-haired fighter's face is etched with worry, mirroring the dark apprehension in his companion's eyes. Their desperate fight is far from over.
I can feel that bastard's demonic energy.
A chilling realization washes over them, the unspoken dread palpable even amidst the ongoing chaos.
The fight is far from over, a new, more sinister threat looms.
It's staying a little further away, lurking around the mercenary squad and slowly sending out demonic beasts in batches.
A chilling realization dawns: this isn't a straightforward fight. Is it?
A chilling question hangs in the air, unspoken dread intensifying as a sinister green energy crackles, a stark contrast to the bloody crimson around it.
The threat is closer than they thought. Not time yet?
A chilling question hangs in the air, the unspoken dread palpable as a monstrous claw, wreathed in sinister green energy, descends.
The threat is closer than they thought. Phew.
It's been a really long day today, he sighs, removing his blood-soaked bandages. The weight of the battle, and the lingering threat, is palpable. A few more days like this and there won't be anyone without an injury, one mercenary sighs, tending to his wounds.
His comrade snaps back, shut up. Don't say stuff like that. The weariness of battle hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the unspoken threat that still lingers.
How slow must you be for them to bite your legs? Are you a larva? One mercenary scoffs, gesturing at his bandaged comrade.
Do you think I got bitten because I wanted to?
I tried to avoid them too, he adds, a touch of frustrated exasperation in his tone. The weariness of battle is palpable, yet a simmering tension remains.
Kakik. You're still energetic, huh? A weary mercenary chuckles, the sound oddly out of place amidst the quiet exhaustion of the camp.
Gosh, I'll seriously hit you, he adds, a hint of playful menace in his tone, despite the evident fatigue.
The scene is one of quiet recovery, a brief respite before the next unknown threat.
Damn it, one mercenary mutters, his face grim.
First Uter, then Marcos, and now Sean too.
His companion nods, a weary acceptance in her gaze. I didn't think they'd attack us day and night without rest. The weight of their losses hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of exhaustion and mounting dread. Well, we should be glad no one's dead, a mercenary observes, surveying the camp. Helmut and Fane, it turns out, are exceeding expectations in their nighttime patrols. With Helmut now capable of wielding a sword, albeit somewhat clumsily, he'll be able to assist Fane. Fane, it turns out, possesses surprisingly sharp survival instincts, making him quite adept at dodging attacks. A single thought, heavy with unspoken implications, escapes one of the mercenaries: what I saw back then. The words hang in the air, a promise of a revelation yet to come, a chilling reminder of the unseen horrors that still loom. What's more important in the current situation, one mercenary states, his voice tight with grim determination, is that the demonic beasts are solely targeting our mercenary squad. Helmut, standing nearby, simply murmurs, "Ah." The gravity of the situation settles heavily upon them, a stark contrast to the earlier relief. I don't know why they're doing that, one mercenary admits, a puzzled frown etching itself onto his features, but their side practically didn't fight today. The unusual lack of resistance hangs heavy in the air, a mystery adding another layer of unease to the already tense situation. There were 3 people who died from the Tariq mercenary squad though, one mercenary observes, a thoughtful frown creasing their brow. And there was that conflict from a few days ago. They probably wouldn't help us, we better stay on guard. A sense of foreboding settles over the group, the recent skirmishes casting a long shadow on their current precarious situation.
Yeah.
The mercenary's single word, a low murmur, speaks volumes.
Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the unspoken weight of suspicion and unease that hangs heavy in the air.
The casual agreement masks a deeper unease, a growing sense of dread.
We need to make it out alive somehow.
The mercenary's quiet resolve hangs in the air, a stark declaration against the mounting dread.
The unspoken fear is palpable, yet their determination to survive burns bright.
All of us, the mercenary vows, his back to the viewer, a sword strapped to his back. The weight of responsibility, the shared burden of survival, settles heavily on his shoulders.
A heavy silence descends.
The weight of their unspoken fears hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension that speaks louder than words. The mercenary's vow echoes in the quiet, a fragile promise against the encroaching darkness.
Paul, you probably already know this.
The words hang in the twilight air, a low murmur accompanying the image of an abandoned wagon, left alone under a pale moon. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene, mirroring the unspoken tension of the previous moments. But the demonic beasts are, for some strange reason, solely targeting our people, Paul observes, his words heavy with unspoken concern.
A companion, shrouded in shadow, listens intently. I think that boss demonic beast is strategizing.
The shadowed figure adds, a chilling implication hanging in the air.
Is that so?
Paul questions, a hint of grim acceptance in his tone. The reality of their precarious situation sinks in. While we might be able to hang on for now, it'll only be a matter of time before they break through. The unspoken threat hangs heavy, a chilling premonition of the inevitable assault. Paul, I know you guys had a conflict with Face, but... The speaker's words trail off, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The weight of unspoken tensions hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of the next question. Don't you think Tariq, who has more people, should help for the sake of safety? The suggestion hangs, a proposal born of necessity in the face of mounting danger. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Paul's face, etched with grim determination, reflects the gravity of their situation. The weight of the impending demonic assault bears down on him, a palpable tension in the stillness. A thoughtful, escapes Paul's lips, his gaze fixed on something unseen, the weight of the decision heavy upon him. I don't agree, Paul states firmly, his eyes narrowed in resolute disagreement. A quiet defiance underscores his words, a stark contrast to the previous suggestion. He adds, a thoughtful question hanging in the air, hinting at a deeper strategy. As you've already mentioned, Paul begins, his voice low and serious, they'll break through our defenses if this keeps up.
He pauses, his gaze unwavering, then adds, as compared to safety.
The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air, a calculated risk, a gamble on a different strategy.
Instead of safety, a chilling grin spreads across his face.
His eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a sinister plan.
It's simple, he explains, a chilling calmness in his voice.
While the face mercenary squad distracts the demonic beast.
His gaze is unwavering, fixed on some unseen point beyond the panel. We ought to aim for efficiency.
The rest quickly leave the forest, he states, a chilling smirk playing on his lips.
The Tariq mercenary squad has the important goods, anyways.
A stunned, Watt escapes the other man, his disbelief palpable.
You can't do that, the older man explodes, his face contorted in outrage. Does the Tariq mercenary squad have no morals? The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered, as Sir Miles's chillingly calm gaze cuts across the panel, his smirk unwavering.
Morals, trust, they're beautiful words, he muses, his voice devoid of warmth.
But isn't the more important thing, this is the time to think coldly.
The abandoned cart sits in the deepening twilight, a silent testament to his ruthless pragmatism.
Survival, he sneers, the chilling question hanging in the air. That demonic beast, a very real threat, looms large in their minds.
His cold pragmatism is laid bare, the lives of many are expendable for the sake of a few. He slams his fists on the table, a grim determination etched on his face.
It's just waiting for us to tire out, he growls, the words heavy with unspoken dread. The weight of their desperate situation hangs heavy in the air.
And if our mercenaries and merchants all die, he states, the gravity of his words echoing in the dimly lit space, you won't be able to compensate everyone for all the goods and lives lost. The stark reality of their situation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling counterpoint to his earlier cold calculations. Of course, if Sir Miles has a better method, we'll follow that, he concedes, a subtle shift in his demeanor.
The tension, though still present, eases slightly. He was merely outlining the harsh realities, not dictating an unchangeable course.
No other alternatives, he states, his voice firm, a stark contrast to the worried expression on the other man's face.
The weight of their decision hangs heavy in the air.
Sir Miles, his face etched with worry and his hands clenched tight, seems to have reached his limit. The weight of their impossible situation is clearly crushing him.
Decide.
The single word hangs in the air, a stark command echoing the weight of their impossible situation. The title card for Helmet, the Forsaken Child, appears, solidifying the gravity of the choice before them. The title card, Helmet, the Forsaken Child, fades, leaving only a stark, grayscale gradient. The weight of their decision remains, unspoken but palpable.
Ha!
Two carts, laden with what appears to be supplies, trundle slowly down a leaf-strewn path through a bleak, gray forest.
The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension, a stark reflection of the weighty decision made moments before. So daunting. To think ambushes would come for days on end.
The caravan, a slow procession of supply carts, moves through the bleak forest. A palpable sense of unease hangs in the air, a lingering echo of the weighty decision made earlier.
Our men and horses have already been lost.
The grim statement hangs in the air, a stark confirmation of the caravan's perilous journey. The weight of their losses settles heavily upon the slow, somber procession through the gray forest. Already exhausted, and with dwindling supplies, a grim uncertainty hangs over the caravan. The journey continues, fraught with peril. And those Tariq bastards won't even help, one soldier grumbles, his voice heavy with frustration.
They were just watching us this morning. Even if we fought before, they should know not to cross the line.
The weary caravan continues its slow, perilous trek through the bleak forest, the weight of betrayal adding to their already immense burdens.
I know it as well, a soldier murmurs, his gaze fixed on the grim path ahead.
If this continues, something really bad might happen when the demonic beast comes. A palpable sense of dread settles over the weary caravan, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air.
Ha! What are those guys doing?
A woman in a wide-brimmed hat, part of the weary caravan, squints, her brow furrowed with concern.
The question hangs in the air, a new uncertainty added to their already perilous journey. They're suddenly speeding up.
A cartwheel spins wildly, kicking up dust as the caravan unexpectedly accelerates, adding a new layer of urgency and confusion to their already perilous journey. A sudden burst of speed. The caravan jolts forward, the horses straining, a desperate urgency replacing their earlier weariness. Panic sets in. The caravan bursts into a frantic sprint, wagons bouncing, horses straining, a desperate flight down the dusty road.
Panic is etched on every face. A blur of motion.
They sprint, a desperate flight fueled by raw panic, the caravan a chaotic torrent down the dusty road.
What the hell? What are you doing?
A woman in a cowboy hat cries out, her wide eyes reflecting the sudden, frantic acceleration of the caravan. One man yawns, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, while another watches with a look of concerned bewilderment.
Wait, where are they going? She adds, her voice laced with alarm, the question hanging heavy in the air. Wait.
A man's voice trails off, a mixture of apprehension and dawning realization etched on his face.
His eyes, narrowed in concern, reflect the escalating chaos unfolding behind him. The dust settles, revealing a vast, desolate plain stretching to the horizon.
A chilling emptiness hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the frantic energy of the chase.
Since our squad keeps getting focused on by the demonic beasts.
A grim determination hardens the man's features, his knuckles white as he grips the reins, his gaze fixed ahead.
The vast, desolate plain stretches before them, a silent testament to the dangers they face. Are they openly using us as bait?
The horrifying realization dawns on the man, his grim determination hardening into a chilling resolve.
The vast, empty plain stretches before them, a silent testament to the deadly game unfolding.
His eyes, wide with dawning horror, fix on something beyond the desolate plain. A grim understanding settles upon him, this wasn't a simple chase.
They've been used. Damn it. They got us.
Surrounded by the demonic beasts in a dark, gnarled wood, the grim realization dawns.
This was a trap.
We've been abandoned, the grim realization dawns on him, his back to us, silhouetted against the ominous, gnarled wood. The chilling truth settles, heavy and inescapable, in the shadowed forest.
A wave of despair washes over her.
The weight of their betrayal settles heavily, a crushing silence amplifying the unspoken accusations. So it ends up like this, a voice whispers, the words heavy with resignation, a finality settling over the scene.
It's too late to catch up, a voice states, the grim reality settling in. The demonic beasts have already surrounded them, their escape cut off. Using another squad as prey to save themselves.
The grim truth dawns, a chilling revelation in the shadowed forest, where demonic beasts lurk amongst the gnarled trees.
Surrounded, their escape blocked by demonic beasts, a grim question hangs in the air, how many from this squad will survive?
The weight of their predicament is palpable, the unspoken fear a chilling presence in the shadowed forest.
The squad, surrounded, stands defiantly before a wooden cart, their backs against a wall of demonic beasts.
Their desperate situation is clear, escape is impossible.
If I act now.
A single thought, a desperate gamble, echoes in the soldier's mind, a silent prayer amidst the encroaching horde. The demonic beasts are gathering as soon as we have fewer forces, he shouts, his voice strained but resolute.
Sword drawn, he urges his squad, everyone prepare.
The grim reality of their dwindling numbers and the encroaching horde is palpable.
They're coming.
The soldier's cry rings out, a desperate warning as a wave of demonic beasts surges towards them, their green eyes gleaming in the shadowed forest. The final assault begins.
A blur of motion, a desperate counterattack.
He cuts through the demonic horde, a whirlwind of steel. A desperate, brutal push forward. He fights through the demonic horde, his comrades shielding his flank as they cut a path through the relentless onslaught.
He cuts through the demonic horde, a whirlwind of steel and grit.
Dust coats his face, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. A blur of motion, he cuts through another wave of demons, the sound of clashing steel echoing through the forest.
He continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion as his blade cleaves through the demonic wolves. Dust and grit fly, the forest itself seems to tremble under the force of his attack. A brief pause in the relentless assault. He sheathes his blade, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as a single thought echoes in his mind, won't they question my identity?
Damn it, he snarls, a grim smile twisting his lips.
A death worth of a mercenary.
The words are a bitter taunt, his frustration palpable as demonic shadows still swarm around him. Bullshit, he spits, defiance burning in his eyes. If you die like this, it's a worthless death, he roars, the words a desperate defiance against the encroaching darkness.
I can't go out like this.
His face is a mask of grim determination, sweat beading on his brow, yet his eyes burn with a refusal to yield. The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness, who I am.
Remember my noble death, one of his attackers cries, raising his sword. The defiant retort follows instantly, yuck, a mercenary, noble my ass.
His sneer is sharp, his contempt palpable. Where I'm from, he declares, the words carrying a weight of untold history. A defiant stand against the shadows closing in. Bastards, messing around until the end, he spits, a grim smile twisting his lips. Defiance burns in his eyes, a final, furious stand against overwhelming odds.
If I'm human like them.
The thought hangs in the air, a question echoing his defiance, a desperate hope amidst the chaos. His eyes widen, tears welling. A raw, visceral fear grips him, shattering his previous defiance. A silent scream hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the preceding turmoil. His face, partially obscured, betrays a profound, wordless terror.
Things like that.
The words, a whispered admission, hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his previous defiance.
A chilling realization dawns, replacing terror with a grim acceptance.
A wave of realization crashes over him, a silent acknowledgement of the horrifying truth. His grim acceptance replaces the terror. A steely gaze meets his. Resolution hardens his features, replacing the lingering fear with a grim determination.
No longer matter.
The words, a stark declaration, echo the finality of his decision. A grim resolve settles over him, silencing the lingering fear. These people. The unspoken weight of those words hangs heavy, a silent testament to the burden he carries. A hand rests on his chest, a gesture of quiet contemplation, as he confronts the harsh reality of his situation. He stands defiant, a lone figure amidst the encroaching darkness.
Surrounded by monstrous wolves and their human-like adversaries, he prepares for battle, his resolve unwavering.
I don't want them to die, he declares, his voice a low, resolute murmur amidst the chaos. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the desperate struggle around him. Darien, he murmurs, a single word carrying the weight of memory.
I remember what you said.
The words hang in the air, a quiet promise amidst the surrounding chaos. This time, he vows silently, a steely resolve hardening his gaze.
The memory of Darien's words fuels his determination.
He spins, a blur of motion, his sword arcing through the air. A desperate, almost reckless defense, protecting the comrade behind him.
He deflects the blow, a desperate lunge protecting his comrade.
Dust motes dance in the air, a silent testament to the ferocity of the clash. He parries the blow, his shield ringing against steel.
A grim determination sets his jaw as he protects his comrade from the brutal attack.
I'll trust humans, he declares, a quiet resolve echoing in the words. A new path, forged in the heat of battle, and the weight of his comrade's life. Everyone, he announces, his voice carrying a newfound strength, born from the recent battle and his decision to trust.
A quiet confidence settles over him, a stark contrast to the desperation of moments before. What you're going to see next will change everything.
A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet confidence moments before.
Now.
The word hangs heavy, a promise and a threat, as the panel shifts to reveal a figure, head bowed, hair obscuring their face. A palpable tension fills the air, the quiet before the storm. Eyes blazing with fierce determination, he channels his power. A surge of purple energy crackles around his hand, a potent force ready to be unleashed.
Is all a secret?
The words hang in the air, a chilling revelation amidst the swirling purple energy. A mystery deepens, casting a shadow over the newfound confidence.
Wait, what? The words burst from the onlookers, their wide-eyed shock mirroring the sudden shift in the atmosphere.
A palpable sense of unease replaces the previous tension.
This.
The word escapes him, a gasp of disbelief and dawning horror. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock that ripples through the onlookers. A terrifying roar erupts, Kia. Two monstrous figures, ape-like and ferocious, burst forth, their attack a blur of motion. Horror grips him, the revelation of the Vis a chilling precursor to this sudden, brutal assault. A flurry of blows erupts as shadowy figures descend, their attack relentless. The purple energy dissipates, leaving only chaos in its wake. A blur of motion, a violent impact. Purple energy explodes outward, the force of the blow echoing in the sheer power of the visual. Two monstrous figures, a blur of savage motion, clash. A beam of purple energy streaks between them, the force of their conflict palpable. He spins, a purple energy swirling around his blade, deflecting the onslaught. The force sends him hurtling backward, a breathtaking arc against the grim backdrop of the forest. He impacts the ground hard, a jarring thud echoing through the forest. The dust settles, revealing a crimson streak across his chest. He's down, but not out. Two figures move to flank him, their swords raised, ready to finish the fight. Is this a dream? He gasps, disbelief etched on his face. No way, how? His opponent stares, equally stunned, as a beam of purple energy streaks across the darkening sky. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts, obliterating his foes. A wave of purple energy explodes outward, a blinding flash that consumes everything in its path. He unleashes a torrent of purple energy, his sword glowing with an otherworldly light. The force of the attack is breathtaking, a wave of power that obliterates everything in its path. The creature screams, a final, desperate roar swallowed by the purple energy. It's consumed, obliterated in a flash of violet light. The purple energy explodes outward in a final, devastating burst. Silence follows. Silence. Only the lingering purple haze remains, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. The battlefield is scarred, the earth scorched. A violet nebula expands, filling the panel. The lingering energy of the attack slowly dissipates, leaving behind only the quiet aftermath. The violet haze clears, revealing a figure standing amidst the devastation. A smirk plays on his lips, a quiet confidence in his eyes. He stands victorious. He collapses, the impact jarring. Dust and debris cloud the view, obscuring the aftermath of the battle. He walks away, the faint whispers of Kia trailing behind him, a testament to the power he just wielded. The forest floor, littered with the remnants of his foes, speaks volumes of his victory. A wave of energy erupts, Kia, screams the beast, as beams of light slice through the air, felling his foes. A blinding flash of light erupts, the energy slicing through the air. The beasts, caught in the crossfire, are felled instantly. The aftermath is a silent testament to overwhelming power. A final, powerful blast echoes through the trees. The air itself seems to crackle with residual energy. A purple energy blade, crackling with power, extends from his hand, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. The final remnants of the beasts disintegrate, leaving only silence in their wake. Kia. The beast roars, a final, desperate cry as it's engulfed by the attack. With a final, desperate roar, the beast is consumed. Purple energy flares, then fades, leaving only silence in its wake. He stands amidst the fallen leaves, the purple energy fading from his hand. A quiet satisfaction settles on his face. The purple energy dissipates, leaving the beast vanquished. He sheathes his glowing blade, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He stands, the battle won. A quiet pride, a subtle hint of a smile, plays on his lips. The aftermath is peaceful, a stark contrast to the ferocity of the fight just concluded. Under a bleak, autumn sky, the figure moves through the woods, their head bowed low. A sense of weariness hangs heavy in the air, mirroring their slumped posture. The figure, silhouetted against the bleak woods, stands between two combatants. Their swords are crossed, a tense standoff in the desolate landscape. Holy shit! The onlookers whispered or reflects the intensity of the scene before them, two figures locked in a desperate struggle, their blades a blur. Miracle, it's a miracle. Gasps of awe erupt from the onlookers,
their wide eyes reflecting disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. That demonic beast monkey ran away when it saw its subordinates die. What a coward, the onlooker scoffs, their disdain evident in both words and expression. Helmet.
The onlooker's voice cracks, a mixture of awe and disbelief coloring their whispered utterance. The weight of what they've witnessed settles heavily.
How did you? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the onlooker's stunned disbelief.
Wide-eyed and breathless, they stare, speechless in the face of the impossible.
It's nothing, Helmet replies, a calm understatement belying the impossible feat just witnessed. My body's just healed.
The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the stunned silence of the onlookers.
Awe and disbelief are etched onto the onlooker's face.
Their eyes, wide and glistening with unshed tears, reflect the sheer impossibility of what they've just witnessed.
I knew it. The onlooker's voice, though barely a whisper, carries the weight of confirmation. A dawning understanding, a sense of vindicated certainty, replaces their previous stunned disbelief.
Helmet's witness stares, awestruck, as purple energy still crackles around Helmet's healed body. A mixture of wonder and dawning understanding clouds their features.
I did see what I thought I did. The witness's hushed words, a testament to the unbelievable sight, hang heavy in the air.
Doubt still lingers, but the conviction in their voice hints at a dawning acceptance of the impossible.
To think that it's possible.
She murmurs, a mixture of awe and disbelief coloring her voice.
Everyone's okay, right? The question hangs in the air, a silent plea for reassurance amidst the lingering remnants of an unbelievable event. Just what did I pick up from the road? The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable, as both witnesses stare, wide-eyed and bewildered, their faces mirroring a shared confusion. Even I, as rank 2, can't manifest this. The witness's voice is a hushed whisper, a testament to the impossible feat they've just witnessed. How is he able to do that at such a young age?
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of awe and disbelief coloring their tone.
Where did you learn swordsmanship?
The question hangs in the air, a testament to the young man's impossible skill, as a group of soldiers watches him with a mixture of awe and suspicion.
A collective gasp hangs in the air.
The young man stands amidst the soldiers, his sword sheathed, the silence heavy with unspoken questions.
I lived with my mentor in a forest, but other than that, I don't really remember, she replies, a hint of guardedness in her tone. Even if they're trustworthy people, it'd be best to not talk about the forest of roots. Oh, right. Your memory.
The soldier's voice is laced with a weary understanding, his hand covering his face in frustration.
Memory, damn it.
He mutters, the weight of his forgotten past heavy upon him. Anyway, she continues, her boots resting on the ground, a defeated wolf sprawled nearby. The focus shifts, leaving the lingering mystery of her past behind.
What are we gonna do now? One soldier asks, a palpable uncertainty in the air. Another, more calmly, observes, it doesn't look like there's any more danger. The immediate threat is seemingly over, leaving them to consider their next steps. A soldier breathes, his gaze distant and troubled. First, he declares, we will leave this forest. A decision made, a path forward chosen amidst the lingering uncertainty.
Now, a new resolve steals their weary faces. We need to find the ones who left first, one soldier declares, his voice tight with a grim determination.
Another mutters, ugh, those bastards. The hunt continues.
I'll kill them when we see them, a soldier vows, his face grim, a steely resolve hardening his features. The hunt for the deserters continues, fueled by vengeance.
Helmet. What will you do?
The question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the soldier's own internal struggle, his face etched with grim determination and unspoken anxieties. The hunt for the deserters has forged a path of vengeance, but the weight of their actions begins to show.
I don't know about after we leave the forest, Helmet admits, a hint of uncertainty in his voice.
But I'll stay with you until then, he adds, a quiet resolve tempering his words. A final thought, a lingering concern, escapes him, I haven't even got my share of the money yet.
A sharp blow lands, silencing the soldier's musings.
Hey, shut up, a woman commands, her voice cutting through the lingering tension. Another soldier, momentarily stunned, mutters, "Ah, I see." The scene shifts, revealing a new understanding dawning among the group. Then, the word hangs in the air, a pregnant pause before the next action. Helmut's back is to us, his gaze fixed on something ahead, the tension palpable. The forest looms, a silent witness to whatever unfolds. The forest path ahead unfolds, a mystery waiting to be revealed. Helmut presses on, his gaze unwavering, a quiet resolve etched onto his features. "Let's trace those who left first," Helmut declares, his gaze fixed on the forest path ahead. The group, a wagon in tow, begins their pursuit. "That'd be best," someone agrees, the quiet affirmation solidifying their decision. Footprints, clear in the damp earth, mark the path ahead, their pursuit begins. Chapter 18, Helmut, the Forsaken Child. The title card sets the stage for the next act of the story. The trail winds deeper into the woods, a somber sky mirroring the weight of their pursuit. Bare branches claw at the overcast heavens, the path ahead shrouded in a growing sense of foreboding. The trail continues, the dense undergrowth obscuring the path ahead. A chilling wind whispers through the bare branches, hinting at the dangers that lie hidden. "Phew, my body feels so light after that nice rest yesterday. I think my injuries all healed too." The group presses onward, their pace brisk and their spirits seemingly renewed. The somber woods remain, but their resolve feels strengthened. A light chuckle escapes one of them as they travel along the path, the sound oddly out of place in the somber woods. Their journey continues, seemingly unburdened by the foreboding atmosphere. A hand reaches down, tracing the path of deep footprints in the earth. "This is the right direction," a voice confirms, a note of quiet certainty in their tone. The journey continues. "There are a lot of tracks, but I don't sense any noise or vibration yet." A keen observer among the group, their words offer a cautious assessment of their surroundings. The path ahead remains ominously quiet. "Looks like they ran all night," one of the travelers observes, a hint of concern in his voice. "Did they reach the outskirts of the forest already?" The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in their previously confident pace. According to the original plan, one of the travelers states, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, they should take a break at the first village after the forest. A hint of weariness, perhaps even a touch of apprehension, colors his tone. "We'll probably meet them there," he states, a quiet confidence underlying his words. The destination, a village beyond the forest, offers a glimmer of hope in their pursuit. "The first village, ha!" he muses, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "It will make a great stage for revenge." The words are a declaration, a promise whispered on the wind as he strides forward, his resolve hardening with each step. "They'll be really shocked when they see that we made it out alive," one traveler chuckles, a gleeful anticipation in his voice. His companion, a smirk playing on his lips, adds, "I'm so looking forward to see how much that Gramps Miles will give me while shaking in fear." Their anticipation is palpable, a stark contrast to the earlier apprehension. "Ah, my mouth is watering," one of the travelers exclaims, his anticipation palpable as they approach the village. The thought of their reward fuels their steps. The reward is tempting, but a thoughtful frown creases his face. "What should we do about our quest?" he wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air. The anticipation of riches is clearly overshadowed by a sudden concern about their original mission. "That's true," one traveler concedes, his voice heavy with the weight of their realization. "There's no stuff to protect anymore. Tarek has taken all the important stuff." A wave of disappointment washes over them, the earlier excitement replaced by a grim acceptance of their altered circumstances. There's only one food carriage left. The traveler trails off, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. The realization dawns on him, a stark contrast to the earlier excitement. Their journey, it seems, will be far more challenging than anticipated. This noise is. A frown deepens on the traveler's face, his expression shifting from pensive to concerned as he strains to identify the unfamiliar sound. Intrigue and apprehension war for dominance in his gaze. A single, distant clang echoes through the air, sharp and metallic. The traveler's frown deepens, his apprehension growing. What could that be? They move quickly, a sense of urgency propelling them forward through the trees. The sound, whatever it was, has clearly heightened their apprehension.
Ha! Helmet? The traveler's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and concern etched onto his face. The name, seemingly unexpected, hangs in the air, adding another layer of mystery to the already unsettling sounds.
A grim determination sets in. The traveler's gaze hardens, a silent vow forming behind his narrowed eyes.
The name Helmet, and the unsettling sounds, fuel his resolve. Can you feel something?
The traveler asks, his voice laced with a growing unease.
His companion's wide eyes reflect a shared apprehension, the silent woods seeming to hold their breath. Feel.
I don't feel anything, the companion replies, their voice calm despite the traveler's growing unease. A stark contrast to the rising tension, their words add a chilling layer of mystery to the situation.
I sense demonic energy gathering.
A chill runs down the traveler's spine as he senses a malevolent presence, the words a grim confirmation of his growing unease. Below, a shadowy figure stirs, its form barely visible amidst the encroaching darkness. There's a battle, the traveler observes, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene below.
I think the Tariq mercenary squad is involved. A grim realization dawns as he witnesses the brutal clash, the scale of the conflict far greater than he initially anticipated. Those assholes. Great. How far are they?
A grin spreads across the traveler's face, a mixture of amusement and anticipation in his eyes as he observes the unfolding battle below. His eagerness is palpable, the situation clearly to his advantage. At this speed, it's about an hour away, the companion observes, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. A subtle shift in her expression hints at a new concern, there's a leader among them, too.
Wait, you sense something happening an hour away from here?
The traveler's companion's words hang in the air, a question that subtly shifts the focus from the distant battle to a new, unsettling element. His brow furrows, a clear indication of his surprise and growing concern. His brow furrows deeper, a stark contrast to his previous amusement. Just what level of? He trails off, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. A sense of dawning dread replaces his earlier excitement.
It'll take less time if we hurry.
Tariq should be able to hold on until we get there, one of them states, their urgency palpable as they set off at a brisk pace.
The grim determination in their stride contrasts sharply with the earlier amusement. Damn. Are we gonna face that monkey again just to save those Tariq assholes?
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of frustration and reluctant resolve coloring the speaker's tone. The urgency of the situation is palpable, even in the weariness of his words. We just leave, one of them asks, his voice laced with disbelief. The other, however, clenches his fist, a clear sign of defiance.
You dumbass, we still have to get our money.
The urgency in his words overrides any lingering hesitation.
We're mercenaries, not vengeful spirits, one of them declares, his gaze firm, his resolve hardening.
The most important thing, he insists, is to finish the quest. The earlier hesitation is gone, replaced by a steely focus on the task at hand.
Let's take care of business first, before thinking about those Tariq bastards, one of them declares, their resolve firm.
The group stands together, their focus shifting from the previous debate. The mission, it seems, takes precedence.
Yeah, we're the Face mercenary squad, a voice declares, a confident smirk playing on their lips. They're different, they emphasize, a clear distinction drawn from the selfish Tariq mercenaries. Alright, then let's go.
The mercenary leader declares, his confident tone leaving no room for further debate. He strides forward, his companion following close behind, their earlier hesitation completely gone, replaced by a determined focus on the mission ahead. Secure the client and the goods, the mercenary leader commands, his boots crunching on the barren ground as they march forward, their mission clear. Into the woods they charge, a whirlwind of steel and determination. The Face mercenary squad cuts through their opponents with brutal efficiency, their mission a blur of motion.
A blur of motion, the mercenary leader cuts down his opponents with brutal efficiency.
His sword sings a deadly song, each swing precise and deadly.
The wagon, their objective, remains untouched amidst the chaos.
A grunt of pain, arg, cuts through the air as another opponent falls before the mercenary leader's relentless assault.
To the right.
Hold the ranks, the mercenary leader shouts, his face a mask of grim determination as he directs his squad's advance, the battle raging around them.
He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of motion. The mercenary leader's grim determination is etched onto his face, a fierce expression mirroring the intensity of the battle. His blade a blur, he cleaves through another foe. The mercenary leader's relentless assault continues, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. Damn it!
It's been only one day, he growls, his face a mask of frustrated exertion.
The mercenary leader's relentless assault has taken its toll. Exhausted but unyielding, he staggers back, a surge of dark energy erupting behind him.
Behind him, a monstrous figure erupts, a surge of dark energy coalescing into a grotesque, clawed form. Wide-eyed, he stares in disbelief, the sheer power of the creature momentarily paralyzing him. It's just obstacle after obstacle, he mutters, his voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of his relentless struggle.
The fight continues, unending.
I didn't expect them to chase after us so persistently, he admits, a grim determination hardening his features despite his exhaustion.
The relentless pursuit continues. Were they not satisfied with just the face mercenary squad?
He questions, a grim realization dawning as he lies defeated, the monstrous pursuers looming. Defeated, he collapses, the weight of relentless pursuit pressing down. A single, thin line stretches across the panel, mirroring the tenuous thread of his hope. A monstrous roar erupts, a wave of green energy surging from the beast's maw.
Ki-yi!
The sound is deafening, a terrifying testament to its power. He barely dodges the blast, a dismissive tisk escaping his lips as he continues his desperate flight. Gritting his teeth, he strains against the relentless pursuit, his face a mask of furious determination. I have to run, he gasps, a desperate plea echoing in the harsh landscape. His pursuer is gaining ground, the grim determination on his face only fueling his flight. He throws himself to the side, a desperate maneuver to avoid the crushing force of the attack. The air itself crackles with the energy of the near miss. He rolls, narrowly avoiding the spear's deadly arc. Dust explodes around him as he scrambles to his feet, the pursuer's weapon whistling past his head.
Hey, Max, Paul calls out, his voice laced with concern. He glances at Max, a question hanging unspoken in the air. What's up, Paul?
Max asks, his own worry evident in his strained expression.
Max's face is grim, etched with worry.
At this rate, everyone will die, he states, the gravity of the situation heavy in his voice. We can somehow defeat the minions, but we can't beat the leader, he adds, his words a stark assessment of their desperate plight. Seeing their power, I think the face mercenary squad is already done for, Max concludes, his voice heavy with grim resignation. The weight of their situation presses down on him, the words a stark reflection of the brutal reality they face. Then, a grim realization dawns on Max. The weight of their impending defeat settles heavily upon him.
Yeah. Max's single word hangs heavy in the air, a grim acknowledgement of the overwhelming odds they face.
His eyes, wide with a dawning dread, reflect the crushing weight of their seemingly impossible situation.
If we run away now, all witnesses will be gone, a chilling voice declares.
The silhouette of a powerful figure looms, a stark warning against retreat. His words hang heavy, a grim ultimatum in the face of overwhelming odds. Then our reputation will be safe, the figure declares, his voice laced with chilling pragmatism. A beat of silence, then a curt, almost dismissive, great idea. Everyone disperse, the command rings out, sharp and urgent. A desperate, chaotic retreat begins amidst a flurry of dark, shadowy figures closing in.
What are you talking about, Max?
The words explode from him, a raw, incredulous outburst. His wide, horrified eyes reflect the sheer disbelief at Max's suggestion.
What do you mean, disperse?
The words burst from him, a raw, incredulous cry. Surrounded by shadowy figures, his horrified eyes reflect the sheer impossibility of the order. He recoils, a silent scream etched across his face. The sheer impossibility of the situation hits him hard, the order to disperse a blatant death sentence. A wave of disbelief washes over him as shadowy figures close in.
Two figures streak across the sky, fleeing the encroaching darkness. Their desperate escape is a blur of motion, a testament to the urgency of the situation.
They flee, a desperate blur against the darkening sky. The urgency of their escape is palpable, a stark contrast to the looming shadows behind.
Paul! Max!
The desperate cry escapes him, a raw plea echoing the urgency of their flight. His face, etched with worry, reflects the perilous situation unfolding beyond the window. "Sir Miles," he cries, his voice laced with desperation.
Oh my, dear God!
The words trail off, a testament to the horror he witnesses, his face etched with profound worry.
Inside, a figure crumples to the floor, a pained ugh escaping their lips. The scene is one of chaos, the room thrown into disarray.
"It was a mistake to put my trust in the Tariq mercenary squad in the first place," he groans, the weight of his error heavy in his voice. "I made a wrong judgment." His face, etched with regret, reflects the bitter consequences of his decision.
"I should have known that things can turn out like this,"
he mutters, the weight of his regret palpable amidst the wreckage. Dust motes dance in the shattered sunlight filtering through the ruined room.
The truth dawns on him, a bitter realization amidst the wreckage.
"When we abandoned the Face mercenary squad," he exclaims, the words a testament to his terrible miscalculation.
A monstrous roar, Kikig, fills the panel as a terrifying beast lunges, its green eyes blazing.
The sheer ferocity of the attack is palpable.
Impact!
A deafening roar shakes the very foundations as the beast connects, its attack a brutal, unstoppable force.
Wag!
The impact throws him back, a pained cry escaping his lips as the beast's attack sends him sprawling. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror etched across his face. The weight of his mistake, the consequences of his actions, crashes down upon him. "I'm doomed," he whispers, the beast's shadow looming large above him. Despair settles over him, a chilling finality in his voice.
"We'll all die,"
he gasps, terror etched onto his face. His eyes, wide with a stark, horrifying realization, reflect the bleak truth of his situation.
"Ah!
Wag," he cries out, the raw sound of pain and impact echoing his desperate struggle. He's thrown violently backward, the force of the blow evident in his contorted body and the speed lines blurring around him.
A crimson spray explodes against the white background, a stark, silent testament to the brutal impact.
The beast's maw opens, a terrifying chasm of teeth and dripping crimson.
Its green, glowing eyes burn with predatory intensity, promising a swift, brutal end.
"Hey," a voice cuts through the chaos. Then, as a blur of motion interrupts the beast's attack, "Put that down." A blur of motion, a flash of purple light, he counters. The sword sings through the air, a desperate riposte aimed at the beast's exposed flank.
The attack connects.
A surge of green energy erupts as the beast reels from the blow, its momentum broken.
He plunges his glowing sword downwards, a burst of purple energy erupting as he cleaves through his monstrous foe.
A blinding flash of green energy erupts, obliterating the monster in a shower of sparks. A purple energy trail streaks across the panel, a blur of motion as the warrior cuts through the air with incredible speed. A guttural scream, Kia, rips through the air as the warrior's attack connects.
Green and purple energy collide, a blinding flash marking the monster's final demise.
A purple energy trail, a blur of motion, slices through the air.
The warrior's attack connects, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
"I said put it down," a voice commands, sharp and unwavering. Two glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a silent threat in the shadowed depths.
The beast falls, its lifeblood staining the earth. A final, shuddering breath escapes before silence descends.
A pained groan, Kirik, escapes the beast as it collapses, its reign of terror finally over. With a guttural cry, Kaya, the beast is sent sprawling. Its reign of terror ends with a final, desperate lunge.
Victory is swift and brutal.
A final, earth-shattering impact echoes, leaving only silence in its wake. The victor stands, a blur of motion leaving only the dust settling on the defeated beast. A final, bloody stain marks the ground where the creature fell.
A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Then, a slow exhale.
The victor's eyes, though shadowed, hold a quiet intensity.
"Helmet, can you go ahead first and assess the situation?"
The victor, his breath still ragged, issues a quiet command to his companion, a figure cloaked in shadow further down a bleak, leafless path. I'm a bit nervous, he admits, his voice a low murmur. The quiet intensity in his eyes from moments before is now replaced by a palpable apprehension. I wouldn't be if the Tariq mercenary squad were together, but... He trails off, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air, as they've already betrayed us once. A second time would be easy, he mutters, a grim determination hardening his features. All right, he adds, a quiet acceptance settling over him as he prepares for what lies ahead. Fien was right, he acknowledges, a grim acceptance coloring his words. The fallen figure before him underscores the truth of those words. If they'd been even a moment later, the merchants would have perished. A heavy weight settles on him, the weight of responsibility for those he saved. My vis is back, he states, a quiet resolve in his voice, now I just have to face you. He stands over a fallen foe, his own sword glowing faintly, ready for whatever comes next. The weight of responsibility, the unspoken threat of betrayal, all seem to fade into the background as he prepares for this final confrontation. He moves, a blur of motion, his vis crackling with emerald energy. The dust swirls around him, obscuring his approach as he advances towards his unseen foe. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, his vis blazing. So I'll put my all into it, he declares, his voice tight with determination as he confronts the demonic beast. A blinding flash. The impact of the clash reverberates, leaving only a crimson smear across the panel. He connects with the beast, a violent collision of emerald vis and monstrous claw. The force of the blow sends tremors through the very earth, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A guttural kyhhh rips through the air as the beast recoils, the impact of the blow visibly staggering it. Emerald vis crackles around the hero, a testament to the ferocity of his attack. The beast recoils, a pained Kia, escaping its jaws as it staggers back, clearly shaken by the force of the blow. Its eyes, wide with shock, betray its vulnerability. He moves in a blur, emerald vis blazing a trail as he cleaves through the monstrous horde. He cuts through the air, a purple streak of vis leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sheer speed is breathtaking. Its eyes, blazing with a furious green light, lock onto him. The beast lunges. He counters the beast's attack with a blur of motion, purple vis erupting as he deflects the lunge. The impact sends tremors through the earth. Crimson vis explodes, a brutal counterattack that sends the beast reeling. A roar, raw and filled with pain, rips through the air. The beast recoils, its attack thwarted. It's the strongest demonic beast I've met outside the forest, he observes, his gaze narrowed in grim determination. The recoil of the beast's attack has given him a moment to assess his opponent. Despite the beast's ferocity, he remains resolute. But I can still defeat it, he declares, a grim determination etched on his face. I just can't let my guard down. The fight is far from over. He holds his sword aloft, a violet energy crackling around the blade. Down, he commands, his eyes narrowed with focus. The fight is far from over, but his resolve remains unshaken. He advances, violet energy surging from his sword, a powerful strike imminent. The ground trembles beneath his feet. His violet-charged strike connects. A shockwave erupts, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring the battlefield. The dust settles, revealing the title, Helmet, the Forsaken Child. The dust settles, revealing the victor, Helmet, the Forsaken Child. Helmet, the Forsaken Child, stands victorious. His opponent, a monstrous, wolf-like creature, lies defeated, its body ravaged, green energy crackling around its wounds. He stands amidst the fading purple energy, a grim determination etched on his face. The battle's aftermath hangs heavy in the air. A crimson stain blooms across the white panel, a stark contrast that speaks volumes of the brutal battle just concluded. The silence is deafening. A final, violet-tinged energy blast erupts, obliterating the beast. The aftermath is a whirlwind of fading light and scattered debris. With a final, furious burst of energy, Helmet obliterates the beast. The lingering purple and green light fades, leaving only the silence of victory. A final, devastating blow. The air crackles with residual energy as the purple light fades, leaving only the echoing silence of a hard-won victory. A final, swift strike. Helmet's attack leaves a trail of vibrant, swirling energy, a breathtaking display of power before the dust settles on his hard-fought victory.
The final attack explodes in a blinding flash of green and purple energy. Silence follows, the aftermath a stark contrast to the furious battle that preceded it. Helmet stands, a slight frown etching itself onto his face.
The intensity of the battle has clearly taken its toll, yet his eyes burn with a quiet determination. A final, pained keening escapes the beast as it collapses, the green energy of Helmet's attack fading.
A final, pained scream rips through the air, KAAH.
The beast's agonizing cry marks the end of its struggle.
The beast is vanquished.
A final, searing burst of green energy consumes it, leaving only scattered fragments and the lingering scent of ozone. Silence descends, broken only by the soft hiss of dissipating magic. Exhausted but victorious, Helmet lowers his arm, the green energy finally dissipating. A heavy silence settles over the battlefield, the only sound the faint whisper of the wind. This thing, Helmet breathes, a hint of exhaustion in his voice as he follows through with a final, powerful strike. The lingering green energy dissipates completely, leaving only silence in its wake.
Its demonic energy just got even stronger. A chilling realization dawns as the dust settles on the battlefield. Is it absorbing nearby energy?
The question hangs in the air, a chilling observation as the creature's form pulses with renewed, amplified power.
It's definitely stronger than earlier.
A palpable sense of dread settles over the scene.
A breathy sigh escapes Helmet's lips.
His gaze is distant, focused on something beyond the immediate aftermath of the battle. The Face mercenary squad should be here soon, he mutters, a sliver of hope in his weary tone.
Helmet's concern deepens. If others try to intervene, they'll only put themselves in harm's way.
So I'll have to be serious and end it fast, he resolves, his gaze hardening with grim determination. A guttural roar, Kra, erupts as the creature unleashes a surge of amplified, emerald energy. Its power is terrifying, a raw, untamed force that threatens to consume everything. Helmet counters with a swift, precise strike, his blade a blur against the creature's amplified emerald energy. Helmet deflects the creature's emerald energy blast with a blur of motion, his blade singing a deadly counter-melody to the beast's roar. He counters the beast's furious emerald energy blast with a breathtaking display of skill, his blade a blur of motion as it deflects the attack. The emerald energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of light and power. Helmet's counterattack, a whirlwind of precise strikes, meets the blast head-on.
A chilling kikak
escapes the creature's bloodied maw, its emerald energy surging.
The beast's ferocity is undiminished. It won't work with my usual fighting strength, Helmet realizes, his expression grim.
Then, a surge of purple energy erupts from his sword, promising a change in tactics. With a grim determination etched on his face, Helmet channels a surge of purple energy into his blade. With more power, he vows, the enhanced weapon glowing intensely. He swings, a purple torrent of energy unleashed from his enhanced blade. The attack cuts through the air, a blur of motion aimed at the heart of the beast.
The enhanced blade connects.
A shockwave of purple energy erupts, engulfing the beast in a blinding flash. The purple energy explodes outwards, a shockwave of raw power engulfing the beast in a blinding flash.
The impact reverberates.
A blinding flash of light momentarily obscures everything, the raw power of Helmet's attack leaving only a silent aftermath. He swings again, the purple energy of his blade a blur. It's gotten faster, he observes, a grim determination etched on his face as the attack intensifies.
A wave of emerald energy explodes from his blade, a fierce counterattack cutting through the air. A wave of emerald energy explodes from the beast, a fierce counterattack that meets Helmet's purple blade.
The clash sends a shockwave through the earth, a testament to the raw power of both combatants.
Its claws have changed too.
Helmet notes this adaptation with a grim focus, his expression hardening. If he can't kill it in one blow, this fight will become significantly more difficult.
The beast unleashes a furious roar, Kra.
Emerald energy explodes from its maw, a blinding counterattack that clashes violently with Helmet's purple blade. He barely parries the beast's emerald blast, the force of the impact sending him sprawling.
A desperate counterattack is his only hope now. A blur of motion. Emerald energy lashes out, a furious counterattack that forces Helmut back.
He stumbles, barely maintaining his footing amidst the chaotic energy.
Oh no! Helmut's shirt is ripped to shreds by the sheer force of the beast's attack.
I don't have spare clothes, he mutters, his focus unwavering despite the setback. Helmut grunts, the beast's attack leaving him winded. He glances down at his shredded shirt, a wry smile playing on his lips as he mutters, I'll have to buy some new clothes in town.
A wave of emerald energy explodes from the beast, a ferocious roar accompanying the blinding flash.
The beast unleashes another devastating emerald wave, a torrent of energy that engulfs the area in a blinding flash.
A blinding emerald wave erupts, a furious torrent of energy engulfing the autumn forest. Yeah!
A triumphant roar echoes through the ravaged forest, the sound cutting through the lingering emerald energy. The emerald energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Silence descends upon the ravaged forest, broken only by the gentle sigh of the wind.
The emerald energy fades, revealing a monstrous eye, glowing ominously.
Its gaze sweeps across the devastated landscape, a silent promise of further destruction. She watches, a silent observer amidst the devastation. The aftermath of the colossal clash hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the girl's seemingly calm expression. From the dissipating emerald energy, a monstrous form emerges, its gaping maw a terrifying testament to the battle's ferocity. Its eyes, glowing with malevolent green light, scan the devastated landscape. In the end, it had to consume the other demonic beasts. A grim understanding settles on her face as she observes the aftermath.
The monstrous form slams into the earth, a shockwave of emerald energy rippling outwards. Dust and debris erupt, obscuring the creature's final form in a chaotic maelstrom. The monstrous form coalesces, a terrifying silhouette emerging from the emerald chaos.
Its final form is revealed, a grotesque behemoth, power radiating from its very being. It leaps, a terrifying silhouette against the white background, emerald energy swirling around its clawed limbs. The creature's power is palpable, a raw, untamed force. With a powerful swing, she cleaves through the monstrous form, a brilliant purple energy erupting from her blade. The impact sends a shockwave through the earth. Dust still settles, but she stands, gazing at the aftermath of her devastating blow. A quiet awe hangs in the air. I've seen it before, she murmurs, a chilling recognition in her voice. The emerald energy still swirls, but a flicker of understanding, perhaps even a grim determination, crosses her face. But the battle is far from over. From the dust and debris, a terrifying form rises, radiating an even more intense emerald energy. Its power seems amplified, a chilling testament to its resilience. She walks away, leaving behind the fiery devastation. The orange glow, a testament to the battle's intensity, illuminates her retreating form. The same attack pattern. A chilling realization dawns on her, a grim determination hardening her gaze as she prepares for the next onslaught. A grim smile plays on her lips. She's seen this before, she knows what comes next. The fight is far from over, but determination hardens her gaze. A surge of emerald energy erupts, a blinding flash that momentarily obscures the battlefield. The intensity is palpable, a terrifying power unleashed. From the darkness, two malevolent crimson eyes pierce through, glowing with an ominous power. The intensity of their gaze is chilling, a palpable threat hanging heavy in the air. A surge of emerald energy explodes, a blinding counterattack that momentarily obscures the beast. Then, from the heart of the blast, a wicked, glowing green blade materializes. The emerald blade flashes, a brilliant counter to the beast's dark energy. It cleaves through the air, aimed with deadly precision. As Naho. The words hang in the air, a defiant whisper against the backdrop of the ongoing clash. A purple energy crackles, coalescing into a blade in his hand. The glow intensifies, a weapon of immense power forming before him. Even with all the demonic energy absorbed, a defiant figure stands firm. Even if you absorb all the demonic energy there is, he declares, a purple blade crackling with power in his hand, ready to meet the challenge. You're still weaker than that one, he states, his voice carrying a chilling certainty. The purple energy swirling around him intensifies, a stark contrast to the defiant posture he maintains. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, burn with a purple light mirroring the energy crackling around him. A blinding green energy erupts, a counterattack launched with terrifying speed. A blinding clash. Purple and green energies collide in a furious explosion, the force of the impact radiating outwards in a dazzling display. A violent clash of energies erupts. Purple and green light collide, a blinding spectacle of raw power. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. He counters, a purple blade of energy slicing through the air with terrifying speed. The force of the attack is palpable, a whirlwind of violet power aimed directly at his opponent. Through a desolate, leaf-strewn forest, a figure dashes, a blur of motion. The wind whips past, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. He cuts through them like a scythe through wheat, a whirlwind of motion leaving a trail of fallen soldiers. Helmet, a desperate cry rings out, swallowed by the relentless advance. Are you all right? The question hangs in the air, a whisper of concern amidst the chaos. It's a stark contrast to the brutal efficiency of the previous moments. What is this? He gasps, eyes wide with disbelief, as the scene before him defies comprehension. The aftermath of battle, a forest littered with fallen soldiers, is a stark contrast to the quiet concern just moments before. He stands amidst the carnage, two swords sheathed at his hips, a grim stillness settling over him. The fallen soldiers lie scattered around, a testament to the brutal battle just fought. A chilling silence hangs in the air, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the mist-shrouded forest. Why you? The word hangs unfinished, a gasp of disbelief escaping his lips. Sweat beads on his brow, his wide eyes reflecting the horror of the scene he's witnessed. Defeated it, all alone? The question hangs heavy, a mixture of disbelief and dawning awe in his voice. His gaze lingers on the carnage, the weight of the battle's aftermath settling upon him. They were already dead, she states, her expression unreadable. He stares, a low hum escaping his lips, the weight of her words settling upon him. Is that so? He murmurs, the question hanging heavy in the mist-filled air. I guess they got killed faster than expected because their formation broke, one soldier observes, surveying the scene. It looks like they couldn't put up much resistance, he adds, his gaze sweeping over the fallen enemy soldiers. That means, their captain abandoned them and ran off. A grim realization dawns on the soldier's face, his expression hardening with a mixture of disgust and grim understanding. Bastards who didn't have loyalty or a sense of responsibility in the first place, the soldier spits, his disgust palpable. A grim set to his jaw precedes the announcement, there's a survivor here. A groan escapes the wounded man as he lies amidst the wreckage, a soldier looking down at him. That's Miles, the soldier exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief, eyes wide at the sheer scale of the loot. Is it a fortune? The question hangs in the air, heavy with the promise of untold riches. Among the chaos, a sliver of unexpected good news emerges. Among misfortunes, that at least the client is alive, the soldier mutters, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. He stares at the scene, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Let's get out of this damn demonic beast territory, the soldier declares, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged landscape. Though we should confirm the survivors first. A sense of urgency, tempered by a necessary caution, hangs in the air. The soldier surveys the grim scene, bodies litter the ground, a testament to the brutal battle. A single survivor lies amidst the carnage, his fate uncertain. Ugh! Miles, the wounded man groans, the sheer scale of their task weighing heavily on him. Miles groans, the sound a testament to his pain and the weight of their grim task. The soldier's earlier relief is now overshadowed by the harsh reality of the situation. Miles' eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. Is this place, the afterworld, he whispers, the question hanging heavy in the air. Miles, a voice calls out, a single word cutting through the silence, heavy with unspoken concern. Concern etched on his face, a comrade approaches Miles, his arms crossed, a silent question hanging in the air. Overwhelmed with remorse, Thien confesses, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have abandoned the face mercenary squad like that, but Paul threatened me. A heavy sigh escapes him as he adds, "Though I'm glad I was able to apologize to you after our deaths, Miles.
Get a grip on yourself, you're not dead yet."
The sharp words cut through Miles' dazed confusion, a voice of grounded reality amidst his spectral musings. A comrade, arms crossed, stands over him, a clear contrast to Miles' disoriented state.
An older man, seemingly an authority figure, sits amidst the soldiers, his expression one of stunned disbelief.
He utters, the exclamation mark reflecting the shock rippling through the scene.
How did I survive? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the man's bewilderment.
His wide eyes reflect the sheer shock of his unexpected survival, a stark contrast to the grim reality of the demonic beast's power.
It's dead, a voice states, the words cutting through Miles' lingering shock. You can forget about death for the time being. Relief washes over his face, a stark contrast to the moments before. Keep it a secret, huh?
The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge in the comrade's tone. His gaze, sharp and assessing, rests on Miles, a silent demand for an explanation.
The aftermath of their battle lingers, the forest a stark, silent witness. Oh, God! Miles breathes, his hands clasped tightly together. The weight of his recent ordeal is evident in his posture, a stark contrast to the relief he felt moments before.
Since you've saved me life, he continues, his voice barely a whisper, a profound gratitude coloring his words.
Whom? Miles murmurs, a question hanging in the air.
His brow furrows slightly, a hint of lingering unease still etched on his face despite his recent rescue.
Shall we talk finances?
The question hangs in the air, a surprising shift in tone.
Miles's brow furrows, his unease palpable even amidst the lingering relief. Shall we talk finances?
The question hangs in the air, a surprising, abrupt shift in tone. Miles, still slightly uneasy despite his rescue, looks up, his brow furrowed in thought. The comrade's casual gesture, hand outstretched, suggests a business proposition, a stark contrast to the gravity of their recent ordeal.
Ah! Miles breathes, tears welling in his eyes. The relief from his ordeal is now overshadowed by a profound emotional release. The reality's finally hitting me. Miles whispers, the weight of his recent ordeal settling upon him.
A profound sadness, a quiet acceptance, colors his unspoken thoughts. Miles holds a crumpled piece of paper, the word verify scrawled across it.
The weight of his ordeal, the lingering sadness, is now mixed with a new uncertainty. What does this verification mean?
His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips.
80% of the profit.
The revelation is clearly a shock, the weight of the number settling upon him with a sudden, heavy impact. We're only requesting 80% because you also suffered losses, the messenger explains, his words hanging heavy in the crisp autumn air. Miles, seated before him, remains stunned by the unexpected concession.
Not only were we betrayed, we even saved your life in the end, the messenger states, his words a stark contrast to Miles's stunned silence.
A flicker of disbelief crosses Miles's face, the weight of their betrayal, now coupled with the unexpected news of his rescue, leaves him speechless.
Wouldn't 70% be acceptable?
Miles's voice trails off, a question hanging in the air, his expression a mixture of disbelief and a desperate hope for a better deal. The previous concession of 80% still feels too steep, a lingering sting of betrayal clouding his judgment.
That should be more accurate considering I have to compensate for those who died.
Miles presses, his plea for a fairer deal hanging heavy in the crisp air. The messenger, however, simply waves a dismissive hand.
That's your business.
His tone is final, leaving Miles with little recourse but to accept the harsh terms. If you don't want that, then you can leave alone since we already have all the goods with us, the messenger states, his tone firm.
A finality hangs in the air as he adds, I wish you good luck.
Miles is left with a stark choice, the weight of the situation pressing down on him.
Miles's shoulders slump.
Ugh, he groans, the harsh reality of the situation finally settling in. His face, etched with a mixture of exhaustion and bitter resignation, speaks volumes. The weight of their betrayal, the losses, and the unfair terms leave him utterly defeated.
All right, 80% it is then. Miles's voice is flat, devoid of any protest.
A simple acceptance, a heavy sigh hangs in the autumn air as the group stands in the woods, the word good, uttered by one of his companions, a stark contrast to the bitter taste of defeat Miles carries.
In that case, let's hear it. Miles's resolve hardens, a flicker of defiance replacing the earlier resignation. He holds a document, ready to face whatever comes next. What are those goods? The question hangs in the crisp autumn air, a challenge to the uneasy truce.
Miles's companions stand firm, their expressions unreadable, while he remains silent, the weight of the unspoken agreement heavy upon him. "We're the Face Mercenary Squad," one of Miles's companions assures him, a calm counterpoint to the older man's worried expression.
"You don't need to worry about that."
The older man's concern, however, remains palpable. The risk to the Button Merchant Association is clearly weighing heavily on his mind. He explains, "It'd be bad for me if news of this got out.
It would be the end for the Button Merchant Association.
Your mercenary squad might be put into danger as well," the older man cautions, his worry etched deep into his face.
"Do you really have to find out despite knowing that?"
His concern is palpable, the risk to his association clear.
"Shouldn't you have told us about it in advance?" The question, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the tense silence.
A clear undercurrent of resentment hangs in the air, directed at Miles.
"Phew. There's no helping it then." The older man's shoulders slump, resignation etched onto his weary face.
The weight of the decision, and the potential consequences, are clearly too much to bear. The client they need to meet is revealed, a powerful-looking wizard, radiating arcane energy, his presence both imposing and mysterious. The man's face is etched with grim determination as he reveals the identity of their client, a mage known as Aniol.
Aniol? The Grand Mage, Aniol?
The question hangs in the air, disbelief and a hint of dawning dread etched onto the faces of the two men.
Their initial shock is palpable.
"That's right." The older man's voice is firm, a stark contrast to his earlier dejection. The gravity of their situation, the sheer weight of dealing with Aniol, the Grand Mage himself, settles upon them. The weight of the revelation settles heavily on him. His shoulders slump, the lines of worry deepening on his face.
The Grand Mage Aniol, the task ahead seems insurmountable.
A thoughtful frown creases his face.
Such a person is asking a merchant association and mercenaries to cross the demonic beast's territory.
He muses, a hint of disbelief in his tone.
"I guess he couldn't use a swordsman family or swordsman, huh?" The implication hangs heavy. Aniol's request is desperate and dangerous.
Indeed, the origin of the goods is a place forbidden to mages. His eyes narrow, the gravity of the situation settling upon him.
The implications are clear. This is a perilous undertaking. The Temple of Lumen. Its power, he's told, surpasses all imagination.
A chilling image of immense, dark power fills the panel, a stark contrast to the serene temple setting above. A spectral image of the army that defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago fills the panel. They are far from their former glory, a stark reminder of the fragility of even the mightiest forces. The text reveals their diminished state, a crucial detail that underscores the perilous nature of Aniol's request. They're gathering sacrifices and power in the name of protection, but the remnants of the army that defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago are a shadow of their former selves.
Their current state is far from what they used to be.
Most of the kingdoms submit to their rule in return for divine power. But, a significant caveat hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the seemingly benevolent offer. The weight of this unspoken condition is palpable.
They're unable to control that mage.
Always searching for a chance to seize control of mages, their desperation is clear. A grim determination sets in, a stark contrast to the seemingly benevolent offer of divine power.
Amidst the ongoing conflict, the mage discovered a temple artifact. His purpose? Research.
The implications of this discovery remain unclear, but it adds another layer to the already complex situation. A chilling thought crosses his mind. If word gets out that the Button Merchant Association was involved in the artifact's transfer, the consequences would be severe. The chilling realization dawns: if the Button Merchant Association's involvement in the artifact transfer is revealed, complete destruction awaits them. A grim look settles on his face, reflecting the gravity of the situation. His companion stares, wide-eyed, at the implications.
A wave of dread washes over him.
It won't be just the Merchant Association, he whispers, his voice strained. Those involved wouldn't be safe either.
That's just how strong the temple is.
The weight of this realization is palpable, the fear etched onto his face.
Is that mage known as Aniel, that famous? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of awe and apprehension coloring the speaker's tone.
The weight of the previous revelation still hangs heavy, but this new uncertainty adds another layer of complexity to their already perilous situation.
Of course, he replies, a grim understanding settling on his face.
A few years ago, the divine barrier was almost destroyed. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the precarious balance they walk.
The divine barrier?
The question hangs in the air, a silent testament to the gravity of their situation. Fear, palpable and raw, etches itself onto her features. Indeed, to keep demonic beasts from the city, they deployed the divine barrier.
The problem?
It also detects the mana of mages.
A sweeping view of the city unfolds, the barrier a shimmering dome overhead, a fragile shield against unseen horrors.
The chilling revelation hangs in the air, the temple now controls all the mages. This new power dynamic shifts the balance, adding another layer of dread to their already precarious situation.
The divine barrier is definitely safe. You don't see any demonic beasts coming out of the forest of roots, right?
The question hangs in the air, a fragile hope quickly shattered. But the mages that sought after freedom wouldn't let that happen. A grim realization dawns, the weight of this new truth settling heavily upon her. The weight of the revelation settles, a single mage nearly shattered the city's divine barrier. The temple, naturally, covered it up. But the name Antiel, it's a name whispered with a sense of awe, a mage of immense power. The chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air, a single mage could affect the temple's barrier.
The temple's failure echoes in the revelation, they couldn't eradicate the seed of darkness within him.
That's why they sent him here. If divine power can't stop it. The young mage's face is etched with grim determination, a stark contrast to the swirling, ethereal energy surrounding him. The weight of his task, the impossible burden he carries, is palpable.
The question hangs in the air, a silent plea against the impossible odds, would magic be able to?
His hands, outstretched, seem to grasp at the very essence of hope, a desperate prayer against the encroaching darkness. The black mage I saw in the forest of roots wasn't anything great though, he muses, a hint of doubt coloring his assessment. The weight of his impending task remains, a heavy shadow against the faint glimmer of hope. He walks away, the barren winter landscape mirroring the uncertainty in his heart. The weight of his impossible task presses down, yet a flicker of resolve remains. I hope this mage is different, he whispers, the words barely audible above the desolate winter wind whistling through the barren branches. A sliver of hope, fragile as the skeletal trees around him, flickers in his gaze. He exhales, a breath of relief in the crisp winter air. We're finally out of the demonic beast's territory, he murmurs, the words a quiet victory against the harsh landscape. He settles onto a rock, the setting sun painting the desolate landscape in hues of orange and brown. Since it's gotten hard to move any further because the sun has set, he explains, let's camp here and meet the mage tomorrow. A quiet plan, a brief respite before the next challenge.
Oh, Helmut.
The woman's voice, a mix of surprise and perhaps a touch of apprehension, cuts through the evening stillness. Her gaze, fixed on the approaching figure, speaks volumes.
Can we talk for a moment?
The question hangs in the twilight air, a simple request amidst the quiet bustle of a makeshift camp. A sense of anticipation, tinged with uncertainty, hangs heavy as the travelers pause their preparations.
All right.
The word hangs in the air, a quiet acceptance as she considers the implications of the previous conversation. A subtle shift in her expression hints at a decision made, a path chosen.
Helmut offers a small, dark red gem. Here, he says, extending his hand. The other traveler, eyes wide with curiosity, immediately asks, "What's that?" A simple gesture, yet a question hangs heavy in the air.
That's what swordsmen eat when their vis or stamina is depleted, Helmut explains, offering a small, dark red gem. It's pretty expensive, he adds, a slight smile playing on his lips. I don't know if it'll be of help to you since you recover pretty quickly, huh?
My body's getting warm. A faint glow emanates from her palm, a subtle warmth spreading through her as she holds the gem. The effect is immediate, a visible reaction to the mysterious stone. How do you feel? Helmut asks, his gaze soft, a genuine concern in his eyes as he watches her. The question hangs in the air, a silent check on the gem's effect. It was effective, she confirms, a quiet statement that speaks volumes. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation, a subtle shift from the earlier curiosity. The gem's effect is undeniable. But why would you give me this, she asks, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face. The question hangs in the air, directed at Helmut, whose face is partially obscured, leaving his expression a mystery. Thank you, the mercenary says, his voice quiet but sincere, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. The words, a simple expression of gratitude, are directed at Helmut, for protecting his squad. The setting sun casts long shadows in the barren woods, a peaceful scene following the recent conflict. A thoughtful frown creases her brow. The lingering effects of the gem are clearly still on her mind, prompting a quiet reflection on the events that transpired. If it weren't for you, the mercenary reflects, a quiet gravity in his voice, both us and our client would have died long ago. His gaze drifts off, lost in the memory of their near-fatal encounter. That was my thanks to you, the mercenary says, a hint of humility in his voice, although I know it's not nearly enough for saving us. His gesture is open, honest, acknowledging the depth of his gratitude. Other than that, if you meet into any crisis or need someone to help. The mercenary's words trail off, a quiet offer of assistance hanging in the twilight air. He stands silhouetted against the fading light, a lone figure in the woods, his sword sheathed but his readiness implied. While you look for your memory, the mercenary's quiet words offer a path forward, after you. His unspoken promise hangs in the air, a quiet strength in his stance as he watches her. I swear upon the name of the Face Mercenary Squad, the mercenary vows, his words carrying the weight of a solemn oath. Leave us, he requests, a quiet plea in the fading light. That I'll definitely go and help you, the mercenary vows, a genuine warmth in his eyes as he offers his unwavering support. You saved everyone, and we're comrades after all, the mercenary states, extending a hand in quiet camaraderie. A gesture of genuine respect and gratitude, offered with a warmth that belies the harshness of their world. Comrades that I can trust, the mercenary declares, his hand outstretched in a gesture of genuine trust and camaraderie. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on the other man's lips in response. A towering peak dominates the landscape, its jagged silhouette piercing a sky heavy with storm clouds. Bare, skeletal branches frame the imposing mountain, a stark contrast to its cold, imposing presence. The air itself feels thick with a foreboding silence. A lone carriage, drawn by two weary horses, rumbles along a desolate path. Figures, small and indistinct, huddle within, their destination shrouded in the somber, leaf-strewn landscape. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Ahead, the mountain looms, its peak shrouded in mist. A chilling wind whips around the carriage, carrying with it the scent of snow and something else, something ancient and unsettling. The carriage continues its journey, the traveler's faces etched with grim determination. A map lies open, its markings hinting at a perilous path ahead. The weight of their mission hangs heavy in the frigid air. HM. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, a silent acknowledgement of the journey's daunting nature. The weight of their mission, the looming mountain, it all settles upon him. We're finally here, he murmurs, gazing out at the desolate landscape. A sense of weary accomplishment, tinged with apprehension, settles over him as he takes in their destination. This is the right place according to the map, he observes, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. But it's just a road, not a village. Delivering something to a place like this. He trails off, concern etched on his face. How will Antial take the items like this? The question hangs heavy in the air, highlighting the logistical challenge ahead. That's not it, he states, a firm resolve hardening his gaze. We're going to carry the items to Antial's abode. The plan shifts, a new, more direct approach replacing the initial uncertainty. Then, are you saying this place is Antial's hideout? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of surprise and suspicion coloring the speaker's tone.
A figure emerges from a crude shack, their actions obscured, adding to the growing tension. Rather than explaining it 100 times, he says, holding out a glowing blue pendant, it'd be faster if you just see it for yourself.
The implication hangs heavy, a visual demonstration is needed to convey the truth. He holds out the pendant, its blue glow intensifying.
Before them, a shimmering, icy portal rips open, revealing a breathtaking, otherworldly landscape. The pendant's glow intensifies, swirling into a vibrant, icy portal. A breathtaking, otherworldly landscape shimmers into view, promising a journey beyond imagination. Magic, one exclaims, their voice filled with awe and disbelief. The other, eyes wide with shock, can only stammer, this is. The sheer power of the icy portal before them is undeniable. This is insane, he whispers, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. A moment of stunned silence follows. She stares, speechless, at the swirling icy portal, its otherworldly landscape a breathtaking spectacle. The sheer scale of the magic before her is almost overwhelming. We're leaping through space, a voice announces, as the group is engulfed by the swirling, icy energy of the portal. A breathtaking journey begins. They surge forward, a team propelled by the portal's energy, hurtling through space. The older man, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension, leads the charge. I've only heard the rumors, he reflects, but this is beyond imagination. So this is an archmage's ability. Awe and wonder color his voice, his gaze fixed on the breathtaking spectacle of the interdimensional portal. How do you know? This might simply be an illusion, a voice questions, a note of doubt creeping into the otherwise awestruck atmosphere. The breathtaking journey continues, but uncertainty now shadows the wonder. The temperature plummets, a dramatic shift confirming their journey's immense scale. For this much of a difference to occur, we could only be traveling a very long distance, someone observes, the vastness of their interdimensional trip becoming undeniably clear. Then, a shout rings out, over there. I see someone. A figure emerges in the distance, a solitary traveler on a snow-covered path, their presence a stark contrast to the bustling group that has just arrived. A young man, his back to us, carefully unloads barrels from a cart. The scene is bustling, a stark contrast to the desolate landscape they just left behind. You're finally here. The words hang in the air, a greeting, a confirmation, a promise fulfilled after a long and arduous journey. The traveler's long journey ends. Before them stands an elder, his weathered face etched with the wisdom of ages, his words unspoken yet heavy with meaning. A sense of arrival, of culmination, settles over the scene. Welcome, a voice booms, the word echoing the traveler's sense of arrival and the culmination of their journey. Before them stands the elder, his gaze steady and wise. A quiet power emanates from him, a palpable sense of authority that speaks volumes without a single word. Guests from the Butin Merchant Association. The elder's words, though simple, carry the weight of expectation. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering, as he assesses the travelers who have finally arrived. The title card appears, introducing us to the world of Helmut, the Forsaken Child. Chapter 20 begins. The journey's end, and a new chapter unfolds. All right, everything's here. A sense of completion settles over the scene, the weight of their journey finally lifted. The travelers, having reached their destination, stand ready for what comes next. Some of them should have been hard to acquire, so excellent job. I'm very satisfied. The elder's words, a quiet affirmation of their success, bring a sense of closure to their arduous journey. That aside, you have less people than I expected. The elder's observation hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. His gaze falls upon the wagon, a faint concern etching itself onto his features. There are traces of human life force leaving from different parts of the carriage. Have several people died? The question, though soft, carries a weight of unspoken dread. Yes, that is correct. Many died in the hands of an enormous demonic beast we met along the way, a weary voice confirms, the words hanging heavy in the crisp air. The elder's expression, etched with the weight of loss, speaks volumes. The journey's success is overshadowed by a terrible cost. His gaze drops, a somber weight settling upon him. And only a third of the members made it here, he states, the words a stark testament to the journey's devastating cost. My, you've gone through a lot of trouble to get here, the elder observes, his gaze lingering on the damaged wagon.
I thought I felt large amounts of demonic energy from the carriage. Is it a demonic beast corpse? A hint of suspicion, and perhaps grim understanding, colors his words.
Yes, we've already processed them, so I'd like it if you could buy them as well, a weary voice offers, gesturing towards bundles of what appears to be processed demonic beast meat.
The suggestion, though simple, hints at a grim practicality born from necessity. Really?
In that case, let's add them to the request fee and total it to 150,000 marks, the elder declares, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. The final price is set, a transaction closing a chapter of loss and hardship. Thank you, the elder says, his tone matter of fact. A younger man, however, gasps, eyes wide with disbelief.
150,000 marks?
That's insane, he exclaims, his shock palpable. He adds, a little quieter, I heard that archmages possess immense wealth, but...
The implication hangs heavy in the air. Even for archmages, this sum is extraordinary.
I guess they spend as much as they earn, the younger man mutters, a thoughtful observation following the archmage's extravagant purchase. The comment hints at the lavish lifestyles, and perhaps the hidden costs, associated with immense magical power. Unload the items and take the carriage with you, the archmage instructs, his tone dismissive.
I have no use for it.
The elder bows deeply in acknowledgement, a silent acceptance of the generous, if somewhat unusual, parting gift. A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the archmage's narrowed gaze.
Intense focus, a silent calculation, settles upon his face. The archmage's assessment cuts through the silence. This human is strong.
The statement, stark and unwavering, hints at a power far beyond the recent financial transaction.
His power is unlike anything the archmage has ever sensed before.
Not only that, but the human is expertly concealing his mana, a skill that further intensifies the archmage's intrigue.
So this is an archmage.
The human's unspoken awe hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the archmage's earlier dismissiveness. The weight of the title, the implications of his power, settle upon him. A question mark floats above the archmage's face, mirroring the uncertainty swirling within him. His gaze, though still sharp, holds a flicker of genuine surprise. The human's hidden strength, his mastery of concealment, has left even this powerful archmage completely baffled. A single question mark hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. The archmage's trails off, a low murmur reflecting his continued astonishment. His gaze, sharp and assessing, lingers on the young human, the weight of their hidden power still heavy between them. My, how very interesting, the archmage murmurs, his gaze lingering on the young human. A hint of genuine fascination replaces his earlier skepticism. Mages can see into the truth from time to time, my boy, the archmage states, his gaze unwavering.
And especially.
His words hang in the air, a promise of further revelation. A mage of my level can see into the truth, hidden deep within, the archmage states, his gaze unwavering. The young man's response is immediate and firm, do not say anything more than that.
The archmage chuckles, a twinkle in his eye.
His hand gestures towards the glowing orb atop his staff, a clear sign of amusement.
What a daring child. The archmage's amusement fades, replaced by a thoughtful query, do you need it kept as a secret?
The question hangs heavy in the air, the implication clear, a secret of significant weight. A wave of energy erupts between them, a blinding flash of light and motion.
The young man, sword drawn, stands ready, his stance unwavering despite the immense power unleashed.
I am a mage, the archmage declares, his voice resonating with power. I have learned many of this world's secrets, and also respected the underlying truths. His words hang in the air, a subtle shift in the conversation's tone. The space inside and outside this barrier are completely segregated, the archmage assures, his gaze unwavering. What you're worried about will never occur. A calm confidence emanates from him, a stark contrast to the anxious expressions of those trapped within the shimmering barrier. He swears upon the name of the mage Aniel, a solemn oath echoing the gravity of the situation. The archmage's assurance is absolute, a powerful statement meant to quell any lingering doubts.
Chains.
The young man's eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face as he stares into the shimmering, ethereal forest. The Archmage's assurances seem to waver in the face of this unexpected sight. It's called a mage's oath, the Archmage explains, his voice low but firm. It's a promise, he reveals, one made by mages. If broken, it causes a significant loss of mana. The ethereal chains swirling around his staff emphasize the weight of this vow.
Now, ask me what you need to know, special boy.
The Archmage's offer is clear, a direct invitation for the young man to seek answers.
His expression, though still serious, holds a hint of weary patience.
He's not normal, the Archmage states, his gaze intense.
He's completely different from Erugo. In that case, he continues, there's something he needs to ask.
A new question arises, shifting the focus from the mage's oath to a mystery surrounding this unusual individual.
Something you want to ask.
The Archmage's words hang in the air, a subtle invitation, a challenge even, as he waits for the young man's response. The weight of the mage's oath, and the mystery surrounding the unusual individual, hangs heavy between them. The Archmage's eyes, a piercing blue, bore into the young man. Intense scrutiny, a silent question hanging in the air, replaces the previous dialogue's weighty pronouncements. His gaze holds a depth of unspoken knowledge, hinting at the significance of what's to come.
Does it have something to do with the seed of darkness deep inside your heart?
The Archmage's question hangs heavy, his outstretched hand a silent plea for understanding, a stark contrast to the young man's guarded expression. A sudden burst of energy erupts, a visual testament to the power unleashed. The air crackles with unseen force, hinting at a hidden struggle. So he did know, the young man thinks, a quiet confirmation coloring his expression. His subsequent words, a hushed, yes, reveal a vulnerability he'd previously guarded. I wanted to ask you if there was a way to remove it, he adds, his plea hanging in the air, a desperate hope for a solution. The Archmage murmurs, a single syllable carrying the weight of his assessment. His gaze, still intense, holds a hint of something unreadable, a subtle shift from the previous moment's concern. The bottom line is, the Archmage states, his tone leaving the young man's fate hanging in the balance. It's impossible, the Archmage declares, his words a blunt verdict.
His expression, though, remains unreadable, a mask of aged wisdom hiding any hint of sympathy or further explanation.
Let me explain in a little more detail, the Archmage says, his gaze falling upon an image of a newborn infant bathed in an ethereal, purplish light. The seed of darkness has an intimate connection to your life, he continues, the scene revealing a powerful, ominous energy emanating from the child.
That seed, which possesses.
His words trail off, leaving the young man's fate hanging precariously in the balance. Rarely, the power of a demon indwells babies who were supposed to die in their mother's wombs. Brought into life by the seed of darkness itself, they must live forever as its host until death. The Archmage's gaze is unwavering, his words heavy with finality, hence, the seed of darkness is no different from your heart.
If you remove it, you will die.
I thought an Archmage would know of a way, he says, a hint of desperation coloring his voice. His gaze falls upon the glowing orb, a symbol of the impossible task before him. I'm a mage, not a god, the Archmage states, his voice firm despite the young man's desperate plea. This is his first encounter with a human capable of controlling the seed of darkness, a power beyond his magical expertise.
Control. The young man's question hangs in the air, a desperate hope echoing in the vast, blue-tinged chamber.
His gaze, fixed on the swirling energy, reflects the immense challenge before him.
Yes, the seed of darkness.
The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air, a stark confirmation of the young man's terrifying reality.
The Archmage's warning hangs heavy, resisting the demonic energy will only lead to madness, or a horrifying transformation into a demonic beast.
The young man's fate, it seems, is sealed.
But there's a twist.
But your case is very unique, the Archmage reveals, a glimmer of hope or perhaps, a new kind of danger dawning in his eyes.
Theoretically, the Archmage explains, the seed of darkness can be suppressed.
But only with mana or vis, he adds, a stark limitation hanging in the air. Both powers require immense talent and time poured into them, the Archmage explains, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of arcane knowledge.
But a seed that doesn't receive demonic energy attacks the mind far faster. He marvels, to think you trained in vis while taking in just enough demonic energy to keep the seed from going berserk.
A mischievous glint appears in the young man's eyes as he tosses the glowing orbs. All the while not being discovered by the temple, he exclaims, a chuckle escaping his lips.
How interesting, no matter how I see it. He doesn't even expect that I came from the forest of roots. A flicker of uncertainty crosses his face.
I don't know whether to be relieved or not, he muses, his expression unreadable. Even the Lumen priests would find it hard to detect the seed's traces, the Archmage reveals, his voice low and grave. The young man stands silently, a thoughtful expression on his face, the weight of his secret heavy in the air. They were to examine your body directly, the Archmage reveals, a serious tone replacing his earlier curiosity. The young man's carefully constructed facade falters, the weight of this new revelation hangs heavy in the air. Even I, an Archmage, simply managed to see the seed because it reacted to the thick demonic energy present here, the Archmage explains, his gaze unwavering. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't paying attention. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the young man's precarious situation.
A grim realization dawns on him.
I guess I should avoid areas with demonic energy as much as possible, he mutters, the weight of his secret pressing down. You currently don't have a bright future, the Archmage states, his words blunt but not unkind. You will become stronger with time, and will likely become a powerful individual. A glimmer of hope pierces the young man's grim outlook. If you can avoid the temple's attention until then, that is, the Archmage advises, a glimmer of hope in his words. However, a stark warning follows, just like how everyone who possessed the seed of darkness became criminals or demonic beasts in the present. The young man's fate hangs precariously in the balance, his future uncertain. That seed, the Archmage warns, will eventually consume him. Worse, his sword, empowered by it, will ultimately destroy the world, obliterating countless lives in the process. The weight of this prophecy settles heavily, a chilling premonition of his grim future. That is the general fate of those who possess the seed of darkness. A chilling vision of countless skulls underscores the Archmage's grim warning, a stark reminder of the young man's perilous destiny. That won't be happening, the Archmage declares, his steely gaze unwavering, a fierce determination hardening his features. He will not let the prophecy unfold. Because I'm a human, he declares, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. The young man's defiance rings out, a stark counterpoint to the grim prophecy. Yes, you're right, the Archmage concedes, a chuckle escaping his lips.
Ha ha.
His laughter, however, holds no mirth, it's a weary acceptance of the young man's defiant words. Since humans are the ones who predict fate, the Archmage explains, a thoughtful expression softening his previously stern features. His words offer a glimmer of hope, a potential path to altering the grim prophecy. It must also be humans who change it, the young man states, his resolve unwavering. He stands firm, a figure of quiet defiance against the looming prophecy. My interest hasn't been piqued this much in a very long time, the Archmage observes, his gaze fixed on the young man. I will be watching you, special boy. A hint of intrigue, almost a challenge, colors his words. If you aren't able to overcome it? The Archmage's words hang in the air, a stark warning, a challenge echoing the weight of the prophecy. His gaze, though unseen, remains intensely focused on the young man, leaving the outcome uncertain. I may have to stop you, the Archmage states, a hint of grim determination hardening his features. His gaze, though still seemingly benevolent, now carries a weight of foreboding. The previously expressed intrigue is replaced by a sense of unavoidable conflict. A thoughtful frown creases the young man's face. He considers the Archmage's warning, the weight of the prophecy pressing down. The looming threat is palpable, yet his resolve remains unbroken. And you never know, the Archmage adds, a cryptic note in his voice as he holds aloft a glowing blue orb, its power radiating outwards. The air crackles with barely contained energy. If you can reach a realm that far surpasses mine, the Archmage declares, his hand gesturing towards a shimmering, ethereal horizon. The implication hangs heavy, a test of unimaginable scale. Even the darkness itself may bend to your will, the Archmage proclaims, his voice resonating with power as ethereal blue energy swirls around them. A profound test awaits. The Archmage's words hang in the air, a challenge echoing in the swirling blue energy. Before him, the young man stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb, a silent acceptance of the profound test ahead. Here. The single word hangs in the air, a stark command, a promise of action to come.
3/4 of the reward. It's your share. The words, offered alongside a hefty pouch, settle the matter. A silent agreement, sealed in the crisp air of the desolate landscape. The exchange is swift, the weight of the pouch a silent testament to their agreement. He accepts the payment, his gaze unwavering, a quiet understanding passing between them in the desolate autumnal landscape. I'd love to give you more, he says, the words a quiet counterpoint to the substantial payment already exchanged. A hint of regret, perhaps, or maybe just a professional courtesy in the cold, bleak landscape. But the other members also did their best, he adds, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. A quiet acknowledgement of shared effort, a subtle shift in the mood from the previous transaction. So I'd like to reward them for it, he says, a thoughtful expression softening his features. A simple, "oh," is the quiet response, a subtle acknowledgement of his generosity in the desolate, wintry landscape. In them, and he trails off, reaching into a nearby wooden crate. A small, thoughtful gesture, a final touch to the already generous payment. This is yours, right? He asks, holding out a piece of luggage found amongst the others. I found it when we were going through the baggage, and it didn't seem to have an owner. The things I brought out of the forest of roots with me. I thought I'd lost it, but here it is, Thien explains, holding out a piece of luggage. A grateful yes, that's right. Thank you, Thien, is the quiet reply. No need for thanks, Thien explains, a slight smile playing on his lips. I should have given this to you a while ago, but we had no time to think, so we completely forgot about it. A simple oversight, quickly rectified in the quiet aftermath of their journey. We should be the ones thanking you, Thien insists, a warm smile gracing his features. His gesture, a simple wave of his hand, speaks volumes of genuine gratitude. You're the benefactor of our mercenary corps, Thien says, a warm smile still on his face. I'll pray for your safe travels. His words carry a sincere gratitude, a quiet farewell tinged with respect. Hey, Helmut, she calls out, her voice sharp and urgent. A new character enters the scene, their presence adding a layer of anticipation to the quiet aftermath. The request is all over. Thien exclaims, his grin wide and infectious. I can finally show you our mercenary corps headquarters. He gestures excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable. Hee, you'd be surprised by how much cool stuff there is over there. Finn, I won't be going to the mercenary corps headquarters. A quiet defiance settles over Finn's face, his expression a stark contrast to Thien's earlier enthusiasm. The invitation is declined, a new direction unexpectedly taken. Ha? Wait. You're just going to leave? Thien's voice is laced with disbelief, his wide eyes reflecting his shock at Finn's sudden departure. You should at least visit it once, he pleads, a hint of desperation coloring his words. Stop, Finn, Tanya commands, her hand firmly on Finn's head, halting his departure. His eyes widen in surprise, a whispered, Tanya. Escaping his lips. Helmut, you can keep using the mercenary corps certificate if you want to, Tanya informs him, her hand still gently resting on his head. A quiet understanding passes between them, a subtle shift in the tension. The temporary certificate only goes up to rank 3, so we raised it to that, Tanya explains, a subtle smile playing on her lips. A quiet confidence emanates from her, a stark contrast to the earlier uncertainty. That's more than enough, Tanya states, a quiet confidence in her tone. Her expression is calm, almost serene, a marked contrast to the earlier tension. Yeah, it looks like you have something very important to do, one of the figures states, gesturing towards Finn, who stands before a waiting carriage. A sense of finality hangs in the air, the weight of his impending journey palpable. More important than your memories. Finn's gaze is resolute, a quiet determination etched onto his face as he prepares for his journey. Right? Tanya asks, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge, as she looks expectantly at Finn. It feels like I'm. Tanya trails off, a thoughtful expression softening her features. A quiet uncertainty replaces her earlier confidence, hinting at the weight of Finn's impending journey. Making a big fuss over nothing, so I'll keep it short, he says, his expression a blend of weariness and resignation.
The weight of Finn's departure clearly impacts those around him. Take care of yourself, Tanya says, a warm smile softening her features.
Promise.
Her words, though simple, carry the weight of unspoken concern, a silent farewell to her friend embarking on a perilous journey. Okay, Tanya murmurs, a quiet finality in her voice. She clutches a small, worn object, a memento, perhaps, and her gaze holds a quiet strength as she adds, everyone, thank you for everything. Thanks, Helmut, Finn says, a quiet gratitude in his tone. Helmut, beaming, gives a jaunty salute. Have a safe trip, he calls out, his words a cheerful send-off. See ya, one says, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The other replies, let's meet again, his tone carrying a quiet confidence, a promise of future reunions. A sense of bittersweet farewell hangs in the air, tinged with the unspoken understanding of a journey ahead. Helmut, he cries, tears streaming down his face.
You have to come, okay?
The plea is desperate, a raw display of emotion as he begs his friend to reconsider his departure.
Okay? Promise. The desperate plea echoes, a final, heartfelt demand before the inevitable goodbye. Finn, alone now, walks away. The word, a silent farewell, hangs in the air.
His journey begins. Tears stream down Finn's face as he manages a choked, your meals were delicious, a bittersweet farewell to a friendship ending. The word ugh escapes him, a sound of profound sadness and loss.
Oi, don't cry.
He's not dying, a voice reassures, cutting through Finn's grief. Helmut, seemingly unfazed by the emotional farewell, stands beside a woman, her expression a mix of amusement and slight exasperation. If you need a mercenary corps, come to us anytime, Helmut offers, a reassuring smile gracing his features. Beside him, the woman nods, adding, I will make sure to keep the promise I made. A sense of quiet resolve settles over them, a promise made, a friendship ended, but a new path opening.
Okay.
Finn, his back to us, stands amidst the bare winter trees. A quiet acceptance settles over him, a stark contrast to the recent torrent of emotion. His journey truly begins now. A part of his heart aches a little. Finn walks away, the quiet acceptance of his new path evident in his posture. Finn walks on, his internal monologue echoing the pain of past losses.
Like when Darien left me, and when I left Ilaga's side. A hint of melancholy lingers, but his resolve remains firm. The seed of darkness, Finn reflects, is proving more tenacious than he anticipated.
Continuing his mercenary work means facing demonic beasts, and each encounter will feed the darkness within him. A grim realization settles upon him, a quiet acceptance of the dangerous path ahead. A grim determination hardens Finn's features. I was devoured by the seed, he acknowledges, his voice a low murmur.
Mercenary work won't always involve demonic beasts, but...
A shadow crosses his eyes.
He wonders if he can truly stop what Antiel foretold.
I still don't know, Finn admits, a shadow of uncertainty clouding his usually resolute gaze. In that case, he continues his journey, the weight of his decision heavy upon him. There's only one way, Finn declares, his grip tightening on his shirt.
I have to get stronger.
A surge of purple energy radiates from him, mirroring his newfound resolve. Purple energy surges from Finn, a potent aura enveloping him. His resolve is absolute, he will grow stronger. Finn's eyes burn with a fierce, purple light, the energy crackling around him.
His expression is grim, resolute, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that clouded his face moments before. This is not just resolve, this is a transformation. To the point that even the seed of darkness can't control me. Finn declares, his voice ringing with newfound power. The purple energy intensifies, a tangible manifestation of his unwavering resolve. The title card appears, Helmut, the Forsaken Child. A new chapter begins. A new chapter unfolds, introducing Helmut, the Forsaken Child. Shit. The single word hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Finn's previous powerful declaration. A wave of apprehension washes over him, the newfound control seemingly slipping away. I wouldn't have taken on this request if I knew it was that dangerous, Finn confesses, his face etched with regret. The earlier confidence is gone, replaced by a stark realization of the peril he now faces. Finn's apprehension deepens.
I wouldn't have taken on this request if I knew it was that dangerous, he admits, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. He continues, his voice laced with regret, I haven't brought Caleb either.
The unspoken implication chills the scene. Since we're still alive, we can still rebuild Tarek, one of them declares, a glimmer of resolve in his voice, a stark contrast to Finn's earlier anxieties. Hope, however fragile, flickers amidst the ruins. The other nods, a silent agreement to press on.
What happened to Caleb is unfortunate, but the rest were nothing special, he observes, a flicker of grim determination in his eyes.
So let's take this chance to recruit some capable people. Wait. A sudden realization dawns, halting his plans. Those guys. Paul.
The exclamation bursts from him, a mixture of shock and dawning horror etched onto his face. His earlier resolve falters, a new, urgent threat has appeared.
Panic grips him. Those men, Paul.
The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow, his earlier resolve shattered.
How did they? The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. His face, a mask of disbelief and dawning horror, reflects the group's shared shock.
The weight of this new, unexpected development settles heavily upon them.
How did they survive from there?
The question explodes from him, disbelief and dawning horror etched onto his face, mirroring the stunned expressions of those around him.
The weight of this unexpected development hangs heavy in the air. Damn it, think about that later, Paul.
The urgency in his voice is palpable, a desperate attempt to regain control amidst the chaos. He pushes forward, the shock giving way to a grim determination. The word escapes him, a breath of confusion in the face of the shouted command, hide. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding replacing his earlier grim determination.
A gasp escapes him.
Through the window, he sees them, silhouetted against the dim light of the tavern, they are alive, somehow. The impossible reality settles upon him, a wave of stunned disbelief washing over him.
What?
The sharp question cuts through the air, a stark contrast to Paul's stammered reply.
And no. I just had.
His eyes dart nervously, a clear sign of his unease. The woman beside him watches, her expression unreadable. A weary sigh escapes him.
A weird feeling.
He mutters, the words barely audible, a reflection of his lingering unease.
We're fucked.
The grim declaration hangs in the air, a stark admission of their desperate situation. Their faces, partially obscured by their hoods, betray the weight of their despair.
It would have been perfect if we laid low for a while and went back. The speaker's words trail off, a quiet admission of a missed opportunity.
The demonic beast, it seems, possessed an unexpectedly clear weakness, a fact that alters their precarious situation significantly. We should have just killed Pace Mercenary Corps ourselves. The words hang heavy in the air, a quiet regret echoing the unspoken weight of their recent failure. A sense of grim resignation settles over the scene, the cobblestones beneath their feet seeming to mirror the bleakness of their situation. So this is how it ends, he thinks, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. A rank 2 mercenary, forced to worry about daily survival. It's only a matter of time before their actions catch up to them.
Yeah, we're still rank 2.
The words are a bitter acknowledgement, a stark contrast to the earlier despair. His gaze, hardened and weary, reflects the weight of their continued struggle. Follow me, he commands, his back to a concerned Paul. A sense of urgency propels him forward, leaving his companion to question his sudden departure. His eyes, wide with a desperate resolve, reflect the harsh reality of their situation. If starving to death is the alternative, he grits out, the words a testament to his unwavering determination. Then we might as well steal, he declares, his grim determination etched onto his face.
A desperate plan forms, born of necessity.
The sky burns with the colors of a desperate sunset, mirroring the protagonist's grim resolve.
Their plan, born of hunger and desperation, hangs heavy in the air.
Under a sky ablaze with the dying sun, they arrive at their target, a small, seemingly innocuous building nestled within the town.
Its wooden facade and stone foundation offer little in the way of resistance, but the desperation in their eyes speaks volumes.
And so, I Punched that guy straight in the face, he boasts, a triumphant grin splitting his face. His companion erupts in laughter, adding, he must already be dead if he was hit with your fist. The sheer force of the blow is implied, the scene brimming with a darkly humorous confidence. Of course he did. You sure know me well, he boasts, a smirk playing on his lips as he raises a brimming tankard. Oi! Learn from him, he adds, the words laced with a cocky confidence. Inside, the building's dimly lit interior reveals a staircase winding upwards. A young woman, her face obscured by shadow, stands silently, observing the two men as they enter. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Upstairs, a young woman watches them from the shadows, her expression unreadable. The silence amplifies the tension already thick in the air. She examines the coin, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face. The silence speaks volumes, hinting at a plan forming in her mind. I'm at a loss, she whispers, the weight of her uncertainty heavy in the air. A frown deepens on her face, her confusion palpable. I couldn't stay in the mercenary corps because of the Seed of Darkness, she explains, her gaze fixed on the necklace she clutches. And the necklace I brought out from the Forest of Roots. I have to find a clue for this as well. A determined set to her jaw hints at the challenges ahead. I'm just going around random villages for now, she admits, a slight frown still etched on her face. But I can't just go around the world without any fruits for my labor like this. The weight of her words underscores the practical challenges she faces. 3 days, she reveals, was the time it took her to reach this point. So the entire world must be incomprehensibly massive. The vastness of the landscape, seen from a high vantage point, underscores the scale of her journey. It's a long road ahead. Oh, right. Thien gave me tons of money, she says, a slight smile playing on her lips. It's not like I'll only meet good people like the ones in Pace Mercenary Corps, she adds, a hint of realism tempering her optimism. The weight of her journey, and the uncertainty of what lies ahead, is still present, but now tempered by a newfound financial security. I don't really know how much, but... She trails off, a thoughtful expression replacing her earlier optimism. The vastness of her journey, and the uncertainty of her future, weighs on her mind, even with Thien's generous gift. She carefully unties a pouch, revealing a hefty sum of gold coins. A significant reward from Thien, supplementing the money already received from Darien. Financial worries, at least for now, seem eased. Compared to what Darien gave me. I earned way more, she remarks, a thoughtful expression on her face. The sheer amount from Thien dwarfs her previous compensation, a significant boost to her resources. A thoughtful pause hangs in the air. Her gaze drifts, a question mark forming in her mind, unspoken but palpable. The sheer unexpectedness of Thien's generosity leaves her momentarily lost in thought. A letter, she murmurs, a new element amidst the gold coins catching her eye. Intrigue replaces her earlier contemplation, the unexpected addition hints at a further development in her journey. Is it from Thien? Or? She wonders aloud, a hint of apprehension mixing with her curiosity. The letter, nestled amongst the gold, promises further intrigue. Carefully, she opens the letter, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension in her eyes. What secrets does this unexpected message hold? She questions, a slight furrow in her brow as she processes the unexpected contents of the letter. Confusion, a new emotion, clouds her previous apprehension. Helmet. The name hangs heavy in the air, a stark introduction to a figure shrouded in mystery. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, hints at a power yet to be unleashed. The writer's hand rests on the finished letter, a finality in the gesture. If you're reading this letter, then that means my life has come to an end, he wrote. A glimmer of hope, however, flickers in the accompanying words. It can also mean you succeeded in getting out of the Forest of Roots. The letter continues, offering a gentle reassurance. You're probably having trouble adjusting to the outside world right now, it reads, since the way you've lived until now is different from the people on the outside. Of course, that's not your fault, so don't feel bad about it. A quiet understanding pervades the words, a comforting balm to the reader's likely anxieties. The writer's final words, a testament to their fading strength, convey a poignant concern. My time must really be coming to an end, since I'm worrying about you.
A brief pause, then a resolute declaration, "I'll get straight to the point." The letter's tone shifts, becoming more direct, practical advice offered amidst the looming shadow of their demise. The letter concludes with a final, crucial instruction: try going to Baden. A map, perhaps, or a location of vital importance, is implied. The letter's final instructions lead the reader to Greta Academy, a place where children of their age attend. Further education awaits, a chance to learn more about the human world, aspects previously lacking from their upbringing. It's a place where commoners and nobles alike attend equally, the letter assures. No one will question their origins, nor will they care. A sense of relief washes over the reader, a haven of acceptance finally within reach. The journey begins. A lone figure, their back to us, stands before an ornate, sword-emblazoned wall. A single sword, sheathed, rests at their hip, a silent promise of the path ahead. But enrollment requires a crucial step. The letter instructs them to find a man named Ethan Kudrow. Showing him the gifted sword will prove their identity as a disciple. A warning, etched within the letter's final words: "Helmet, the human world may be a more dangerous and terrifying place than you think. But hope remains, we made an oath, so he'll help you," the letter assures, offering a glimmer of support in the face of unknown perils. "It's not a place where strength can solve all your problems," the elder states, his gaze unwavering. "But since you managed to overcome all my harsh training, I will trust that you'll overcome this trial somehow as well." A quiet confidence underpins his words, a faith in the disciples' resilience. "Take care of yourself," the elder's parting words echo, a final message of caution and well wishes as the disciple embarks on their perilous journey. The disciple carefully unfolds the letter, its final instructions a blend of warning and hope. Finding Ethan Kudrow and showing him the sword is key to their enrollment. The disciple's hand trembles as they read, the letters themselves seeming to waver on the page. A stark realization dawns: the message is shaky, hinting at the writer's own apprehension. A tremor runs through them, a stark reflection of the elder's own fear, mirrored in the disciple's worried gaze. The weight of the task ahead settles heavily. The disciple's breath hitches. Darian barely had enough strength to write, the shaky script a testament to the elder's desperate state. The weight of this revelation settles heavily. The disciple sits, back to us, shoulders slumped. A heavy silence hangs in the air, the weight of Darian's desperate plea palpable. The task ahead feels insurmountable. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the rustle of the paper as the disciple rereads Darian's desperate plea. The weight of the task ahead remains, a palpable burden. A simple, heartfelt thank you. The weight of the impossible task, the desperate plea, all seem to momentarily lift. A fragile hope flickers. "I guess my destination is set." A quiet acceptance settles on the disciple's face, a stark contrast to the turmoil of moments before. The weight of Darian's words, the impossible task ahead, now seems to fuel a newfound resolve. "Thank God I read the letter," the disciple breathes, a wave of relief washing over them. The uncertainty that clouded their face moments ago is gone, replaced by a quiet determination. Their destination, once a mystery, is now clear. "Here's your meal, dear customer," the innkeeper says with a warm smile, presenting a steaming bowl. The disciple, their purpose now clear, accepts it with quiet gratitude. The disciple eats, the warmth of the simple meal a comfort against the daunting journey ahead. Strength returns, bolstering their resolve. "It's 15 marks, the innkeeper says, a warm smile still gracing his features. The disciple, refreshed and ready, prepares to depart. 15 marks. The disciple silently calculates the cost, a slight frown creasing their brow. So this simple meal, this brief respite, cost them a significant portion of their meager funds. The journey ahead feels even longer now. "Here," the disciple says, handing over a single coin. The weight of the transaction, and the journey ahead, settles heavily upon them. Gasping, the disciple stares at the coin in disbelief. 1,000-mark coin, a fortune. The weight of their meager funds, the worry etched on their face moments before, now melts away, replaced by stunned awe. "I'm planning to sleep here as well, so I'll pay for it all with that," the disciple explains, handing over the coin. The innkeeper, eyes widening in understanding, simply replies, "Oh, you mean lodging? Understood."
A single question mark hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication.
What will the disciple do next?
The journey continues. The disciple, clutching the coin, reflects, I received 90,000 marks from the request a few days ago.
I guess it was worth a lot more than I expected. A quiet satisfaction settles over them, the weight of their recent worries finally lifted. I'll sleep here today, the disciple declares, a quiet confidence settling in their voice.
The weight of their recent worries is gone, replaced by a newfound sense of security. With a newfound ease, the disciple declares their intention to depart tomorrow.
A sense of finality settles over the scene, the weight of their recent journey now lifted. Ha 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 ha. Oi, brat.
The booming laughter echoes, a stark contrast to the disciple's newfound peace. A menacing figure looms, his red-rimmed eyes glinting with malice, shattering the quiet confidence of the previous moments.
You're pretty loaded, huh?
A gruff voice breaks the silence, the words laced with avarice. A burly man leans in, a predatory grin splitting his face, his gaze fixed on the disciple's belongings.
A new threat emerges from below. Eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on the disciple. The previous calm is shattered, danger is imminent.
Fear, raw and immediate, grips the disciple. Bloodshot eyes, blazing with barely contained rage, stare up from below. The threat is palpable, a stark contrast to the peace just moments before.
Chapter 23 begins.
The title card, Helmet, the Forsaken Child, sets the stage for what promises to be a challenging journey. A trio of menacing figures looms over the disciple. Their leader, a powerfully built man with a cruel grin, clenches his fists, a clear threat hanging in the air. The others mirror his predatory posture, their smiles equally unsettling. You look like you had a lot of money on you, a leering man demands, his bloodshot eyes glinting with avarice.
Let me borrow some so we can get some more drinks. I think 20,000 marks would suffice. His predatory grin leaves no doubt about his intentions.
No, the disciple replies, her voice firm despite the fear still clinging to her. A quiet defiance, a refusal to yield, shines in her eyes. What's with these humans, a voice observes, a hint of weary amusement coloring the words. The scene shifts, offering a glimpse beyond the immediate conflict.
What?
The thug's laughter cuts short as he stares, disbelief etched across his face. His predatory grin falters, replaced by a look of stunned surprise.
Are you out of your mind?
The thug's disbelief explodes into furious rage as a steaming bowl of food is hurled at his face. How dare she defy him?
You talk back to me?
The thug's fury explodes, his disbelief giving way to incandescent rage.
His voice, a roar of outrage, echoes the shock of his unexpected defeat. Who are you? The question hangs in the air, a challenge in the young woman's intense gaze.
Her expression is one of guarded suspicion, a stark contrast to the thug's previous bluster.
What?
The thug's furious retort is cut short. A swift, brutal punch connects, sending him reeling. His rage is palpable, his eyes blazing. The thug's shocked gasp is cut short as a lightning-fast punch connects, sending him sprawling. I said no, she replies, her voice firm despite the lingering dust from the recent fight. A quiet defiance settles over her features, a stark contrast to the thug's earlier aggression. Are you deaf? She demands, her voice sharp. The thug, still reeling from her previous blows, can only stare in disbelief as another thought bubbles up. How is a brat this strong? He stumbles back, a pained ugh escaping his lips. Damn, he mutters, the word barely audible above the ringing in his ears, a testament to the girl's unexpected strength. Brat, he roars, fury etched onto his face. How dare you block our boss's punch? His enraged words highlight the unexpected turn of events, the girl's surprising strength leaving him speechless and seething. A blur of motion. She counters his enraged attack, a swift, powerful strike sending him sprawling. A lightning-fast counterattack. She slams a powerful fist into his jaw, sending him flying. He reels from the impact, eyes wide with disbelief. The force of the blow sends him staggering, his earlier rage replaced by stunned silence.
He crashes through the tables, a whirlwind of flailing limbs and splintering wood. The impact sends chairs scattering, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake.
He slams to the ground, the impact jarring. Pain contorts his features, a grimace twisting his mouth as he struggles to rise. A fierce glare hardens her features. She stands over him, her fist clenched, a silent promise of further retribution hanging in the air.
Who the hell are you?" he roars, his face contorted in a mask of disbelief and fury.
The raw power of his rage is palpable, a stark contrast to his previous stunned silence.
"Me?"
The question hangs in the air, a barely audible whisper from the fallen man. His opponent's eyes, narrowed and intense, offer no answers, only a chilling silence that speaks volumes.
A merc.
The single word, spoken with chilling indifference, hangs in the air as a wooden staff flies, connecting with the fallen man's jaw.
He's sent sprawling, the impact echoing the finality of the encounter.
A guttural kurg escapes him as he's sent sprawling, the impact a brutal punctuation marked to the swift, decisive blow. Swiftly, the victor scoops up the fallen man's belongings, a burlap sack, into their arms. Their expression remains impassive, a stark contrast to the brutal efficiency of their movements.
"Go away," the victor commands, their back to the defeated man, a burlap sack slung over their shoulder. The tone is clipped, devoid of any unnecessary emotion.
"Don't bother me," the victor mutters, their backs still turned to the defeated man. The burlap sack, heavy with spoils, hangs from their shoulder, a silent testament to their swift victory. A muffled kgh escapes the defeated man as he clutches his jaw, the pain evident in his contorted face.
He's left on the floor, defeated.
"Just you wait," the defeated man snarls, a furious glint in his eyes.
He clutches his jaw, pain etched on his face, as he vows, "I'll make you regret disobeying us." The threat hangs heavy in the air.
"Let's go," the victor declares, already turning away from the defeated foe. A wave of irritation washes over them as they add, "Goddammit, I'm so offended that I can't drink in a place like this." Their frustration is palpable, a stark contrast to the cold efficiency of their previous victory. "You better watch your back at night," the victor warns, their voice laced with menace. "Now that you disobeyed us, it's only a matter of time until you get stabbed." The threat hangs heavy, a chilling end to their already brutal encounter. They stride away, leaving the defeated man behind. The victor's irritation simmers, a clear contrast to their earlier cold efficiency. A sense of unease settles in as they issue a final, chilling warning. A shadow falls across their face, their eyes narrowing.
Unease deepens.
A thought crosses their mind, a grudging admission, "I guess humans like Caleb." The statement hangs in the air, a subtle shift from their earlier anger, hinting at a grudging respect or perhaps a flicker of something more complex.
"Humans like Caleb are everywhere. What a hassle."
The victor mutters, their frustration evident, a stark contrast to the earlier chilling threat. The implication hangs heavy, dealing with humans like Caleb is proving unexpectedly troublesome.
"Yes, sir."
A panicked voice cuts through the air, startling the victor. Their gaze sharpens, frustration giving way to a wary alertness as they turn to see a startled innkeeper. The unexpected interruption hints at a new complication.
"You have to get out of this town immediately."
The innkeeper's urgent plea cuts through the lingering tension, a stark warning that throws the victor's earlier irritation into sharp relief. A new, immediate threat overshadows the previous conflict. The innkeeper's eyes are wide with terror, his voice a frantic whisper. The fact that Black Hawk made a declaration of war means. His words trail off, leaving a chilling implication hanging in the air. The danger is far greater than previously imagined.
"What's Black Hawk?"
The victor's question hangs in the air, a mixture of confusion and dawning apprehension etched on their face. The innkeeper's warning clearly introduced a new, unknown element to the situation. A chilling silence follows, broken only by the wind whispering through the town. The victor's face is a mask of confusion, the weight of the innkeeper's unspoken warning heavy in the air.
What is Black Hawk, and what does its declaration of war mean for them?
"They're thieves that dominate the underworld," the innkeeper gasps, his voice barely a whisper.
"Not only that, but each one has a criminal record."
The revelation chills the victor to the bone, the weight of this new threat far eclipsing their recent victory.
"They'll kill anyone as long as they can make money."
The innkeeper's voice is barely a whisper, his fear palpable. His warning intensifies, a desperate plea, if you don't leave this town quickly. I guess they were more of a hassle than I expected, the victor mutters, a thoughtful frown creasing their brow. The gravity of the innkeeper's warning sinks in.
It may be better if I fight them right now.
A decision is made, a proactive stance against the looming threat of Black Hawk. I don't want my lodging to get dirty, so I guess I'll call them over somewhere else, the victor declares, a glint of resolve in their eyes. The decision is made, Black Hawk will be dealt with, but not here. You don't have time to stay here like this, the innkeeper urges, his voice laced with urgency.
I'll return your lodging fee, so you have to run. He glances nervously around, a silent question hanging in the air, will those humans come back? Pardon?
The victor pauses, a slight tilt of the head betraying their confusion.
The innkeeper's frantic warnings, still fresh in their mind, are now met with a moment of uncertainty. The immediate threat of Black Hawk is momentarily overshadowed by a question: what did the innkeeper just say? Of course they will. The innkeeper's certainty, sharp and unwavering, cuts through the victor's lingering confusion. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air, Black Hawk's return is inevitable. A plan forms in their mind.
And ask where I am, tell them I went to the forest out back, they resolve, a grim determination settling on their features.
The fight against humans, it's a path they've chosen, a necessary deception.
They melt into the shadows of the forest, the innkeeper's urgent words their guide.
A new plan takes shape, a calculated deception to buy time and evade the inevitable return of Black Hawk. Excuse me, sir. Wait.
The victor calls out, a hurried request cutting through the tense silence. Their hand clenches into a fist, a subtle display of underlying urgency as they add, I'll be back, so have my room ready. I'll see what they do, they mutter, a plan forming in their mind. The victor's resolve hardens, a silent vow to observe and adapt. A shadow of doubt crosses their face.
Are you seriously gonna do this? They question themselves, the weight of their deception heavy in the air. Of course, damn it. You saw how he blatantly disrespected us. The words burst forth, a fierce resolve hardening their features under the night sky. Their plan, born of necessity, solidifies. Your pride is your life in this business.
The declaration rings out, a harsh truth cutting through the victor's wavering resolve. Their earlier doubts are silenced by this stark reality. A nervous tremor runs through them.
But he looked extremely strong. They admit, a hesitant voice betraying their apprehension. Not only that, he's a mercenary. The weight of this realization settles heavily. What? Are you chickening out? The sharp question cuts through their hesitation.
A sigh follows, laced with contempt, sigh, you're such a pussy.
Absolutely useless.
The harsh words, a torrent of frustration, solidify their resolve to proceed, despite lingering fear. Just go to headquarters. The order is sharp, a decisive break from the previous uncertainty. We'll take care of it, the speaker adds, a confident assurance replacing the earlier apprehension.
Brother! Brother!
The desperate calls echo through the night as a figure bursts onto the scene, breathless and urgent.
I found out where he is.
The revelation, delivered with raw intensity, promises a swift and decisive confrontation.
Okay, what did that employee say?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of the previous scene. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflect a growing unease. He's not in the inn, he fled to the forest. It's clear he ran away, terrified. But a grim smile plays on the speaker's lips. He believes their target knows he'll lose a direct confrontation.
What? Ha 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 ha.
The laughter rings out, sharp and cruel, a stark contrast to the grim determination that preceded it.
A chilling amusement twists his features as he reveals a predatory grin. A cruel laugh erupts, echoing the speaker's predatory glee. The hunt is on.
You chose the wrong place to run to, brat. The words are a low growl, a chilling promise delivered with a predatory intensity. His eyes, burning with a cold fire, leave no doubt, the hunt is far from over. We know that forest like the back of our hands. I'm sure there are still tracks, so let's go and kill him. A confident smirk spreads across the hunter's face, his thumb giving a casual, chilling thumbs up.
The chase continues, relentless and merciless. Yeah. I'm all sober now. A quiet declaration, the words hanging heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the relentless pursuit that preceded it. His expression, though still etched with weariness, holds a newfound resolve. For a child who knows nothing about the world, the hunter's grim faces speak volumes. Their silent menace hangs heavy in the air, a chilling prelude to whatever comes next. We should engrave deep into his brain that the Knight of Black Hawk is more terrifying than anything in this world. The hunter's grim determination hangs heavy in the air, their words a chilling vow as they advance, shadows in the dark. Under a blanket of stars, the hunters press deeper into the forest, their grim determination unwavering. The night is their ally, cloaking their movements in shadow. A small fire crackles, casting flickering shadows on the sleeping figure nestled in a makeshift bedroll. The deep woods surround them, silent and watchful under the starlit sky. Perched on a branch, a hunter rests, his bow held loosely. I learned from my time in the mercenary corps, he reflects, a quiet strength in his posture. The dark forest surrounds him, a silent witness to his quiet resolve. But there's another side to this grim hunt. A hunter's hand rests on his weapon, a stark contrast to the darkness around him. His thoughts, a quiet counterpoint to the earlier vows. On the other hand, there are also humans who protect each other while risking their lives. Humans sure are more complicated than I expected. The hunter's quiet observation hangs in the air, a thoughtful counterpoint to the knight's grim purpose. Derry N. The hunter's quiet contemplation is broken, a single name whispered on the night air, heavy with unspoken meaning. You said the human world isn't a place where strength can solve all your problems, he muses, the words hanging in the night air. A small fire crackles nearby, casting long shadows in the dark forest. But I still don't know. He stands in the shadows, his bow at the ready, a quiet uncertainty etched onto his features. I don't know how to solve a problem like this with anything other than strength, he admits, the words a low murmur against the backdrop of the dark forest. He nocks an arrow, his grip firm, his gaze unwavering. The hunter prepares, a grim determination settling over his features. This problem, it seems, will require strength after all. However, there's one thing I realized. The hunter's voice, though quiet, carries a newfound conviction. He snaps the bowstring, the arrow vanishing into the darkness. Over here, the hunter calls out, his voice urgent, eyes wide with a newfound realization. He gestures towards something unseen in the darkness, a sense of urgency gripping him. His companion, equally startled, turns to follow his gaze. Humans that are like demonic beasts, the hunter whispers, the chilling words hanging heavy in the night air. A sudden, unsettling revelation illuminates the darkness surrounding them. High above, silhouetted against the moonlit forest, the hunter stands vigilant. His bow rests at his side, but his eyes scan the shadows, alert and wary. The chilling revelation of demonic humans lingers in the air. They need to be treated as demonic beasts. The hunter's grim conclusion hangs heavy in the air, a stark judgment echoing the chilling revelation of the night. Since you asked me. The hunter's gaze is unwavering, a steely determination hardening his features. The weight of his grim decision hangs heavy in the air, a silent promise of action to follow. A heavy footfall echoes on the cold stone ground. The sound, muffled yet distinct, hints at a presence both powerful and weary. Black Hawk, was it? He muses, the question hanging in the twilight air of the forest. Below, a lone figure kneels, their posture suggesting weariness, and the words, they're more boring than. Trail off, leaving the reason for their presence and their assessment a mystery. More boring than I expected, he finishes, his voice a low murmur barely audible above the rustling leaves. The assessment hangs heavy in the twilight, a stark contrast to the imposing figure before him. A faint blue light flares in the forest, briefly illuminating the scene before fading. The impact is subtle, yet it marks a clear shift in the atmosphere. He continues his assessment, a dismissive tone coloring his words. They were way weaker than Fien, no, even Tanya. The figure streaks across the shadowed landscape, a blur of motion against the dark blue backdrop. I guess Tanya was right, he concedes, the words a quiet admission against the stark white backdrop.
A sense of reluctant acceptance settles over the scene. He silently acknowledges the truth of Tanya's assessment, a faint blue energy flaring as he makes a decision.
I'll need to fight more humans in order to know.
The words hang in the air, a quiet declaration of intent amidst the dark, shadowy forest. He decides to rest, his journey to continue at sunrise.
I'll go back to the inn and rest a bit, he mutters, the words a quiet admission of fatigue before he disappears in a purple flash.
He vanishes in a purple blur, leaving only a question mark hanging in the air.
What will he find?
He reappears, a blur of motion against the dark, shadowy forest. The journey continues. He continues his journey, a blur of motion through the shadowy forest.
The path ahead remains uncertain, but his resolve is clear.
He stumbles, a low groan escaping his lips.
Coo.
He whispers, the sound barely audible above the rustling leaves. He stumbles, a pained groan escaping him.
Shit.
He mutters, his face contorted in frustration.
Why is the seed suddenly, he questions, his voice laced with confusion. Wasn't he supposed to avoid demonic energy? It seems his carefully laid plans have gone awry.
He collapses, a purple aura swirling around him.
Why? What's the problem? He gasps, his voice filled with confusion. It's a reaction he only experienced when battling demonic beasts, a complication he hadn't anticipated. The difference between then and now hits him hard. A stark contrast, a painful realization. Is that?
The horrifying realization dawns on him. The opponent he just killed wasn't a demonic beast, but a human.
No way. He whispers, disbelief etched onto his face.
A purple aura intensifies, engulfing him.
Does murder allow the seed of darkness to grow?
The question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring his own dawning horror. Then this is a bigger problem, he realizes, a purple aura intensifying around him. If word gets out that he killed someone from Black Hawk, other humans will hunt him.
Shit.
He mutters, the weight of his actions crushing him. I was a fool to hope that I could fight against humans.
The realization dawns, heavy with regret.
If I can't kill my opponents, he resolves, a grim determination hardening his features, then I'll have to avoid them as much as possible. The weight of his recent actions settles upon him, a chilling resolve replacing his earlier despair. Quickly, he thinks, a grim urgency etched onto his face as he leans against a tree, the purple aura still glowing faintly within him.
Escape is paramount. He sets a course, a grim determination etched on his face.
I have to get to Baden, he resolves, his steps quickening.
Escape is his only option now.
The title card appears, Helmet, the Forsaken Child.
Chapter 24. The Forsaken Child's journey continues, his resolve unwavering.
Under a starlit sky, Helmut approaches Baden. The town's weathered buildings loom, their windows glowing warmly against the night, promising shelter and perhaps a chance at escape.
Finally, he reaches Baden.
A wave of relief washes over him as he gazes upon the town's welcoming lights, a stark contrast to the darkness he's left behind.
Safety, at last? I see, he mutters, the weight of his journey settling upon him. Then, a chilling question, so everyone is dead?
Yes, the reply is curt, confirming the grim reality.
The speaker's shadowed face hints at a grim determination. If we keep pursuing them, we'll be able to know their exact location as well. The hunt continues. All right. I can't just let this go either.
A grim resolve hardens his features as he speaks, the weight of his decision palpable.
The hunt continues.
A grim silence follows, the weight of the news settling heavily. He clenches his jaw, resolve hardening in his eyes. The hunt, it seems, is far from over.
Keep going as planned. The resolve in his eyes deepens, a silent affirmation of his unwavering commitment. The hunt continues.
His gaze sharpens, a grim determination etched onto his face. He holds a small, slender blade, its edge glinting ominously.
The hunt continues, relentless and unwavering. Yes, understood. He nods, a grim acceptance settling over his features. The hunt continues.
He kneels, the weight of the mission pressing down. His posture speaks volumes, grim determination etched onto his face. He prepares himself.
The hunt continues.
Sir Anton, a voice reports, the weight of the words heavy with implication.
They have arrived. He sits, his face obscured, but the tension in his posture speaks volumes.
The hunt, it seems, is about to begin. Sir Anton rises, his face still obscured by shadow, but a new tension fills the air.
The hunt begins.
A heavy footfall echoes in the dimly lit room.
Ho!
Sir Anton, seated behind his desk, barely reacts, his gaze fixed ahead, the weight of anticipation palpable.
The hunt has begun.
I heard that a rank 2 mercenary was coming, Sir Anton states, his gaze unwavering.
But I didn't think there would be 2 of you.
A subtle shift in his expression hints at a dawning awareness. The hunt, it seems, is more complex than anticipated. Welcome, the word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. 2 figures stand before Sir Anton, their expressions grim, their arrival a silent challenge. Sir Anton remains seated, his expression unreadable, even as the tension thickens. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. He waits.
Sir Anton's gaze, though still unreadable, softens slightly.
To think you'd show interest in joining, in a time when it's hard to find skilled people, he observes, a hint of genuine surprise in his tone. The unexpected arrival of these mercenaries has clearly shifted the dynamics of the situation. I have to thank you for that, Sir Anton says, a hint of gratitude softening his previously guarded expression. The unexpected arrival of the mercenaries, it seems, has altered his plans in a way he hadn't foreseen. However, right now we're in a bit of a mess here, one mercenary states, his expression grim.
And we don't just let anyone join without any conditions.
The other mercenary nods in agreement, his gaze unwavering. The initial gratitude Sir Anton felt seems to have been tempered by the reality of their current predicament.
A mercenary's eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on Sir Anton.
The unspoken challenge hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous moments of negotiation.
What does that mean?
The mercenary's question hangs in the air, sharp and demanding, a clear challenge to Sir Anton's previous words. The tension ratchets up another notch. Sir Anton chuckles, a dismissive wave of his hand. Of course, I'm not doubting the skills of 2 rank 2 mercenaries, he concedes, his tone suggesting something more is at play.
But we're a bit different from a normal mercenary corps. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a subtle shift in the power dynamic.
As you know, Sir Anton begins, a subtle shift in his demeanor.
He spins 2 daggers between his fingers, a practiced ease in his movements that speaks volumes. The mercenaries watch, their earlier skepticism seemingly hardening into something more cautious.
We do a lot of illegal things here, Sir Anton states, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable weight. So, if you bundle a job due to some weird sense of justice or morals, he pauses, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air as he makes a swift, decisive motion. Sir Anton's hand sweeps out, a dismissive gesture. It would be very troublesome, he states, the words carrying a chilling implication. His expression hardens, leaving no doubt about the consequences of failure. A beat of silence follows Sir Anton's chilling words. The mercenaries exchange a look, the weight of the unspoken threat heavy between them.
Sir Anton's gaze sharpens, his silence more menacing than any threat.
A dummy, riddled with daggers, stands silently in the background, a stark visual reminder of the consequences of failure. So, he says, the single word hanging heavy in the air, mirroring the grim intensity in his eyes. The unspoken threat, the weight of the consequences, is palpable. I need some proof on this matter, Sir Anton demands, his finger pointed emphatically.
There happens to be just the right job for them to do that.
I see, Sir Anton replies, his gaze unwavering. What you're saying is that, apart from our skills, you need to confirm if we're suited to Black Hawk.
Is that right?
His question hangs in the air, a challenge and a test all at once.
Sir Anton holds a note, a brief assessment of the task ahead.
It won't be too hard for 2 rank 2 mercenaries, he confirms, his tone suggesting this is merely a formality. The implication is clear, this mission, while potentially dangerous, is well within their capabilities.
Sir Anton reveals the reason for their mission. Last night, 5 of his subordinates vanished.
A grim set to his jaw underscores the gravity of the situation. From what they've heard, Sir Anton's missing men clashed with a lone mercenary. The implication hangs heavy in the shadowed forest. The grim discovery is revealed: after a fruitless search, only the corpses of Sir Anton's men remain. A chilling detail underscores the mission's danger. The location is revealed: a neighboring village forest, shrouded in shadow and hinting at the danger that lies ahead. Judging by their corpses, Sir Anton states grimly, holding up a report, "We believe they were killed with a single stab." The chilling precision of his words underscores the terrifying skill of their unseen enemy. Sir Anton's grim assessment deepens. "There were no traces of a weapon," he states, the words hanging heavy in the air, adding another layer of mystery to the already unsettling scene. 5 verses 1. Sir Anton murmurs, a grim realization dawning. His companion presses, "Do you have a description of the culprit?" The weight of the unanswered question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the mystery surrounding the massacre. "He has black hair and black eyes, and he's 15 at most," Sir Anton concludes, his words painting a chilling picture of their young, elusive killer. The description, though brief, adds a new layer of unsettling complexity to the investigation. "We believe his skills would be at least those of a rank 3, Sir Anton concludes, his voice low and grave. The implication hangs heavy: their killer is far more dangerous than they initially thought. "So we just have to kill that guy?" The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim details previously discussed. Doubt, perhaps even a touch of unease, clouds the second investigator's face as he looks at his superior. "Of course, once you finish this job and enter Black Hawk, you'll be able to take on more difficult requests," Sir Anton assures his subordinate, a subtle promise of advancement hanging in the air. His gesture emphasizes the opportunity, a clear incentive to succeed in their current mission. "You'll even be treated better than in your mercenary corps," Sir Anton assures him, the promise of improved treatment a clear incentive. His gaze holds a weight of expectation, the unspoken pressure to succeed palpable. "Very well," Sir Anton replies, his gaze hardening. "Where is he?" The question cuts through the air, sharp and demanding, leaving no room for hesitation. According to reports, their target is at a neighboring village's inn. The information is relayed, a decisive step forward in their mission. His eyes narrow, a grim determination settling on his face. The mission, it seems, is more serious than initially presented. Since not much time has passed since the incident, urgency hangs heavy in the air. The mission, it seems, is time-sensitive. A map is carefully examined, a small, sharp tool tracing a route to the neighboring village. Their target is located, the inn marked with a decisive scratch. "He couldn't have gone far." The words hang in the air, a confident assertion as the map is studied, the route to the inn now clear. Their pursuit begins. The village comes into view, nestled amongst autumnal hills. A chill wind whispers through the trees, mirroring the urgency of the pursuit. He approaches, his gaze fixed on the inn. The village unfolds before him, a quaint scene of autumnal charm, yet the chill wind carries the weight of his urgent mission. He focuses on the inn, his target in sight. The inn stands before him, its sign a clear indication of its purpose, a crossed sword and pickaxe, promising both protection and hard work. He's arrived. He stands before the inn, its weathered sign depicting a crossed sword and pickaxe, a promise of both refuge and toil. The journey's end, for now. "I didn't think I'd be taking another request," he mutters, a sigh escaping his lips. The city skyline behind him hints at the relentless demands of his profession. "But if I want to move without drawing attention to myself," he thinks, his gaze fixed on the bustling city streets. A quiet resolve settles over him. "This is the only way right now," he resolves, a steely glint in his eyes. The city's clamor fades as he makes his decision. He places a hand on the rough-hewn wood of a heavy door, its iron bands gleaming dully in the dim light. The inn's quiet refuge is behind him, his next step lies ahead. Inside a bustling tavern, wanted posters line the walls. Two figures study them intently, their hushed conversation hinting at a shared concern. He steps inside. A young woman, her smile bright and welcoming, greets him. "This is the Mercenary Guild, huh? What brings you here, little boy?" "I'm here to find a request," he states, his voice firm despite the woman's teasing tone. He holds a worn piece of parchment, his purpose clear. "Oh, you're from the Pace Mercenary Corps," the woman behind the counter asks, a hint of surprise in her voice. She looks at his request, a thoughtful escaping her lips. "Not only that, a rank 3. Is there a problem?" The guild worker's voice trails off, a hint of uncertainty coloring her words as she eyes the young mercenary's request. "And no, the guild worker laughs, waving the mercenary's request. "I was just fascinated since there aren't many young rank 3 mercenaries." "Okay, you need a request?" The guild worker asks, her tone friendly and helpful, a stark contrast to her earlier surprise. "The mercenary's quest is underway." "Yes, the reward doesn't matter," the mercenary states, his focus unwavering. "Is there one that I can do on the way to Baden?" He's clearly prioritizing expediency over profit. "Baden is a metropolis," the guild worker explains, a smile playing on her lips as she hands the mercenary a quest. His journey continues. "There are tons of people wanting to go there, so it'll be easy getting escort or transportation requests," the guild worker explains, a knowing smile gracing her lips. A slight mem. "Ah," escapes the mercenary, a quiet acknowledgement of the obvious advantage. "How's this?" the mercenary asks, a notepad now presented, suggesting a potential quest he's found suitable for his journey. His efficiency is impressive. "What is it?" he asks, his gaze sharp, a hint of impatience in his tone. The mercenary's question hangs in the air, suggesting a potential complication to his carefully planned route. "It's an escort request for a noble lady. The reward is 800 marks, the guild worker explains, a hopeful glint in her eyes. "This is a really good request, she adds, emphasizing the lucrative opportunity. "Of course, there's a condition," the guild worker adds, her smile now replaced with a more cautious expression. "The lucrative offer comes with a catch." "Condition?" he asks, his expression hardening slightly. "What is it?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a clear sign that the mercenary is prepared to hear something less than ideal. "That is," the guild worker begins, her voice trailing off, leaving the mercenary hanging, the tension palpable. What could this crucial condition possibly be? "But there's a twist," she exclaims, a mischievous glint in her eye, pointing a finger for emphasis. The mercenary's apprehension is replaced by a flicker of curiosity. What unexpected turn could this take? The title card appears, The Mercenary. This is his story. Intrigued, the mercenary waits. His expression is one of quiet intensity, a stark contrast to the playful tone of the guild worker moments before. He's ready to hear this twist. He grips the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of readiness hanging in the air. The mercenary awaits the guild worker's revelation, his posture conveying both anticipation and a steely resolve. Needs to be the lady's type. The guild worker's words hang in the air, a surprising condition attached to the mercenary's next assignment. His boots remain planted firmly on the ground, but a subtle shift in his posture hints at a new challenge. A sprawling town unfolds before us, nestled amongst snow-dusted hills. The scene is peaceful, a stark contrast to what we've witnessed. A quiet, almost serene atmosphere hangs in the air. The camera pulls back, revealing a bustling town square. Citizens go about their daily lives, unaware of the events that have transpired. A sense of normalcy settles over the scene, a quiet peace in stark contrast to the recent chaos. Entering any clothing store should do. A simple solution, yet one that carries a weight of unspoken urgency. A figure stands in a doorway, their expression unreadable. They gesture outward, a silent invitation or perhaps a warning, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The quiet of the town, previously peaceful, now feels charged with unspoken tension. Ahem, a voice clears, a slight tremor hinting at nervousness. Your image is important when dealing with a noble requester. The words hang in the air, a reminder of the delicate social dance ahead. Even if you're famous, or give off a strong first impression, the advice continues, a subtle reminder of the importance of appearances, even for those already renowned. A young woman's cheerful face appears in a smaller inset panel, her expression highlighting the absurdity of the situation. Your attire needs to at least be decent, the advisor states, her tone firm yet understanding. Fortunately, you're already halfway there just with your face, she adds with a knowing smile, her hands clasped together in amusement. That's why I suggested this request to you, the advisor explains, her tone gentle but firm. Come back after buying some nice clothes somewhere near the area. I'll have the request ready for you. A practical solution to a surprisingly stylish problem.
Ho, so you only want something of the highest quality.
The advisor's words hang in the air, a slight amusement in her tone. I have the perfect clothes for you, she declares, a confident smile implied in her statement. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and perhaps a touch of apprehension at the prospect of such a high standard.
Here, what do you think?
The advisor presents a sharply tailored suit, a confident smirk playing on his lips.
The implication is clear, this is no ordinary garment.
Top-grade fabric with a delicate finish, the work of Baden's most famous artisan. The advisor's words practically shimmer with the suit's implied prestige, a garment so exquisite that even demonic beasts could become nobles simply by wearing it.
He stares at the suit, speechless.
The exquisite tailoring, the luxurious fabric, it's far beyond anything he'd ever imagined.
A simple
escapes him, perfectly capturing his awe.
It's so light that you'd think you weren't wearing anything.
You'd be flying through the skies like a feather, the advisor exclaims, gesturing dramatically.
So, how much is it? He asks, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Oh, right. It's...
He trails off, his eyes wide with dawning realization. The weight of the question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable.
2,000 marks.
The price echoes the man's stunned silence, a figure that dwarfs his expectations.
The weight of that cost hangs heavy in the air. 2,000. The question hangs in the air, unspoken disbelief etched on his face. The request reward was only 800 marks, a stark contrast to the exorbitant price. The advisor's stunned silence speaks volumes. 2,000 marks, a price far exceeding the meager reward offered for the quest.
The cobblestone streets of the town, bustling with everyday life, seem to fade into the background, dwarfed by the sheer weight of this unexpected cost.
Maybe I should have taken a different request. The advisor's quiet reflection hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the bustling town square around him.
The weight of the 2,000 marks, a sum far exceeding his expectations, settles upon him.
The title card appears, announcing the Manhwa, Helmet, the Forsaken Child.
A sense of foreboding settles in, hinting at the story's weighty themes to come.
Chapter 25 begins.
The stark number hangs in the air, a silent testament to the weight of the advisor's earlier revelation.
2,000 marks. The cost far outweighs the meager reward. The journey ahead promises to be far more challenging than anticipated. My.
A delighted gasp escapes the advisor's lips, his earlier worries seemingly forgotten. The sheer weight of the 2,000 marks, the unexpected cost, is replaced by a newfound glee. A glimmer of hope, perhaps, in the face of daunting odds.
You give off a completely different impression. The advisor's words, a stark contrast to his earlier apprehension, reflect a newfound respect.
The weight of the 2,000 marks seems almost insignificant now, overshadowed by this unexpected shift in perception.
Helmut's gaze is unwavering, a subtle frown etching itself onto his young face. A quiet defiance, perhaps even a hint of weariness, hangs in the air.
The roses blooming in the background seem almost mocking in their delicate beauty, a stark contrast to the boy's hardened expression.
A subtle frown deepens on Helmut's face, his gaze unwavering.
The weight of the situation, the unexpected cost, and the advisor's changed perception all seem to rest heavily on his young shoulders. He stands resolute, his hands clasped before him, a quiet defiance radiating from his posture.
Helmut walks away, the advisor's words echoing in the air, "Clothes sure do make the man."
A subtle shift in the young man's demeanor suggests he's taken the comment to heart, the weight of the situation seemingly lessened by his new attire.
Wow! On a second look, you really are handsome, honey, she gushes, a playful touch on his cheek.
Helmut, however, corrects her immediately, a slight edge to his voice. "I'm not honey, I'm Helmut."
I know.
You were so cute that it just came out, she laughs, a blush rising on her cheeks. The playful tone contrasts sharply with Helmut's recent seriousness. "All right, I sent over your information to them," she says, a matter-of-fact tone replacing the playful banter. The shift in atmosphere is palpable, the lightheartedness is gone, replaced by a quiet efficiency. "Since you have the reputation of being a Pace Mercenary Corps member, you have a fairly considerable chance of passing." The woman's words offer Helmut a reassuring boost of confidence, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. His chances, it seems, are looking up. "There aren't many mercenaries that fit the lady's tastes," she explains, a thoughtful expression on her face. "You, however, should be perfect." A hint of confidence, perhaps even a touch of hope, colors her words as she speaks. "Oh," she breathes, her eyes widening. "He's here." A wave of anticipation washes over her, her gaze following Helmut's arrival. Helmut arrives, his expression unreadable. A question mark floats above his head, mirroring the uncertainty hanging in the air. "Welcome," she greets him, a warm smile gracing her lips. "Are you from House Zaringen?" The question hangs in the air, a pivotal moment in Helmut's journey. "I am," Helmut replies, his gaze unwavering. The simple statement carries a weight of unspoken history, a quiet confirmation that settles the anticipation hanging in the air. "I've come to check the mercenary who accepted the request," Helmut states, his words carrying a sense of purpose. The formality of his announcement belies a steely resolve. "Is it him?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent query reflecting Helmut's intense scrutiny. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, speaks volumes. Helmut waits, his gaze fixed on someone just out of frame. A sense of quiet intensity hangs in the air, the cobblestones of the courtyard a silent witness to his anticipation. Finally, the mercenary is revealed. A young woman, she stands with her back to Helmut, her posture stiff and apprehensive. The tension is palpable. I heard he was fairly young," Helmut observes, his gaze still fixed on the mercenary. "You're tall and have nice posture," he adds, his assessment seemingly more clinical than complimentary. "All right, you look okay. Let's go," Helmut declares, a decisive air about him as he gestures towards the mercenary, ending his assessment. The scene shifts, the focus now on action rather than appraisal. "Follow me," Helmut commands, striding out of the courtyard with the mercenary trailing close behind. The scene shifts, their destination unknown but clearly important. A flicker of apprehension crosses the mercenary's face as she follows Helmut. The young woman's expression is one of quiet determination, hinting at a hidden nervousness beneath her outwardly composed demeanor. "See you next time," she chirps, waving cheerfully as the mercenary departs. A bright smile plays on her lips, a stark contrast to the apprehension the young woman felt moments before. Helmut walks away, leaving the mercenary to her thoughts. A pensive silence hangs in the air, her expression a mixture of determination and underlying apprehension. The mercenary finds herself before a large, imposing building. Sunlight glints off its many windows, the structure hinting at both age and importance. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene, mirroring her lingering apprehension. The mercenary, still apprehensive, observes from the shadows. Helmut and others approach a grand building, its imposing presence mirroring the weight of her mission. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. Hidden in the shadows, the mercenary watches. Helmut and a companion walk ahead, their destination a grand building that looms large, mirroring the significance and the danger of her mission. A palpable tension hangs in the air. She follows, her apprehension growing with each step. The mercenary melts into the shadows, her gaze fixed on Helmut and his companion as they approach the imposing building. A sense of dread, sharp and cold, settles over her. From a rooftop vantage point, she observes Helmut and his escort moving through the cobblestone streets. Their destination, the imposing building, now closer than ever. The mercenary's apprehension intensifies, a silent shadow mirroring the growing darkness of her mission. From her rooftop perch, the mercenary watches as Helmut and his escort near their destination. Then, a figure emerges from the crowd below, their words cutting through the growing tension. "My name is Gilton." The butler of House Zaringen, a man whose face speaks of years spent in silent service, addresses Helmut's escort. "Have you heard anything about Marquis Zaringen?" he asks, his tone a careful blend of formality and underlying urgency. "No," she replies, her expression a mask of quiet determination.
The mercenary's gaze remains fixed, unwavering, as she observes the unfolding scene below.
He is of high status, so be careful of your actions, the woman cautions, her words a low hum against the backdrop of the scene unfolding below. Do you have experience in escorting? She asks, her gaze unwavering, assessing the situation with practiced ease. It's better, she thinks, to know as little as possible.
A poor understanding can be far more dangerous.
I've done a transportation request before, the mercenary states, her expression a blend of confidence and subtle calculation. Transporting and escorting isn't much different, she continues, the only difference is that one protects an item, while the other protects a person. Her words are a quiet assertion of capability, a subtle reassurance to the anxious butler. If it's difficult, you just need to follow what the knights say, the butler explains, his gaze fixed on the mercenary.
We will grant you more money once the request is complete. The promise of additional payment hangs in the air, a subtle reassurance against the unknown challenges ahead.
Okay, she replies, a subtle frown etching itself onto her face. The mercenary's acceptance is quiet, her expression hinting at a careful consideration of the risks involved. I like your concise response, the butler remarks, his gaze still assessing the mercenary. His approval is clear, a silent acknowledgement of her competence. Silence, the butler reminds her, is key to a successful escort. The grand manor looms behind them, a silent testament to the wealth and potential danger awaiting them inside. Through the ornate gates, they approach the manor. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, despite the autumnal beauty of the grounds. A breathtaking display of peonies greets them, their delicate beauty a stark contrast to the foreboding atmosphere. The vibrant blooms, bathed in soft light, offer a moment of unexpected serenity before they enter the manor. Now, inside the manor, the mercenary and her escort pause before a pair of grand double doors. Opulence surrounds them, a stark contrast to the foreboding they felt moments before. Inside, the grand hall stretches before them, a marble expanse reflecting the light. The mercenary, ever vigilant, keeps a hand near her sword as they proceed down the long hallway. This place is. The escort begins, his gaze sweeping the opulent hall.
It is the inn where the Marquis's daughter is staying. Marquis Zaranjan.
The mercenary's eyes widen, taking in the sheer opulence of the manor. I guess this is what it means to be of high status, she muses, a hint of awe in her voice. Oh, butler, the mercenary greets, her voice calm despite the opulent surroundings.
A warm welcome greets them, welcome back. A butler, observing the mercenary, questions, is he the merc? He looks fairly young.
His brow furrows slightly, a hint of skepticism in his expression as he ponders the situation.
He was verified by the mercenary guild, so there won't be any issues, the butler assures the mercenary, his expression softening slightly.
If there is, please teach him. A sense of relieved acceptance settles over the scene. Nice to meet you, I'm Cedric, the young mercenary offers a handshake to Helmut, the formal greeting a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. Yes, understood, Helmut replies, the exchange brief but polite.
Where is the lady?
Cedric asks, his gaze searching. The butler calmly replies, she's having breakfast in the cafeteria. All right, let's go there, Cedric declares, his resolve firm as he sets off to find the lady. He arrives at the cafeteria, his gaze sweeping the room. A slight frown creases his brow, the lady is nowhere in sight. Oh my, Cedric breathes, a slight tremor in his voice. He finds the lady, but her appearance elicits a surprised reaction.
You're even worrying about me.
How considerate, she adds, her words laced with a touch of amusement. I can't stomach in food like this, she declares, a delicate hand fluttering to her mouth. A hopeful smile lights up her face as she adds, I'd love it if you could come visit our manor, Lord Aaliyah. Cedric and the lady, now within a grand manor, stand before a fireplace, its ornate mantelpiece hinting at the family's wealth. A hopeful warmth fills the scene, a stark contrast to the cafeteria's earlier discomfort. Now seated at a lavish dining table within the manor, Cedric and the lady enjoy a meal. The scene is bathed in a warm, inviting light, a far cry from the cafeteria's stark atmosphere. A sense of comfortable companionship settles between them. Lady Xenia, her expression a curious mix of impatience and slight annoyance, turns to Gilton.
My, Gilton.
What is it? She asks, her voice carrying a hint of expectation. Here is the newly hired mercenary, Gilton announces, gesturing towards a stoic figure standing silently nearby.
A hint of anticipation hangs in the air.
Lady Xenia's eyes narrow, a clear disinterest etched on her face. I don't care about mercenaries, she states flatly, her tone leaving no room for argument. If you think he's alright, then take care of it on your own, Lady Xenia declares, dismissing the mercenary with a wave of her hand. She has other, more pressing matters to attend to. The mercenary, however, remains unmoved. A single word, sharp and defiant, cuts through the air, no.
Since their departure is imminent, the mercenary decides to rest before the journey. A quiet moment of preparation before the inevitable challenges ahead. Ha? That's true, but you should eat some more. Lady Xenia's initial disinterest melts into a softer, almost hesitant concern.
A slight blush creeps onto her cheeks as she offers this unexpected suggestion. The mercenary walks away, his silhouette sharp against the opulent backdrop of Lady Xenia's dining hall. A quiet defiance hangs in the air, his refusal echoing in the silent space left behind. A single question mark hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. Lady Xenia's gaze, though partially obscured, speaks volumes, a quiet uncertainty, a hesitant wonder. The weight of her unspoken query lingers, a silent question mark mirroring the one on the page.
A pensive silence follows.
His gaze, intense and unwavering, hints at a hidden weight, a burden carried silently. The mercenary's thoughts remain his own, a mystery reflected in the depth of his eyes. Lady Xenia and the mercenary stand side by side, a silent tension lingering between them. Her expression is unreadable, while his gaze holds a quiet intensity, the unspoken question from before still hanging heavy in the air. A tense silence hangs between them, broken only by the sound of fabric rustling.
The mercenary's shoulders remain stiff, his resolve unwavering.
Something's weird, the mercenary mutters, a sudden unease coloring his voice. The unspoken question from before now finds a voice, a shared sense of unease replacing the previous tension. A cloaked figure stands before a grand, ornate door, the light catching the subtle sheen of their fabric. They pause, a moment of quiet contemplation before what lies ahead. A figure, cloaked and watchful, stands poised before the imposing doors. Their gaze, sharp and intense, lingers on something beyond the frame, a silent tension filling the opulent hallway. Then, with a burst of energy, the cloaked figure throws open the massive doors. I certainly was not mistaken, they affirm, a grim determination etched onto their face. The weight of their certainty hangs heavy in the air. I don't know what it is, but there's something different about him, the cloaked figure muses, a hint of unease coloring their observation.
The mystery deepens.
Ahem, the cloaked figure clears their throat, a subtle shift in their demeanor.
I should get back to the guest room as well.
The investigation, it seems, will have to wait.
A young woman, cloaked and serious, stands amidst a lavish dining room. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the more flamboyant figures nearby.
The scene suggests a moment of pause, a brief respite before the investigation continues.
Lord Aaliyah.
A young woman's voice rings out, filled with wide-eyed wonder. Her exclamation cuts through the quiet contemplation, a sudden shift in the atmosphere.
Is this Aaliyah, a guard as well? The question hangs in the air, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto the young woman's face.
Doubt clouds her previous wonder. No, a man states, his expression firm.
That man is Lady Xenia's guest. Apparently, he's quite well known at the Greta Academy in Baden.
The information, delivered with a hint of knowingness, subtly shifts the focus of the investigation. I happened to come across him coincidentally, and my lady happened to recognize him, which is why he's with us, a man explains, his words resolving the earlier question about the guest's presence.
The explanation, delivered calmly, subtly shifts the narrative focus. Is the lady also at the academy in Baden?
The question, a quiet murmur, betrays a thoughtful uncertainty in her eyes. A new line of inquiry emerges, shifting the focus of the conversation.
She's going to take the entrance exams, since she's 14 right now.
The revelation, a quiet statement, adds a new layer to the young woman's character, hinting at ambition and a clear path forward.
My original destination used.
A thoughtful pause hangs in the air, her eyes narrowed in contemplation, a subtle shift in her expression hinting at a revised plan.
I think we have about 2 hours left, the man states, his gaze steady. The quiet assessment provides a sense of urgency, a ticking clock against their journey's end.
Get ready for departure and bring a horse from the stables, the man instructs, his tone firm and decisive. The command signals an immediate change of plans, their conversation concluded, and their journey about to begin.
Once you're done with the preparations, you can come to where the closest carriage is.
The instruction, delivered with quiet authority, sets the scene. A grand carriage awaits, attended by several figures diligently loading supplies.
Departure is imminent.
Since I need to prepare some personal things, please see Cedric if you need anything else, the man explains, a thoughtful expression on his face as he gestures subtly.
The instruction, delivered calmly, suggests a brief delay before their departure.
A determined set to her jaw, she waits. Impatience flickers in her eyes, the delay, however brief, clearly irks her. Yes, she replies, her voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of a bright, open sky.
The scene shifts to a tranquil landscape, the promise of journey hanging in the air.
And so, she departs. Astride a magnificent white steed, she rides away, the cobblestones blurring beneath her mount's hooves. The setting sun casts a warm glow on the scene, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, a fitting backdrop to her journey's beginning. This bastard, she mutters, a simmering anger barely contained beneath her controlled expression.
The unspoken weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the unresolved conflict that fuels her journey.
He caused such a shitstorm at the stables, someone observes, the words laced with a weary exasperation. Please be careful, mercenary, sir, a worried voice pleads, the urgency palpable as the horse beneath her bucks wildly, a visual testament to the chaos left in the unnamed man's wake.
The horse bucks wildly, throwing the stable hand to the ground.
I'm sorry, but he's the only horse left, she calls out, a note of strained apology in her voice.
A nervous laugh follows, he sure likes to show off, huh? He's still not listening.
The words hang in the air, a frustrated sigh unspoken, yet palpable in the stark simplicity of the statement. Her journey, it seems, is far from smooth.
Certainly a different horse from the one at Pace Mercenary Corps.
She strokes the animal's flank, a quiet observation hanging in the air, hinting at a contrast between this creature and her past experiences. Lord Aaliyah, someone calls out, the words sharp and urgent against the backdrop of a tranquil sunset.
An invitation follows, a request to join a carriage and catch up. The scene shifts, leaving the previous chaos behind.
A peaceful sunset sky fills the panel, a stark contrast to the recent chaos.
The tranquil scene suggests a moment of respite, a calm before whatever storm may lie ahead.
Over here. Here, a cheerful voice calls. Lord Aaliyah turns, a gilded carriage coming into view, a small, excited figure waving enthusiastically from within. A slight frown creases Lord Aaliyah's lips. The invitation, though cheerful, seems to hold a hint of unspoken weight, a subtle unease clouding the otherwise peaceful sunset. Lord Aaliyah approaches, his expression unreadable beneath the hood. A subtle unease lingers in the air, even amidst the falling petals. He approaches the carriage, his hooded figure a stark contrast to the bright, cheerful scene. A sense of quiet anticipation hangs in the air, the falling petals a fragile counterpoint to the unspoken tension. A sudden, powerful gust of wind whips around him, the air itself seeming to crackle with unseen energy. I see, Lord Aaliyah murmurs, a subtle shift in his posture suggesting a dawning understanding. The tension, palpable moments before, seems to ease slightly, replaced by a quiet contemplation.
He's a mage?
The question hangs in the air, a sudden, sharp contrast to the preceding quiet contemplation.
A revelation dawns, unspoken yet powerfully felt.
The title card reveals the name of the story, Helmut, the Forsaken Child. A sense of mystery and perhaps even sorrow hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the unspoken question of the hooded figure's identity. The title card appears, stark and simple, Helmut, the Forsaken Child. A weight of unspoken sorrow settles over the scene, mirroring the mystery surrounding the hooded figure.
A breathtaking sunset paints the sky, hues of orange and purple blending seamlessly.
Bare branches silhouette against the vibrant colors, a quiet beauty settling over the scene. The lingering mystery of Helmut, the forsaken child, hangs heavy in the air, promising a story of sorrow and perhaps hope. A carriage, escorted by a small cavalcade of riders, travels down a leaf-strewn path. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the scene in warm, autumnal hues. A journey begins. It certainly explains things, if it were magic, and why things felt strange in the beginning. A thoughtful expression crosses Helmut's face, a quiet understanding dawning in his eyes. Helmut's understanding deepens, yet uncertainty remains. He still doesn't know the magic's nature, nor why it was cast upon himself. A lingering question hangs in the air, a mystery yet to be unraveled. How curious, Helmut murmurs, a thoughtful expression softening his features as he gazes at the ornate carriage. The mystery of his past, and the magic that binds him, continues to unfold. I should keep an eye on him, Helmut thinks, his gaze following the ornate carriage as it disappears down the path. A sense of quiet determination settles upon him. You're the top of your class in the magic faculty, right? The question hangs in the air, a simple inquiry yet carrying a weight of unspoken expectation. A young woman, seated opposite a cloaked figure, offers a quiet, yet firm, confirmation, that's right. Then I bet a test wouldn't even faze you. The confident words are a stark contrast to the young woman's own admission, I'm so nervous. I don't know how I can prepare to do well. Her anxiety is palpable, a nervous energy radiating from her clasped hands. If you've prepared enough, I'm sure you'll do well, the cloaked figure reassures, their words a balm to the young woman's anxieties. A quiet confidence underlies their gentle tone, offering a reassuring presence. Oh my God, she whispers, the weight of the upcoming test suddenly overwhelming. Her earlier reassurance now feels distant, replaced by a fresh wave of apprehension. Of course I prepared well, she declares, but her clasped hands and shaky voice tell a different story. But I'm so shaky and nervous. The contrast between her confident words and visible anxiety is striking. Once we arrive, we'll have enough time, so you should take the opportunity to review, the cloaked figure advises, their calm words a reassuring counterpoint to the young woman's visible anxiety. Their hands remain clasped tightly together, a silent testament to her lingering nervousness. Oh, of course, she exclaims, a nervous giggle escaping her lips. But then, a flicker of doubt crosses her face. But I may need someone to teach me. Her earlier bravado fades, replaced by a quiet admission of vulnerability. The academy is a place that encourages individual learning, the cloaked figure states, their voice calm and reassuring. You should get used to it. The words offer a practical counterpoint to the young woman's earlier anxieties, a subtle shift in the narrative's focus. But that's not until I've enrolled. A quiet determination settles over her features, replacing the earlier anxiety. The young woman's focus shifts, a new resolve hardening her expression. A wave of anxiety washes over her. If I fail the entrance exam, she whispers, her eyes welling up, I don't know how I could inform my family of such news. The weight of expectation is palpable. A pensive silence hangs in the air. The young woman's earlier anxieties linger, reflected in the lingering image of her tearful eyes. A quiet determination, however, now settles on the face of the hooded figure before her. If you wish, I will recommend a suitable teacher for you, the cloaked figure offers, their voice a balm to the young woman's anxieties. A glimmer of hope replaces the earlier uncertainty in her eyes. I'll try and find someone who specializes in the entrance exam, the cloaked figure assures her, a promise of support easing her worries. A hopeful blush warms her cheeks. Ah, thank you, but I'm quite shy. She confesses, a blush rising on her cheeks. Then, summoning unexpected courage, she adds, is it not possible for you to teach me instead, Lord Aaliyah? That will prove to be difficult, Lord Aaliyah replies, a hint of reluctance in his tone, his gaze unwavering. Oh my, what seems to be the problem? Lord Aaliyah asks, his concern evident as he observes the young woman's worried expression. He then explains, since it's a new semester, I need to prepare as well. His words, though seemingly practical, hint at a reason for his earlier reluctance. Lady Xenia, Lord Aaliyah begins, his expression gentle but firm, it will be a tiring trip, so why don't you rest up? His concern for her well-being is clear, a thoughtful counterpoint to her earlier request.
A hesitant question forms on Lady Xenia's lips, a blush still lingering on her cheeks.
Shall we? She asks, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and apprehension.
And so, with a shy nod, Lady Xenia accepts Lord Alia's offer.
They depart, her apprehension giving way to a quiet hope as they ride off together. A thoughtful expression crosses Lady Xenia's companion's face. He quietly wonders, I was wondering if there'd be anything for me to hear. A hint of anticipation hangs in the air. It reminded him of Finn somehow. The thought lingers, a subtle connection drawn between the journey's beginning and a past memory. They journey onward, the carriage a blur of motion against the desolate landscape. A sense of anticipation, tinged with the quiet hope of new beginnings, fills the air.
Did you confirm it? The question hangs in the air, a weight of anticipation.
The immediate reply follows, firm and unwavering, yes, I saw it with my own eyes.
They received a small request and began relocating hours ago.
A serious expression clouds the masked man's face as he considers their next move. If they hurry, catching up will be easy, but there's a lingering uncertainty.
The masked man's serious expression deepens.
Knights belonging to a noble, he muses, the question hanging heavy in the air, a new element introduced into their mission.
If it's a noble, things could get loud, the masked man mutters, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his features.
The implication hangs heavy, their mission just became significantly more complicated. Try and eliminate the bastard alone, the masked man orders, his voice low and firm. A curt, respectful reply follows, yes, sir.
He then adds, a hint of grudging admiration in his tone, how tenacious. It's just one little mercenary, yet you're going so far as to recruit us?
The mercenary's incredulity is palpable, their question hanging in the air, a stark contrast to the masked man's earlier decisiveness.
Their skepticism throws a new wrench into the operation. Ha ha ha.
I'm just being cautious, the masked man chuckles, a dismissive wave of his hand accompanying the words. Besides, it is the philosophy of the Black Hawk. His explanation, though seemingly light-hearted, hints at a deeper, more strategic reason behind his actions. To ensure we tear them apart piece by piece until our opponent is dead, the masked man states, his voice a low growl. Below, a mercenary's worried face is partially visible, his words a stark counterpoint, we only hope. The grim determination of the leader is juxtaposed with the uncertainty of his subordinates, highlighting the perilous nature of their mission.
The masked man's final justification hangs in the air, that everyone here has a mindset on par with our philosophy.
His intense gaze, now filling the panel, leaves no room for doubt, his unwavering conviction is palpable.
Yes. What you said just now. A mercenary's voice, laced with uncertainty, trails off.
The weight of the masked man's words, his chilling philosophy of total annihilation, clearly hangs heavy in the air. A chilling smile spreads across the masked man's face. I really like it, he states, his words dripping with a chilling satisfaction. The intensity of his gaze, coupled with his declaration, leaves no doubt, he is pleased with the unwavering commitment of his followers to his brutal philosophy.
Gilton.
Isn't there a better place? A young woman protests, her displeasure evident.
The innkeeper's reply is firm, there are no other inns in the area. Please bear with it for one night.
The scene shifts to a quiet, snowy night outside the inn, setting the stage for whatever unfolds next. Welcome, the innkeeper greets them, his voice a warm counterpoint to the cold night. It's quite late, you must have been through a lot. A weary traveler offers thanks, their gratitude palpable in the quiet snowy scene. Ho, it's a small house in our small village, but please rest well, the innkeeper offers, his words a gentle reassurance in the quiet snowy night.
The travelers are shown settling into their humble lodgings for the night, a brief respite before whatever challenges lie ahead.
A blur of motion under a starlit sky. Purple energy crackles as a figure, a warrior perhaps, unleashes a powerful attack, their weapon a streak of light against the dark landscape. They collapse, the impact muffled by the snow.
A plume of purple energy dissipates into the night. My vision has gotten much better. A quiet declaration, yet it speaks volumes of the warrior's resilience.
The fight may be over, but the recovery has begun. Compared to when I was at the Forest of Roots, the warrior reflects, their gaze unwavering as they grip their glowing purple blade.
A quiet confidence emanates from them, a stark contrast to the recent battle's intensity.
Their vision, it seems, has significantly improved.
But it feels like something is blocked.
The warrior's assessment, a quiet murmur against the vast, star-strewn sky, hints at a lingering obstacle, even after their impressive recovery. I wasn't able to train my muscles regularly, nor was I able to train my vis at an appropriate place, the warrior admits, their gaze firm as they hold their glowing blade. A hint of self-reproach colors their words, a quiet acknowledgement of past limitations.
Will I be able to focus more on my training once I get to Greta Academy? The warrior wonders, their gaze distant, the question hanging in the twilight air.
A quiet hope, tinged with uncertainty, colors their thoughts as they grip their sword.
More importantly, a new resolve hardens the warrior's expression. They need to find a clue about the seed of darkness.
This quest, it seems, takes precedence over all else.
A single question mark hangs in the air, mirroring the warrior's uncertainty. The quest for the seed of darkness remains, a daunting challenge yet to be met.
Under a vast, star-studded sky, the warrior stands resolute, their sword sheathed at their hip. A quiet determination settles over them, a stark contrast to the uncertainty of moments past. The quest for the seed of darkness continues, its shadow stretching long across their future.
I thought something was there, the warrior murmurs, a hint of self-doubt coloring their voice.
The vast, empty landscape seems to reflect their uncertainty. Under a vast, star-strewn sky, the warrior pauses, gazing upward. A sense of quiet contemplation settles over the landscape, mirroring the inner turmoil of their quest.
Was it an owl? The warrior questions, a faint whisper against the vast, silent landscape. Doubt lingers, a shadow cast across their determined face. Eyes of an eagle, release.
The warrior's hands glow, a soft purple light emanating as they channel a potent magic. He's got good senses, the warrior mutters, their gaze falling to a simple staff resting on a nearby table.
If I spy for any longer, he will catch me.
A sense of urgency replaces the previous contemplation.
Anyway, average humans wouldn't be able to detect anything. The warrior sits on the bed, a faint purple glow emanating from their hands as they subtly conceal their magic.
A sense of cautious confidence fills the simple room.